The Secret of Time. Sal Rachel. Translated from English by Alexey Arkhipov. Sometimes something that we take for granted turns out to be one of the most mysterious and difficult things to understand. Time is one of those things. It seems to rule our lives whether we are rich or poor, educated or illiterate. Most often, people spend 80 or 90 years on Earth, after which their known life ends. Thanks to advances in science and metaphysics, we can assume that life is more than the time interval from birth to death. We may have hundreds of opportunities to repeat the lessons we came here to learn. Time can be both a friend and an enemy to you, depending on how you look at it. Time can release and captivate you, shroud you in darkness and give you enlightenment. This book is the result of a collaborative effort between its author and his various higher-dimensional spiritual mentors known as the Founders. These spiritual guides will sometimes add their own messages. We ask that you remain unbiased about everything you read, regardless of where the text came from. Be prepared to question all claims made by the author of this book and the Founders. Conduct independent research work. Contents. A. Linear, horizontal, time 19. Physical linear time 20. Physical measure of time 20. Psychological linear time 21. B. Nonlinear, vertical, time 30. Vertical time is always now 31. All time and space are contained in the eternal moment of now. The past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. The eternal moment now is the only time that exists. This can be proved. All possible and probable realities are contained in vertical time. All parallel and higher dimensions and universes are contained in nonlinear time. No part of space can exist outside of the eternal moment of now. The uncertainty principle applied over time 41. B. The nature of God 44. Chapter 2. Parallel realities 50. A first look at parallel realities 50. Two types of parallel realities 52. Film set theory in the context of time and space 56. Time as a holographic projection 56. SCL Rachel. Additional ways to apply the principle of non-locality in quantum physics 57. Another look at the idea of parallel realities 58. Chapter 3. Non-local time/space 62. Our unknown history 65. What is a superposition? 67. Information about higher dimensions, wormholes, and distortions of the space-time continuum 70. The principle of non-local application to time 74. Applying the principle of non-local time management can benefit both you and other people. Chapter 4. The nature of alternative realities 79. A. Déjà vu and intersecting timelines 80. B. Time loops and time paradoxes 83. B. How to connect to your parallel lives 87. Chapter 5. A deeper look at the free market. Will and paired 6L6 Nost Mimtum 1mm, M93. Third raft, the sharpened will 93. Fourth density, free will 96. Fifth flesh, God's will 100. How do you connect with your higher self? 101. Arguments for predeterminism 102. False surrender to the higher self 107. Chapter 6. Time travel *114. A. The theory of time travel 114. How to travel through time 117. Long distance space travel 118. B. Technologies used for time travel 122. Black holes 125. White holes 126. Wormholes 127. Vortices, stargates, portals, and ley lines 129. V. Mental time travel 132. Additional information about déjà vu and intersecting Timelines 133. Soul fragmentation 138. Soul integration 139. What can you say about unreliable memories? 140. Selective memorization 141. Revision of the past 142. Psychometrics 143. Part 2. Ways to apply the timeline theory. Chapter 7. Correction of the timeline 148. A. General questions about correcting the timeline. 148. B. Reverse correction of a timeline 167. B. Establishing a link to a future timeline 169. Chapter 8. How to manage space-time 188. More complex concepts of the timeline 188. You can go anywhere in time and space and see what happens there. 189. In any given example of nonlinear time, you may have several dominant timelines. This time is in the wave state 193. N.W.P. Rachel. Physics of Possible and Probable Realities. The Uncertainty Principle 195. Exploring Near Past, Present, Future, and Parallel Realities 196. Conclusion 204. Chapter 9. The Primary Psychology of Correcting Timelines 205. 1. Healing the client's early childhood and past lives 213. 2. Striking a balance between trusting your higher self to get the job done and taking action 208. 3. Self-correction of the timeline. Healing your early childhood and past lives 210. 4. Third-party healing 212. 5. Healing your family and friends in this life 213. 6. Additional information regarding third-party healing 217. 7. Healing groups of people at the present time, collective healing of third parties inhabitants of planet Earth, 219. 8. Groups of human healers in the past, healing historical collective traumas on planet Earth, 245. 9. Correction of possible and probable future timelines 252. 10. Correction of possible or probable future timelines. Establishing a link to a future third-party timeline 255. 11. Correcting possible and probable future Earth timelines 256. Zali Yukini 258. Chapter 10. Additional information about correcting the timeline 261. Self-correction of a time line, applying this technique to yourself without the involvement of a therapist, 261. Healing genetics and lineage 262. Removing or changing hereditary and genetic imprints in oneself, with the help of a timeline corrector, 262. Eliminating or modifying one's own genetics 263. Real-time treatment of people from their genetics/ancestry 264. Helping another person change their genetics 265. Healing third-party genetics 265. Correction of implants and fingerprints, military, aliens, etheric and astral worlds, legacy, 266. Physical implants 266. Astral implants 267. Ethereal prints 268. Application options for reverse timeline correction 269. Mental projection through time and space 269. Gaining knowledge from this life, extracting exam answers, remembering the smallest details, etc. 271. Borrowing wisdom from other lives 272. Getting information from your future self 273. Borrowing wisdom from teachers in the past, present, or future 273. How to work with difficult clients 274. Ask the client to embrace, love, and accept the self in its current state 275. Help the client change their self-image 276. Sep Rachel. Additional information on the use of breathing techniques 276. Correction of the timeline by other healing techniques 277. Combined with the application of healing hands 277. Grounding, healing the aura, and balancing the chakras 277. Combined with the work of forgiveness and getting rid of karma, 278. Additional information on engaging spiritual mentors 278. Combined with timeline correction meditation and other meditation techniques 279. Dispelling entities before, at, and after a timeline correction 279. Chapter 11. Activating alternative timelines 280. How do we activate our possible and probable timelines? 292. 10-point summary on how to increase your productivity, vibrate and gain power in activating direct time 294. Group collaboration and group activation in real time 295. Your vibration level determines your activation strength 297. The frequency barrier and its effect on the activation of the timeline 299. Chapter 12. Time management 305. Efficient use of linear time 305. Find out your purpose and mission in life 306. A technique for determining your life's purpose 307. Create priorities. Realize what is most and least important to you 309. What can you say about flexibility? 310. Get rid of your bad habits and tendencies 313. Be aware of the nature of distractions 316. Overcome your resistance to change 319. Manage your fears of success and failure 322. Respect your commitments and persevere 324. The driving force of creation 325. Additional obstacles to effective time management 326. Obsession with small details 326. Procrastination and impatience 327. Failure to set boundaries 330. More information on how to deal with distractions 331. Additional information about the nature of the discipline 332. Chapter 13. Going out of time. The nature of timelessness ** 335. And once again about the multidimensional nature of the universe 335. Time in the subtle realms 341. Time in the higher realms 341. Non-dual dimensions 342. Stages of enlightenment 344. Conclusion 357. Appendix 359. From the author. Sometimes it happens that something that we take for granted in this world turns out to be one of the most mysterious and difficult to understand. Time is one of those things. It seems to rule our lives whether we are rich or poor, educated or illiterate. Most often, people spend 80 or 90 years on Earth, after which their known life ends. Thanks to advances in science and metaphysics, we can assume that life is more than the time interval from birth to death. We may have hundreds of opportunities to repeat the lessons we came here to learn. But even if reincarnation really exists, the question inevitably arises, what is the purpose of our life? At all times, this question was perhaps the most frequently asked and at the same time the most difficult. It is impossible to give either an incorrect or a definitive answer. Our life has the meaning that our consciousness gives it. If you feel that your life is meaningless, then you are probably leading a meaningless existence. This is the law of creative thought, which is the basis of metaphysical truth. A life that has no meaning will do no good. It's best if you come up with an arbitrary goal for your life, and then try to live up to it. Through this, you will learn a lot, including how to concentrate and direct your energy. World history describes a lot of people with their own worldview, sometimes very unusual and eccentric, who constantly created amazing things. All of them unconsciously learned to use time as their assistant to achieve their personal goals. Time can be both a friend and an enemy to you, depending on how you look at it. Time can release and capture you, envelop you in darkness and give you enlightenment, even though enlightenment itself is beyond time. This book is likely to challenge some of your ideas about time, as well as answer many of your questions that you have been asking for a long time. I ask you not to blindly believe everything that is said in these pages. Try this material firsthand. Explore and explore it. Be a real scientist and say, I don't know the whole truth about time yet, but I will find out. Don't let current theories and dogmas stop you from discovering the secrets of the universe. On Earth, only a few souls have awakened to the truth of our one being. We stumble along, believing what the media and society tell us, and we have the same problems over and over again. We have no doubt not yet found the true cause of our seemingly endless torment. According to the assumptions of some wise teachers, all the crises of our time are in our minds. Progressive physicists claim that everything in the world is consciousness, that there is nothing beyond our borders at all, and that everything that we think we know well is illusory. Many spiritual texts say that time is an illusion, and this is true or false, depending on how you look at it. Whether time is real or not, this book aims to broaden your horizons and provide you with a range of practical tools to interact with the curious phenomenon we call time. I suggest that you read this book thoughtfully, and then do it again after a while. C. Rachel. Introduction. What is time? This book aims to highlight one of the most difficult concepts to understand in our world today. Despite the fact that we all seem to be under the influence of time, and our world is inextricably linked to so-called linear time, we have very few theories that would explain the whole host of mysteries surrounding time. For example, is time travel possible? Can the past be changed? Is there a realm beyond time? How does time change in other worlds? Are there dimensions of time, like space? Why do we notice that time accelerates as we age? For people who are metaphysical, we asked additional questions. Does thought create time? What is memory? What is timelessness? How do enlightened people perceive time? And here are questions for theoretical scientists. If it is almost impossible to increase the speed of light, due to the fact that the mass will approach infinity, then how to explain the presence of light in our universe? Has there always been light? How did light appear at all, if it did not appear in a static state of zero velocity? What force or state of energy caused the Big Bang? What happened before him? This book is the result of a collaborative effort between the author and his various higher-dimensional spiritual mentors. We strongly recommend that you keep an open mind and simply study this topic with other people who share relevant information. We investigate the nature of time, relying on generally accepted discoveries no more than is necessary for us. We challenge many of the basic assumptions of modern science, including the belief that nothing can move faster than the speed of light. We study the role of consciousness in the context of our perception of time. In this book, we will delve deeper into this topic. If you are already familiar with the author's previous books, then you already have an idea of how he understands time and space. Although it is not our intention to repeat what has been written before, in the first pages of this book we will offer you a short summary of previous publications. Although we will start with basic truths, our material will gradually become more complex, but we hope to explain advanced concepts to you in a way that you can easily understand them, even if you don't understand physics very well or don't understand it at all. There will be almost no mathematics in our story, except for a few basic definitions, in which you can't do without mathematics. For example, linear time, described in the first chapter as horizontal, it can be described as distance divided by speed. If you drove 100 kilometers at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, then 100/100 equals 1 hour of time spent. 1. Here are some of the ideas we'll explore in this book. We are constantly creating new realities with every passing moment. The straight lines of time continuously branch out into a wave-like formation. This is how the uncertainty principle of quantum physics applies to consciousness and time. God is defined as all that is, plus the source of all that is. God sees life in two different ways, like each of us individually and like all of us at the same time. All creation happens simultaneously, so an infinite number of possible realities were created instantly, or are being created instantly, and we can decide for ourselves which ones to perceive sequentially over an infinite period of time. There is a concept that everything has already happened and we simply decide to relieve it. We can reperceive previously explored timelines as many times as we want, or we can go to new timelines that have already been created and learn them. At a very high level of consciousness, we could create things that never existed before in linear time. Let's reformulate the above idea somewhat. An infinite number of parallel realities/timelines, already created and free, only indicates that we are free to choose the one, or those, that we want to perceive. On many levels, in other words, dimensions, we get the impression that we are creating something new, when, in fact, we are simply exploring a reality that has already been created. In fact, there may be an area somewhere where completely new timelines are being born, but this level of consciousness far exceeds that of most people on Earth. The rest of this book will provide answers to these riddles, paradoxes, and conundrums, thanks to the collaboration of the author, his spiritual guides, and each of you who read it. And it doesn't really matter how much time has passed between when the author wrote this text and when you are reading it, because your very presence as a reader contributes to the creation of models of reality described in this material. The author of this book works with a group of higher dimensional beings known as the Founders. These spiritual guides will sometimes add messages throughout the book. We ask that you remain unbiased about everything you read, regardless of where the text came from. Be prepared to question all claims made by the author of this book or the Founders. Conduct independent research work. Immerse yourself in your research with an open and, therefore, inquisitive mind, which will allow you to learn the truth, while maintaining a clean, calm, rational mind, without playing devil's advocate or washing the dice with your theorizing. The subject of time is surprisingly complex and difficult to understand because our thinking mind is a product of linear, three-dimensional time and space, while many of the concepts contained in this book are not intelligible. You must use your deeper, more intuitive abilities to gain insight into the nature of higher dimensions, vertical time, parallel lines of time, and so on. To prevent this material from becoming too speculative, we have included examples of practical applications of the ideas outlined here, including an essay on correcting timelines, a new extremely effective therapy that can significantly surpass traditional psychotherapy. Keep reading and this technique will open up to you. I invite you to follow this path as a fellow traveler, not just as a follower. Together, we explore the fabric of time and space, and we find useful information that will really help us understand our role in the history of creation. This book will take some time to learn. You may need to reread it more than once to understand everything about it. Speaking of paradoxes, here's one: it doesn't take time to be who you are, but it seems to take a long time to figure out who you are. In the first chapter, we'll give you the basics of physics and psychology that anyone can understand. Almost all of you learned these concepts in elementary or high school, but maybe not in the same way that we use here. Gradually, we will refer in this book to more and more bold concepts that have been described in previous books. If you haven't already read the earlier writings, it doesn't matter, but it would not be out of place for you to understand the concept of multiple dimensions and aspects of the self that those books described. To get information about the previous publications of the author of this book, go to his website, bkr//y/y/.za1gasIE1e. SOGP. Thank you for deciding to solve the mystery of time and agreeing to take this journey with me. Chapter 1. Linear and Nonlinear Time. To help you understand the complex topic of time, we offer you the following definitions. Linear, horizontal, time. It is a measure of relative motion between two or more objects or states of reality. This time is determined by the clock and calendar and is useful for everyday speeds and situations. Nonlinear, vertical, time. It is a state of eternal now that exists in all dimensions of reality. In all honesty, this time is unique, and linear time is contained in the larger universe of the eternal now. Bose-Einstein condensate. This is a static state of the universe that occurs at a temperature of absolute zero. There is practically no linear time in the Bose-Einstein condensate, since then there is no motion. Compression of natural harmonic time. This is the tendency of psychological time to move faster at higher levels of consciousness or in higher dimensions. It should not be confused with the illusion of faster time, which occurs in the declining years. This phenomenon will be described in more detail below. Extension of natural harmonic time. Here we are talking about the ability to expand psychological time, slowing it down, for example, during dreams, as well as the natural expansion of time in lower dimensions. You can also manage time to achieve more within a given linear time period. The dominant timeline. This is the way things really manifest in the material world. It consists of both personal and collective levels of reality. You can have several dominant timelines, because there are so many dimensions of space-time. Possible timeline. A thought that has occurred to you can manifest itself in the future of linear, horizontal, time. In nonlinear time, all possible timelines already have a certain degree of reality, existence. Probable timeline. The thought that has occurred to you may well manifest in the material world, on the dominant timeline, at some point in linear time. Past and future timelines. These are possible and probable timelines that exist in the part of the fabric of space-time that is not related to the current linear time. Time levels. These are sequences or coordinates corresponding to different levels and dimensions of time. Space levels. These are all possible vibrational levels, densities, dimensions, or planes of existence. Parallel realities. They are also known as parallel timelines. Here we are talking about all possible and probable realities that coexist with the dominant timeline in this eternal moment of now. We can also talk about parallel dominant lines of time that exist on different planes and subplanes simultaneously with the dominant line of time that is currently perceived by the collective consciousness of people. The eternal now moment. It is a state of nonlinear, or vertical, time that exists throughout horizontal time and space, as well as beyond horizontal time and space. Activation is the process of saturating the space-time continuum with consciousness through intention, visualization, or life force energy management using will, desires, feelings, etc. The uncertainty principle. It is also known as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. This is a law of quantum mechanics, by virtue of which reality can exist in a state of potentials, as a set of oscillating waves, or in the form of a discrete material state, as a particle. In the laboratory, an electron in the unobserved state looks like a wave, and in the observed state it looks like a particle. Superposition. This is a conclusion from the uncertainty principle, according to which reality can be in two states simultaneously. Think of Schrödinger's cat, a hypothetical case where the cat is both alive and dead. Non-locality, the principle of non-local quantum mechanics. This principle is directly related to the idea of quantum entanglement, that is, a state of matter and energy in which everything is closely connected with everything else in the universe. It also refers to the realm of existence that is present everywhere in the space-time continuum. According to it, the space-time continuum is contained in a larger and multidimensional reality. A. Linear, horizontal, time. Physical linear time. In this subsection, we will study the nature of physical linear time, defined as a measure of relative motion. Then we will continue to study the relationship between time and space, as well as the changing nature of physical time. Unless you live under a rock, you probably have a very acute sense of time. Not only do you understand what your watch shows, but you may also be very dependent on some calendar, business meeting diary, phone, or other device that tracks time. But what is time really like? Horizontal or linear time is a measure of relative motion between two or more objects or states of reality. This form of time has two components: 1. Physical time and 2. Psychological time. Physical measure of time. The most easily understood concept of time involves a measure of relative motion between two or more objects or states of reality. Our modern clocks and calendars are based on three simple measures, namely the rotation of the Earth on its axis, the positions of the Moon, and the rotation of the Earth around the Sunday. Without going into details about how these measures came about, we can only say that one revolution of the Earth around its axis, one day, was divided into smaller components, hours, minutes, seconds, etc., the position of the Moon, into weeks and months, and one revolution of the Earth around the Sun, 1 year, 4 decades, centuries, millennia, etc. Of course, there are other systems, such as the Mayan and Toltec calendars, but we will not go into them at this time, because the purpose of this book is not to analyze the constituent measures of time. Physical time is variable, as Einstein showed in his special theory of relativity. At ordinary speeds and distances, time seems to be more or less constant, but when traveling at the speed of light or approximately at this speed, time takes on a completely different meaning. To put it simply, as you approach the speed of light, time seems to slow down. We invite you to explore relativity for a more detailed and scientific explanation of the variability of physical time. Physical time exists only when there is movement, displacement. The universe consists of both time and timelessness, depending on whether there is something moving in relation to something else. There are two main components to the space-time continuum: 1. A dynamic state in which aspects of the universe move continuously, and 2. A static state, also known as the Bose-Einstein condensate. There are laws of motion and thermodynamics related to the dynamic state. The energy in this state consists of two types: potential and kinetic. In a static state, energy exists in perfect equilibrium, balance. Later in this book, we'll talk more about these two states of energy when we discuss the law of conservation of energy. Psychological linear time. In this section, we'll look at the nature of psychological linear time, or how we perceive horizontal time, including the idea that your attention span and overall vibration level determine how fast time passes. We will also explore the ideas of compressing and expanding natural harmonic time and what happens when the mind is enlightened. Psychological time includes our sense of time. We have a certain idea of time. For example, almost everyone can imagine how long 5 minutes are. If I tell you that I will call you in 5 minutes, you can understand how long you will have to wait for my call. You have an idea of the past and future based on the experience you can recall, past, or anticipate, the future. Psychological time is just as variable as physical time. When you are bored, time creeps for you, and when you are passionate about something, absorbed, time flies for you. A number of interesting ideas are associated with psychological time. For example, as you age, time usually accelerates in your perception. This is partly due to the phenomenon of selective memorization. For example, if you are 10 years old, you can remember 7 or 8 of your birthdays. If they are all different, your mind will think about each of them separately, and it may seem like a long time has passed from your first birthday to the present. However, if you are 60 years old, you can only remember a few of the most interesting birthdays. If your birthday celebrations are about 10 years apart, you might think that not much time has passed between these important dates. So, 60 of your birthdays may seem like 6 to you. Events that are routine or involve a lot of repetition tend to be forgotten, so you get the impression that time is speeding up its course. There is another reason why time seems to pass faster as you get older. It is related to what is called the compression of natural harmonic time. By raising your overall vibration, a natural result of evolution, you perceive in your predominant state of consciousness what corresponds to the higher state you have reached. In higher states, time tends to move faster. For example, what is perceived as 1 week in the 6th dimension may be equivalent to 1 year in the 4th dimension. When the Bible says that God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, it means that this is how God perceived the duration of that period of time. In the 12th dimension, a creature could view 1,000,000 Earth years in an instant. Figure 1.1 gives you a visual representation of the contraction and expansion of natural harmonic time in 7 dimensions. The time equivalents in this figure are arbitrary. It may turn out that 1 month in the 5th dimension is not fully equal to 1 year in the 4th dimension, etc. The higher dimension is time compression of harmonic time. Lower dimensions time expansion. Figure 1.1. Higher dimensions. Time compression. A related concept includes the idea of a natural extension of harmonic time. An example of this is what happens every night during sleep. You may think that several weeks have passed during one of your dreams, but when you wake up, you realize that only an hour or an hour and a half has passed. Once they reach a certain level of vibration, souls acquire the ability to consciously extend or shorten time. That is why archangels can help several thousand people at the same time. We can say that they extend the time to heal each of us, and then, when their work is done, they compress the time. Thus, they can perform thousands of healings, paying attention to each of their charges, but when they return to their own world after thousands of hours of healing souls, only a few seconds pass in their own time frame. When we talk about beings from higher dimensions, we will sometimes allow the spiritual guides of the author of this book, the founders, to express their point of view, because they live above the earth plane. Next, we present the founders' message. Channeling number 1 from the founders. Linear time. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. We are very pleased to share with you information about the many concepts of time. You may not believe us, but higher beings, no matter what their level of vibration, find it very difficult to educate people on this topic. This is not due to our lack of knowledge, no, the whole point is that the language of people is extremely limited, and people for the most part have not yet fully developed their telepathic abilities. Your physical, or linear, time can be viewed as part of a space-time continuum, or grid. Think of time as the x-axis coordinate field of a mathematical model, and space as the x-axis coordinate field. Why inside this model? Using this standard graph with the xy axis, you can find certain points in time and space in the entire continuum, see figure 1.2. The v-axis. Higher. Square. 3. Time. Square. 2. The lowest. Figure 1.2. As you can see, there are 4 quadrants here, which should be understood as previous higher dimensions, previous lower dimensions, future higher dimensions, and future lower dimensions. The center point of the graph xy, 0,0, represents the present moment and place in your so-called normal 3-dimensional space. You have what is called a dominant timeline that runs from the past to the future and from lower to higher dimensions. The following line graph looks like a sequence of ascending steps. In an ideal situation, see Figure 1.3. Bot Recap. Increasing the level of consciousness of a person after he grows up is called soul evolution. Although the soul's level of consciousness may occasionally drop temporarily, over a long period of time, there is generally a tendency to increase the level of its consciousness and wisdom. In other words, as linear time passes, this line graph shifts from past lower dimensions, quadrant 2, to future higher dimensions, quadrant 3. This line graph shows the composite state of consciousness of the soul in the space-time continuum. The soul can project consciousness into any part of the continuum at any time. Some part of the soul travels to the past, remembering events that occurred in the past. When you imagine the future, some of the soul's energy is transferred to the future quadrants of the diagram. In fact, the space-time continuum is much more complex than the one shown in the figures above. Imagine, for example, that this diagram is three-dimensional. Figure 1.4 shows layered spatio-temporal realities. The x-axis represents linear time, the y-axis represents linear space, and the two-axis represents possible and probable reality. You can go anywhere in physical time and space and see what's going on there. Please note that we used the present tense, what is happening now. The fact is that from a higher point of view it is always now. You can move to any point in physical time and space, or anywhere within the lower or higher dimensions of time and space, and see what is happening there. V-axis. Figure 1.4. In the three-dimensional model of the space-time continuum, Figure 1.4, Axis 2 appears, which represents the so-called possible and probable realities. These could also be called parallel realities. The prevailing timeline is that which manifests itself in the so-called normal time and space. However, along with the dominant timeline, there are also an infinite number of possible realities, but they have too little energy to manifest them in a physical sense. If the soul directs a sufficiently high energy intention into a possible reality, it becomes a probable reality. This is called timeline activation. In fact, it is possible to jump to a new dominant timeline, relying on a strong intention to redo something so that it works differently. In fact, it is a mechanism of free will. Later in this book, you will find a whole section on how to run straight lines of time or bring parallel realities into linear time, see Figure 1.5, below. Past-future. Figure 1.5. To complicate matters, imagine that your individual space-time continuum merges with the space-time continuum of each soul in creation. When these continuums intersect, you have shared realities, or collective timelines. For example, every person on Earth experiences the collective reality of having a body that lives on Earth, although the experience of many souls in this general area may differ significantly from your own. Let's describe it in another way. Your dominant timeline consists of what you create individually, mainly on the third and fourth levels of consciousness, the realms of the higher mind, subconscious, ego, imagination, feeling, desire, will, intention, etc., combined with the individual creations of other life forms that fill this part of space-time with you. The time continuum. Although all souls inevitably affect each other in creation, it is certain that only a small fraction of the souls in the universe significantly affect your space-time continuum, and vice versa. This includes family, friends, and important personal relationships, as well as, to a lesser extent, every soul you meet along the way, from the cashier to the traffic cop. Your personal dominant timeline interacts/intersects with the timelines of your family and friends. Where your timelines partially merge, you see collective realities shared by several souls. If you are watching a sunset together with your loved ones, then this sunset exists in both of your prevailing realities. If you share the ideas of your loved one that have not yet been manifested on the earth plane, then these realities exist on the collective possible timeline. Now your individual possible timeline intersects the possible one live stream of your loved one's time. In other words, you have a parallel reality that intersects the parallel reality of your loved one. If enough energy is provided to your overall possible timeline, it is more likely that your shared parallel reality will transition into your overall dominant timeline. An obvious example of how this idea can be applied is provided by two partners in a joint venture. At first, the business exists in the minds of these partners and therefore on their shared possible timeline. When a lot of energy and effort is spent on manifesting this shared reality, it becomes a common probable timeline. It will remain a likely reality as long as the partners' activities do not lead to any noticeable results, for example, to the registration of a company, the purchase or production of products, sales, etc. At this point, the business becomes part of the dominant timeline, manifested reality. In the next channeling sessions, we will continue to talk about personal and collective timelines. In the meantime, we are simply strengthening your awareness and preparing you for further study of this topic. The founders were with you. See you soon. V. Nonlinear, vertical, time. In this section, we will explore the idea of nonlinear or vertical time, including the paradoxical nature of the eternal now, which contains all time and also transcends time. Here are some related topics. A. The idea of parallel realities. B. The theory of time by British physicist Julian Barbour. C. Time as a holographic projection. And D. The principle of non-locality applied to time, the idea that we are everywhere at once at every moment. Our story will now focus on the concept of vertical/nonlinear time. Here is a brief description of the vertical time characteristics. 1. Vertical time is always now. 2. All time and space are contained in the eternal moment of this hour. 3. The past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. 4. The eternal moment now is the only time that exists. This can be proved. 5. All possible and probable realities are contained in vertical time. 6. All parallel and higher dimensions and universes are contained in nonlinear time. 7. No part of space can exist outside of the eternal now. 8. In the eternal moment of now, one can enter into timelessness, a realm beyond time and space. Now let's look at each of the above characteristics of vertical time. Vertical time is always now. If you think about the past and the future, when exactly do you do it? Now. At what point does everything in the universe exist? Now. Everything happens simultaneously in this eternal now. Your past and future lives are being realized now, at this very moment. And it only seems to you that they are being realized in some other part of the space-time continuum, which we usually call the past or the future. Remember that linear time is a measure of relative motion. The only reality that the past or future has is that you can describe linear events by comparing the current position of celestial bodies with their position at the time when this linear event occurred. In other words, some celebration took place when the Earth was in a certain position relative to the Sun, and another event will occur when the Earth reaches another designated place in its orbit around the Sun. If there is no relative motion, then there is no linear time. However, this eternal now still exists. In this case, the eternal now contains a static state with no movement. All time and space are contained in the eternal now. Having developed to a certain degree, a person is able to see the sequence of linear time immediately from a nonlinear point of view, see figure 1.6. This is how psychics can see past lives and possible futures. They simply view the space-time continuum from a place beyond it. Therefore, they can see the past, the present, and the many possible and probable futures created by souls on Earth, and elsewhere. Imagine that you are walking along a forest path. You are deep in the thicket. You can only see a small area of forest in front of you and behind you. This situation can be compared to the perception of time in an ordinary soul during everyday life on Earth. Now, suppose you find a large tree and climb to the top of it. Because you're so high up, you get a chance to see where you've already been and where you're going. You follow the trail. In addition, you can see the rest of the trails in this forest. Imagine that your tree is the tallest in the forest and that you can see the entire area. It's like looking at the entire map of space-time. From this location, you can access everything about time and space. If you develop this idea, you will have the opportunity to view all your past lives and the full range of possible and probable future options. Using the tree analogy, imagine that you are making a decision about which path you will take after you go down, depending on your own considerations that put you in the forest in the first place. Which path will lead to the greatest discoveries? What is the most beautiful and satisfying experience? From here, from the height, you can see all this. The next related idea is that you see your small self, ego, walking along the path, while your higher self, looking from a higher dimension, is watching from the top of a tree. You can watch the drama unfold below, but you can also distance yourself from it and remain calm, just watching all the fights from above and not being identified with this fuss. This can be called non-attachment or getting rid of duality. The past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. Let's pay more attention to this idea. It is closely related to the idea that time and space are contained in the eternal moment now, but here we are considering rather its technical aspect. If time and space form a map, the 15 axes, then all levels and dimensions of time and space exist right now. The vertical axis of the space-time diagram, individual vibration levels, planes, subplanes, and dimensions, permeates all horizontal planes. No matter where you go in the infinite map of space-time, you are always in the eternal now moment. If you look at figure 1.7, you will see the Big Bang that we have depicted, an event that is believed to have taken place in linear time approximately 14.2 billion years ago. This does not mean that the universe is only 14.2 billion years old, it is only a sudden expansion from a single point that occurred at that time. Something must have existed before the Big Bang, something with an incredibly high potential energy charge, large enough to cause a massive explosion, the rapid transformation of potential energy into kinetic energy. The eternal moment now is the only time that exists. This can be proved. According to the law of conservation of energy, the potential energy of the state preceding the Big Bang should be equal to the sum of the potential and kinetic energy of the state after it. We will postpone the study of the catalyst that caused the Big Bang for a while, however, when we take a closer look at the concept of a timeless state beyond the space-time continuum, we will assume that consciousness itself is the main factor. Even though it may seem like there is such a thing as the past or the future, when exactly do you look at what you call the past or the future every time? Now. This moment is always now. Every moment of your existence represents the now. Remember the pub signs that say free beer tomorrow? How much free beer do you think there is? After seeing such an ad, a thirsty young man comes home and hardly sleeps a wink at night. All he can think about is the free beer he'll have the next day. The morning comes and he's looking forward to opening the bar. Then he rushes through the open door and demands a free beer. At this point, the bartender looks over the top of the newspaper and points to the sign that says free beer tomorrow. The author of this book expresses his willingness to give out a prize at any time to anyone who can show him yesterday or tomorrow. These are just ideas, experiences of the human mind. Although it may be useful from a scientific point of view to remember what happened when the positions of the Sun and the Earth differed in linear time, nevertheless all such remembering is happening now. And whenever there is a yesterday or whenever there is a tomorrow, at what time does all this happen? There is absolutely nothing to indicate that there has ever been or ever will be a moment that is not the now. In other words, the only reality available to you is unfolding right now. You could imagine what is usually called yesterday or tomorrow by diving into certain parts of the space-time map, but if you can jump on the timeline in this way at a certain point in relative space-time, called yesterday or tomorrow, then such a jump is all this will happen now. So yesterday, today, and tomorrow are all happening now. The idea that now is the only time is based on a whole science. Arguments in its favor are provided by the principle of non-local quantum physics, which we will return to in the next chapter. Physicist Julian Barbour proposed the theory that something we call external life is just a very complex version of the film that passes through a projector. In other words, life is a series of frames, present moments, that follow each other at a very high speed, perhaps a billion frames per second, creating the illusion of movement. All movement is controlled by consciousness. According to Barbour, in reality, only the state of consciousness of a person moves. You view life from your own somewhat specific point of view every nanosecond, approximately, so you get the impression that life is bubbling around you. This is similar to the idea that when you are flying in a jet plane, the plane is actually stationary and it is the ground that is moving past you. At first, this idea seemed ridiculous, but the fact is that linear time, defined as a measure of relative motion, requires only that you arbitrarily choose something as the main object to which you will relate everything else. The conclusion of Barbour's work is that time, as we know it, is an illusion and that in fact only the movement of consciousness is real. All possible and probable realities are contained in vertical time. This can be considered a development of the previous ideas that all space-time and all the past, present, and future are contained in the eternal now. In fact, this corollary defines the idea of parallel realities. In reality, all experiences and events take place now, and not at a fixed point in time, past or future, which is the source of the experience or event. This applies not only to what happens in linear time or on the so-called dominant timeline, but to all potential events and experiences that exist on the possible and probable timelines of the infinite fabric of space-time. So if you want to access a potential event or experience in the future or something that happened in the possible or probable past, then you have the option to do so. For example, there is a possible, parallel, reality in which both world wars never happened. The very fact that you can think of this possible reality suggests that it exists somewhere in the universe. Thus, this parallel reality exists right now, and it can be accessed by moving your consciousness, and only it can actually move. Over time, you get the opportunity to transfer your consciousness to the future and decide to consider a parallel reality in which there is no Third World War. So, if you breathe life into this parallel world, paying a lot of attention to it, actively saturating it with your consciousness, it strengthens the alternative timeline and increases the degree of probability of its transformation into the dominant timeline. In a later chapter, we will continue to explore this idea. All parallel and higher dimensions and universes are contained in nonlinear time. This, of course, is also a development of the previous idea. Earlier books by this author show a model system of densities and dimensions. In Figure 1.8, you can see abbreviated names for the 12+1 model system of the universe. In previous books, especially in the second edition of Life on the Front Line, SGEOP1JECIASHI, 1E, several models of reality are given, including aspects of self, density, and dimension. It is established that they are not separated from each other, but are part of the map of consciousness itself. In Figure 1.8, the levels are defined as follows: 13 God, 12 Universal Self of God, 11 Personal Self of God, 10 Christ/Buddha Self, 9 Monad, 8 Supersoul, 7 Soul, 6 Causal Body, 5 Etheric Body, 4 Astral Body, 3 Mental Body, 2 Emotional Body, and 1 Physical Body. To conclude our discussion of nonlinear time and how it encompasses all things, we mention the idea of other universes. The general cosmological interpretation of creation is that it may consist of thousands or even millions of parallel universes, all of which exist in this eternal now, but with their own set of rules, principles, laws, and characteristics. This gives rise to the idea of a central universe consisting of the deity himself, who rules all these different individual universes. This concept of multidimensionality will be discussed periodically throughout this book, but in the meantime, let's return to our detailed description of the qualities of vertical time. No part of space can exist outside of the eternal moment of now. This is like saying that it is impossible to separate from God. This is our liberation from all pain and suffering. We offer a model of reality that can be depicted as a deity encompassing all things, with all the levels and dimensions that only exist in the deity. The deity can be considered a pre-Big Bang source, a field of infinite intelligent energy that gave rise to the universe, and other universes. In fact, the phrase eternal now suggests that creation has no beginning and no end. This is the meaning of the word eternal. In other words, this now has always existed and will continue to exist forever. The idea of the beginning or end of creation implies linear time, but linear time seems to have only existed since the Big Bang, since there was no relative motion prior to that event. And without movement, there can be no beginning or end. The uncertainty principle applied over time. We are constantly creating new realities in each successive moment. The lines of time are constantly branching out in a wave-like formation. This is the uncertainty principle of quantum physics applied to consciousness and time. The uncertainty principle of quantum physics, at its core, states that if something is not observed, then it usually exhibits wave-like characteristics, and if something is observed, then the waveform is broken up into particles or discrete units that can be measured. This principle applies to both time and space. As mentioned above, we are creators, and our thoughts, feelings, and actions constantly affect the space-time continuum, whether we are aware of it or not. Until we focus on the desired outcome, our thoughts radiate out in a wave-like fashion into the material universe, or at least that's the impression they make. What we call the local world is not what we think it is. Modern science has shown that the idea of a solid reality that arises in our head is very far from what it really is. The mechanism of the uncertainty principle could be more accurately described as the branching of electrical impulses in all directions from the source, consciousness, as a result of which a picture of the world is formed in the brain or around the body in the aura. When these pulses are deliberately directed in a special way, the wave-like radiation turns into a stream of particles strictly directed into the space-time continuum. You will notice that in this book we describe this principle in different ways, each time using a different definition from the previous ones. The fact is that these ideas are difficult to grasp even for experienced physicists. So, how does the uncertainty principle relate to time? It's simple: as consciousness moves, it radiates a wave-like flow of energy into the fabric of time-space, creating possible and probable timelines. Those that receive the most attention and intent become the strongest and brightest of the alternative timelines. When directed, particle-like energy is collected and built up to a certain activation threshold, critical mass. The waveform of possible and probable realities collapses into the dominant timeline. It is difficult for the human mind to understand that possible and probable realities continue to exist in a parallel or alternative reality. They simply do not have enough energy to change the prevailing timeline after the flow of energy and will in them has been reduced. When metaphysical people are confronted with unwanted thoughts, they say, get out, or something like that, so they take psychic energy out of the creation process, essentially pushing the energy back into the realm of possibility before such energy can significantly affect the prevailing timeline. Of course, this is complicated by the fact that the subconscious mind is constantly influencing the dominant timeline. If you struggle with some unwanted thoughts, resist them, then in fact, in this way you only strengthen them and increase the likelihood that these thoughts will be embedded in the prevailing timeline. Therefore, methods are being developed. One of them, for example, is called the meeting room technique, designed to align the 6 lower bodies, physical, emotional, mental, astral, etheric, and causal, into a cohesive, focused flow of energy designed to manifest the desired outcome. We have devoted an entire chapter to the concept of activating timelines. In this book, we will also talk about the 6 lower levels of reality. A detailed description of the 6 lower bodies is given in the author's previous books, including the book Integration of the Soul, 8 oi 11 p1 iha 1 up. Thus, it becomes clear that the metaphysical process of collecting and directing thoughts is similar to the phenomenon of a wave particle from the uncertainty principle. The metaphysical concept of thoughts that affect our perception of reality, and to some extent actually create reality, is clearly consistent with the uncertainty principle. This is confirmed by the fact that in laboratory experiments, the observer influences the observed. In the future, scientists will most likely determine a quantitative measure of the degree of influence exerted by thoughts, the movement of consciousness in the form of units of consciousness, on the so-called external reality. At a much higher level of consciousness, it is clear that there is no difference between the observer and the observed, both reside in the mind of God, the field of consciousness. In other words, internal and external realities are in no way different. This corresponds to the idea that inner reality is just a product of the mind. After all, where is our inner self? Can you find it by dissecting the brain? Maybe it is in the stomach or intestines. Or somewhere in the aura. Here we recall the situation with the concepts of yesterday and tomorrow, which are impossible to find. And, for that matter, where is the external reality? There is nothing to indicate that something that appears out there is actually there. We only have signals transmitted to and from the brain, interpreted by the mind. If reality is a holographic projection of a single point, as science proves, then both internal and external realities do not really exist. See the nature of God. God is defined as all that is, plus the source of all that is. God sees life in two different ways, like each of us individually and like all of us at the same time. This is probably the right time to bring up the most controversial topic in the world, the nature of God. For scientists, this is a no-go zone, although quantum physics has generally proven the existence of a higher source that encompasses all things. God is both immobile and moving, eternal and evolving, timeless and timeless. God is all that is, and yet He is beyond all that is. God is both linear and non-linear. The state of God consciousness is profound and indescribable. Nevertheless, we will try to awaken the reader's consciousness and attempt the impossible here. Perhaps it is easier to imagine the simultaneous nature of God. That is, everything in the universe exists right now, although it seems to us that some aspects of creation are in the past or future. More difficult to understand is the idea that every facet of creation, including every individual life form, is perceived in its entirety from the perspective of the experiencer in a linear way. Think about what this actually means. You, the reader, perceive the universe through your own vision. Have you ever wondered why you can only perceive the universe from an individual point of view? The logical answer would be that you are one of billions of beings, and that each being knows the universe through its own visual perception, or some other perceptual mechanism used by a particular life form to understand the world. But what if God experiences all of creation consistently? Right now, God is looking at the universe from your unique perspective. Then he, or she, can choose your best friend, and then maybe the author, etc. Every time God changes his point of view, he becomes a new you who sees everyone else as others. One gets the impression that this creation fluctuates between consecutive and simultaneous, linear and non-linear, perspectives. And it is also shrouded in a great mystery. Time is a medium that allows for such a dual perception. Any being that moves, or perceives the static field of creation as a moving consciousness, will be time-dependent to some extent, because movement determines time. When movement stops, linear time ceases and only the simultaneous awareness of billions of souls remains. Let's turn to another concept that is not easy to understand, but we will try to do it anyway. As needed. Your soul gains the ability to see the world through other people's eyes through a process known as channeling. At some point in the evolutionary cycle, perhaps when the soul activates the 12th level of its being, such a soul is able to project into one of the souls or into all souls, sequentially or simultaneously, and perceive life through the eyes of each individual or collective aspect of consciousness. Therefore, while there is every reason to take into account the idea that God sees each of us consistently, it is equally correct to assume that as we evolve, we acquire the ability to see life through the eyes of several souls, perhaps every soul in the universe. In other words, we become both literally and figuratively God in the flesh. Note, the phenomenon known as channeling has several degrees. On a limited basis, we have telepathic transmission, in which some thoughts of a soul or group of souls are transmitted to the recipient of this message. In true channeling, the energy of the sender of the message is partially channeled into the field of consciousness of the recipient. In the connected state, there is a complete overlap of sender and receiver energies, so the difference between souls becomes obscure. These topics are inexhaustible, and some of them have already been described in our previous books. This time we will not go deeper into them. We are aware that, in the opinion of many of our readers, we are overly wise, so we will stop here and just give the floor to the founders. Channeling number 2 from the founders. Infinity and Eternity. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. Our message to you today is a great honor for us, and no less a pleasure. Two of the most difficult concepts you have to understand from your human perspective are about infinity and eternity. These ideas are similar, but not identical. Infinity suggests something huge in its size or quantity, that is, something so large and numerous that there is no way to calculate or measure this size or quantity. The number systems are endless, as you can always add another number to them that you've come up with. Infinity can be unlimited, as in the case of enlarging numbers, or it can exist within contractions. For example, you can always find a smaller fraction between two numbers. In other words, the universe is infinitely large and infinitely small. The meaning of eternity is that it has no beginning and no end. It implies something that has always existed, beyond the measure of time and space. And while the concept of infinity is usually used to indicate something that is too big or too small to measure, the concept of eternity usually refers to something that is outside of time and space. Eternity involves something unchanging that remains constant, while the universe is constantly changing. An example of infinity is a fractal generated by a recursive function. An example of an eternity is the function itself. The function is timeless, meaning it never changes, and the fractal is constantly changing, growing, expanding, contracting, and transforming. In other words, you can insert an infinite series of numbers, even the complex number system itself, in a recursive function, and the resulting picture will be saved forever, while constantly changing intricate drawings. Dear creators, in order to understand time, you must understand for yourself what is beyond it beyond. Soon this channel will introduce you to the idea of timelessness. This is not just the absence of movement of relative objects, but something much more. Timelessness is a state of consciousness, a state of pure observation without internal or external movement. Since everything is contained in the eternal now, timelessness awakens the soul to the realization of the oneness of the eternal now. Timelessness, then, is the realization of God. You can live in a constantly changing world of time and space and still rely on the consciousness of timelessness. This is the meaning of the following Zen maxim: until enlightenment, you carry water and chop wood. After enlightenment, you carry water and chop wood. To those who have not yet attained enlightenment, an enlightened person may seem crazy, unbalanced, or even antisocial, but in truth, an unenlightened person is unable to notice, to discern, the inner workings of an enlightened soul. Unenlightened souls can speak words filled with wisdom in the same way as enlightened souls, but in their case, these words will not contain the same energy or spirit. Enlightened souls are here on earth to remind humanity that there is no division. Quantum physics is designed to remind you of this. It is impossible to separate from God, but you can certainly believe that you are separate from each other, although this belief is the cause of all misery and suffering. Dear creators, it is with great pleasure that we share with you information about the mystery of time that you are studying. We take you through every step of this training, especially when you feel that ideas and concepts are beyond your comprehension. You can call us when you need our help, and we will respond without fail. We heartily bless you. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 2. Parallel Realities. A first look at parallel realities. All creation happens simultaneously, so an infinite number of possible realities were created instantly, or are being created instantly, and we can choose them sequentially over an infinitely long period of time. At first glance, this statement makes little or no sense, at least to the rational mind. How can everything exist simultaneously and yet be created at every subsequent moment? You've probably never thought of a cream cone like this before. If you were thinking about it, it certainly wasn't. The interaction between linear and nonlinear time is truly amazing. If these were two separate realities, such as discrete worlds or dimensions that do not relate to each other, then this circumstance might make it easier for you to understand this idea. But this is not the case. Linear and nonlinear time intertwine and coexist as part of the fabric of the very threads that permeate the entire map of space-time. Ordinary linear time is clearly the only one of its kind, when a person goes headlong into linear actions that are typical of routine life. Some are already talking, why do we need all these far-reaching theories and speculations? I work hard, support my family, pay my bills. It is usually only in adulthood that the soul begins to question the fabric of this artificial reality that we call the real world. The startling examples of supernatural phenomena that such a soul sometimes witnesses throughout its monotonous life, as we have already said, are immediately dismissed as delusions or, if you think about this idea a little, as some random anomaly that has leaked out of some other dimension. Perhaps it is precisely at the moment of the collapse of illusions during the midlife crisis, when the soul begins to question everyday life, that thoughts of a parallel life arise. What makes you think about it is the feeling that you are only observing life, but not really living. And sometimes you come up with this idea because you feel as if you are looking at a world with a much more dynamic, exciting, fulfilling life through a hazy soap bubble. You may have an unaccountable feeling, your other I lives in that world, and that your I, which only seems real, is doomed to vegetate in everyday work. Psychologists might immediately say that the above passage is just another proof of the mind's ability to fantasize, that such an attractive and alluring parallel life is the product of the ego's baseless dreams. But is that all? What would you say about laboratory experiments that confirm the uncertainty principle? But what about superposition, non-locality? A modern world full of technology wouldn't exist without breakthroughs in quantum mechanics. Although these principles are difficult for most people to understand, these elements of the space-time fabric are an integral part of most technological advances in the modern world. The truth is that linear and nonlinear time exist in concert, and this can be proved, although it is quite possible that in a way that is difficult enough for most people to understand in the current state of affairs. So what are parallel realities? Is there an elevated version of your everyday self? Is the self more successful, more sexual, or more depressing? We've shown you a series of charts above. We mentioned that a more accurate picture of dimensions and parallel realities would require the inclusion of the XV2 axis, where the x-axis is the domain of linear time, the y-axis is the domain of space, and the 2-axis is the domain of possible and probable realities. See Figure 1.3. We can say that there are two types of parallel realities, one of which is associated with planes and subplanes of existence, and the other with degrees of possibility and probability. No model will be 100% effective or sufficient to describe something that cannot be expressed with traditional description tools. However, the beauty and grandeur of this reasoning lies in our sense of admiration for how many mansions there are in the Father's house, dimensions in the creation of God the Father/Mother, worlds within worlds, suns within suns. The multidimensional nature of the universe is like bubbles within bubbles. It should be assumed that the concept of the limit of possibility is limited by linear time and our weak thinking. The mind is trapped in an endless repetition of banal ideas, tomorrow we will have chicken for dinner and so on. Since the physical body likes routine and slow changes, most of the time life just goes beyond such considerations. 2 types of parallel realities. As mentioned above, there are alternate dimensions of space-time, as well as regions outside of space-time. In addition, there are possible and probable realities, some of which intersect with each other. In one of the following sections, we will look at the phenomenon of déjà vu, a kind of point at which certain possible and probable realities intersect with the prevailing timeline. When a parallel reality, a possible or probable timeline, is located close to the dominant timeline, for example, when we are talking about a subplane of the astral sphere, in terms of vibration, it is located near the physical plane, there may be a feeling of an alternative I, which conducts its life quite differently from the so-called normal I. I'm shy and don't talk much, but I get the feeling that I have a second self, a cheerful one, the soul of the company. I feel this alternative I, leading a completely different way of life, although against the background of almost the same background as in this life of mine, and surrounded by the same props. Perhaps the soul that voiced this thought imagines meeting someone, an active and joyful pastime, but then the dominant timeline shows it a boring, uneventful meeting with the same person. Was it false optimism? A fantasy? Or does active communication really take place on an alternative timeline? Although it may be difficult to prove the latter at this stage of our research, we will soon learn that almost everything we can imagine actually happens in a parallel dimension or time. In some cases, this can be something out of the ordinary. For example, your delusions to strangle your mother-in-law, fortunately, are not realized on the dominant timeline. You don't want her family to get even with you, you don't want to go to jail for the rest of your life. But there is a parallel reality in which you actually strangled her. This possible reality is likely fueled by a meager flow of energy, and yet it exists. When enough energy is transferred to the parallel timeline to bring this sphere to the dominant timeline, this is called activation of the timeline, see Chapter 11. As you raise your level of consciousness, increase your awareness, you will experience more and more parallel realities, discovering new dimensions and becoming aware of possible/probable outcomes. You learn to travel through these parallel planes and understand their essence, or avoid them if they are undesirable to you. Those who do not know how to distinguish between alternate realities and the prevailing timeline are usually considered insane. The most common form of insanity involves an inability, or unwillingness, to filter out stimuli that come from a variety of alternative dimensions and probabilities. An example of this is a mentally ill person who is overly sensitive to the psychic vibrations of the people around him. Hundreds and even thousands of thoughts bombard the madman from all sides. In some cases, the madman may see alternative versions of himself or perceive different realities superimposed on the prevailing timeline. In the absence of any filtering mechanism, the psyche is overloaded and experiences a short-circuit effect, which causes damage to synapses and neurons. Along the way, you may recall a Hollywood movie called Bruce Almighty, Vegas A1PP and Number X0A, YY, in which a young man, played by actor Jim Carrey, is given the role of God for 30 days. In one scene, he hears millions of prayers simultaneously bombarding his brain. Souls who fly too high, like Icarus near the sun, often experience temporary insanity, similar to that guy in the movie. This sudden and overwhelming awakening can occur as a result of an overdose of hallucinogenic drugs, premature performance of powerful yoga techniques, mental insecurity in the presence of a strong person, etc. Fortunately, in most cases, the filtering mechanism is restored, and the soul emerges from this state of extreme psychic receptivity. The brain-mind system has built-in safety devices that prevent most people from being overwhelmed by stimuli, but sometimes these firewalls don't work, and then extraneous information gets into the realm of perception. This failure of the firewall often leads to what psychologists call hallucinations. When scientists say that hallucinations are unreal, they mean that the experience cannot be explained in terms of logical, rational, or physical perception. When psychoactive substances are taken, souls seem to experience hallucinations, but the author of this book, like many who have done research in these areas, offers a different explanation. An altered state of consciousness involves viewing reality from a different angle, with special attention paid to parallel realities that vibrate in resonance with the frequency of a psychoactive substance. In other words, ayahuasca 3 or psilocybin 4 can tune you to certain frequencies that are usually impossible to reach in a normal state of consciousness. This does not mean that what you are experiencing is unreal, it is just that this experience does not correspond to the so-called normal picture of reality, which suits most souls. In the future, we will develop the topic of parallel realities, but in the meantime, let's pay attention to some other points of view that are suitable for our broad research. Earlier in this book, we suggested the idea that we might be living in a kind of holographic movie. Let's now delve deeper into this theory. Film set theory in the context of time and space. As mentioned earlier, physicist Julian Barbour from England proposed a theory that made a lot of noise in the scientific world. Imagine yourself as a character in a movie. The film moves through the projector and is projected onto the screen. It seems to you that the characters are experiencing a series of events that develop along the plot. According to Dr. Barbour's theory, our everyday life on Earth is very similar to a movie, only with more complex and faster changing frames, or individual moments in time. The universe exists in a static state, and it is the movement of consciousness that seems to change things externally. The complexity of the world is due to the fact that each soul in creation perceives the movement of consciousness, thereby contributing to the reality of the cosmic movie. We will combine Dr. Barbour's theory with the idea that everything is a projection of consciousness. The film projector is analogous to the mind, which is the perception mechanism for projecting consciousness. Time is a holographic projection. This idea is remarkable because, according to it, the universe is simply a holographic projection, in this case from a single point, and not a two-dimensional surface. The Big Bang refers to the beginning of this holographic projection. Before the Big Bang, everything was contained in one infinitesimal point called a singularity. In fact, this is still true, but this single point projects itself outwards in a holographic way onto what we call the space-time continuum. A simple, but not entirely accurate, example of a raised sail on a yacht's mast will help you understand this picture. Before the sail was unfurled, it was wrapped around the mast, with its various parts tightly folded. Another idea that is often raised in discussions of physics is the concept that the universe is like a bloated balloon. Imagine a balloon that in its initial state was infinitely small, but then began to inflate. As the volume of this balloon increases, all the points on its surface diverge further and further. Apparently, scientists' observations of how the entire universe expands and how all points in it diverge further from each other support this idea. If the universe is indeed a hologram, then everything we see, hear, feel, and experience through taste, smell, and intuition is just an aspect of the singularity that manifests as the universe of time and space. Therefore, all space-time is contained in this single point, thus, all the parts of creation are closely connected to each other in every space-time coordinate within this continuum. Additional ways to apply the non-locality principle of quantum physics. The principle of non-locality is proved by laboratory experiments. In essence, it shows that there is no division between the various parts of creation. The initial experiment involved diluting various aspects of the particle over long distances. When one of these separate aspects received a stimulus, the other aspects were instantly registered receiving the same stimulus. It is not that the altered state of one subatomic particle is transmitted to other subatomic particles at the speed of light, but rather that the message is transmitted to them instantly. This phenomenon has far-reaching consequences. If subatomic particles can instantly bind together no matter how far apart they are, then there must be a dimension or aspect of creation that simultaneously permeates all the lower dimensions, a higher dimensional continuum that is simultaneously everywhere. Of course, this continuum can be called the religious term God, which secular scientists do not usually use. The implied principle of non-local is the idea of an omnipresent consciousness embedded in all things, an all-knowing, all-pervading presence from which everything emerged during the Big Bang. Remember our conversation about the nature of God and the similarities between the approaches of physics and religion, which, of course, uses very different words to describe the truth than 37 leading scientists. Another look at the idea of parallel realities. As noted earlier, modern television shows reflect the idea that we can live in multiple realities at the same time. Some time ago, the series Parallel Worlds, Xenix, was filmed about a group of scientists traveling through various parallel Earths. And there was also a film called Watch Out, The Doors Are Closing, 5NXYPU, which showed two parallel realities based on two different results of one event. The heroine has time to catch the train and is late for it. Think also of the film Back to the Future, Vasquez Rich, which had some enlightening moments, adjusted for Hollywood. Very soon we will delve into the superposition theory of quantum mechanics, which assumes that things can be in different states at the same time. Examples of this include the double-slit experiment, which demonstrated the uncertainty principle, and Schrödinger's famous thought experiment with a cat, which showed that it can be both alive and dead at the same time. So scientists say in their own language that the past, present and future coexist in parallel. There is a definite connection between superposition and the idea of non-locality, which will be explored in the next chapter. Although science mainly focuses on the non-locality of space, non-locality with respect to time also occurs. Those of you who are far from science should pause now, take a deep breath, and reread the sections of this book several times. However, we believe that this mental work will not be in vain for you, as the ideas presented here are likely to answer many of your questions. Before we dive into this interesting world called non-locality, let's listen to the founders again. Channeling number 3. A message from the founders. The rapture of the sacraments. Greetings to you, our beloved creators. We are the founders. As always, we are happy to talk to you. First of all, we congratulate you for keeping up your desire to master this challenging topic. The theme of time is fascinating to many philosophers, scientists, and theologians. Most souls take time for granted. It's just there, or at least it seems to be there. But there is another way to look at all this, with awe, deep appreciation, and reverence. The universe is infinite, as we said in our previous post. Not only are there worlds within worlds, planes within planes, and subplanes within subplanes, but there are also continua of time in the continua of time. The soul can be lost in time. Perhaps now you, dear creators, are a little lost in time. For most of you, it is difficult to see a broader perspective because you have been narrowing your perception focus for a long time. Hour after hour, day after day, your life is like a merry-go-round, or even worse, a hamster's cage in its mouse-like romp, daily hustle and bustle. You are stuck in a narrow frequency band, aware of only a fragment of reality. With these messages, we intend to help you expand the horizons of your consciousness. Perhaps for a moment you will enter timelessness, a place of incredible beauty, magic, and inspiration. You could go to an alternate time plane that will enchant you and tempt you to forget about your daily existence on Earth. We do not want to develop escapist sentiments in those souls who are tired of the mouse mess. And we have no intention of forcing you to shirk your earthly duties. If you can expand your consciousness to include more of the infinite reality beyond the ego, then you can continue to operate in the world while still being outside of it. This is what Sananda meant when he said, "Be in the world, but do not be of the world." You are a huge, powerful, limitless, intelligent spiritual being, a tiny part of you identifies with the human body/mind complex as that complex lives out its stereotyped reactions and states on a daily basis. The human body/mind complex has built-in intelligence that allows it to function normally regardless of where the center of consciousness is located. Sometimes, for example, when you are driving a she while studying, you may need to focus on several things at once, and at other times, say, during meditation, you may allow your consciousness to expand indefinitely. Over time, you will develop your ability to remain in a state of expanded consciousness even when performing complex tasks. It is this ability to be free from the world, even when you are seemingly immersed in the hustle and bustle of life, that brings you great joy and spiritual uplift. You stop analyzing and calculating everything. You begin to allow the perfection of God to express itself through you. The phrase "my Father's house has many mansions" means that the misfired one is full of dimensions, worlds, and realities far beyond your direct reach. Don't get lost in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Know that you are ultimately the master of time and space. Embrace your splendor. Discover your unlimited potential. Enjoy this mystery of time and the great many realities it hides from you. Try to go beyond the usual time and space. Be the mystery itself. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 3. Non-locality of time/spaces. In this chapter, we will take a closer look at the principle of non-locality in quantum physics, including a. initial experiments, b. superposition, and c. higher dimensions. We will also consider the idea that the principle of non-locality can be applied not only to space, but also to time. In order to better evaluate the achievements of modern science and how they relate to metaphysical and spiritual truths, let's talk a little about the principle of non-local quantum physics. We will repeat the initial conclusions we have already described in a slightly different language. Many years ago, scientists were able to split subatomic particles by spreading their fragments over long distances. However, when they made changes to one of these fragments, these changes were instantly registered in the other fragment, S. Somehow, a fragment of the original particle knew what was happening to its other fragment, S, regardless of time and space. In other words, if you split a particle into two or more fragments, and then move one of these fragments to a distant galaxy, millions of light-years away, then changes in the remaining fragment of this particle will instantly reflect on the state of its moved fragment. How is this possible? It seems that nothing can move faster than the speed of light. It is as if these fragments of the particle are not actually separated, even if they appear to be new. Is it possible that there is a fabric of creation outside the space-time continuum that connects everything and everything in the universe? In other words, there is a unity that permeates all space-time levels and dimensions. Further study of the principle of non-local assumes that there is only one point in creation and that everything that seems to be present, since the Big Bang, is only a holographic projection of this single starting point. Note, the technical term for this point is singularity. The singularity has infinite mass, but it takes neither time nor space. A smaller version of the pre-Big Bang singularity can be found at the center of black holes. From a nonlinear point of view, everything happens simultaneously, so the Big Bang is happening right now. In fact, nothing is separated in time-space. Everything we seem to experience in the external world is simply a holographic projection of a single point. The process of this projection is known as the Big Bang, which is happening right now, but in linear time it was in the distant past, about 14.2 billion years ago. If you use a sufficiently powerful telescope, you can see how the universe is created, because the telescope receives light emitted from this starting point in linear time 14.2 billion years ago. See Figure 1.7. A number of books describe in detail the holographic theory of the universe. There is also the work of Dr. Nassim Haramein 6, who mathematically determined that the entire universe exists inside every proton of any atom. This confirms the idea. 6. Nassim Haramein, born 1962, is a Swiss amateur physicist with Iranian roots. Approximate trans. OT. That everything we perceive is part of a complex hologram and that in fact there is only one point of creation, which is projected in a holographic way, creating the time and space we perceive. The principle of non-local allows us to draw other conclusions. If in fact there is no time or space separating creation, as evidenced by laboratory experiments, then time and space only seem to us. These are just illusions that consciousness interprets as something real. If everything is a single point, a singularity, then we should be able to go anywhere in all of space-time and perceive what is happening there. Moving further along this path, we can become the entire space-time universe, or rather, we can recognize that we are already the entirety of creation, which simply perceives itself as separate entities. You may be wondering why modern physics has not come to this conclusion. One gets the impression that the above-mentioned understanding is limited to the spheres of spirituality and metaphysics. But most people find it difficult to accept even simpler scientific ideas. Let's look at the concept that everything is mostly empty space, the huge distance between protons and electrons in an atom, or the relative lack of mass of an atom compared to the amount of space it occupies. Thanks to science, we know that every human body is surrounded by a field of energy. This field interacts with all other bodies, forming an energy matrix. However, we hold on to the idea that every body is separate from every other body, so we subconsciously conclude that every human being is just as separate. Our entire society is based on the illusion of separation. Considering ourselves separate from each other, we develop complex mechanisms for both psychological and physical protection. We believe that there is a force outside of us that can harm us or destroy our small version of reality. Science is funded mainly by large corporations and governments. A lot of time, attention, and money is spent on technologies that can give one nation superiority over another or create more wealth for some people and companies. As we already know, we live in an area of near-infinite energy, and yet we put up with artificial scarcity by investing in ways of energy production that pollute the earth and promote war and disunity. Very few scientists are willing to abandon the current rules of the game and dive down the rabbit hole of non-locality to see where it ultimately leads. It usually takes some kind of crisis situation for people to want to change and get rid of their destructive belief systems, such as the belief in isolation from the whole. Our unknown history. With divine intervention preventing the ultimate destruction of the earth, humans are allowed, by their extraterrestrial masters, to continue blowing themselves up in their endless and already traditional wars. The topic of extraterrestrial beings has been studied in detail in our previous publications. Let's just say that over several million years, a variety of extraterrestrial groups came and settled on Earth, interbreeding with those who arrived on Earth before them. Some of these groups, such as the Rigelians of Orion, the Sirians of Sirius A, and the Draconians of Alpha Draconis, have attempted to enslave humanity and have staged various invasions at various times in history. These three groups, and some others, are now the hidden masterminds of government, military, and so-called secret societies in almost every country in the world. If you don't believe the author of this book, then do your own research. Please study this question. Keep an open mind and read a lot of articles and documents on this topic. How and why do beings from other star systems invade Earth and keep most people enslaved here? This is the belief in separation, the idea that someone or something outside of you can attack or control you. All beings in the universe, regardless of their social status and worldview, are closely related to everyone else. Those who seek to control humanity, whether of terrestrial or extraterrestrial origin, operate on the basis of a harmful belief in division. They are convinced that they must enslave, coerce, control, oppress, and enslave other members of creation in order to protect their own independence or values, that they must keep their enemies at bay, nurture the cherished values of the human race. Behind defensive systems, both on a personal and planetary level, lies a belief in their own powerlessness, nurtured by the idea of isolation from the whole. This belief embraces the idea of the victim and the perpetrator. In fact, the soul alternates personalities, sometimes even during one lifetime, but more often during several lifetimes. If you happen to be a poor peasant in this life, it is not because you were punished for what you did in your previous life. Let's say that in your last life you were an emperor and lived without denying yourself anything, while people were starving outside your palace walls. The soul wants to experience both sides of the duality of the victim and the perpetrator, so it creates many circumstances to give you this experience. Well, in my last life I was an oppressor, so this time I will choose the life of someone who is oppressed. The punishment has nothing to do with it. Yes, bad behavior can have consequences, but that doesn't mean you are judged by God. If you jump from a sufficiently high building without first mastering levitation, then this action of yours will have consequences. Imagine a young man jumping out of a window, breaking his bones, and then blaming God for the injury. God must hate and punish me. It was His will that I was so mutilated. Ignorance of the laws of nature, in this case, the law of gravity, leads to consequences, but this has nothing to do with the supposedly condemning God. The idea that a deity is making his own judgment is due to the belief in separation. Such beliefs give rise to the idea of guilt. And guilt seems to be the most destructive state of consciousness in the universe. We are not writing this to delve into the psychological problems associated with the belief in separation. You can find a detailed discussion of these topics in other books. And we are more interested in enlightening you about the nature of time. Let's get back to the main topic of our conversation, non-local. What is a superposition? If all time is now, and laboratory experiments show that it is, then it follows that we are both alive and dead at the same time, at least physically. Of course, quantum science is best known for the double-slit experiment and the Schrödinger hypothesis, according to which a cat can be both alive and dead because of a superposition, or wave of possibilities. Only when a cat is being watched does it show up in one or the other of these two states. The double-slit experiment showed that when reality is in its unobservable state, it resembles a wave of possibilities, and when it is observed, the waveform collapses, becoming an established state, particle. We will not go into details about the mechanism of the double-slit experiment, since this information can be found in almost all journals and textbooks on quantum physics. Imagine that each element of the waveform is a possible or probable reality, individual or collective timeline. When souls have a strong desire to create in a linear way, the possible and probable timelines are destroyed, becoming the dominant timeline or what most people call everyday reality. We can easily bring the exact science of superposition to the discussion of metaphysical principles. When it comes to the concept of the future, the uncertainty principle becomes the main reference point. We can say that the future is an infinite number of possibilities, events that could happen in principle. One fun example might be relevant here. Imagine that you are sitting quietly and reading this book, printed or on a computer, or on a similar device. At any given moment, you could choose to take whatever action you want. You can put down your book and pour yourself a drink. You can check your email address. You can adjust your shirt, if you're wearing one. You can stretch your neck if it is stiff. In general, you understand me. All these supposed actions exist in possible or probable realities. If this action, say, you end up pouring yourself a drink, is likely to occur, then this proposed activity is part of the likely timeline. Less likely actions, such as refusing to take poison, are part of a possible timeline, after you've thought about it. In fact, you only need to imagine something, however improbable, to weave another thread into the fabric of space-time. Just the fact that you just imagined taking poison indicates that there is a possible timeline in some part of the universe where you are doing this act. Note: according to the philosophy of predestination, all possible and probable timelines are already running and you just choose which one to experience. While this may be true on one level, it is also possible to create new lines of time, especially given the claim that we are created in the image and likeness of our Creator and that He has infinite creative abilities, hence the assumption that it is always possible to create something that did not exist before, at least not before. At least in linear time. Perhaps you are afraid to think that everything you imagine really exists somewhere in the fabric of space-time. Fortunately, it usually takes a lot of energy and enthusiasm to integrate possible reality into the prevailing timelines. Anyway, on some parallel timeline, you may have actually strangled your mother-in-law. In a later chapter, when we talk about the activation of timelines, we will consider the idea that the greatest results in the external world are obtained by doing what is best. We make the most effort in what we saturate with our consciousness with the greatest intensity. This is well known in the field of success motivation. If you desire something fervently, passionately, with all the strength of your soul, it will be fulfilled. And so on. Such books as Think and Grow Rich, Typkapb Agol Lshs, Napoleon Hill and How a Man Thinks, Az a Map Typical, by James Allen have been bestsellers in the self-help category for many decades. These books and courses simply use the idea that the strongest possible timelines will shape what you are fully invested in. We'll explore this point more later in this book, but for now, let's continue our conversation on the topic of non-locality. Information about higher dimensions, wormholes, and distortions of the space-time continuum. The principle of non-locality presupposes the existence of one or more higher dimensions that overlap or encompass the so-called three-dimensional reality. If you had studied superstring theory, you might recall that the mathematical formulas given in it suggest the existence of several higher, or lower, dimensions. If more advanced civilizations from distant star systems actually visited Earth, and there is evidence for this, then they probably abandoned the technology of moving in three-dimensional spacetime slower than the speed of light. Therefore, it makes sense to explore the possibility that these high-tech races have learned to travel through wormholes, areas of spacetime that connect different areas of the spacetime continuum with tunnels passing through other dimensions. See Figure 1.9. As an example, consider the inhabitants of a two-dimensional world living on a plane. They can neither perceive nor measure the third dimension, depth. However, the inhabitants of two-dimensional space can see the results of the interaction between the third dimension and their two-dimensional world. For example, if a three-dimensional car passed through a two-dimensional plane, it would leave tire tracks on it. Of course, these tracks do not look like the car itself, so just looking at the tire tracks makes it very difficult to understand what a car is, but until the inhabitants of the two-dimensional plane learn to expand their consciousness, that is, their perception of higher dimensions, they will need to form theories and conduct experiments to understand the car which left traces in their reality. The best higher dimensional analogy we have involves the idea of sets and subsets, or, as in this case, bubbles enclosed in larger bubbles. Although this analogy is rather primitive, it can be useful for understanding the situation. For example, you can imagine all the integers contained in a bubble floating inside a larger bubble called rational numbers, see Figure 1.10. All integers are contained in the set of rational numbers, but quite a few rational numbers can be found outside integers, fractions, ordinary numbers, and decimals. Hence, the part of the rational number bubble that is outside the integer bubble occupies a much larger area. In addition, rational numbers are fully contained in real numbers. All fractions, ordinary and decimal, are contained in both rational and real numbers, but square roots, pi, and various other non-repeating decimal equivalents are outside of rational numbers. Also, of course, the real numbers are contained in the complex numbers. Square roots of negative numbers and so on are included in the bubbles of complex numbers that are outside of other bubbles. For those of our readers who are well versed in mathematics, we apologize for telling them the basic truths. Time-space of higher dimensions. Figure 1.9. Time is a space of higher dimensions. Normal time-space. Wormhole, go from top to bottom. For the web designer, replace English phrases in the image with a Russian translation. The author of this book has addressed the issue of higher dimensions in detail in his previous books. As mentioned earlier, he created a model system that uses 12 dimensions. Remember that these are just models, and the model is not the reality itself that it describes. However, models are useful for conceptual understanding and communication in this world. Because these concepts are so complex that they can be conveyed in ordinary terms, illustrations such as those already provided in this book may be useful. In the last chapter, we will take a closer look at the higher dimensions and move on to what exists beyond time and space. The principle of non-locality as applied to time. According to one concept, everything has already happened and we simply decide to relieve something. We can restudy the timelines that we explored earlier as many times as we want, or we can go to new timelines that have already been created and learn them. At a very high level of consciousness, we are able to create things that never existed before in linear time. If the principle of non-locality can be applied to space, then can it also be applied to time? And if the answer is yes, what does that mean? This would mean that time travel is already a reality, at least at the subatomic level. Imagine that everything in the cosmos is interconnected and that it is possible to move instantly, or almost instantly, to any place in the universe. Of course, this is possible if everything is really a single point. But if this is the case, then time must also be a single point, and therefore you can move to any place within the continuum of time. If everything is happening now, as we showed earlier, then the past and future are happening now, and then you can access them now in much the same way as you can access a non-local space. We've devoted an entire chapter to the idea of time travel, including its mysteries, paradoxes, and limitations. In this chapter, we will describe ways to solve paradoxes, and we will show them in terms of practical application, in Part 2, which is of great importance for the practice of psychotherapy. Let us now turn our attention to the basic premise of non-locality, which says that changes made to one part of the fabric of space-time affect the rest of the fabric of space-time. This was initially demonstrated by separating aspects of a subatomic particle. At the same time, laboratory experiments are conducted to show that in fact every particle in spacetime is connected to every other particle in spacetime. This means that you, as a human, are connected to an extraterrestrial intelligence 10 million light-years away, etc. In addition to the primordial non-locality contained in the entire cosmos, this non-locality applies in much the same way to time. What does this mean? It means that every event that occurs anywhere on the time continuum affects every other event that occurs on the time continuum. At first, this idea may seem contradictory or just ridiculous. How can something that happened thousands of years ago, or may happen millions of years later, affect what is happening right now? But this is a natural extension of non-locality, already proven at the subatomic level. In fact, the observed subatomic particles have already registered changes caused by events that have not yet occurred. In addition, it is observed that the particles go back in time and produce changes, which subsequently lead to the fact that currently there are changes in the particles. For more information on how to apply this idea in practice, see the chapter on correcting the timeline. Before we lose a significant portion of our readers who are unable to understand the meaning of our text, let's summarize the meanings of non-local with respect to time. 1. Everything that happens in the past or future affects what is happening in the present. 2. Everything that happens in the present affects everything what happens in the past or future. 3. When a change is made in the present tense, it affects the past and future. 4. When a change is made in the past or future, it affects what is happening now. When you think about what happened in the past, that memory has very little real impact on what originally happened in linear time. If 100 people had a very vivid experience in the past, then the energy of the participants in those events brings billions of times more energy to the observed past reality than your memories of these events. At the same time, your memories send a small amount of conscious life force energy through a non-local time. Past events that remain in the memory of so many of those who are still alive today, such as genocide or natural disasters, are actually affected by the collective consciousness. The energy directed to these past events can change and increase depending on how much attention is paid to them, regardless of the period in which these events occurred in linear time. For example, the mass extermination of Jews and Russians, which took place approximately 75 years ago in linear time, is still activated by the consciousness of millions of descendants of those affected by this tragedy. In other words, the energy of those events directly affects those who vividly remember them. This is well known in psychology, since it is possible to cause illness in the present body simply by reliving unpleasant experiences from the past. You might think that such memories are exclusively inherent in the subconscious mind and that it is only the subconscious mind that is responsible for the deterioration of health in the example above. Although this is true to some extent, the non-locality of time indicates that there is a certain energy field throughout time and that the soul that is immersed in memories is attuned to this energy field and perceives some parts of it. Applying the principle of non-locality to time can benefit both you and others. In the following chapters, we'll talk about timeline correction, a method that can be used to heal injuries anytime, anywhere. There is also a technique called inverted timeline correction, which prescribes focusing on the joyful moments of life, rather than on injuries. Remembering positive events that happened in your past will be beneficial for you. Remember the good times, one popular song says. Yesterday it seemed to me that love is a game 7, another song sounds. Everyone loves to remember the past, but did you know that you are able to form a connection with your past self and bring the energy and consciousness of that self into the present? Basically, all past and future selves exist right now, so you can access those selves at that moment. When you connect with a particularly powerful or successful past self, you transmit or radiate this energy to the world. Thanks to the law of attraction, this deliberate direction of energy leads to positive results on the linear line of time. By connecting closely with all of time and space, you can access all of the knowledge you need to respond to events in your life at this time. You can remember the answers for the exam by projecting a part of yourself at the time and place where this knowledge was first imparted to you. All knowledge is stored in what mystics call the Akashic records. This data warehouse can be considered a kind of dimension, similar to the Bose-Einstein condensate, where all space, time returns to a static state of pure existence. You can also mentally project yourself onto any great and wise person who has ever lived throughout our history, and connect with that person's consciousness. You can draw your own wisdom directly from the higher intelligence of that soul. We will continue to talk about the use of non-local time in the chapters on correcting the timeline. Chapter 4. Nature of Alternatives. Realities. An infinite number of parallel realities/lines of time, already created and free, only means that we are free to choose which of them we want to perceive. On many levels/dimensions, it seems that we are creating something new, when in reality we are just exploring the reality that we have already created. In reality, there may be an area where completely new timelines are emerging, but this level of consciousness is far superior to that of most people on Earth. This statement is very similar to the one we made earlier regarding parallel realities, but this time we changed its emphasis and form of expression. The above paragraph may suggest that everything is immutable and that we are simply investigating what has already been created. This seems to imply that we are just players in this drama and can't influence the director or producer of the space game in any way. There are now several well-known philosophies in our world that say that the infinite I Am is beyond the reach of humans, or that there is nothing you can do to rearrange or change the will of the infinite I Am. In truth, at the highest level of being, you are indeed the infinite I Am and represent a powerful creator. At the lower levels of creation, there are continuous changes, expansions, and lengthenings. The fabric of space-time is not fixed tightly. Space-time layers and loops are constantly moving and changing, like ripples on a river. Imagine a map of time-space in the form of a tapestry with defects, knots, lowered loops, folds, bends, double-stitched places, etc. We have already said that there are exceptions to every rule in the universe, and that God improves himself in the course of his work. Although some levels of the deity may be perfect and complete, there are still many unpredictable levels that seem imperfect to us. A. Déjà vu and the intersecting lines of time. Sometimes parallel time reference systems overlap each other. When this happens, there may be a déjà vu effect. In some cases, the experience of déjà vu is a kind of prophetic dreams that you dream in the waking state, and in others, an alternative reality intersects with the prevailing timeline. Let's look at an example. In an alternate time layer, on a possible or probable timeline, you win the lottery and celebrate your winnings by inviting various people you haven't seen in a while to the party for this occasion. On the dominant timeline, you don't win the lottery, but you feel like you're celebrating something with people you know. Didn't I meet you at a party last week? You ask. No, your friend replies, I didn't go to any party last week. Usually, the experience of déjà vu is not so obvious. For a moment, you feel like you've had an experience, but that feeling quickly disappears. You can switch to an alternate timeline and not even realize that you have done it. Out 8. But everything seems different. You feel that your environment has changed and at the same time remains familiar to you. At other times, you feel that you have an alternative personality living in different conditions, although most of the props of your life are preserved. For example, one person can be cheerful, and an alternative person can be dull and suspicious. This difference in feelings cannot be explained solely by some alter ego or a sudden part of your subconscious mind that was previously hidden from you. It is as if you really have two selves with different feelings and life experiences. In reality, you have a potentially unlimited number of parallel selves, one for every conceivable variation of free will. In this case, you can reach a state of consciousness where all these I merge together. In other words, you can enter a timeless state beyond possible and probable realities. The entire map of space-time has opened up before you. You also have the ability to follow your own so-called optimal path. In other words, you can consult your higher self and ask it to make sure that only the highest and best possible results are displayed on the dominant timeline. Alternatives still exist, but they lose almost all their energy and become irrelevant to your dominant self. In the higher realms, the concept of free will becomes meaningless, because you are constantly guided by the Spirit of God within you. The God who is present in you chooses what best contributes to the development of your soul, your happiness, and well-being. In each subsequent moment, there is a complete acceptance of what is. At first glance, this idea may seem limiting to personal freedom, but the truth is that when you are in harmony, separation with your aspects from higher dimensions, you become more free than before. You are no longer controlled by the desires of your ego, nor by the unconscious mental and emotional circuitry of your subconscious mind. Now your soul takes the reins, organizing your life experience according to what it wants to know and understand. Since all time is in the now, you can explore many alternative futures and then return to the present. As the dominant timeline moves further and further away, you begin to remember these alternative futures, which can have the appearance of a déjà vu effect. As for the subject of déjà vu, it can be difficult to capture such an experience, because it is often just a momentary flash of awareness, I have been here before and done this before. However, you could write down in a journal or diary everything you can remember about this experience. What kind of music, if any, did you hear when you started having déjà vu? What kind of people were you surrounded by at that moment? What did you do then? If you've been to various future timelines, then you're probably remembering some of them in a moment of déjà vu. Yes, they exist in an alternate reality, and of course you can often bring them into the mainstream timeline. In the process of déjà vu, you can connect to parallel realities that intersect with your dominant timeline. If you want to bring one of them to the forefront of your experience, then act by focusing on it. Ask your higher self to bring this alternate reality into your daily life. The secret of time. B. Loops of time and paradoxes of time. In this subsection, we will look at a. The principles and paradoxes of time travel, b. The creation of new timelines, and c. The development of the concept of free will in defiance of predestination. In the next chapter, we'll take a closer look at time travel. And here we just formulate a topic for ourselves. We will also re-highlight what we have already discussed earlier, the defects in the space-time map. If you examine a tapestry or some kind of leotard, you will find loops among the threads, sometimes tangled. The same is true for space-time. A wormhole can be imagined as a cosmic loop. But do such cycles also exist in relation to time? Yes, they do exist. Before discussing time loops, let's look at the related topic of time paradoxes. Time loops are like time paradoxes. The time paradox exists whenever the soul tries to bring certain disparate timelines into the dominant timeline. It's like trying to pull a thread from the far corner of a tapestry to the area you're working on. The result will be chaos and loss of integrity of this tapestry. The most famous time paradox involves the idea that you can go back in time to when your grandfather was still alive. What if you had accidentally or intentionally killed him? This would mean that you were never born. But if that's the case, then you couldn't possibly go back in time and kill him. The murdered grandfather paradox 9 is, strictly speaking, an example of a time loop, but one that cannot occur without compromising the integrity of the space-time continuum. To resolve this paradox, recall the idea of possible and probable timelines. Just the thought of you returning and killing your grandfather feeds the low-energy yet absolutely possible reality in which your grandfather was killed and you were never born. This is an alternate universe in which nothing you did on this dominant timeline ever happened. You may remember the popular movie It's a Wonderful Life, 1GZA/UOP1GMS, and in this film, the main character became despondent and decided that he was useless. The world would be a better place if I just died. The person's guardian angel then shows them what the world would have been like if they hadn't been born. The main character discovers that the life of his loved ones would be completely different, and truly terrible. As for time loops, this idea is best described with examples. The first example uses the idea that a parallel reality can intersect with the prevailing timeline and change it in ways that do not violate the laws of free will. Description number G. When you were 5 years old, your father often beat you up. As a result, as you grew up, you became afraid of men and your relationships with them did not work out. Then you go back in time and have therapy with yourself at the age of 5, so that your I feels much better and gets the opportunity to stop being afraid of men. Now, when you think about your past, you remember the miraculous healing you experienced when you were 5 years old. The original timeline still exists, but you have moved to a new timeline in which this healing has a place. Description number 2. A man comes to a healer's appointment and during the session goes back to the traumatic experience of his childhood. He is instructed to heal his childish self. He appears to this child as a creature in a halo of gold. Sveta. After coming out of meditation, this man clearly remembers that in his childhood he was once approached by a beautiful creature radiating golden light. Now he knows why it happened. Description number 3. You go 5 years ahead and meet your future self, who is now very successful in the field in which you want to excel. When you meet your future self, you return to the present time and live for a certain period of time on a linear, dominant line of time, establishing a connection with your future self. In other words, you are traveling along a linear path that connects you to your future self that you have already met, moving along the fast side of this loop during meditation. The process of remembering the changes you have made can be called a jump to a new timeline. When the soul, such as in example number 2, understands that in her youth she has already met her future self, this is called closing the time loop. In various Hollywood films and television series, incredibly fascinating permutations of time and space are shown. Although many of these adventures clearly violate the well-known paradoxes of space-time, they nevertheless show people the various complexities of parallel dimensions and timelines. For example, in the TV series Star Trek, in the one that was filmed in the 60s, as well as in its later sequel, with the subtitle The Next Generation, there are episodes in which the interstellar ship Enterprise and its crew split, that is, they exist in parallel universes. In one such episode, this interstellar ship appears dozens of times as various parallel realities begin to diverge and then collapse into a single entity. There are examples of characters going back in time and meeting their past selves, or going into the future and meeting a different version of themselves. This so-called everyday life, the world you live in, it is carefully sealed and autonomous when you are in a normal state of consciousness, but when you change this state, under the influence of meditation, drugs, or some kind of shock, you realize that you are interconnected with other vast realms of alternate time and space. A shaman is a person who has learned to penetrate these alternate realities and apply them to the present life. In a number of shamanic practices, the soul establishes a connection with a future or past version of itself and transmits information from this I represent the future self of the author of this book. I live in the future, 500 years from now. The purpose of my appearance in your time frame is to help you avoid disaster. I should help you prepare for your new lifestyle. Does this guest from the future change the timeline in some way that violates the paradox of the murdered grandfather? Optional. The construction of alternative timelines is done in such a way that you can access any of them, as long as you do not violate the free will of other souls living on the dominant timeline. If the author of this book agrees to host a 500-year-old version of himself, that choice becomes part of the prevailing timeline. In other words, we can say that with a high level of awareness, the author's connection to this future self was in some sense predetermined. In order to gain access to past lives, you can use methods such as going back to a previous life or correcting a timeline. This is described in later chapters. Remember that past lives are now being realized in the form of parallel realities, alternative timelines, even if it seems to you that in linear time they occur sequentially. Note: in some cases, you can study evidence from an anthropological point of view that you were so and so in a past life, but more often a soul simply resolutely identifies with another soul and mistakenly believes that it was such a soul in a past life. The example of parallel lives we discussed earlier would be similar to the case of Schrödinger's cat, which is both alive and dead. In this state of superposition are the I of your past lives. From a linear point of view, they have long disappeared, turned to dust, but from a nonlinear point of view, they are alive and well, performing their multidimensional tasks and assignments. We have already stated that the principle of non-locality applied over time means that you can access your present and future lives, as well as your past lives. You can draw a picture in your mind of yourself going back in time, or you can imagine your return using a spaceship that doubles as a time machine. Such a ship may have a technical device for establishing communication with the specified time period. See correcting the timeline. First, you engage in meditation, preferably in a theta rhythm of brain activity, to ensure a state in which the linear surface self doesn't really bother you. Then you ask your higher self to make a connection to a specific time period that you want to study. An example would be the following setup: Higher self, take me to all my past and parallel lives that have occurred during the last 1000 years of linear time. Of course, you'll probably want to explore them in a linear way, one at a time, but you can also line them up in front of you as multiple video screens and watch all these lives projected simultaneously. If you are engaged in therapy and healing, then you will most likely be engaged in correcting a timeline or returning to a past life in order to first get in touch with one or more lives that require healing, and then conduct the healing session itself using holistic methods. You can also ask your higher self to show you current lives that are being realized in parallel with your dominant timeline, but in higher, or lower, dimensions. Higher self, what are my other dimensional selves currently doing? If you want to see possible and probable selves, you can ask them, show me the most significant parallel lives. If you simply say, show me my parallel lives, your higher self will not understand what it needs to do, since you have an infinite number of parallel selves in both dimensional and probabilistic contexts. Let's use this example. Let's say that your dominant self is currently lonely and wants to find a mate. You can ask your higher self to show you an alternate self that has a loving relationship. There are methods for loading the energy of your alternate self into your current body/mind complex. You may want to radiate the thoughts and feelings of your alternate self that has a relationship. According to the law of attraction, if you behave like someone who has a satisfying relationship, then you are very likely to attract someone who suits you. Don't lose heart if your first attempt to connect with your parallel selves has failed. This is something you need to practice. You may already have a sense of other selves. I realize all the time that I have a great personal life, and it's not just wishful thinking. A part of me is actually going through this. When you manage to connect with the alternate self, you will be able to communicate with it. You can download information from your alternate self to your current dominant self. You can also upload information from your current dominant self to your alternate self, especially if your current dominant self has a more fulfilling life experience than your alternate self. If you ask your higher self to bring into your consciousness those selves that are ideal and useful for the growth of your soul, for your happiness and well-being, then you will receive a valuable lesson or insight every time you refer to your alternative selves. If you can imagine a reality that is different from what you think you perceive on Earth, then you can be sure that there is an alternative self that actually lives in this reality. Unfortunately, there really is a parallel reality in which you killed your mother-in-law, and not just fantasized about it. The good news for you is that the infinite creator does not brand anything as good or bad, right or wrong. Such judgments are made by the human ego. Paradoxical as it sounds, if you stop judging yourself for your bad behavior, it will most likely improve on its own, without strict discipline and penalties. If you have a parallel I, bloodthirsty, greedy, selfish or something else, then you can forgive this I and send him love. You may feel guilty about negative thoughts and feelings, even if you are sure that the alternative reality they generate is minimal or has no real consequences. Forgive yourself and immediately get rid of all such feelings. Your sense of guilt about something can perpetuate your bad behavior. Deep down, psychopaths are convinced that they are vicious, bad. Send them love, even if it doesn't seem to work. Do not indulge them, do not allow them to control you through energy, but do not be indignant. Remind yourself that you were created in unconditional love and perfection. It is important to establish boundaries between your current dominant self and your alternative selves, regardless of where they are located in time. When you need to be fully present in this life, imagine a shield of golden light surrounding your body/mind complex. Express your intention to be free from all influences from other levels and dimensions, and wish that all astral or etheric energies, mind, forms, and entities entering your space are 100% of God's loving light. Tune into the perfection of your divine being. Now it's time for you to listen to the founders again. Channeling number 4. A message from the founders on the topic of paradoxes. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. The beauty and grandeur of creativity can also be seen in the anomalies, distortions, and unexpected paradoxes and puzzles that permeate the entire universe. If everything was perfectly ordered and if you have a parallel I, bloodthirsty, greedy, selfish or something else, then you can forgive this I and send him love. You may feel guilty about negative thoughts and feelings, even if you are sure that the alternative reality they generate is minimal or has no real consequences. Forgive yourself and immediately get rid of all such feelings. Your sense of guilt about something can perpetuate your bad behavior. Deep down, psychopaths are convinced that they are vicious, bad. Send them love, even if it doesn't seem to work. Do not indulge them, do not allow them to control you through energy, but do not be indignant. Remind yourself that you were created in unconditional love and perfection. It is important to establish boundaries between your current dominant self and your alternative selves, regardless of where they are located in time. When you need to be fully present in this life, imagine a shield of golden light surrounding your body/mind complex. Express your intention to be free from all influences from other levels and dimensions, and wish that all astral or etheric energies, mind, forms, and entities entering your space are 100% of God's loving light. Tune into the perfection of your divine being. Now it's time for you to listen to the founders again. Channeling number 4. A message from the founders on the topic of paradoxes. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. The beauty and grandeur of creativity can also be seen in the anomalies, distortions, and unexpected paradoxes and puzzles that permeate the entire universe. If everything was perfectly ordered and symmetrical, then life would be truly boring. Despite the inviolable laws and principles of the divine world, there will always remain riddles and ambiguities that puzzle and raise questions. We rejoice in the nonlinear nature of reality. Even at our level of vibration, there are unknown and unknowable things. God is truly infinite in every sense of the word. How can you embrace the vast? Regarding the mysteries of life, people build only hypotheses. And while this may be useful in itself, people also get off with a cursory explanation of magic and witchcraft. When you look at a sunset, do you think about the refraction of light, water vapor, and how it reflects sunlight? Or do you just admire the incredible beauty that has opened up before you? Unconsciously, your self knows when to engage the rational mind and when to push it into the background. This is especially true when studying the topic of time. Let's face it, you will never be able to fully understand time if you approach this subject only intellectually. Some aspects of creation are impossible to comprehend in principle. And although we have tried to solve some of the riddles of time in our book, something in it will always remain unknown and unknowable. Secrets can be fascinating. They remind us all that the Creator is truly beyond anything we can imagine. No matter how high your vibration is, how much knowledge you have accumulated, or what kind of experience you have, some part of God will be above all this. You even have the expression "go beyond." Although we may appear to you as immensely vast beings of light, there is an aspect of our nature that is like a small child who never tires of marveling at the beauty of the universe. We encourage you, dear creators, to keep the skill. NWP Recap. Be surprised. And while you will be able to gain much more information about time after you have internalized the ideas outlined in this book, never let knowledge overwhelm your childish curiosity and desire to explore unknown areas of consciousness. We are here to remind you that at every moment reality is filled with innocence, freshness, and novelty. Learn to live in the magic of the moment. Be yourself, but don't overdo it. So be it. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 5. A deeper look at the free market. Will and predestination. Free will and predestination, predeterminism, can best be described by carefully describing the three levels of consciousness to which these concepts apply. You will find it useful to read the previous works of the author of this book in order to fully understand the model measurement system used by him. For simplicity, we will refer to the three most important levels of vibration as third, fourth, and fifth densities. Third density, sharpened will. In third density consciousness, there is little or no free will. This is the area of submission and adherence to different belief systems. Souls living in third density do not have free will, because their will is held captive by programming, suggestions. They have what might best be called the illusion of choice. This means that they can choose between, say, a red and white dress, or between a Ford and a Chevrolet, or in the evening at the TV between news and entertainment. But they don't have a real choice. Their so-called choice is based on their programming, suggestions, that is, on their systems of views about reality. This position becomes even more obvious when it comes to religion. A Baptist can choose churches. There may be 8 Baptist churches in his city, 3 of which are located near his home, so this Baptist and his family periodically visit one of them according to their mood. But can you imagine a Baptist visiting a Buddhist temple or a Muslim mosque? Among the more advanced people, you will see omnivorous spiritual seekers who can explore various religious paths. They may even see that each path is a kind of part of the same thing. Think of the parable of the blind and the elephant. But how many people have an overwhelming belief in a particular God that still controls them from the depths of their subconscious? The author of this book uses the example of sitting in a box. Here, the box is a set of systems of views, suggestions, and programming that define the existence of a small I. The so-called enlightened religions have simply built a larger box than the so-called traditional religions. The teachings of the New Age religion may offer a more comprehensive view of God, but for the most part they are still powerless against the sly, cunning devices by which the ego supports its mistaken notion that it controls reality. It is extremely rare for a person to be outside of this box. Such a person should get rid of all concepts, ideas, and attitudes regarding creation and perceive reality directly, without the labels, descriptions and conventions of modern society. It should not have any identification with conventional views. Such a soul must renounce the sacred cows that the author of this book describes in his previous works. Sacred cows are beliefs that are so deeply ingrained in the minds of people that they have come to be considered immutable truths. Examples include the belief that death and taxes represent an indisputable reality. Some yogis and rebels have managed to avoid these so-called inevitabilities. If something is not true for everyone, then it is not an immutable truth. If a single subatomic particle can demonstrate the ability to move through time, then time travel cannot be called impossible. Therefore, it is necessary to review the sacred cow, expressed in the phrase "the past is petrified, and no one can do anything about it." In third density, souls are indoctrinated with a certain picture of the world and encouraged to conform to that reality. They are trapped in linear time and cannot grasp the idea of nonlinear or vertical time. Conformity or uniformity is a basic characteristic of third density consciousness. This is not to be confused with oneness, which is a quality of fifth density consciousness. About 75% of the world's population is stuck in third density consciousness. This becomes apparent when you see how the average person handles time. One day the founders noticed, people work 5 days a week in order to afford 2 days a week to buy things that they don't need much of. The squirrel wheel of consumerism is a prime example of sitting in this box. People watch news and entertainment programs in which advertisers hand them glass beads and other trinkets, and then consumers rush to buy the latest App-1e smartphone or fashionable clothes. They are constantly getting into debt in order to maintain the lifestyle that they have been taught to adhere to. Then they have to work harder and longer to pay the interest on the interest on the interest on their accumulated debts. They have very little time to really get the little self out of this squirrel wheel of illusion, to get rid of the idea that the one with the most toys wins. Third density conformity manifests itself in various ways, in nationalism, feelings of racial superiority and prejudice, identification with a particular social or ethnic group, religious beliefs and dogmas, the illusion of choice in politics, when one single party pretends to be two in most so-called developed countries, etc. A series of reforms will never bring true results. Change as long as people remain slaves to their own belief systems. Fourth density, free will. This is the realm of genuine choice, although it can be said that the only real choice is to accept that you are one with God, or to voluntarily believe that you are separate from God. Fourth density souls have freed themselves from the belief systems and programs that bind them and are free thinkers, that is, people, not sheep blindly following the beaten path. Such people become fighters for individual freedom and even anarchists who oppose oppressive governments and military police states. They may confuse conformity with oneness, believing that fifth density souls are communists, socialists, or that they are being brainwashed, which is true of third density consciousness. Fourth density individuality is a natural extension when the soul begins to question the beliefs and tenets of its time. It often begins with frustration or the realization that the lessons taught to a person do not fully reflect the realities of life. It is not uncommon for such frustration to occur during the so-called midlife crisis. After graduating from college, you took a job that you didn't really like, and now that you're in your 40s, you're starting to wonder, is this really your whole life? Maybe you got married, had kids, bought a suburban house on installments, which you couldn't really afford for yourself. Allow it, and now your car bumper has a sticker with the inscription, parodying a certain Disney product: I'm in debt, so I'm going to work. Your life consists of an annual 2-week vacation and a couple of weeks of Christian holidays during which you communicate with relatives that you don't even think about for the rest of the year. After about 20 years, you start asking questions, and that's when the movement to fourth density consciousness really begins. For the first time in your life, you are making a real choice: continue to reach out to more affluent neighbors and acquaintances and play your part in this drama, or step aside and look at your life from a different perspective. Perhaps you have managed to overcome the current state of affairs, and you have become an oddball and eccentric compared to the average person. For example, in the United States, you might join an independent, PSAP1 LBRB1 RALU, or libertarian, 1LEG, APAP RAG1U, party. You may have taken up something unusual as a job or hobby, and your friends and neighbors are shaking their heads in disbelief. At such a moment, you might be attracted to a New Age religion or some alternative way of life. You can join a commune or spiritual community, practice yoga, meditation, or other disciplines. You will discover ways to eliminate the attitudes you have been inspired with. You repeat these words like mantras, protecting yourself from negative belief systems in your subconscious. Fourth density law: the quality of your consciousness determines your experience of reality. You realize that your thoughts create your perception of the world, so you try to change your thoughts. You might come to realize that the problems in the world are created by karma, the current sorrows and sufferings are caused by sins in a previous life, that you may have acted badly in previous incarnations, for which you are paying the price in this life. And while this is not the case, it is exactly what you come to when you are stuck in fourth density. You have exchanged your small third density box for a much larger and more beautiful fourth density box. Many souls consider fourth density to be the ultimate reality. They feel that they are free because they are no longer subject to the system. This is a property of this trap. In most cases, there are still levels of illusion that you haven't actually cleared in fourth density. For example, whine. The belief that something is wrong with you, or that you deserve to be punished and suffer for what you have done in the past, comes from the original cause. It should not be confused with the so-called original sin, a concept created by the Church to lock you in the realms of duality forever. The original reason is the first experience of appearing in the lower realms through incarnation, consisting of the traumas you received in this process. Your belief system was formed in the midst of these shocks. Only after you heal from the initial trauma associated with compacting into a physical form will you clear all your karma and learn to completely free yourself from all the boxes. You can read a great deal about the original cause in the author's earlier books. We strongly recommend that you read about it in them to understand the deep levels of guilt and fear in your subconscious. Goethe said, there is no more hopeless slavery than that of those slaves who think they are free from fetters. As long as you don't get rid of your guilt forever, you won't be free. You just made cosmetic repairs in your prison, improving its living conditions. Those who give their power to the karma of a past life, believing that they must experience the iniquity and hardships of life because of what they may or may not have done in their past life, join the ranks of those who have fallen victim to the guilt trap. Souls want to gain experience. They love adventure and want to explore all aspects of creativity, including the realm of duality. If in your past life you were a king, queen, or a member of the royal family, and if you spent your wealth unfairly out of greed and insatiability, while the peasants were starving outside your palace, then in the next life your soul may have wanted to experience a different side of duality. So you are born as a poor peasant starving outside the walls of this palace. Is this a punishment for the sins of your past life? No, of course not. It is simply the soul's desire to experience both sides in the drama of duality. Those who have already read the previous works of the author of this book know that this idea is often voiced. Every time we repeat something in these works, we do it for a good reason. Many of the Eastern teachings are just as insidious in encouraging feelings of guilt as the Western teachings. The belief that you must pay for the sins of your past lives in this life is akin to the idea that your misdeeds will lead you to hell after death. Forgiveness is the key to dissolving karma. Forgiveness should not be formal, because you can sort of excuse someone without actually forgiving them. Maybe someone owes you money and you decide to forgive them, but deep down you're still angry that they couldn't pay you back. True forgiveness involves letting go of all negative feelings and recognizing that the soul who has committed the so-called offense is a beautiful child of God, wearing the mask of an imperfect person. With true forgiveness, you realize that what happened is only part of the drama and doesn't change the fact that you are both expressions of unconditional love with Him. When you learn to forgive and love yourself and others unconditionally, then you will eventually transcend fourth density consciousness and move on to fifth density. Fifth density, God's will. From a fifth density perspective, everything is one. Separation is an illusion. Since everything is God, there can only be one will, God's will. And while it may seem limiting at first, God makes all the decisions, and the little self is powerless to do anything about it. In the end, it's liberating. There is more freedom in fifth density, because the unlimited nature of God fully extends to you. In fifth density, the ego dissolves into the realization that there is only one holy, divine self, and that the human soul is capable of living on earth, rooted in God consciousness. Fifth density souls are true leaders who can guide others out of third and fourth density illusions. In fifth density, you realize that all belief systems are limiting, even spiritual beliefs or the New Age religion. They may be more elevated, attractive, and compelling, but they are still interpretations of reality, not things described. In fifth density, you realize that you are intimately connected to all beings and things, and not in any conventional sense, but in an actual energy field or energy matrix. You see a false matrix, an energy network that holds almost everyone in the system of views of universal consciousness. These third and fourth density matrices are mostly made up of fear. You become aware of the dimension of fear that seems to hold virtually everyone in the world hostage. You can even imagine this layer of fear as a brown fog smog covering almost the entire world. Think of fourth density as a low-flying airplane that hovers in layers of smog, the collective mind's view, and fifth density as a high-flying jet plane that hovers over smog. Now you can see clearly. You have what is called true perception. There are no more false views or programs that prevent you from seeing. You have escaped from the trap of the lower levels of perception. The lower levels can be thought of as 4 stages: the physical, emotional, mental, and astral levels. In some model systems, including those of the author of this book, in addition to them, a person has 2 more levels, etheric and causal. These 4 or 6 levels represent the realms of so-called Maya, or illusion. In addition to these levels, there are additional areas that are free from ego traps. We call the totality of the higher levels of being the higher self. How do you connect with your higher self? The ultimate truth is that you don't need to connect with the higher self, because you are already the higher self. You only need to overcome your identification with the small self, that is, to feel the belief that you are not who you really are. There are simple exercises designed to trick the subconscious mind into accepting the truth of oneness. In any situation where you find life difficult, full of difficulties, start with this question: what would God do in this situation? How would my God self react to this conflict? If I were acting from my higher self, what would I do? You can even go even further by doing a little Zen trick. For example, when you ask yourself, what should I do to resolve this conflict? And your small voice responds, I do not know. Say the following phrase: if I knew what to do, what would it be? Of course, this behavior is ridiculous for a well-disciplined mind, which classifies everything and has a beautiful and elegant box with views and programs. But, in fact, this is no different from searching for information on the internet. The basic premise is that if you don't know something, there is a way to reach out to the me who knows the answer. What are the most effective methods for realizing your higher self? This topic is covered in our previous books, but we will briefly describe the main prerequisites here. In general, you should do two things several times. 1. Ask in your prayers to God that you will be in the presence or accept the presence of your infinitely wise, all-knowing, and all-merciful higher self. Invoke your higher self as you meditate. Ask your higher self to open up to you, through you, in the form of you. 2. Learn and apply purifying techniques to remove all negative ingrained beliefs, limiting programs, burdensome attitudes, and negative energies, entities, and forms of thought that can confuse the soul and prevent it from remaining at a high level of awareness. Arguments for predeterminism. Your higher self knows in advance what your lesser self will do. Believe it or not, it's been proven in the lab. A group of more than 1,000 subjects were assigned to perform a single exercise, during which electrodes were connected to various stimulus centers in their bodies and brains. On the computer screen, they were randomly shown two separate images in turn, one of which showed the scene calm and pleasant, and the other disturbing and frightening. They were not told in advance which image they would see first. The program that sent the images relied on a random number generator that was run before each display. After repeatedly repeating this exercise under tightly controlled conditions, it was found that the vast majority of respondents knew in advance what image they would be shown. In most cases, this understanding was not conscious, but it was registered in the nervous system, and in the electrodes. The researchers found that the respondent's electrical system knew almost 6 seconds before the display, in most experiments, from 3 to 6 seconds, which image would be shown, even before the computer used a random number generator to select a particular image. Here is a list of references to various experiments similar to the above. NAG 1/UE11, 1978, NITE 101, 1995, 2011, VUGTUP APB CAS IP, 1997, CAS IP, 1997, 2004, BOPI 101, 1998, VUGTUP, 2000, VUGTUP APB ZSOE, 2002, MSOAPOI-NE. A1, 2002, Zerosh Loop APB UIA, 2003, MSSGA1 UE101, 2004 B. ZAGUPI 101, 2004, UIAE. A1, 2005, TIGAS 501 SIE 101, 2005, 2009, 2011, CAS IP APB VOG EZ, 2009, VGAS IEUE. A1, 2011. This experience confirms the correctness of the idea of predestination, or at least shows that part of the I knows in advance what will happen. How is this explained, given the assumptions outlined in this book? What is foresight? Is it possible to predict the future in great detail, or is it possible to see only possible and probable timelines and formulate an educated guess about what will be integrated into the dominant timeline, the recorded history of linear events? Let's explore these questions without making hasty decisions and without applying any of the generally accepted theories, views, and concepts of the future, assumptions, hypotheses, or even empirical data. For now, let's just observe the conclusions drawn in various disciplines and fields of research, without taking any of these points of view. We will take into account the perception of beings from higher dimensions, or at least those that are outside the interference, frequency barrier, of the Earth. When we look at the waveform of future possibilities, it breaks up and merges with the dominant timeline as soon as the perceiver has made and implemented his decision. In the described laboratory experiment, the destruction of the waveform occurred about 6 seconds before the observer's consciousness could fix it. This means that the higher self, controlling the waveform, actually makes a decision 6 seconds before the conscious mind is aware of it, or that the higher self somehow knows what decision will be made before starting the mechanical process that generates this event. In our case, the computer used to generate random numbers. What is the conclusion from this? Can the higher self accurately predict what the computer will do, even before the computer itself knows about it? Is it possible? Or does this situation violate the paradoxes of time and space? In all likelihood, the higher self can directly influence the random mechanical process involved in our example. In other words, the higher self is a kind of director of the film of life and oversees a scenario that is not yet known to the actor, small I, playing his role on the stage of everyday life events. This leads us to the following conclusion: the higher self creates in advance a world in which the human soul perceives its existence. Is the preliminary time interval limited to 6 seconds, or does it vary? No one guarantees that the advance notification always lasts 6 seconds. The results of experiments may vary. In the experiment that was described in detail above, perhaps 6 seconds is the time that the higher self needs. But to what extent can the waveform be destroyed? How far back in time can the higher self organize the future? Is there a dimension in which the higher self can anticipate all the possible decisions that the lower self is capable of making in its time on Earth? It's really a bit like watching a movie. The producer and director of the film already know what will happen during the development of the plot. In the end, it's all recorded and rolled up in a film reel. The projector, mind, simply plays the recorded story on the screen of life. Thanks to free will, the movie in the projector can be changed. Be that as it may, the higher self seems to be able to anticipate which reel of film the lower self will choose, and at least 6 seconds in advance, under the conditions of a laboratory experiment. Let's return to the idea that in a non-linear, vertical time, everything happens at once, past, present, and future, and that all possible and probable realities are contained in this eternal now. This idea assumes that the field of possibilities is predefined. If you recall the example of viewing the forest from the top of a tree, you will see all the possible paths that a traveler could take within the given dimensions of the forest. In this case, free will is limited to the playing field, that is, the area of the forest. Thanks to free will, the traveler can choose an infinite number of possible paths to travel through the forest, but all decisions are made within the aggregate dimensions of the forest. Based on the perception of the higher self, an enlightened soul is able to anticipate what will happen within a certain range of possibilities. Let us repeat the basic premise of our discussion: the higher self decides which direction the human self will take in the field of possibilities, the sphere of free will, of the fourth dimension of space-time on Earth. These decisions are often made before the mind has time to grasp the options presented. In essence, the higher self says, "I will choose this path because I need this experience," even before the lower self is aware of this decision. When we are talking about randomly generated images of the higher self, it seems that it is possible to anticipate the result of random number generation, algorithm, in a computer program before the program is used. If one could translate the considerations of the higher self into words, they might sound something like this: I will encourage my lower self to join in scientific research. Then the lower self will see unpleasant images 6 times and pleasant ones 3 more times, reacting accordingly to each of them. Why do we consider this ability of the higher self so carefully and in detail? Perhaps this is how we want to show that the lower self is not real and that it is the higher self that controls everything we see, feel, do, and experience in the world. The conclusion that we can draw from our unbiased view of this phenomenon of foresight is that the higher self is fully responsible for our lives and determines our future experience. This predeterminism is only valid for 6 seconds, or its boundaries can be expanded as widely as the higher self wants, as we will learn in the future. It follows that free will is ultimately an illusion. It appears to be real when we are trapped in 4th density perception, but it becomes irrelevant when we enter 5th density consciousness. Pay attention to the idea that a part of you, the higher self, knows in advance what decisions you will make in your life. Free will also implies your ability to decide whether or not you are aware of this prophetic self, and whether or not you should look at life from its perspective. According to many proponents of predeterminism, we only have a choice in favor of connecting with the higher self and the lower self. Should I allow my higher self to control my life? Should I trust his perceptions and decisions? Or should I allow my ego, lower self, to control my life, in which it only seems to me that I am making a choice among an almost infinite number of possibilities? False surrender to the higher self. Many philosophies are based on the idea of surrendering to your higher self. And while some of them are useful, they can easily be abused by those who are still attached to the illusion of a lower self. For example, if the lower self is unwilling to take responsibility for its actions, then it may reject this responsibility for an imaginary version of the higher self, so that it can remain idle and not be burdened with the need to decide. The lower self may have an idea of the higher self as a benevolent but domineering father, or mother, who will save the lower self from all its adversities. One gets the impression that the majority of people fluctuate between trying to do everything through force, coercion, and refusal to respond to the stimuli of the external world in favor of unconditional surrender to the higher self. The golden mean between these two extremes implies the realization that the lower self is ultimately an illusion, because in fact it is part of the higher self. In reality, it is a part of the larger self that considers itself separate from God. Since the lower self is illusory and cannot decide anything, the average person suffers because of their belief that they can make decisions independently of God. The solution is to educate the lower self and constantly remind it that it is a humble servant of the spirit that controls it. The ego is capable of learning, although ultimately it does not exist. Yes, this is another paradox. As long as you believe, even partially, in the true existence of the ego, you will feel the reality of its imaginary existence. This is the power of faith. Here on earth, in your human form, you may not change your behavior very noticeably after you have transcended your belief in the ego. You can still carry water and chop wood. However, you will realize that this is God's will for your little human self, that it is not a matter of your ego making a decision alone. How can you have freedom if everything is controlled by your higher self? We have already asked this question before, and now it is time to pay more attention to it. In this connection, it would be appropriate to ask why the eye of God decides to acquire human experience, knowing that this person will adhere to the imaginary construction of reality. Does God extend a part of himself into human form because he really wants to forget himself and pretend to be a tiny fragment of the whole? Some philosophers try to explain it this way: God wants to know himself, or the whole wants to experience its parts directly. Souls enter this world knowing that they will become mired in this drama and, in all likelihood, will identify with it, considering themselves to be small I in the events that are taking place. Those who have already awakened to 5th density consciousness often return to earth to help other souls come out of the dream of duality. They are ready to run the risk of re-identifying with the material realm and the physical body, while forgetting that they are one with God and creation. One teaching says that time exists in order to give the soul ample opportunities to remember its unity. Recall that there is only time when there is movement. Therefore, a thorough investigation of creation requires a movement of consciousness that generates the idea of time. Is it possible for human consciousness to oscillate between complete silence, timelessness, and motion, time? Is there a mechanism that can go back and forth as you wish? It would seem that the Lord of time and space would have this ability. Jesus said, "Be in the world, but do not be of the world." This dictum can be interpreted as follows: we have a choice, perhaps the only real choice, in favor of nonlinear or linear time. Despite the fact that we seem to live in both areas at the same time, we can decide which one to focus on. We can realize the fullness of God, or we can take turns focusing on each aspect. Let's go back to the first question. Where does freedom come from if the higher self controls everything? Can we talk about the greatness and magic of life, if everything is predetermined in it? The answer to these questions lies in the realms of timelessness. The worlds of time and space can be known from the abode of inner silence. In this meditative state, it no longer matters whether events are predetermined or not. In the state of timelessness, the soul perceives everything as if it is experiencing it for the first time. It might sometimes be useful to know what's going to happen in advance, but life in a state of timelessness isn't learned through trial and error. No, in this state, life appears in an unprecedented bright, joyful perspective. If time is ultimately Jov, if it is an illusion, then it really doesn't matter if there is an I that knows in advance what is going to happen. We believe that this I will do everything right, make the best decision. We put our trust in that self. We no longer worry about what is happening in the world, or what will happen to us in the future. The higher self knows that everything is developing in perfect divine order. You are always in the right place, at the right time, and you do everything right. It may seem that there is a lower self that makes daily decisions, where to shop, what products to buy, who to call, etc. The life of an enlightened person does not change much in this regard. Knowing that everything in the world is in its proper place frees the ego, so that it can simply enjoy the splendor of life. If everything is God, then everything in the world is full of holiness and beauty, even when the outward appearance suggests otherwise. We are able to end suffering faster by seeing perfection in the depths of suffering than we can in any other way. In this way, the ego gives up trying to explain to God how he should govern the universe. Resistance to what is ceases. That's the true meaning of surrender. Channeling number 5. Messages from the Founders. Greetings to you, our beloved creators. We once again admire your magnificence, and once again we remind you that you are a God who expresses himself through the human form. You have asked us to talk about the mysteries and paradoxes of foresight, so we will begin by confirming the conclusion you have already reached during your unbiased investigation of the nature of predestination, predeterminism, and free will. By. To the question, does the higher self organize human experience? We say yes. The higher self has access to all levels and dimensions of space-time and, therefore, can influence the outcome of various events in the space-time continuum. The higher self already knows what is going to happen, because it is the higher self that sets it in motion. No one says that everything is pre-approved and that you can't do anything to change what will happen. This is a misunderstanding. Free will acts as a bubble in the universe of predestination. Your so-called free will decisions are part of the predestined nature of God, because God is infinite, so all possibilities collapse into one. One possibility might be that you will want to experience a pleasant experience. The higher self can see that you will make this choice, because it exists both before and after the moment of the choice. Maybe we are exaggerating, but you can say about every event in your life that something should have happened exactly as it happened. And if what your ego wanted didn't happen, you might say it wasn't meant to happen. Keep in mind that the state outside of selection is really liberating. You don't just follow some thoughtful, boring, dedicated experience. This is also a misunderstanding. It would be like rewatching your favorite TV series. Eventually you get bored with it, because you know in advance what the plot will be like, etc. The joy of discovering something new comes every time you break free from the bondage of linear time. There is perfection and predestination in this state of freedom, but it is never boring. You have access to the infinite, the limitless, the eternal. You have transcended the realm of choice, the realm of cause and effect, the realm of duality. If you're excited about the greatness of the universe, it couldn't have been any other way. It was predestined because it is an ecstatic state before the period from Stvovaniya time and after it. That which is everywhere and in everything can never be denied, although you may have had such an opinion before you awoke to the perfection of the unfolding universe. Much of what we are talking about here will not make any sense until you reach a certain level of consciousness. Let these words be absorbed by your very nature. Allow your feelings to be exactly what they are, no more, no less. Don't judge yourself if you don't understand this topic very well, as only a few people understand it. In any case, the answers are within you, and this message is meant to help you get closer to the truth of your one being. Enjoy the illusion of choice that this world offers. Explore countless realms, thanes, and dimensions that belong to both you and creation. Let God be God. Stop thinking that life should be different. It is what it is. Accept the truth of this eternal now. If it needs to change, it will do so. If you are the initiator of change, then your life will be rebuilt in such a way that you can become an active force for change. The change will happen through you. It will not happen because of the struggle and ego tossing. Such an imaginary change does not matter, but rather represents child's play. The ego's formal, infinite solutions are not solutions at all, but simply the attraction to a lot of bright trinkets and trinkets. It doesn't matter which one you choose, because eventually they all dissolve into the pure light they came from. Play with them, but don't invest in them. You need to invest only in your true self, your divine presence, your higher self. Enjoy the fact that now you know the only truly daring project in your life, awakening to your divine being. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 6. Time Travel. In this chapter, we will focus more on the dynamics of time travel, as well as a. the theory of time travel, b. access to realms of space-time, c. mental time travel, and d. information about psychic abilities used in mental time travel. In time. We have already said above that you can go anywhere in time and space and see what is happening there. You are not limited by what we call the dominant timeline. From a higher point of view, everything in the space-time map is equally valid and equally real. However, it seems that in this linear world where you are physically present, there is only one straight line of time and that it moves at a constant speed, and there is nothing you can do about it. Although very few souls have found out about it, you can enter and exit the dominant timeline at will as many times as you want. This is achieved, in scientific terms, by manipulating the electromagnetic field, accessing or creating wormholes, and using your will/intention to influence the space-time map. It may seem to the uninitiated that the Lord of time and space can both materialize and dematerialize the body at will. 1 minute he's still here, on this timeline, and the next minute he's gone. You might ask, why don't we see this phenomenon more often? Why do we only hear stories about yogis in the mountains who can do such things? Maybe it's just a story. There are safety devices built into the dominant timeline on Earth. Some call them canopies or time barriers. Spiritual guides, who are called karmic guardians, are charged with ensuring that the boundaries between the lines of time are not violated. This is done so that beginners, unenlightened people, cannot accidentally fall through a portal, stargate, or wormhole. Such a safety device should also deter overly impatient souls from attempting to break the murdered grandfather paradox. If one could go to any part of the space-time map and make changes to it, then there would be complete chaos. This situation is depicted in many science fiction series and films. And even with these safety devices, there is a show-through effect between individual timelines and measurements. Whether it's a ghost encounter, a déjà vu experience, or some other parallel timeline experience, many souls on Earth perceive other parts of the space-time map without realizing it. Before we smoothly move on to the next section on time travel, let's look at the development of the principle of non-locality, or rather the idea that we are everywhere at once and experience everything in an instant. In other words, we are omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And if we are, as religion says, created in the image and likeness of God and are God's children, then it is reasonable to assume that we have the same properties as God. This human form, which we call our physical reality, must be akin to a tiny redwood seed that, let's just say, has just sprung up, or at best has become a small tree, bursting out of the ground. The plan of a giant redwood tree is in the seeds. If the environmental conditions are suitable and nothing interferes with the tree, it will become one of the largest plants on Earth, if you do not count certain fungi that have spread over the surface of the Earth and connected with the roots. This is not an exact analogy to the human soul, but it will work. We have a higher self that exists outside of time and space and is therefore capable of spreading across the entire space-time map. This means that we have an infinite number of past and future selves, one for each moment in creation. Theoretically, there are an infinite number of eternal moments in the now, although there seems to be a limit to the number of changes in consciousness that can occur in every second. Dr. Barber said that reality flashes millions of times a second. He didn't say that it flashes infinitely many times every second. However, you might ask an interesting question: does the I exist between neighboring flashes? Is it possible to divide time into infinitesimal increments, and is there a presence that exists eternally within these infinite fractions? If so, as indicated by non-locality, then we exist everywhere in the past, present, and future. Therefore, time travel is simply the transition of consciousness from the present I to the past I, or from the past I to the future I, etc. If linear time is a subset of vertical, or nonlinear, time, then it follows that the soul can enter and exit linear time, moving through an infinite region of nonlinear time that exists above, below, and beyond the so-called normal space-time. How to travel through time? At the time of Einstein's teachings, from the mid to late 20th century, theories held that nothing could move faster than light, and that it was only possible to travel back in time at a speed greater than light. It was assumed that traveling to the future would be more likely than traveling to the past, although there was fierce debate among scientists about how to achieve this. Then, over the past 30 years, laboratory experiments have confirmed that subatomic particles can move back and forth in time to some extent. In the appendix to this book, we have included several excerpts from scientific articles that, in fact, prove the existence of non-locality that applies to time. From a technical point of view, to perform time travel, it is necessary to control the gravitational and electromagnetic fields in order to dial the number of various cells of the space-time map, and then use modern motion communication techniques in order to open a wormhole, stargate, or portal through which the soul can pass to the desired area of space-time. Every place in space-time has a signature or specific frequency that defines that point in space-time. This is easy to understand with respect to spatial dimensions. Imagine a monitor screen made up of pixels. Let's say, for example, that this screen has 764 x 1264 pixels. This means that the x-axis has 1264 increments, and the v-axis has 764 increments. A programmer who uses pixels as units of measurement can write a program that causes the cursor or arrow to move to a specific coordinate on the computer screen, where this program then performs some action. If you can dial a certain coordinate in the space-time map, then you tune into that particular signature and, using wormholes, stargates, and portals, open the door leading to that particular coordinate. Since a part of you already exists in this coordinate, you exist everywhere, you are essentially just shifting your consciousness in order to align with the part of yourself that already exists in this region of space-time. If you want to move your physical body, then you must be able to create a sufficiently large stargate or portal, using, or without, external technologies, depending on the level of development of the soul performing the teleportation of the body. When you reach a certain state of consciousness, you no longer need wormholes, stargates, and portals to perform your teleportation, you simply become the very place where you want to move your body, disassemble the energy matrix of the body in its previous place and reassemble it in a new place. Now let's step back a bit and discuss the technology of time and space travel. Long-distance travel in space. How do extraterrestrials travel vast distances in order to arrive on Earth? People who are aware of the presence of extraterrestrial intelligence have been investigating these cases for years. One group even managed to conduct an engineering analysis of the ships they found. According to the spiritual guides of the author of this book, since the 1940s, the inhabitants of Earth have restored 6 extraterrestrial ships, 5 of which belonged to the humanoids of the double star Zeta grid, and another to the inhabitants of the Pleiades star cluster. Technical documentation was compiled only for one of these ships. The spiritual mentors of this message channel, the founders, gave a brief explanation of how electromagnetic propulsion systems work in a previous publication. Now we will briefly focus on this topic. Long distances are usually covered by using stable wormholes that already exist and have more or less stable entrances and exits. To travel shorter distances, the electromagnetic field surrounding the spacecraft is used. The device that generates electromagnetic pulses is set up to partially destroy the polarity of the field in the space immediately adjacent to the ship, essentially creating a zero-point vacuum in the space-time continuum. Then this vacuum sucks the ship into a distorted section of the continuum generated by the changed polarity of the field. This is somewhat similar to the slingshot effect, using electromagnetic fields as a medium, instead of air. The mechanics of this partial decay are quite simple, although the mathematical equations for it are quite strict. Each part of the electromagnetic spectrum has special vibrational states, signatures. These signatures can be superimposed on the space-time continuum as 2 grids stacked on top of each other. We understand that this analogy is a bit crude and not entirely accurate for a person who is far from science, but such ideas are quite difficult for even people from science to understand, so we want to express ourselves in as accessible a language as possible. For an even simpler analogy, you need to take a blanket, decide which part of it you want to touch, and then, starting from where you are on the blanket, get to the far corner where you want to be, and fold the blanket so that the 2 parts touch. Imagine that this blanket is grouped into small grids, each of which has a number, for example, 764 by 1264, as in the example above. We will keep the numbered grids simple and evenly distributed, like a calendar that marks the days of the month. In order to move from grid cell 14 to cell 87, you must dial 87 on the remote control of your spaceship. It is still in grid 14. For this purpose, there is an instrument on board your ship that corresponds to the grid frequency at point 87. You then destroy this grid using zero-point technology until points 14 and 87 touch each other. This mechanics may seem complicated, but keep in mind that consciousness is the missing component in unified field equations. If your intent to activate a section of the space-time continuum is strong enough, it changes the grid system sufficiently to allow these devices to operate. In future publications, we will look in detail at how consciousness directs the formation and use of zero-point fields for teleportation and sudden travel across large areas of space-time. In the meantime, the idea that you are everywhere at once and that a part of your consciousness is already in the right place will suffice. Basically, you direct the energy components of a spaceship, or other vehicle, according to the frequency of your aspect that already exists at your destination. This is equivalent to the synthesis of consciousness and mechanics. The ideal vehicle will consist of elements that significantly increase the psychokinetic and telekinetic components of consciousness, allowing the threshold value of your soul energy to match the frequency of the destination you want to reach. Although this sounds like metaphysics, and it is metaphysics, a more scientific approach than simply asking your higher self to provide the coordinates of the destination point involves mapping the coordinate system of the space-time grid, followed by measuring the electromagnetic field characteristics of each grid point. This is very similar to mapping human genes, a very time-consuming method that requires the use of supercomputers, etc. As we said earlier, in this structure of the universe, there are safety devices or fail-safe systems that block all those who are at low levels of consciousness from accessing electromagnetic portals and stargates. The level of consciousness required for competent use of coordinates and correct programming of propulsion systems is significantly higher than that of the average Earthling. However, these safety devices are not perfect, and some negatively polarized aliens have managed to control their spaceships in the manner described above. We will not waste time discussing harmful ways to apply the principles described in this section, but instead explore a little more deeply the several ways in which the space-time fabric can change, distort, bend, and shape itself in order to enable time travel and so-called distortion-based travel. B. The technologies used in this study include, for time travel. In this section, we will discuss spheres, vortices, swirls, ley lines, grid lines, portals, stargates, wormholes, black and white holes. The gravitational and electromagnetic universe has a grid or grid system that bends time and space, sometimes collapses it back on itself and connects certain parts of it with each other. Imagine a spatio-temporal fabric creasing, folding, wringing, washing, drying, knotting, or otherwise changing its basic flat or slightly curved shape. The true structure of the spatio-temporal continuum is difficult to define using conventional geometric definitions. The 15-coordinate system is just a model to help the rational mind, which is struggling to understand this. Another such support is the idea of an irregular fabric that resembles a blanket or bedspread. Some scientists, as well as writers working in the science fiction genre, refer to these disruptions in the fabric of spacetime as anomalies or time distortions. They exist throughout creation, varying in size and degree of manifestation. They can also be created and destroyed. This is a property of distortion, not the energy itself. Note: the eccentric physicist Nassim Haramein theorizes that wormholes exist throughout the fabric of spacetime and are contained in subatomic structures. It also assumes that the entire universe is contained in every proton of every atom. This understanding is consistent with the holographic model of the universe that we discussed earlier, and therefore most likely contradicts the idea that anomalies and time distortions are exceptions to the rule of an ordered universe. Rather, they are an integral part of the geometric dispersion and lattice structure of third and fourth dimensional spacetime. The law of conservation of energy is central to the universe. Breaking this law is like dividing by zero. Within the framework of creation, this is not feasible. It follows that there is a single energy, constant and unchanging, throughout the changing and evolving spacetime continuum. In physics, this stratum or static state is called the Bose-Einstein condensate. The total energy of the system or subsystem must be equal to the sum of the stratum, potential energy, and movement of consciousness and its external projection, including transition matter and observed, kinetic, energy, as well as the total dark energy and dark matter of the system or subsystem. If a system or subsystem has unequal components, such as those observed in a black hole, this means that scientists, observers, simply do not know about the presence of other factors in the equation. In this case, they are not aware of the sister universe that reflects this universe on the other side of the black hole. We'll talk about this soon. In the meantime, let's focus on two basic states of energy: static and moving, potential and kinetic. We used the analogy of a fractal as a changing state and a function that generates a fractal as an unchanged state. You can refer to this analogy when we explore the fabric of space-time. From a layman's point of view, the law of conservation of energy states, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. From a technical point of view, the law of conservation of energy states that in a given system or continuum, the energy inside must equal the energy outside, or rather, energy can only change forms, but cannot change its original amount. Therefore, every phenomenon witnessed by a scientist implies an equal exchange of energy. If it seems to you that the energy decreases, which is observed in the conditional radius of the black hole, then this energy is recreated and reappears somewhere else in the universe. Let's use the example of a black hole. If you measure the amount of energy compressed and packed into a singularity at the center of a black hole and subtract the X-rays and gamma rays emitted by the black hole, you don't get a balanced equation. It turns out that more energy enters the black hole than comes out of it. This would be a violation of the law of conservation of energy. How can this be? Scientists struggle with such anomalies. If energy disappears in one part of the universe, then it must necessarily appear in some other place. And this is actually happening in the form of a white hole. In many cases, this white hole exists in a parallel, so-called sister universe, or mirror image of the universe. In fact, most universes exist in pairs. Our universe, which consists mainly of electrons with a small number of positrons, is an addition to our sister universe, which consists mainly of positrons with a small number of electrons. This pair of universes resembles the symbol of infinity, see figure 1.11. Here we could also use analogies with matter and antimatter. If you take all of the antimatter in our sister universe and all of the matter in our own universe, excluding dark matter and dark energy, since we won't discuss this topic right now, then they should cancel themselves out to zero. In other words, if we subtract the total polarized energy in our universe from the total polarized energy in our sister universe, we get zero. For those who are not good at math, we will explain this in another way. If universe A had 100 electrons, then universe B would have 100 positrons. The total charge, if you put the two universes together, would be zero. The total amount of energy remains constant. However, some irregularities often suggest that the energy polarity is unbalanced. And now we will return to our conversation on the topic of anomalies that occur in the space-time fabric. Black holes. Near black holes, time and space behave in a special way. Imagine a crumpled section of a space-time map where the fabric sticks together, compressing the space-time coordinates into a tightly packed ball. For a good example, you can take a blanket, apply glue to some part of it, and then start folding the blanket, bending its corners, until a large sticky ball appears in the center of the blanket or in one of its corners. Both time and space flows are highly compressed and distorted around black holes. In Einstein's physics, both general and special relativity, time and space change significantly as we approach the conditional radius of a black hole. Gravity magnifies and bends the fabric of time and space. Both seem to disappear when you reach the event horizon. The powerful force of gravity prevents light from escaping, hence the name black hole. It is not entirely correct to think that light, time, and space are all trapped in the event horizon, but there is some truth in this. There is a singularity at the center of a black hole, a point of infinite mass, but there is no space or time. Refer to the Lorentz transformation formulas and the Heisenberg equations if you understand mathematics. For the law of conservation of energy to work, there must be a white hole opposite a black hole in a reflected parallel dimension or universe. White holes. White holes are the opposite of black holes. If infinitely dense time and space collapse at the center of a black hole, then infinitely radiant time and space radiate from the white hole. White holes can be found in our universe. It can be assumed that on the other side of a large white hole, there is a black hole sucking in energy from a parallel universe or dimension. If we rely on the law of conservation of energy, then the energy emitted from a white hole should be equal to the energy drawn into the corresponding black hole, plus or minus the energy of X-rays, gamma rays, and any other types of radiation from black holes, or some kind of energy compression that occurs in white holes. Scientists are building ever more powerful telescopes, so they'll learn more about white holes in the future. At this stage, the powerful radiation observed in white holes tends to overwhelm sensitive measuring equipment. Note: quasars are interesting examples of wormholes and/or stargates that combine black and white holes. The pulsation of the quasar indicates a fast switching difference in polarity between the characteristics of black and white holes. The behavior of quasars is outside the scope of this book, but below we will describe the mechanics of wormholes and stargates. Wormholes. The combination of black and white holes forms a wormhole, a region of spacetime that connects different regions of the spacetime continuum. This is a simple idea, illustrated above as collapsing spacetime onto itself. Wormholes can link different universes, galaxies, and stellar matter, or they can exist at the subatomic level. Travel between dimensions is accomplished through a mechanism similar to a wormhole, but more commonly known as a portal or stargate. Previous publications of the author of this book describe the movement between dimensions, including pyramids, batteries, and the energy transferred to the battery and concentrated in the top, capstone, of the pyramid. In this book, we will not delve into the mechanics of traveling between spaces, but we recommend that you explore what happens when energy moves through pyramids that are closely adjacent to each other with their bases. Explaining a wormhole to someone far removed from science involves the example of a doorway or tunnel connecting two different parts of the space-time continuum. Such doorways can also facilitate travel between parallel dimensions and universes. The technical details of how this is done are beyond the scope of this book. Wormholes can be either stable or unstable, depending on many factors, including the structure of completely or partially destroyed stars that generate black and white holes, the number of X-rays and gamma rays coming from this area, and the effects of other stars or electromagnetic anomalies on the combination of black and white holes. A white hole. Small black and white holes give rise to smaller wormholes. In this case, there may not be a doorway to the parallel universe, but rather a shortest path through the regions of this universe. Tiny black and white holes connecting relatively small regions of spacetime are called miniature wormholes or spheres. These small areas of spacetime distortion are sometimes captured by normal speed cameras. It is possible to travel through wormholes of various sizes, which is something that many extraterrestrials are already doing. If a full-fledged or miniature wormhole is relatively stable and calm near its borders, then the spacecraft is able to pass through it. Many science fiction TV series illustrate this idea, in Hollywood style, of course. I immediately recall two such series, Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, 31AG Tiguk, SA-Zira's MTE, and Stargate Atlantis, 81AG A1EA NAPS. Vortices, stargates, portals, and ley lines. White holes and wormholes, closely related to black holes, are concepts of vortices, stargates, and portals. As for the main differences between each of these anomalies, black and white holes, as well as wormholes, are usually tied to distortions of the gravitational field, while vortices, stargates, and portals depend not so much on gravity as on electromagnetism. Ley lines are corridors of electromagnetic energy moving through space, which also form around celestial objects. Where these lines intersect or connect, vortices appear. A high concentration vortex can become a stargate or portal. Such doorways connect one part of the electromagnetic spectrum to another part, perhaps somewhere far away in ordinary space-time. Both large and small forces, gravity, electromagnetism, the formation of chemical bonds and their decay, belong to one infinite force or infinite energy, just differently arranged. Scientists have long been trying to find a way to combine these forces into a basic equation. The missing component is consciousness. Consciousness can both increase and decrease the magnitude and polarity of various forces. It can both unite forces and divide them, depending on the circumstances. We'll talk about this in the chapter on activating timelines. If we recall the idea of stargates and portals, then these points of intersection of the lines of the electromagnetic grid can play the role of a tunnel for moving through space-time, in much the same way as in the case of wormholes. Since the electromagnetic force is millions of times stronger than the gravitational force, stargates and portals are easier to create and manipulate than wormholes. If most wormholes require large galactic objects, such as the galactic center, then stargates and portals require only a little electromagnetic energy, which just needs to be applied correctly. What is the difference between a stargate and a portal? Basically, a stargate is just a large portal that allows interstellar travel to take place. A portal can be any size, including subatomic ones, while the size of a stargate usually ranges from a few kilometers to almost as large as a wormhole between universes, billions of kilometers. Spheres are partial or complete doorways to various regions or dimensions of space-time. Within each area, plan, subplan, or dimension, there are billions of spheres. Some of them behave like tiny wormholes, allowing creatures or energies to pass through them. Think of pinpricks of energy running through a continuum from one part to another. The best analogy of the space-time web here is a woven fabric with holes after each thread. Dr. Nassim Haramein suggested that in each proton of each atom there is a holographic miniature of the entire universe. Spheres can be as numerous as protons, although most of them remain unnoticed at the current state of the art. In fact, they are ways of connecting a great many dimensions and planes of existence found throughout creation. As mentioned earlier, some conventional cameras are capable of detecting spheres, although not all images on these photographic materials are spheres. If you want to take photos of spheres, first make sure that you have a medium-speed camera, and then make sure that the lens is completely clean, there is no dust, water droplets, or anything else that looks like a sphere. How to travel through stargates and portals? By dialing the electromagnetic frequency that you want to connect to. As mentioned earlier, every place in space-time has an electromagnetic signature or a specific vibration. Since everything is related to non-locality, you can dial the number of any place in the space-time continuum, calling the electromagnetic frequency of this location. There are no examples of this concept, but this phenomenon can be partially explained by the process of opening a padlock with a digital code. When each cell is aligned correctly, the lock will open, all cells will be cleared. In the language of physics, subatomic particles will travel through a tunnel to the other side of a stargate or portal when the polarity is absolutely correct. This is similar to the principle behind the so-called zero-point energy. When a series of polarized magnets are aligned correctly, whether they are fixed or rotating, zones of zero energy are created, that is, areas in which the polarities cancel each other, as a result of which no polarity occurs. These zones without polarity are called zero points. At the zero point, the portal is open, which makes it possible to travel like a tunnel from other places in the electromagnetic spectrum. This principle is also used in interdimensional travel, although certain geometric configurations are also required here. We understand that not all of our readers are mathematicians and scientists, and we apologize to them if the text is sometimes overloaded with technical terms. For many readers, the simple idea of holes in the fabric of time and space may suffice. Over the next millennia, souls will learn to travel through black and white holes, wormholes, vortexes, stargates, portals, and even spheres. However, despite the fact that such technologies have not yet been developed for our physical movement, we already have a powerful force that can move anywhere in creation, namely our consciousness. If you are discouraged by the idea that it will take humanity hundreds or even thousands of years to perfect the technology to travel through the anomalies in the space-time continuum, then you might want to start with mental time travel. Learning to visit the past or future in your mental body isn't as difficult as you think, and you don't have to worry about luggage, security, travel costs, etc. All people use their ability to draw pictures in their mind. However, scientists don't understand visualization very well. Of course, they study the brain's ability to create mental images and its capacity for photographic memory, but they don't understand the relationship between visualization and clairvoyance, that is, the ability to perceive the world with non-physical senses. There are many methods for developing clairvoyance and remote observation, mental projection. Some of these methods can be found in the author's previous works. Perhaps the most well-known and effective method of developing clairvoyance is meditation. Many souls travel mentally during meditation, and virtually everyone travels mentally during sleep. Mental projection, also known as remote observation, is an ability of the psyche that is relatively easy to learn. Such mental activities should not be confused with astral travel. The author of this book draws a line between astral and mental travel in his early works, so if you want to get full information on this topic, you'd better read these books. In addition to using the mind to move to any place in creation and at any time period, there are several other anomalies and special cases that we want to draw your attention to. Earlier, we briefly mentioned the phenomenon of déjà vu and how timelines can intersect with each other. You can influence the ability of timelines to intersect and communicate with each other. Let's look at this in more detail. More information about déjà vu and intersecting timelines. Each time you use your memory, you send a stream of thoughts through the fabric of space-time, and this stream crosses a point on the continuum that you remember somewhere in the past. These streams remain part of the map and will be available to you when you decide to follow these streams back to the intersection point. In short, you have a loved one, place or thing, that you often remember, and part of your energy field is present in that person, place or time. By remembering this person, place, time, you create a connection between your present and past selves. As a simple example, let's assume that you are hearing some music for the first time. When you hear this music again, most likely while you are in a different place, you remember the first place. Your associative memory makes you think of San Francisco whenever you hear Tony Bennett sing, "I Left My Heart in San Francisco." 10. Even if you haven't been to this city, you might think about it when you hear the lines from this song, because it's about San Francisco. But sometimes a song has nothing to do with where you first heard it. However, every time this song is played, you find yourself in this place again. When you think about your favorite place many times, you create a series of mental streams that flow to that place. The more time you spend there mentally, the stronger the fabric becomes at that intersection point. If you often literally visit your favorite place, then not only does your main path cross this physical place, but you also connect with previous moments in time when you were physically there. You can also gain mental access to those time frames when you were previously there in your physical body. As far as you are concerned, such reasoning points to an obvious fact, but we stopped here for a specific reason. The principle of non-local, if taken to its logical conclusion, suggests that you also have access to all the memories of other souls who thought about this place, as well as to their energy fields when they were physically in your favorite place. This partly explains why some places are considered holy. The author visited some shrines, churches, temples, etc., and in some cases felt very strong energy there. He feels they're not only the programs of his subconscious mind and his own beliefs about the holy place, but also the energy and consciousness of people who have visited this sacred place. Although it is possible to tune into the consciousness of any person at any given time, visiting a physical place visited by an enlightened person not only makes it easier to tune into it, but also often strengthens the energy matrix of such a person. If all this were different, there would be little reason, if any, for people to go on pilgrimage to the holy places where great teachers lived or taught. Take an ashram, for example. It is possible that spiritual teachers have lived in this place for 2 centuries, including the most famous Swami in that place 11. Every day of his life, this Swami met with his disciples, taught them meditation, and gave them instructions. By meditating there, this Swami and his followers achieved several states of Satori and Samadhi. These relatively enlightened stages have over the years created an energy matrix that is accessible to any soul that can tune into this field. If you go to that sacred place regularly, even if you have never met this Swami, perhaps he left his body several years before you first heard of him, you will still cultivate a field of memory in your mind that consists of all your memories, this place and all the experiences you had there. This will be combined with the collective energy of the meditating people and students of this master, accumulated over time in this space. In such a place, it will be possible to create a portal if there is enough energy in the life of this spiritual teacher related to specific events or cases when he taught or meditated there. The energy of this master or his students can move through the portal and be clearly felt by those who visit there. When souls visit the tomb of the Virgin Mary in Turkey, where, according to experts, Mary actually lived for some time, in that house her followers add their own energies to her energy, so that this place will eventually become truly holy. Skeptics will argue that all the energy felt in these places is just an associative memory experience, but in reality we are talking about something much more. As mentioned earlier, when you think about a certain place and time, some of your energy is actually directed there. This energy remains in that place, merging with the energy of other souls who have been there. The author calls it a vortex of artificial origin. When a sacred place is combined with a naturally occurring vortex, even more energy is generated. If we talk about the Holy Land, Israel, Jordan, Palestine, etc., then a large ley line passes through this region. Jerusalem is located on at least 2 ley lines and has a natural vortex where these ley lines intersect. In addition, in this center, the 3 world religions converge at this point. When a soul goes there to pray, that person connects with thousands of other souls who have prayed there before. If all the prayers were in harmony with each other, then a powerful field of conscious energy would indeed arise in that place, which would greatly enhance the prayers. We know that this is not the case, because not only prayers differ, but also the energy fields of praying souls. The question often arises, why are there so many conflicts with shrines in many regions? Aren't all these prayers supposed to bring peace to everyone there? If every soul that came to Jerusalem to pray was clear, enlightened, and peaceful, then yes, the energies of the world would increase significantly. However, many of the souls who come to the holy places for prayers are deeply confused. This is usually the reason they went there in the first place, they were going for healing. This place is considered wonderful for getting rid of sins or for taking a miracle cure for illness. Thus, the energy that gathers in these places is a combination of divine love pouring out to the souls praying there, and the energy of longing, heartache, and all kinds of suffering. While some of the negativity that has accumulated in these places is being transformed by spiritual mentors and a field of various teachers who have been there, the holy places, because of their relatively high vibrations, awaken negativity in the subconscious of those who pray there. In other words, if you are filled with negativity and find yourself in a place with a high vibration, then your negativity will rise to the surface so that it can be transformed. This is a necessary measure so that a troubled soul can be fully healed. If the negativity is simple and shallow, then the restless soul may just burst into tears and immediately feel better. But as we all know, negativity can be hidden under many layers of suggestions and attitudes. Jews, Muslims, and Christians living in the Holy Land have frequently clashed throughout their history, and this rivalry also grows and intensifies due to naturally occurring whirlwinds. Things that boost energy don't distinguish between positive and negative. Therefore, you can program the crystal to be either positive or negative. For this reason, in Jerusalem and elsewhere, In these holy cities, everything, positive and negative, is greatly enhanced. If you intend to visit such a place, then it is good for you to perform the maximum purification possible for you before you arrive there, so that the energy you bring will elevate everything around you as much as possible. Also, while there, use mental and spiritual protection to minimize the impact of negativity. If the high energy of this place reveals problems that are deeply rooted in your subconscious mind, accept the experience with satisfaction. Apply some cleansing techniques and be happy that your negativity was provoked to manifest itself. Soul fragmentation. The idea of integration, unification, and fragmentation, the splitting of the soul, was discussed in detail in one of our earlier publications. Soul fragmentation occurs when a person, place, or experience has a lot of energy associated with it. In short, the definition states that some of the soul's energy is trapped in the person, place, or thing where this intense experience occurred. In a place of power where there is an active exchange of injuries or powerful energy between souls, you can find clumps of energy related to these separate souls. In other words, such a place contains fragments of soul energy belonging to various people who have been there. Those who are on the path of healing often go to these vortices in order to regain their shattered energy. In fact, this energy is still connected to the parent part of each soul, because everything is one and in reality there is no separation, but if there are unrealized feelings and emotions associated with such a place, it may seem as if the soul is broken and scattered. There are various methods of reclaiming your broken parts from people, places, and experiences that were traumatic. For more information on this topic, see Integrating the Soul. Soul integration. Souls that have remained fragmented over many lifetimes can recover their missing parts through various processes. This is called integration, bringing the soul together, and for most people is an important part of their healing. As you collect the missing parts of your soul essence, more and more powerful energy comes from you. You can channel and radiate the energy of the soul with much more sense and efficiency. So-called powerful people often owe their strength to the fact that they have collected most or all of the fragments of their soul and achieved a high degree of integrity. By the way, when we use the term powerful, we mean those souls who are grounded, centered, and able to move energy using strong intent and concentration. We do not mean those souls who control the world, because they have all the levers of power in their hands. Although some of the world's leaders are really strong in the sense that applies to the soul, many of them actually feel inferior and powerless, and that is why they are eager to dominate and command. Tyrants, dictators, and warmongers struggle to maintain the illusion of control over others, and that is why they seek to enslave people and force them to submit to their doctrines. Truly strong souls do not need to try to convince anyone of their greatness, nor do they need to control and oppress other people. Let us now return to the topic of mental time travel. What can you say about unreliable memories? If you affect the map of space-time every time you have a memory, what happens if your memory is unreliable? When you experience intense trauma or emotion due to an event in the past, the intensity of that experience can distort the fabric of space-time, and in some cases create parallel realities. These possible timelines may seem like a kind of return to the source in the time loop created by the given memory. In this case, one part of the loop involves passing linear time from the event to the present, and the other part of the loop involves multiple threads created by memory. If the memory is distorted, usually due to trauma and strong emotions, then you can follow one or more distorted parallel realities. Returning to what was said, you can recall events that did not actually occur on the dominant linear timeline, but took place on a possible, alternative, timeline. We understand that this creates a lot of problems for criminologists and psychologists. However, psychosomatic effects can occur because of these alternative versions of the past. If, for example, a soul was not harmed on the dominant timeline, but was subjected to violence in the alternate past, then the physiology of that soul may reflect the violence that reigned on the alternate timeline, even if there is reliable evidence that these events never occurred in the so-called authentic life. You can convince yourself of the reality of something, and then your physiology will reflect this deep belief of yours. Because faith creates reality at the level of consciousness of the fourth degree. This means that you will have an experience that reflects your faith. Through deep-rooted beliefs, you could repeat the events of the dominant timeline that reflect these attitudes of your mind. For example, if you accept the belief that the world is extremely dangerous and that you are haunted by bad luck, then you tend to create a lot of events in which other people hurt or harm you. Another soul, who may even be living in a dangerous part of the city, may experience complete security on all levels, because it does not have a deep conviction of its unluckiness. Remember that the law of attraction does not depend on the prevailing beliefs of humanity. If a person's faith is deep enough and strong enough, that soul can break free from the clutches of racial prejudice and gain experiences that contradict popular beliefs. Selective memorization. All psychologists know that people can suppress traumatic experiences, hiding them in the depths of the subconscious and thereby seem to forget about them. There is another type of selective memorization, which involves taking all the energy out of the past experience. In other words, you no longer identify with the events that took place on the dominant timeline, as if these events never happened. Sometimes it's good to remember, and sometimes it's better to just forget. For most souls, the mind is cluttered with many relatively useless experiences of the past. All events on the dominant timeline are stored in Akashic records, so there is no need to hold on to memories. If you need something, you can access it. For more information on how to do this, see the chapters on correcting the timeline. Revisiting the past. The psychological technique of revisiting the past is more relevant in the chapters on correcting the timeline, but let's outline this idea here. Revisiting the past is the subconscious mind's belief that everything did not happen as it actually did on the dominant timeline. This method essentially forces the mind to switch to alternate timelines, where imaginary events actually happened in a different way. For example, if you had a difficult childhood in which sexual abuse occurred, you might decide that you had a happy childhood instead. If you can convince your subconscious mind that your childhood was happy, then it will strive to build your life in a way that is characteristic of a person who had a happy childhood. Regardless of what the subconscious mind thinks, this can be achieved. The problem with revisiting the past is that it's a kind of escapism. If you have unresolved emotional problems, they are suppressed, but eventually they will come to the surface, and perhaps at the most inopportune moment. For a while, your life may improve, because now your subconscious mind believes that you don't have a tail of problems from your childhood that can hinder your success. Because the mind believes that you will succeed, because of your happy childhood, it will build your life in such a way as to significantly increase the probability of success. In some ways, the method of revisiting the past is like watching a hypnotist perform on stage, telling you that there is a rope in front of you, even though there is no rope. So you trip over an imaginary rope. Just as easily, a hypnotist could show you a rope, convincing you that there is no rope in front of you, which causes you to stumble over a real rope. When it comes to your life-changing decisions, revisiting the past may help you temporarily, but it still won't cure you of deep-rooted psychological problems. Why are we raising this topic? Because we show that you can change the past even if you don't get into a time machine, go back to the past in it, or make changes in the physical world. By and large, you can choose a new past, from an infinite number of possible and probable versions of the past, and then shape your future based on the new past you have chosen. This topic will be discussed in more detail in the next chapter. There are several other components of time travel that we want to highlight here. Psychometrics. Psychometry is the art of reading the history of a subject. Take, for example, an ancient coin that has passed through many hands. The psychometrist holds this object in his hand and meditates. Then, depending on the level of clairvoyance that the meditator has developed, images from the past of this object enter his consciousness. The psychometrist reads information from intersecting energy fields in the space-time map, if they relate to a given object. There are many ways to interpret information, but the scientific way, again, is based on the principle of non-locality. The ancient coin in this example acts as a trigger to tune the meditator into the lives of everyone who has ever owned or paid for this coin. In other words, if you apply non-locality to time, it is like seeing through everyone who has ever held this coin, represented in the space of that time. In the 5th century, a Roman pays with this coin at the market. In the 10th century, an English collector keeps it in a safe. In the 15th century, an antique dealer sells it in his shop, etc. All these characters in the cosmic drama exist simultaneously in this eternal now, although it seems as if centuries have passed between them. In addition to reading the dominant timeline when it is applied to a particular object, you can tune into alternative time may be associated with such an object. You could read information from the energy field of someone who held this object in their hands, and use this energy signature to tune into other aspects of that person's life. Perhaps the Roman was thinking of his beloved when he went to the market. The collector may have had a deep fear of something in his life when he put the coin in the safe, etc. Objects can be saturated with consciousness. When a certain energy is infused into an object through conscious intention, such an object becomes a talisman. Crystals, amulets, keychains, charms, etc. can work as amulets. A soul that picks up a given object is affected by the field of energy left in or around it by the one who casts the spell, i.e. programs the item. If an item is programmed to bring good luck to its owner, then the person receiving it naturally adjusts to the energy of good luck, if the person who created this talisman intended it that way. Obviously, such a thing can also act in harm's way. An evil shaman can take a doll or figurine of some mythical god and put anger, fear, and ill wishes into it, intending to harm the one who becomes the owner of this talisman. Beliefs are very influential. Therefore, if you believe that you can be controlled by a certain person, entity, object, or place, then you will most likely survive this experience, unless the opposite thoughts are stronger, in which case the thoughts about your obsession will be cancelled. If you think you can travel through time and see the history of an object, person, or place, then your subconscious mind will tune into that particular frequency, and you will most likely relieve that experience. Some objects are amplifiers, for example, crystals. This means that any thoughts, emotions, or energies you put into this item will multiply. If you put the intention of healing into a crystal, it will become a healing agent. If you want to cause harm with this crystal, your negative thoughts will also multiply. There are many other uses for non-locality, one of which will be described in detail in the next chapter, as this idea has given rise to a new therapeutic technique. Channeling number 6. Message from the Founders. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the Founders. In the coming years, on your planet, time travel will move out of the realm of science fiction and become a scientific fact. Your scientists have already learned how to move particles back and forth in time. Very soon, these experiments will be conducted on small biological life forms, and eventually on humans. You may be glad that you are not allowed to change the structure of the linear timeline, because if you could, the whole world would be in chaos. Just as you can't literally move mountains with your mind, you can't directly change the prevailing timeline. Imagine how lucky you would be if the souls lived on the mountain you just moved. If time could be moved in a similar way, then people would appear and disappear in the world, existing periodically, depending on the changes that occur. Very few lessons would be learned for the soul if such chaos were allowed to reign. Therefore, before God, as well as before the karmic guardians and lords of light, the task is to maintain integrity in the prevailing straight lines of time. For this reason, canopies and borders are established between different levels and sub-levels of the fabric of space-time. Yes, you are allowed to switch to new timelines, but only if your free will is not violated. You are learning God's Once you clear your karma and show unconditional love in your personal and professional lives, you will immediately be ready to learn the true meaning of creation. At this point, you have a fourth-dimensional area in which you can practice, an area built specifically to maintain a sense of wholeness and consistency. You are allowed to have the kind of experience you need, as long as it doesn't interfere with the desires of other souls. We, the founders, help you understand the paradoxes and mysteries of the fabric of time/space. Don't worry if you feel dizzy, if you're a little confused. This is normal now. Get rid of the need to control everything and just open up to a deeper understanding. The founders were with you. See you soon. Part 2. Application Methods. Theories. Timeline. Chapter 7. Correction of the timeline. In the second part of this book, we will develop practical methods for applying the ideas presented in the first part, including ways to access differential time frames and dimensions, as well as implementing various healing techniques that use the principles of nonlinearity. In this chapter, you will learn about the theory and practice of correcting the timeline. Timeline corrections. 1. What is the timeline correction? Can you describe the process of correcting the timeline in a few words? Timeline correction is a powerful therapy that uses guided meditation, during which you go back in time and heal your past self from either this or a previous life. This therapy combines the techniques of returning to the past life with the practice of restoring the soul and reviewing the past. Each of us has an infinite number of past, present, and future selves, one for each moment of creation. As mentioned earlier, you can detect an almost infinite number of potential moments. Physicist Julian Barber claims that reality flashes millions of times a second. We have already discussed the idea that the higher self exists between these nanoseconds of existence. As for the correction of the timeline, we know that, despite the large number of past selves, only a few of them have experienced significant trauma, insult, injury, physical or mental pain, suffering, etc. At the time of the injury, negative belief systems often emerged that would affect the soul for the rest of its life if some form of healing wasn't used to solve the problem. 2. How is the timeline corrected? The correction of the timeline occurs on 6 different levels: physical, emotional, mental, astral, etheric, and causal. True healing occurs when your client is able to truly love a past self that has been traumatized or succumbed to negative programming. There are several methods of healing past selves at various stages of guided meditation. And although it is desirable for someone who is engaged in correcting a timeline to be a clairvoyant, there is no direct need for this. But intuition is a necessary condition. In this sense, what helps us out is that each of us already has an intuition. We often use our intuition, even if we don't know what we're doing. All illnesses, and traumas occur at one or more of the 6 levels described above. We can cite stomach cancer as an example. Through timeline correction and other forms of psychotherapy and emotional release, we can discover the mechanisms that cause illness at various levels of our being. Suppose, for example, that a person with cancer had a very dysfunctional childhood, when they were often judged, punished, scolded, and even beaten. Perhaps the parents of this soul were very angry, and this soul absorbed their anger, absorbed it. The man then suppressed his anger and hid his emotions under the cover of poor nutrition and impulsive behavior. It is relatively easy to identify the first 3 levels of trauma: physical, emotional, and mental. On the physical level, there was ill treatment, to which the body responded with a regime of internal tension and increased vigilance. This physical stress entered the body's cells and triggered the disease process. On an emotional level, this child felt that he was guilty and perhaps did not deserve love. Not only did the parents vent their anger on him, but this child also felt unworthy and unattractive. His entire gut was festering and inflamed by these emotions until the cells in his body reacted in this way. Anger is usually stored in the solar plexus, and the stomach is one of the main organs in this part of the body, so cancer began to develop in the stomach. On a mental level, the basic hypochondriac views, "I don't care, there's something wrong with me," began to harm him. This soul may have attracted a lot of people into its life who were also angry, and unhealthy relationships became a model of behavior for this soul. In addition to unbalancing these three lower levels, the astral, etheric, and causal, subtle body, levels were also affected. The astral body resembles a web of energy that connects everything in the universe. The astral level of vibration is similar to the physical level. Beings who vibrate on the astral level are often no better than humans in their development, or even worse than them. Since the astral world cannot be seen with ordinary earth vision, it is considered part of the spiritual universe. To the unsophisticated, astral entities may seem like loving spiritual guides, but even if they are willing to help, they often have little or no capacity to truly elevate humanity to higher states of consciousness. In our example of a traumatized child, the astral energies of the parents and their spiritual guides/entities may have been embedded in the child's energy field. These energies may persist in the person even after they reach adulthood. These astral energies can, in turn, attract other beings with a similar vibration throughout a person's adult life, making it difficult for the soul to think independently. Astral energies and thought forms can compete with the subconscious mind of a person, multiplying his voices in his head, which do not allow him to develop spiritually. In some cases, negative astral beings can, so to speak, inject energies into the astral body of the injured soul. If there is a lot of anger and fear in a person, then these emotions can attract other malicious beings, including dark aliens, who may have their own impurities, the purpose of which is to establish an energetic connection between parasitic astral entities and their host, the injured person. Correcting the timeline provides an opportunity to help heal the astral body that has accumulated energies, thought forms, impurities, and essences during and after the initial traumatic experience. On the etheric level of energy, although they are much higher in vibration, they can nevertheless be affected by negative formations. The electromagnetic body, aura, and chakras can collect negativity from repeated traumatic experiences. Negative energy formations in the etheric body are called imprints. These imprints change the scheme of the physical body. Energy structures in the etheric body have a direct impact on physical health. These structures are unbalanced, and they can contribute to the development of diseases and negative experiences. An imbalance in the etheric body manifests itself in the aura and chakras, and there are many treatments available to correct problems in the etheric body. Correcting the timeline involves returning to the moment when the traumatic experience was born and involves the process of removing these imprints and replacing them with positive energy structures. The causal body includes the part of the soul that retains consciousness from life to life. The causal body remembers past lives. This is the level of karmic agreements and soul contracts. When the karmic scheme ceases to be beneficial to the evolving soul, it is often necessary to resort to a process similar to correcting the timeline in order to remove the karmic energy structure from the causal body. When a soul goes back in time to heal the past self, it is important to tune into the agreements that have been made with other souls, as well as to understand the karmic lessons that the soul has come to Earth to learn or complete. If the person who corrects the timeline is a talented clairvoyant, they can look into the Akashic records, which are the repository for all the soul's experience on the lower planes of existence. The causal body is the sixth level of the six lower bodies of the human soul. Removing negative karmic schemas from the causal body is a deep and effective healing process and greatly facilitates the healing of the other 5 bodies. For more information about healing the 6 lower bodies, see our book Soul Integration. 3. What results can you expect from correcting the timeline? Many clients report that they have made more progress after a few sessions than they have in years of psychotherapy. Many points can be worked out already in the first session. Of course, each client is different, and the results will be different. Correction of the timeline is especially suitable in cases of phobias and deep negative attitudes. Sometimes the healing is obvious. You had a fear of heights before you started, and after a few sessions with a trained therapist, that fear disappeared. In other cases, the healing process is smoother and less noticeable at first. You may still feel fear when you look out of a window on the upper floors of an office building, but you don't feel shaken anymore. As you continue to work with your therapist, your stomach no longer freezes when you approach the elevator to go up to your office on the 30th floor. At some point, you can objectify your fear and view it as just a powerful energy circuit. You no longer get captured by him and can go about your business without paying attention to him. Most of all, resistance hinders healing. Most often, resistance comes from the ego. See question number 6 below. We are used to our established way of life, and even if we have accumulated a lot of long-standing problems, we still do not want to get rid of these difficulties. We have already got used to them and got used to them like old worn-out shoes, even when the soles of these shoes cause pain to our feet. Why do spouses maintain a pathological dependence on each other and relationships full of violence and heartache? This situation is familiar to them, it is predictable, and we, as a rule, are afraid of the unknown, until we get rid of this fear. For any healing method to be effective, the soul must be ready to release itself from the familiar experience and embrace the unknown. Someone who corrects a timeline, like any successful therapist, should help their client relax, trust them, and let go of attachment to painful life experiences of the past. For is this healing final or are the problems coming back? As with other healing methods, there is a potential for regression when you accept the negativity of the world again, especially negative energy from family members, so people are encouraged to practice these methods regularly and do everything possible to stay in a supportive environment for normal life and work. We recognize that this is not always easy to do. In any case, many deep-rooted problems are finally ironed out during the correction of the timeline. It's best to keep an eye on your client just in case. The monthly monitoring session will be the best. Let your client know that you are genuinely interested in their well-being, and not just trying to arrange as many sessions as possible and rake in money with a shovel. The problem with traditional psychotherapy is that the client often becomes dependent on the therapist. You want your client to be strong and independent, but at the same time, you may need to repeat more positive thoughts and emotions, anchoring them in your client's mind to help them get through a difficult stage in their life. The hallmark of a good therapist, in particular, is an understanding of when to support the patient and when to step back and allow them to heal themselves. Keep in mind that the main reason why problems return is because the client continues to recreate the conditions in which the injury originally occurred. For example, he will live with contraindicated family members. If you are a therapist and someone comes to you with a lot of family problems, you will achieve a lot when you guide your client through their trauma. He may even feel a noticeable progress. But if your client then returns to a negative family environment, where they will certainly be reproached and scolded for something, their problems will most likely return. It's not enough just to heal someone. Most often, a person also needs to change their lifestyle. At some point, new attitudes in your client's mind will cause external circumstances to change. If you help someone get rid of their anger and fear, they will stop attracting angry, intimidating people into their lives. This may eventually lead to the client's divorce or refusal to communicate with their abusive relatives, but it can all start with a sense of peace and contentment every time their family members start behaving badly. Their behavior may still be unacceptable, but they no longer have a reaction of anger and fright. It is not our intention to write a guide for therapists or discuss the areas of psychotherapy in detail. However, if you are just a novice healer or are planning to take a training course on correcting a timeline, this tip may be useful for you. 5. What is the scientific principle underlying timeline correction techniques? To correct the timeline, two well-known principles of quantum physics are used, the uncertainty principle and the non-local principle. Thanks to this science, a false theory is that all time is being realized right now, at this very moment. By visiting your early childhood or past lives, you are healing in real time the I that exists right now, in this time period. Your actions are limited to some extent. For example, you are forbidden to break the paradoxes of time or impose your will on other people. In essence, you are not changing physical events that have occurred in the past, but rather reliving those events. Making changes to your past experience is like switching to a new timeline. Your original past still exists in the Akashic records, but you have created a new timeline and are now living in this new reality, even if the picture of the world has not undergone any special dimensions. Let's look at one example. Let's assume that on your childhood timeline, there was some indecent behavior on the part of your father when you were 5 years old. In the original scenario, no one came to your rescue. You grew up fearing men, and in adulthood, you have a hard time establishing friendly or, if you are a woman or gay, sexual relationships with men. In some cases, you may repeatedly attract men like your father into your life who abuse you. During a timeline correction session, you go back to when you were 5 years old and heal your 5-year-old self. Now, whenever you review this time period, you are reminded of the healing you received. Your attitude towards men has changed. The imprint of violence that your etheric body originally received has been changed, and you no longer react negatively in your physical body to the presence of men. The original timeline still exists, but you are no longer in it. This resolves the paradox of the murdered grandfather. You did not change the linear past, but simply introduced an alternative timeline. 6. How do you get along with your ego? The ego is the main source of resistance in any healing process. Through breathing, meditation, defensive statements, auto-suggestion attitudes, and other healing techniques, the rectification of the timeline takes place deep in the subconscious, allowing you to reprogram your unwanted negative views, thereby bypassing the ego. During the training sessions, methods of dealing with ego resistance are used. If you decide to become a therapist, then it will be your responsibility to monitor the signs of ego resistance in your client. Falling into unconsciousness is a favorite strategy of the stubborn self. Another strategy is talkativeness. Some souls rationalize or try to explain everything. There is also a variant of arrogance, when you believe that you already know everything, so you don't need to learn new things. Going out of your way is the cornerstone of the ego. Look at how hard I work to heal. I take 5 classes a week, do yoga for 2 hours a day, meditate for 3 hours a day, and read hundreds of metaphysical and spiritual books. The author meets quite a few people who are working hard on their healing, but they don't seem to have made much progress. It may be important to go back to the basic premise behind hard work. If you think of yourself as inferior, powerless, helpless in some way, and if you choose an ego strategy to overcome these terrible adversities, then you are essentially defeating yourself. In fact, you are at war with yourself. I can't stand this loser. I must do everything in my power to defeat, suppress, or even kill this person. The real difficulty with all ego strategies is that you make the small self real, and then you try to overcome a formidable enemy that you have created yourself. There is no enemy, except, perhaps, the belief in disunity. Learn to love yourself in your current form. When you fully accept your ego and negative behaviors, then they can be changed. Yes, this is a paradoxical situation. Love your ego, but discipline it regularly. Treat him like a small puppy who has not yet been trained for domestic routines. You can't beat a puppy to a pulp if he makes a mistake. Therefore, admit your mistakes, forgive yourself and love, accept the small I who made the mistake. Gradually stop relying on your ego. See it as an illusory self that doesn't really exist, you just believe in it. Learn to stop yourself as soon as you start giving in to the ego. Remember that you must love yourself unconditionally. This will be quite difficult at first. You will probably come to your senses after you have quarreled or identified with your ego. If so, forgive yourself, get up, dust yourself off, and hit the road again. Correcting the timeline is an effective way to overcome ego resistance. Through breathing, meditation, and other techniques, you can discipline the ego during the session and delve deeper into the main problems you want to solve. There are 3 main strategies for dealing with resistance discussed in the classroom. During the training, you are given an algorithm to follow, and at different points in this algorithm, there are different methods for dealing with resistance. If you follow these guidelines, you will find that almost all resistance can be reduced or eliminated. 7. What causes healing? Divine love is the source of all healing. When divine love flows into the past self in addition to the implementation of various healing methods, the conflict dissolves. The main part of the process is designed to help the mind understand the problem and find its solution. Some methods rely solely on faith, while others, such as psychoanalysis, involve reliving old traumas and examining prejudice in detail. Correcting the timeline allows you to balance a complete immersion in the past and continuing your existence with the belief that God somehow heals everything. You don't have to remember every little thing in your past. And it's not so important to remember everything exactly, especially if you're working with past lives. It doesn't matter if you died because of a fire or flood. What matters is that your feelings, thoughts, and attitudes were formed as a result of trauma. Perhaps in your previous life, your children drowned in a river, and this experience left you with a deep sense of guilt. And now, in this life, you are afraid to be a mother, so you are having trouble conceiving a child. What matters here is not how you lost your children in a previous life, but rather the guilt you carry around with you. During the timeline correction session, the work will focus on getting rid of guilt and returning to your holy divine self. You might ask, if all I need to do is love myself, why would I bother with all this therapy and goal setting? Unfortunately, consciousness has yet to understand something. It is not ready to simply believe that all is well. He needs an explanation. It does not need an exhaustive psychoanalysis, in which it experiences all the nuances of the original experience. This does not mean that psychoanalysis has no place here. Faith healing is also appropriate. Those who are used to being in control can create the perfect antidote by simply relaxing and letting God do everything. But more often than not, you need a balance between allowing your higher self to do everything and trying to get a full picture of the turmoil in your past. Another approach to the healing process involves realizing that you must create the right environment for successful healing. You are unlikely to heal if you hold on to an unfavorable family environment and tend to blame others for all your problems. Perhaps a more balanced approach is to settle down in an ashram, live with a guru for 10 years, and then start your own healing practice. You start with a last resort, moving away from the terrible, oppressive family atmosphere to a calm, peaceful ashram. Eventually, you will find a balance point between these two extremes. You can periodically live with relatives, carefully avoiding the pain points in the relationship, taking care of yourself, regularly meditating and periodically visiting the ashram. 8. How did the timeline correction start? The author of this book was told about the correction of the timeline by his spiritual mentors, the Aksharians, in 2005. The Aksharians live in what the author calls the 7th dimension. In their own world, they long ago got rid of the children's toys, war, poverty, totalitarianism, and oppression. Their society is based on loving relationships, scientific research, and genuine education. What is authentic education? It studies the following questions: what is the I and how to learn to express it in useful, healing ways? How to overcome the ego? What is love and how to enter its space? How to balance the life of the body and spirit? What is the nature of the subconscious and superconscious? Research Institute. How to achieve enlightenment? How do you learn to get along with each other? How to build an enlightened society? How to effectively deal with criminals, psychopaths, and those who refuse to live by the rules of society? How to deal with negative emotions? And the main question, of course, is what is our goal and mission in life? 9. What is training to correct a timeline? How many such trainings are there? When and where can I visit one of them? The first trainings were held, in my opinion, in 2012. Dozens of trainings were held in many countries of the world. In 2015, the next level of training was developed and offered. Ultimately, the entire program will cover 3 levels of study. Training sessions usually consist of approximately 16 hours of instruction, as well as several hands-on sessions conducted by students themselves, sometimes led by an instructor. Learning is not just an opportunity to experience this process. Although each student learns several lessons, the main goal here is to teach souls to use this technique for the sake of others. In the next stage of training, you learn to perform this technique on your own, without a therapist. Why wait until the next stage of training to do this? It is important to have a good understanding and experience of this technique with students and hopefully a certified professional therapist before starting to do it yourself. It's easy to develop overconfidence in your ability to heal yourself, and then not know what to do when a particularly difficult form of resistance arises. A favorite form of ego resistance is trying to take shortcuts or be impatient with your healing process. Just because correcting the timeline is essentially a shortcut compared to years of psychotherapy, it doesn't mean that you should rush to complete the process and try to do everything yourself until you are ready. 10. In which countries can I take such trainings? Starting from 2017, trainings for beginners and advanced difficulty are held in Russia, USA, Slovenia, Serbia, Croatia, Romania, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, Indonesia, and some other countries. In the future, we hope to organize trainings in Bulgaria, Canada, Western Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. 11. How are these trainings organized? Training is usually held on weekends, in 2 8-hour segments, or divided into 4 evenings, each of which takes 4 hours. 12. How many sessions do you need to work on in order to heal? Of course, this figure varies, it all depends on the strength of the client's motivation and the skill of the therapist. Sometimes injuries associated with a particular event mostly disappear in a single session, but sometimes it can take several sessions to work out a particularly deep problem. Some techniques are designed to treat multiple injuries of a similar nature without the need for multiple sessions. See the pearl necklace technique below. 13. How to deal with difficult clients? Just as you would resolve this issue with them in a normal therapy session, that is, with great care and patience. There are special methods that can help you get around the ego's resistance, but remember that you can't force anyone to change. The most difficult clients, as a rule, are those who were brought to the session by the wife, husband, or who came here under pressure from someone else. The most important component of therapy is to create a safe environment so that the client can reliably and accurately express their feelings and thoughts. The therapist is a guide and should not remake the person. About 90% of therapy consists of listening and caring for the client, and about 10% of therapy consists of treatment methods. It is important to resist the temptation to try to get the client to do healing work. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Usually, when clients come to a correction session in real time, they already have more traditional methods of treatment under their belt, so they are serious about working on themselves. The phrase "when the student is ready, the teacher appears" can be restated as follows: when the client is ready for treatment, the right therapist will appear who will speed up this process. Some clients are not ready to correct the timeline. These should be passed on to other therapists and healers. In some states and countries, clients with suicidal tendencies must be transferred to someone who is licensed to treat potential suicides. It is very important to consider the mental state of your potential client before you start working with them. Find out if this person is undergoing any treatment. If you do not have the authority to diagnose, treat, or prescribe a course of treatment, then you may need to refer the client to someone who can do this, such as a psychiatrist. Correcting the timeline is not a substitute for psychiatric treatment. We do not diagnose, prescribe, or treat patients. They should be referred to a licensed professional if they need or ask for a doctor's recommendation. However, many clients who take their prescribed medications can be significantly helped by correcting the timeline. 14. What type of injuries do you work with? With everyone. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, severe illness and trauma, physical and sexual abuse, depression, phobias, energy balance disorders, etc. If the patient has a life-threatening medical condition, then correcting the timeline can be an effective way to supplement the drug treatment regimen. We encourage a natural, holistic approach to healing, although we are not allowed to make any recommendations about cancer treatment. 15. How do you get people to remember their past lives? You don't need to demonstrate your psychic abilities in order to attend a real-time correction training. As part of this course of study, students develop intuition, and often psychic abilities. The effectiveness of the session is determined not by psychic abilities, but by whether the client can clearly understand the thoughts and feelings associated with the traumatic experience. Even if the perception is wrong, the feelings are usually still genuine. 16. In what number of past lives does trauma occur, as a percentage? Of course, there is no exact figure here, since there are no similar souls. Some souls have had severe injuries in many lifetimes, such as violent death, persecution, torture, etc., while others have not had many severe injuries. The roughest estimate is that 1/4 of all past lifetimes contain significant trauma, although more advanced souls may have already worked through some of that trauma in later lifetimes. Souls can be old and relatively young. The author has his own definition for each category of soul. You don't have to be an old soul, because sometimes young, new, souls learn faster, and that's why you run into them. Earth souls usually have between 50 and 100 past lives on Earth, as well as many hundreds, if not thousands, of lives in other worlds or dimensions. Many of the more advanced souls who come to healers and therapists have had only a few lifetimes on Earth, but many lives elsewhere. They are called star people. Star people tend to have a hard time fitting into society on Earth. They judge phenomena and things on this planet mainly from an alien point of view. If you feel that you are not of this world, that you have little or no past life karma, then you may be one of the star people. If you do not remember your past lives, you can consult someone who corrects the timeline or returns it to a previous life. 17. What is reverse time correction? It's a method of creating and manifesting the things you want in your life. It involves tuning into your powerful, successful, happy self that has existed at various times in your soul's history. For more information on this topic, see the next section. 18. What is establishing a connection to a future timeline? This method involves traveling to the future and meeting your future self, which has already achieved everything you want to achieve in this life. We have included a section on this method in the book below. 19. What is the pearl necklace method? This method simplifies the process of correcting a timeline when the client has had several cases of such an injury in the past. 20. Do I need a certificate of full completion of the training in real time? Yes, you do. You must attend at least 75% of the training sessions in person, as well as purchase and listen to recordings of those that you missed. Recordings are considered didactic material, so to protect your privacy, they are only available to students on the course. 21. Can I join an association? The association is in the process of being formed, and you will have the opportunity to become a member in the future. 22. How can I make correcting the timeline part of my healing process that is already underway? We'll talk about this in class. We will also help you determine which of your clients is a good candidate for the timeline correction process. 23. How do I fix the timeline? How to attract customers? Such questions are addressed in the classroom. You must have a strong desire to help people. If you have experience as a healer or therapist, this is very good. Psychic abilities are an additional plus, although they are not a prerequisite. 24. Maybe you can give us some general recommendations? Go deep inside yourself and listen to your heart to see if the timeline correction method is right for you. 25. How can I contact you? State the address of your site. B. Reverse correction of the timeline. With regular practice of correcting the timeline, you go back in time and get rid of the injuries that occurred on the original dominant timeline. Thanks to its correction, you move to a new timeline. This change in the past creates a different future, because your current state of consciousness is largely responsible for the future you are shaping. When you reverse a timeline, you don't return to your injuries, but to the most positive experiences you've had in the past. This is especially useful when you want to create something positive in the future and you need to connect with your positive part in order to radiate this energy to the world, using the law of attraction. It is difficult to create something positive if you are not full of energy, enthusiasm, and are not eager to realize your projects. Reverse correction of the timeline is a way to access and concentrate energy, which is necessary in order to achieve your goals and complete your tasks. This process, again, is based on the principle of non-locality in quantum physics. When it is applied to time, all of your past, present, and future selves exist right now. Therefore, every success you have ever experienced takes place in this eternal now. When you reverse the timeline, you get into a time machine, go back to a particularly successful period of your life, and transfer the energy of this positive self forward in time, to the present. You then radiate this energy to the outside world, visualizing and focusing on the outcome you are aiming for. It's important to understand that you don't want or hope for things to be any different. Also, you don't try to force anything to change in the outside world. These approaches come from the ego and are rarely helpful. Remember the saying, "The kingdom of God is within you." This is the state of consciousness you want for yourself when you are trying to create something positive in your life. All teachers working in the field of success motivation encourage you to act as if your success is a done deal. The truth is that your success has already been achieved, because all your past and future selves are here and now, including the most successful ones. Therefore, this method assumes a calm, clear confidence that you are manifesting what you want in your life, because you have successfully done it many times before, and not only in this life, but most likely in several past lives. Another important point is how you channel your energy. The key to success in any field is to rely on the spirit, not on the mortal world. Most souls try to grab onto something in the outside world and try to implement it in their own lives. You focus on the heart and solar plexus area, and direct energy from these chakras. You can also channel energy from your third chakra, in the area of the third eye, but most visualization and healing techniques place too much emphasis on the mind. We want to emphasize the importance of the center of love and compassion, the heart, and the center of strength and personal will, the solar plexus. When you are fully confident in your understanding of what you are creating and direct this powerful energy outward through your heart and solar plexus, you can overcome any obstacles that come your way much more easily. You are a strong, creative, spiritual being. The author repeats this phrase often and with good reason. The world doesn't teach you that. The world would rather make you believe that you are in need and distress, that you should aggressively rush to what you need, even if you are forced to go over your heads. You can see this on Wall Street and in governments all over the world. All true power comes from within. It has nothing to do with money, prestige, fame, influence, or any other worldly attribute. When you reverse the timeline, you are happy that you are already enlightened, happy, and free, even if it is not obvious in your situation right now. See Connecting with the Future Timeline. 1. Applying the blind future technique. If you don't know what you want to create, then you can do the following. This technique is exactly what its name suggests, that is, a blind look into the future. Without making any decisions in advance, imagine jumping into a time machine and being transported 5 years ahead. When the time machine stops in 5 years, you will meet your future self at the door, and it will show you your life after 5 years. What do you see? How do you feel? Is that what you really want? If you feel like you're totally fine after that, then you may have hit the right road. But for pain. So every success you've ever experienced takes place in this eternal now. When you reverse the timeline, you get into a time machine, go back to a particularly successful period of your life, and transfer the energy of this positive self forward in time, to the present. You then radiate this energy to the outside world, visualizing and focusing on the outcome you are aiming for. It's important to understand that you don't want or hope for things to be any different. Also, you don't try to force anything to change in the outside world. These approaches come from the ego and are rarely helpful. Remember the saying, the kingdom of God is within you. This is the state of consciousness you want for yourself when you are trying to create something positive in your life. All teachers working in the field of success motivation encourage you to act as if your success is a done deal. The truth is that your success has already been achieved, because all your past and future selves are here and now, including the most successful ones. Therefore, this method assumes a calm, clear confidence that you are manifesting what you want in your life, because you have successfully done it many times before, and not only in this life, but most likely in several past lives. Another important point is how you channel your energy. The key to success in any field is to rely on the spirit, not on the mortal world. Most souls try to grab onto something in the outside world and try to implement it in their own lives. You focus on the heart and solar plexus area, and direct energy from these chakras. You can also channel energy from your third chakra, in the area of the third eye, but most visualization and healing techniques place too much emphasis on the mind. We want to emphasize the importance of the center of love and compassion, the heart, and the center of strength and personal will, the solar plexus. When you are fully confident in your understanding of what you are creating and direct this powerful energy outward through your heart and solar plexus, you can overcome any obstacles that come your way much more easily. You are a strong, creative, spiritual being. The author repeats this phrase often and with good reason. The world doesn't teach you that. The world would rather make you believe that you are in need and distress, that you should aggressively rush to what you need, even if you are forced to go over your heads. You can see this on Wall Street and in governments all over the world. All true power comes from within. It has nothing to do with money, prestige, fame, influence, or any other worldly attribute. When you reverse the timeline, you are happy that you are already enlightened, happy, and free, even if it is not obvious in your situation right now. See Connecting with the Future Timeline. 1. Applying the blind future technique. If you don't know what you want to create, then you can do the following. This technique is exactly what its name suggests, that is, a blind look into the future. Without making any decisions in advance, imagine jumping into a time machine and being transported 5 years ahead. When the time machine stops in 5 years, you will meet your future self at the door, and it will show you your life after 5 years. What do you see? How do you feel? Is that what you really want? If you feel like you're totally fine after that, then you may have hit the right road. But for most souls, this situation is difficult to imagine, because they have not stated their intention and have not understood what they really want to do. They may even experience some degree of fear and anxiety about the future. Many souls will find it difficult to decide what they want to achieve in their lives. This confusion usually occurs when parents want one thing and friends want another, common sense offers its own idea, and the heart and imagination stick to their own opinion. This problem is partly related to the way society evaluates certain professions. Let's say you want to become an artist. We've all heard the phrase hungry artist. Poverty and lack of adaptation to life are the price that must be paid every time the soul wants to do something that is usually considered unprofitable, with the exception of a tiny minority of artists who have succeeded. Imagine a society that values above all things the things that are most conducive to peace and harmony or that have a beneficial effect on people's lives. Perhaps you have already noticed that more than half of all jobs in the Western world are related to money management. It is necessary to store, spend, invest, insure, count, protect money, pay taxes on it, etc. The issue is not limited to banking and insurance companies. There is a whole trading industry, Wall Street, venture capitalists, speculators, commodity exchange brokers, currency exchange centers, options, securities specialists, etc. And while you immediately understand that these jobs bring a good income, how do such activities help humanity and contribute to the well-being of the planet? Souls born on Earth in our time tend to be better developed than those born several generations ago. Most of them want to do something good and important in their lives. They are born in a system that rewards those who want to get rich, those who are determined and impudent merchants, or those who are clever at avoiding taxes. Is it any wonder that many of them have all their values shifted in maturity? They are expected to have already decided what they will do after high school and, of course, after college. When the soul is confused about what he wants to achieve, this confusion spills out in a waveform of possibilities. When the soul performs some action, unavoidable on the lower planes, the dominant timeline loops back and forth in the context of the decisions made. A confused soul gets a job, any job, just to get enough money to cover expenses, and then works in this job for 10, 20, or 30 years, if the company remains afloat and the person is not fired. Then comes the so-called midlife crisis, when the soul discovers that this profession cannot bring her joy and contentment. How often do you find life-building courses in high school or college? Perhaps there is one career advisor for every 5,000 students. How many of these consultants really understand the human psyche? How many of them know the soul? Both men and women have a natural desire to have and raise children. It is clear that this desire does not allow the human race to die out and is important, but is it right for everyone? Have you started a family driven by your vocation or biological instinct and the public opinion that puts pressure on you? The purpose of this discussion is to describe how strongly the prevailing timeline of humanity is influenced by the systems of society's views, as well as the indoctrination of certain attitudes to children in the Western and Eastern world. Of course, in many parts of the world, religion also plays a big role. Hindus, Jews, and Muslims traditionally marry within their community. A young person who defiantly violates the accepted norms may lose the support of their parents and even be expelled from the family. We have previously stated that there is really no free will in third-density consciousness, because our will is very much limited by attitudes and laid out in a Procrustean bed so that we live according to the rules of the human community. So, how do you get out of this predicament? Very simple, get to know yourself. Find out who you are and what makes you go along with someone else. Stop listening to the well-intentioned advice of your family and friends and immerse yourself in yourself. What do you really want? What brings you the greatest joy and happiness in your life? If you don't really like the future self that you encountered in this first technique, then you need to try some other approach, and so on until you understand exactly what you want to create. There are methods to determine the purpose and mission of your life. One of them involves listing everything that brings you the greatest joy in life, and then choosing 1, 2, or at most 3 things that bring you the greatest joy and satisfaction. Then you make a second list of all the ways available to you that you could do what you like. Finally, you choose a business that you have a heart for, and, being practical, list the steps necessary to achieve success in this business. We'll take a closer look at this idea later. To choose from several options. If you have not yet decided which dominant timeline you want to create, it is often useful to use the multi-door approach. You may have discovered a whole range of options or ideas that you want to implement. It is often best to imagine several different doors. Behind every door, a possible or probable future awaits you. You mentally go through each timeline, and then see if that door is right for you. Your intuition will tell you when something is right for you. When you learn to hone your skills, you can begin to understand the messages of your intuition, thinking about the most favorable and best possible outcome, what we call the optimal timeline. Very soon we will talk about optimal timelines. How far in the future should you go? We recommend that you go 3 years into the future, for short or simple projects, 4 years into the future, for more complex projects, or 5 years into the future, if you have a very large project that will probably take some time to gather participants. The first step is to write down all the possible paths you are considering. For example, door number 1 is, say, keeping your current job and exactly the responsibilities you've been performing for the past few years. Door number 2 is starting your own business, using skills and abilities similar to those you have developed in your current job. Door number 3 is a career change and an immersion in holistic treatments or psychotherapy. You may also have a fourth door that is not one of the above. In your meditation, you will choose a door and go to the future. Behind this door is your successful self, which does what you set out to do. Behind the door at number 1 is your successful self in your current job. Behind the door at number 2 is your personal successful business related to a similar type of work, etc. Meditating and watching your successful future self doing your own business, take deep breaths and tune into your body. How do you feel? If you feel light, energized, enthusiastic, and full of life, while maintaining peace and quiet, then the future self you are connecting with is essentially telling you that this path is the right one. If you feel tired, exhausted, low energy, heavy or bored, then the path you are contemplating is not suitable for you. You might think, why doesn't my future self just tell me if this is right or wrong? Of course, it is possible, but it is better to tune into the body, because intuition is better and more accurate to conduct this dialogue through sensations in the body than through the mind, since the ego can absorb the mind. This is similar to what some people call gut feeling. If you look back on your life with all the decisions you've made so far, how many of them were made at the prompting of your heart? What happened when you let your mind get the better of your gut feeling? In about 80% of cases, the inner feeling is right. The fact is that intuition communicates through the heart and solar plexus more often than through the third eye and other chakras. If you have crossed the threshold of door number 1, go to door number 2 and repeat the process. Spend a few minutes just studying the eye behind each door. Make sure that you see your future self as very successful in your chosen field. Imagine as many details as possible. If the business is successful, see how much revenue exceeds expenses. Look at happy customers and employees. Please note that your bank account increases after taxes every month. In our example, you have selected 4 different doors and now you are experiencing a whole bunch of feelings and sensations that correspond to each door. Ideally, you feel great at one door and mediocre at the other, but sometimes it's not so easy. At some doors, you may have mixed feelings. Perhaps your highest goal is to unify aspects of yourself behind 2 or more doors. At the very least, you should eliminate 1 or 2 doors at once. For example, the doors numbered 2 and 3 in our example are related to your personal business. Perhaps you were noticeably lighter at these doors than at the other 2. Then you can repeat this exercise using only these 2 options. If you are still undecided, go into meditation and repeat this exercise. Ask your higher self to help you. You can ask both your future self and your higher self to tell you which door is right for you, and check if the answer you get is consistent with your body sensations. It is important to distinguish between resisting what is right for you and feeling that something is not right for you. When you simply resist what is right for you, uncomfortable or negative feelings will manifest, but when you go into meditation, you will feel calm, relaxed, and clear. If you continue to experience negative emotions while in deep meditation, this is a sign that the path you are contemplating is not suitable for you. Let's repeat this in a slightly different way. There is one method that explains the difference between resisting what is right for you and a set of feelings that tell you that the path you have chosen is wrong. The key is meditation. If you feel uncomfortable about the path you are contemplating, go into meditation. If in this deep state, when you are contemplating the path, you have feelings of peace and tranquility, then your feelings probably just indicate your resistance to correct behavior. But if when you are in deep meditation, you feel heavy and tired, or you have increased unpleasant feelings, then you can be sure that this path is not suitable for you. 3. Connecting with your future self. This method is designed for those who have a good understanding of what they want to achieve. If you already have a plan in place and just need to raise your energy levels and focus, then regularly connecting with the future timeline is right for you. In this case, you have only one door leading to the future. You decide to log into a time machine where you dial the number of a future date, usually 3 to 5 years if you count from today's date. When the time machine stops at this date, you step out of it and meet your future self, who is standing at the door, greeting you. Your future self then takes you on a guided tour of his or her life, showing you where he or she works and lives, who he or she develops relationships with, and so on. In this process, the most important thing is to feel the joy, excitement, and gratitude that comes from your future self. Your future self will be your spiritual guide when you return to the present. By connecting to the future, you establish an energetic connection with your future self and maintain this contact until the end of the time loop. Note, you've already passed the fast side of this loop. The other side is your linear journey, which will take between 3 and 5 years to complete. When you return to the present, you will feel the presence of your future self, which will guide you in solving your specific tasks. Every time you hesitate for even 1 second on your linear, dominant timeline, ask your future self, what did you do when you got to this point? What decision did you make to reach the place you are in? Then listen to the answer or accept the answer in your body, using your intuition. Since you have free will, you can change your mind somewhere in the middle of a time loop. If you have decided on a different future in 2 years on a 5-year loop, you can say goodbye to your future self and create a different future self that is more in line with what you have decided to do. Then you create a new time loop based on your modified solution. Your previous future self still exists in a possible, parallel, reality, but your new probable reality includes a different future self. If you feel that you are losing touch with your future self due to the demands of the world or the influences of relatives, etc., then repeat this meditation and reconnect to your future self by returning to the time machine and ask your higher self to take you back to the future. For which timeline will be optimal? Earlier we talked about consciousness at the level of predestination, which exists above and beyond the sphere of free will. Ultimately, the optimal timeline is the one that your soul chooses when it is in full harmony with the higher self. However, as long as you are partially or completely immersed in lower dimensions, you will feel that some timelines are better than others. From a linear point of view, there is always one timeline that is the highest and best for the growth, happiness, and well-being of your soul. Ask your higher self to place you on the optimal timeline. Now your every decision will be determined by this request. If the contemplated path is not part of your optimal timeline, then you will feel that something has switched off in your body and mind. Sometimes the daily routine takes you away from your optimal timeline. If this is the case, then what used to bring you joy and energy will stop doing so. You will be bored going down the path you are currently on. This is how your higher self talks about changing the components of your optimal path. This, again, should not be confused with resistance. Some people find it difficult to maintain self-control and focus. If you suspect that this also applies to you, then back off. Go into meditation and repeat the process of connecting with the future timeline. If you are still bored, then you should change your path, but if you have regained peace and quiet simply by meditating, it means that you have overcome the barrier of resistance through your determination. Once you reach a certain state of consciousness, you will always follow your optimal path. Events will naturally develop in your life that will allow you to follow the divine path that is ideally suited to you. In other words, the ego will no longer tempt you with its meager offers. When souls ask you to do something, you will immediately feel a positive or negative response, and you will not have an internal conflict. As a rule, the quality and number of friends and acquaintances change as you move more and more to your optimal timeline. The phrase "it was meant to happen" becomes more significant with each new relationship. You feel the harmony and the feeling that everything flows by itself, even when you need to make a physical effort on your way. How do you know that you are on the optimal path? Even hard work will not seem difficult to you, because you do what you like. Others who watch you from their suboptimal states may think that you are working really hard, but you are enjoying your work. Many people have the misconception that being in the flow means hanging around, letting God do everything for you. This is a misunderstanding. Here it is important to realize that when you are active, God is asking you to be active, and not the ego pushes and forces you, scaring you with the thought that you will not succeed. Learn to draw the line between ego and spirit. In the book Course of Miracles 14 we read, "The spirit delicately leads to heaven, while the ego drags and pushes to hell." If you feel that you are acting out of a sense of duty to your family and friends, then you can be sure that you are listening to the voice of the ego. Sometimes the ego and spirit want the same thing, but they have completely different approaches. If both parts want a loving relationship, then their desire is rooted in different reasons. The spirit wants a loving relationship because it likes to share with others and wants to help others awaken to higher states of consciousness. And the ego wants a loving relationship because it can't stand being alone and wants love, approval from others in order to fill its deep sense of inferiority. Trust and faith are great tools for immersing yourself in the spirit, higher self. Once you've done all the work, expect positive results. Note that this is not the same as the results requirement. You simply follow the instructions of your future self and higher self and know that the highest and best result is still ahead of you. Imagine what would happen if you were a farmer, planted seeds, and then dug them out every day to see if they had sprouted. Then you wouldn't have a crop. But if you water and loosen the soil diligently, remove weeds, choose the best seeds, etc., then you know that your harvest will be wonderful. You believe that sunlight, water, and good soil will work together to produce a wonderful harvest. Many spiritual masters and teachers have worked on this process. Take it for granted that they are doing everything consciously. Do not follow them blindly, without attuning to your inner self, rather, allow divine grace to reach not only teachers, but also other people who come into your life with certain tasks. All the events in your life happen for a reason. You will become more in tune with your higher self, and the people in your life will constantly help you achieve your goal. 5. The main exercise that develops the ability to build your life. Earlier, we covered a short version of this creative exercise, and now we will give an expanded version of it. Step 1. This process requires 3 sheets of paper or 3 separate pages in a text editor. On the first page, list all the favorite sources of joy in your life, i.e. the things that bring you the most joy and satisfaction. Don't hesitate to sound prosaic. Just write them all down. Your list may include such things as lying on the beach, going out with friends, listening to music, meditating, etc. Be sure to fill out this page. Step 2. Now go through the items on your list and select 1, 2, or at most 3 items and write them at the top of the second page. Then, make a list of all the ways that you can do this business. For example, if lying on the beach is your favorite source of pleasure in your life, then you can list things like becoming a lifeguard, selling apartments in apartment buildings near the beach, becoming a scuba diving instructor, writing articles about beaches for national magazines, driving tourists to the islands of Oceania, etc. Make sure you fill out this page again and again. Don't hesitate to come across as a down-to-earth person. Step 3. Select one of the really important items in the second list. When you think about doing this, you feel light, energized, happy, elated, and at peace at the same time. Here's what you'll be doing. In this case, you will succeed. Now it's time to practice. Ask yourself, what measures do I need to take to succeed in a profession that I like? If the soul chose lying on the beach, then this person might decide to become a lifeguard, because that's what they most want to do. Then he writes a list of all the necessary things to take part in it. His list may include the following items: take a course of primary resuscitation, when rescuing drowning people, fill out questionnaires to take a vacant position in coastal cities, create a website with an announcement that I can be on duty at private beach parties, etc. This process will not be easy for you, at least from the point of view of those watching you. But for a soul that loves what it doesn't seem like hard work, even if it takes a lot of work for the first few months. 6. Development of the theme of searching for the cause of your life, once again about the example with the door. There are many books on the topic of finding your life's work, so we will be brief. We suggest that diving into yourself and exploring your feelings is the first step to understanding how you want to manage your life. Let's say you're going to college and you want to know which major is right for you. We can use the multi-door option that we described earlier. Let's assume that you are considering 3 specialization subjects related to 3 different career paths. You can imagine that these changes are behind 3 different doors. In this case, we recommend a 5-year period as the best time to transfer to the future, if you receive a diploma in 2 to 4 years of study. If your planned path involves a longer period of study, for example, obtaining a doctor's degree, then you can choose to succeed for more than 5 years. If your desired business requires more precise setup and further training, you can choose from 6 to 8 years, etc. You may want to give yourself at least 2 years out of high school before you see yourself succeeding in your chosen profession. You can imagine how you pass exams with brilliance, then imagine an employment contract with good conditions, etc. 2. Not forget to put each profession, career path, behind a separate door. Now let's repeat the process that we did earlier. Go into meditation. Take a deep breath. Imagine that you pass through door number 1 and move 5, or more, feet years into the future. You have achieved success in your career. Visualize everything that corresponds to this success: a lot of happy and satisfied customers, a beautiful office or your workplace, an ever-growing income, a bank account that is replenished every month after taxes are paid, etc. You may want to include some free time left over from your workday to spend on family, friends, and your spiritual practice. Continue to take deep breaths and see what kind of life looks like a success in this profession. Pay attention to how you feel in this body. Do you feel light, happy, clear, joyful, satisfied, peaceful, and full of life? Do you have a sense of peace and quiet? By these signs, you will understand that this business, or profession, is suitable for you. If you feel confused, low energy, tired, exhausted, bored, or heavy in the body, know that this case is not suitable for you. Again, it is important to understand the difference between resisting an activity that is right for you and warning that the business you intend to pursue is not right for you. Here, your deep meditation will show the difference between resistance and intuitively understanding what is not right for you. Use the above method for doors number 2 and number 3. Make sure you breathe deeply and stay in meditation as you pass through the 3 doors. When you are done with the 3rd door, compare the feelings you have experienced. Which door is best for you? If you are not sure, repeat this entire process. Ask your higher self to help you in this process. Your higher self knows the highest and best path for you. You might want to use a spell method to summon your higher self. Such algorithms are described in previous books. Free will allows you to change the path of your main business, or career, if after a year or two of training, you decide that in reality you did not make the best choice. But the more you get to know yourself, the easier it will be for you to understand what suits you and what doesn't. Once you understand the path you want to follow, you can use the technique of regularly connecting with the future timeline, asking your higher self to take you to the future so that you can meet your future self that has already succeeded in your chosen career path. As mentioned earlier, your future self will guide you through your life 3, 4, or 5 years from now. Pay attention to the cheerful, joyful expression on the face of your future self. Feel your amazing energy, which you radiate because you are successfully doing your favorite thing. When you return from your future life, stand in front of your future self and look it in the eye. Imagine a ribbon of golden light extending from the third eye of your future self to your third eye. Imagine a similar ribbon of golden light running from the heart of your future self to your heart. Also draw a similar ribbon in your mind, extending from the solar plexus of your future self to your solar plexus. This connection will continue until you meet your future self in 3, 4, 5, or more years. Get back in the time machine and go back to the present time. Feel connected to your future self when you return from meditation. Now your future self is your spiritual guide. Each time you make a decision, you can ask your future self, what did you do when you came to this fork in the road? If you can't connect with your future self, then repeat the process of connecting with the future timeline several more times. Once again, understand that in this world of free will, you can decide to change your mind and form a different future self at some point along the way until you complete the time loop, reach your future self in linear time. We hope that you didn't mind that we repeated this process again, and we ask that you don't lose heart if you've done it several times and still feel a little insecure about your future. Repeat. Rainier is the mother of learning. Channeling number 7. A message from the founders on how to manage time and space. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. It is an honor and pleasure for us to communicate with you. This channel constantly repeats, you are a strong, creative, spiritual spouse. As you know, the more often you say or think something, the more it makes an impression on your subconscious mind. You live in a world that incessantly inculcates negative belief systems in the collective consciousness of humanity, so you need to be constantly vigilant to overcome these negative attitudes. Perhaps nowhere else is the limitation of thinking more pronounced than in judgments about time. Time passes without stopping, they tell you, as if there's nothing you can do about it. As long as you are trapped in the realm of Maya, I Chi illusion, it is so. But if you've read this far, then you're ready for something else. You are ready to regain your mastery of the elements, and the biggest one to master is the realm of time. First, make friends with linear time. It seems as if it is moving independently of your consciousness, but this is also an illusion. However, when you accept it, you no longer resist what is and gain the strength and clarity that allows you to connect with the part of yourself that can overcome the illusion. You can experiment with time, observing how it expands and contracts. This is partly a psychological phenomenon, when you feel that time passes faster and faster over the years, but you can remember the smallest details of the initial time of your life in order to change your perception of time. Your state of mind affects how much you can do over a certain period of time. Moreover, it can truly change the physical dimensions of time. The author of this book once drove along a certain section of highway, each time passing a constant distance, but the length of time changed, although the speed of his movement was constant. And although from the point of view of Newton's physics, this is absurd, nevertheless his experience shows it. It happened that he drove 100 kilometers at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour and reached his destination in 45 minutes, then in 75 minutes. Did he violate the laws of physics? No, but his consciousness affected his interaction with various dimensions of space-time. This simple example gives you an idea of what you can achieve. You may have determined that your current conditions won't allow you to get to the airport on time, but you are focused on your desired goal, so despite all the chaos and confusion, you will be able to board your plane before it closes. You are already the master of time and space, you just haven't realized it yet. Your nature is beyond space-time. You are the eyes, ears, and hands of God in this world. The power is within you. Never, not for a single moment, forget this. Don't struggle with time. If you make it your enemy, it will get in your way at every turn. When you get older, it will put a spoke in your wheels, not allowing you to get on the train. There will always be something either too little or too much. Log into your center. Meditate. Breathe. Make time your ally. Borrow his confidence. Then gently rise above it from your center. You can do it. Stop giving it so much energy. Ultimately, there is no such thing as time. There is only a movement of consciousness. In fact, only consciousness moves. Everything else can be compared to stage props in the theater of life. We, the founders, are always there for you as you learn to be the masters of space-time. Be glad that you have a lot of help and support from above. You deserve it. You are who you always wanted to be. Be expressions of the God you are meant to be. Know that in every moment that follows, everything is filled with divine perfection. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 8. How to manage IT. Space-time. More complex concepts of direct time. For those of you who don't like reviews, we apologize in advance. Time is a mysterious and difficult topic for most readers, so we need to repeat the material regularly, each time in a slightly different way. In a higher-level training session dedicated to correcting time errors, students have the opportunity to learn more about the nature of time and how to manage it. Using this word in this context means getting full access to principles and practices on the topic of time. It has nothing to do with dominating something or controlling time, or forcing it to please you. Being the master of space-time means learning its secrets and using them to further explore yourself and the cosmos. It means to understand your eternal divine nature and embody it in the world. If you learn to materialize and dematerialize along the way, then so be it. However, this is not about achieving some high level of psychic abilities or controlling the elements. All people who are trying to learn the truth must learn to get rid of their desire to overcome the so-called negative circumstances. There is nothing to conquer or subdue. There is nothing that can be subdued. Negativity disappears when a single consciousness is present in people. Therefore, your main task as a spiritual being is to delve deeply into the nature of belief systems, programming and instilling attitudes, and resolve your internal conflicts. As your being becomes unified, complete, integrated, complete, etc., you will realize that you have always had access to the heavenly realm. Forces that transcend space-time are locked within your one being, they are waiting for you to dispel the confusions of this world and extinguish the war within you. As long as some part of you sees you as an unhappy little person, subject to forces beyond your control, wanting to push you into a cramped cell and dictate to you how you should manage your fate, etc., you will not be able to realize your splendor. So we keep coming back to personal growth, psychological cleansing, and reprogramming the subconscious mind. Until you actually know that you can be the master of space-time, this knowledge will remain just a pleasant fantasy, a science fiction work, or a prophetic vision of time somewhere far in the future of linear time. To help you become a host, we've compiled the following list of several topics, some of which we've already covered above. You can go anywhere in time and space and see what happens there. The whole of space-time is spread out over smoke is like a tablecloth, whether or not you've learned to see it. Using advanced timeline correction techniques, you can view events as they unfold in the past of the dominant timeline, as well as parallel and probable realities that take place in the past, present, and future. You can switch to a new timeline or access any of the existing timelines simply by directing your energy and attention to a specific or imagined reality. In a later chapter, we'll look at how to energize, or activate, a possible or probable timeline and translate it into the dominant timeline. You can't change physical information about the dominant timeline by going back in time, because of the murdered grandfather paradox. There is one undivided dominant timeline. This is the time in the particle state. You can simultaneously implement several dominant timelines at once. We have already explored this concept earlier. However, for this discussion, we will assume that there is one dominant timeline. Thus, because of the murdered grandfather paradox, you cannot violate the free will of souls who perceive the dominant timeline. What does this mean? Let's assume that on the third dominant timeline on Earth, there are two simultaneous realities, one of which is raging war, and the other is at peace. This situation can manifest itself in the fact that in one part of the Earth people are fighting, and in another part of it people live peacefully, with little or no interaction between these two zones. If you live in a peaceful zone and decide to make changes in a war zone by adjusting the physical worldview in that region, you will probably not succeed. For example, if a politician seized power 5 years ago and started a war, and you decide to go back in time and kill that dictator to prevent him from seizing power and starting a war, this is a violation of free will. There may be hundreds or even thousands of souls who have signed up to participate in this war, because this is how these souls want to learn. By invading their direct lines of time, you have violated their free will. Although free will may appear broken in the lower realms, it cannot be broken in realms above the fourth level. Let's try to explain this paradox. There is a level at which everything that happens in this world is a product of consciousness, which is realized as free will. There is also a higher level of understanding that says, everything happens in perfect divine order. If someone, as you think, violates someone's free will, then from a lower point of view, one soul forces another soul to do something against its will. However, on a higher level, this interference of one soul in the affairs of another was destined. It was planned from the very beginning, although it may not have been realized by a single soul. Having brought this situation to its logical conclusion, let's assume that you were able to go back in time and make changes on the dominant timeline. This would mean that such changes had to happen and were actually part of the prevailing timeline. Ultimately, all souls get exactly what they want out of life, although they usually have a different opinion. As for the idea that the transition to this timeline should have happened, where was the original timeline before you went back in time and changed the situation? In truth, when traveling through time, a new timeline is created instantly, since it is impossible to avoid changes by going back in time. If a time traveler is of great importance to a large number of people, then those people will move to a new timeline together to experience the impact of that time traveler. It can be said that people affected by this change have parallel selves existing on the original unchanging timeline. Thus, at one point in time, this politician became a dictator and started a war. On another timeline, someone arrived from the future and prevented this dictator from starting a war. Those people whose souls are ready to taste peace and quiet may decide, usually unconsciously, to move to this new timeline of peace. Of course, they must do so in a way that does not interfere with the assimilation of their lessons to all the souls involved. In many cases, the souls will not even realize that they have switched to an alternate timeline. Perhaps they will simply admire how someone magically appeared on the scene and at the last moment agreed to make peace. This idea gives the impression that predestination exists. Such a state exists outside the realm of free will in the lower dimension. Let's recall our example with a path in the forest and a view of the surrounding area from the top of the tallest tree. Thanks to a high level of awareness, you can see the entire map of time and space, drawn up in great detail. It does not take away from life its magic and mystery. On the contrary, this situation actually increases the sense of surprise and delight that comes with a higher perception. And while everything may ultimately turn out to be predetermined, the ways in which this space-time matrix is perceived can be infinitely diverse. When the soul reaches higher levels of awareness, the degree of gratitude to the Creator for the fruits of His creation increases accordingly. In any given example of nonlinear time, you may have several dominant timelines. This is the time in the wave state. Despite the fact that the map of space-time is one cohesive whole, there are many ways to perceive space-time. In fact, planets like Earth are multidimensional and allow for many dominant timelines, one for each density, dimension, plane, or subplane, as the case may be. We have already stated that there are two types of parallel realities, one based on levels or dimensions, and the other on possible and probable realities. We are now talking about multiple dimensions of the dominant timelines. In discussing free will and predestination, we have illustrated the three predominant states of consciousness on planet Earth. These three dominant timelines are realized simultaneously and are perceived by approximately 99.99% of humanity. For convenience, they are called third, fourth, and fifth dimensional timelines. Very few people perceive timelines that are in the sixth and seventh dimensions. Note: we remind you once again that densities and dimensions, although these terms are used interchangeably in many works, are not exactly the same thing. Density refers to a certain level of vibration of an object or place, and dimension refers to the plane of existence. In one dimension, there may be beings vibrating in another density, for example, fourth density souls who live in a third-dimensional world. People who are currently experiencing the dominant third density timeline feel that they are under the influence of forces beyond their control. These are conformists whose will is trapped in negative basic beliefs, programs, and attitudes. Even if they resist and rebel, all their efforts are limited to a narrow range of their belief systems, say, Democrats rebel against Republicans and vice versa. There is little or no original thought that goes beyond the norms of society. As stated earlier, the dominant fourth density timeline consists of those people who consciously create their reality by changing their thoughts and feelings. This is not the highest level of reality. This is the right way to develop a higher mind and creative abilities. This is the true meaning of free will. Although there may be some degree of free will in fourth density, the will is still subject to various laws and principles that replace free will, i.e., the force of gravity, karma, and the law of attraction. It would probably be appropriate to talk about karma again, as this subject is causing confusion in the minds. Karma, as the author of this book understands it, is simply incomplete lessons for the soul, namely, a desired experience for the soul, which for some reason is incomplete. If the soul does not learn the lesson during this lifetime, then it can transfer that lesson to the next life, as a kind of karma of the previous life. We have already noted that God does not punish anyone for their sins. Yes, there are certain consequences of violating universal laws, or rather, ignoring them or rebelling against them. But there is no bearded man sitting on a cloud, judging sinners. At the same time, the soul wants to experience both sides of the duality of life on earth, good and bad, right and wrong, light and dark, etc. If you have led a virtuous, righteous life in the past, then your soul may want to know what it means to live in debauchery and deception. More often, the opposite happens: first, darker lessons are learned, and then lighter ones. The lessons that souls receive on earth correspond to the level, or vibrational density, of these souls. Since judgment is a lower third density vibration and love is a higher fifth density vibration, souls tend to express judgment in the early stages of their evolution, and they will seek out the experience of love after they have evolved to fifth density consciousness. Fifth density souls no longer experience the human will as separate from the whole. There is only God's will around them. They are free from ego traps and see their siblings as themselves. Fifth density people are able to perceive paradise on earth because they are no longer bound by the lower laws. They may still fluctuate between the lower self and the higher self for a while, but eventually the higher self takes over and lives solely through the human self. Physics of possible and probable realities. The uncertainty principle. If a tree falls in the forest, but no one hears the sound, then did it really fall? This is the Zen koan, the meaning of which is that everything depends on consciousness. Consciousness really must witness or observe for there to be a tangible reality. The uncertainty principle, in principle, proves this. If a tree falls, the surrounding trees, plants, and animals are also witnesses. Everything remains in a state of flux, of random movement, until consciousness sets itself a direction through thought, belief, and action. Here you can use a good example of building a house. First, the customer needs to imagine this house. Then he hires a designer, and he draws up drawings, etc. At some point, the potential energy, idea, is transformed into kinetic energy, the physical process of building with hammers, nails, etc., and now the waveform of possibilities, represented by a possibly empty plot on which any of the millions of houses can arise, becomes a material, authentic building. When you direct your consciousness, energy, to create something, you collapse the waveform into a particle, a manifestation of a unique form. Exploring your past, present, future, and parallel realities. Let's repeat the Master of Time principle. Are you able to expand your consciousness so that you can go anywhere in the infinite fabric, map, of space-time and see what is happening there? How to achieve this? First of all, you must convince your subconscious mind that you can do this. In fact, you have always done this, only unconsciously. So you can imagine yourself doing this. The subconscious mind does not understand the difference between imagination and activity in the external world. This has been proven in the laboratory. Chemical reactions in the body are the same when something is actually happening and when it is just imagined. Hence the conclusion that if you can imagine something, then it already exists in some part of the fabric of space-time. Let's take a closer look at the idea that you can project yourself anywhere, anytime, and see what's going on there. This applies to both collective and personal realities. Of course, the collective timeline is by definition perceived by many souls, for example, a world war, a famine, or a great achievement of humanity. So, what are your options? 1. You can project yourself to any place in space, in the present tense, and observe what is happening there. This is called mental projection or remote viewing when everything is done in the mind. Everyone can do this. When you send love and blessings to a person, you do exactly that to some extent. An example here is praying for someone, although there can only be a random exchange of energy if the person praying does not really believe that prayers have power. You can project yourself into an individual soul, a collective group of souls, or a collective reality on Earth. Let's assume that there is a war going on at the moment, say, in the Middle East. You can send healing prayers in response to this event and thereby influence, to some extent, every soul involved in this conflict. By using your clairvoyant abilities, which all souls have, you can actually see what is happening on the battlefield, or in air attacks, and send love and compassion to soldiers and airmen. At the same time, at each subsequent moment you change the timeline. If a world-class politician receives your love and compassion, it can influence the decisions they make about the war. The principle of non-local, in fact, states that we are all one. You are closely connected to those who make decisions about military strategies, etc. Before you start projecting yourself to others, you may want to do some work on yourself. If you are currently healing yourself, you can imagine yourself as a healer hovering over your physical body. In this case, you mentally project yourself into the present moment, into this very space, and view life from the point of view of the mental body. 2. You can project yourself into the past and perceive the past self that you were at some point in linear time. You can either simply observe this past self or interact with it, and as a result, change the timeline for this past self. The original linear timeline, physical structure, remains unchanged, since changing the dominant timeline would violate the free will of other souls who are part of this dominant timeline. However, you can change the perception of the original timeline. At the same time, you switch to an alternative timeline. Earlier, we used the example of a soul who experienced violence in early childhood, and no one came to her aid. Then she corrected her past, and now every time this person thinks about what happened to him as a child, he remembers the healing he received. 3. You can project yourself into the past and contemplate a collective event that took place on the original timeline. An example would be a world war. You, again, can interact with this event and change your experience. You can give healing to all the souls involved in this event, thereby creating a new timeline for them. On a new timeline, souls who have been healed gain a different experience of the event. In 1943, while I was on the battlefield, a beautiful angel made of light descended upon me, who healed me of my battle wounds and gave me the strength to complete my military mission. This angel was your current self, which went back in time and interacted with the souls who shared with it the original experience of the war. Of course, in this example, you needed to get permission from the soldier who had the vision before you could actually stand in front of him and give him healing. You couldn't interfere with his reality in this way if you violated his free will or the will of other soldiers who fought alongside him. Some soul groups regularly meditate on world history and give healing to participants of tragic events in global events. Take, for example, the mass extermination of the Jewish and Russian populations. If a large number of souls start sending love to these events, instead of continuing to curse those who committed crimes against their people or constantly mourn the past, this collective shift in consciousness will create a new timeline where these events will be sources of love and compassion. Of course, this does not justify the actions of those who committed violent acts on the original timeline, but it changes the energy and activates a new timeline where healing and forgiveness can be found. Now, every time souls think about these events, they experience feelings of love and compassion, not anger and regret. This would be a good time to raise the issue of getting permission from souls before performing healing. Philosophers are divided on this issue. Some say that you must first get a sense of what you are doing. Get a legal permit, and only then do treatment. The author of this book does not agree with them. If you send love, it goes where it is needed and is properly applied to maximize the growth of the soul, the happiness and well-being of the souls receiving this love. Your ego is unable to understand what other souls need. It may guess that one needs healing and the other doesn't, but it's more likely to be wrong. But if you give everything to the higher self, the true self that can direct love, then your healing efforts will be directed exactly where they are needed, and in the right amount. If you send healing to someone who doesn't want it, then the healing will not be effective. You don't violate the soul's free will by sending it love. God constantly radiates love to all souls. Everyone who receives this love can decide for themselves whether to accept it or not. If God's love embraces all of creation, it certainly does not violate free will. Here, an example would be radio stations. If you like classical music and if there are several hip-hop stations in your area, 16 this does not violate your free will. You have a choice whether to tune into a hip-hop station or not, and even if you tune into it, you still have another choice: enjoy the music or judge it. In other words, no one is forcing you to listen to hip-hop unless you work in an office where it is played on a loudspeaker. In this case, you made the decision to work in this office, so now you can choose whether to react to this music with anger. If you go back to the idea that you can change the world's history, then there are an infinite number of possible and probable stories. There is also a story in which the Second World War did not break out, while in another story everything was much worse, etc. You are able to tune into this multitude of alternate realities and activate them with your consciousness. In the above case, you sent love to the dominant timeline, creating a new timeline where the Second World War was responded to with love and compassion. Souls who have experienced your love and compassion have moved to a new timeline, and their past has been changed. The original timeline still exists. You can't break the murdered grandfather paradox, but a new timeline has been created, where the victims, and perpetrators, of World War II now have more love and compassion. 4. You can project yourself into your personal future and change your possible and probable timelines for your individual future. We mentioned earlier that there are several processes for changing your possible and probable future timelines. Recall the process of establishing a connection to a future timeline, briefly described below. A. You can ask your higher self to show you the highest, best possible result of your activities in the future. Just go into meditation, enter the time machine controlled by your higher self, and ask it to take you to the perfect future for you. Ask to be moved to the optimal timeline, that is, to the timeline that is best suited for the development, happiness, and well-being of your soul. It is usually best to choose a time period of 3, 4, or 5 years in the future, depending on the complexity of the project you want to create. The time machine will take you to a meeting with your future self, who has already implemented your project B. You can choose one of several possible outcomes, especially if your conscious mind is not sure which path to take. Ask your higher self to show you the result of choosing each possible path. You can encounter the future self that exists on each possible or probable timeline, and then choose which future self you want to find, creating a time loop as described earlier. C. You can specify a specific future timeline and imagine it in all its details. For example, I am now forming a successful healing practice, with 20 clients a week, each of whom pays me $100 per session, and the satisfaction rate is above 95%. Then you can use the reverse timeline correction method to activate the possible or probable timelines that you want to bring to the prevailing reality. We'll be paying more attention to activation soon. 5. You can project yourself onto a collective future timeline and influence it for the benefit, or detriment, of humanity. For example, the Third World War may well happen. At the moment this probability is 55 to 60%. You can project yourself onto a possible timeline where World War III didn't start. You can activate this future timeline by channeling energy and attention into it, and by asking other people to contribute energy and attention to it as well. You can project yourself into an unwanted future timeline and correct it. A future containing World War III can be accessed during meditation. Then you can heal everyone involved in this war. You can enter this possible timeline shortly before the start of the war and cure all those who are involved in fueling this war. Now do you see the versatile nature of working with timelines? Not only do you have the ability to prevent something negative from falling on the dominant timeline, but you can also, if it does happen, minimize the negative consequences of it. Obviously, if you have a group of souls, all of whom are trying to fix possible and probable futures, this is much more effective than working alone. 6. You can mentally project yourself into the past, present, or future of other worlds and dimensions. You can correct possible and probable timelines from the history of other worlds, such as Mars and Maldak, Phaeton. For more information about what happened on the dominant timelines of these planets, read the previous books. You can go to other worlds right now and try to resolve any conflicts and problems that currently exist in these worlds. You can visit other worlds and go to their possible and probable futures to work with different scenarios. You can either pass everything on to your higher self, or through clairvoyance or access to the Akashic records, learn what needs to be done in a wide variety of worlds and dimensions. For example, you can correct the astral planes of this universe. You can fly while meditating to the beings that affect these astral worlds and heal them. You can help creatures trapped on various astral planes to free them and come out into the light. You can do almost anything when you visit the timelines and correct them. In this way, you relieve yourself of the burden of worrying about whether you will violate a person's free will by engaging in the aforementioned healing. Knowing that the responsibility lies with your higher self and that you can't really violate anyone's free will if you remain in a high state of consciousness, you can explore different options. 7. You can perform meditations that involve moving around the map of space-time and performing healing work. There are many meditations available at the timeline correction trainings that allow you to engage in the above-mentioned goal. Why is it so important to meditate? Isn't it possible to simply perform this healing immediately, without burdening yourself with preliminary meditation? Yes and no. It is difficult to subdue your ego without first plunging into a deep state of mind. The ego is very cunning and crafty. It can convince you that you have something, even though you don't. It is best to learn to get into the theta rhythm of brain activity before performing the aforementioned healing. We encourage you to practice meditation daily in order to make it easier for you to practice this healing. Conclusion. We hope that this brief description of the various ways to influence possible and probable timelines individually and collectively has been helpful to you. Of course, this extensive topic is far from being exhausted. We ask you to read on to learn more about other approaches to correcting the timeline. Chapter 9. Primary Psychology of Correction. Direct Times. Although we have repeatedly repeated the basic concepts of working with these methods in order to give you a clear picture of correcting the timeline, each time we have emphasized some other aspect of this process. We will now look at the situation from a more psychotherapeutic angle to better describe the potential of these powerful techniques. Below we have listed a psychological scheme for working with timelines, starting with the process described in the previous chapter. 83886-086 Healing the client's early childhood and past lives. The first method, taught in timeline correction training courses, is designed to help clients, or patients, become aware of their birth, early childhood, and/or past life traumas. You don't need to fully activate all of your psychic abilities in order to perform this healing, but you do need to be intuitive and trust your higher self. During the training, students are taught how to correctly tune into another person using intuition, and then implement various treatment methods on this person. If the client knows exactly what kind of trauma or negative programming they want to work on, then you, the therapist, will continue to guide that person back to the time period in which the injuries or negative programming appeared. Typically, you enter this time period immediately before a given event, and then navigate through the event using special procedures of this method. During a timeline correction session, you heal several characters at once. If you are a therapist, then you have your human self guiding the client, as well as your higher self guiding you to make the right decisions about your client. In addition, you have the client's human self, which is immersed in meditation and experiencing this process, as well as the client's higher self and the client's past self, the early childhood or past life self. In the training, you are taught to keep the client in detached observation mode during the session, and not to immerse the person in the eye of their past. The client has a meditative light body consciousness that observes the past self and performs healing, along with the higher self. There are many safety instructions and rules governing working with the subconscious mind. When you learn how to organize a timeline, you are given a scenario, diagram, on the basis of which you can conduct a session. You are asked to stick to it until you are comfortable with the various stages and phases of this process. Students in this course are taught to deal with customer resistance. Actually, we have already discussed this earlier, but it is important to consolidate this lesson. If you are already a therapist using other methods, then this section can significantly help you work more effectively, regardless of whether you decide to include timeline correction in your practice. Resistance can take many forms, including falling into unconsciousness during guided meditation. Of course, there may be factors that contribute to a person's falling into unconsciousness when they are in a deep state of mind, taking into account how much time they have slept the day before, their diet in the last few hours, their general health, etc. By meditating and remaining in a deep state of mind, this person will be able to maintain alertness and awareness while in this deep state. The first few times a person enters the theta rhythm of brain activity, they may fall asleep or doze off, but through regular practice, they will learn to be present in the here and now. With other forms of resistance, the person may talk incessantly, fidgeting, constantly loitering, or inventing distractions during the session. His phone suddenly rings. I could have sworn that I turned off my mobile phone before the session started. This has never happened before. How strange. If the client himself decided to seek advice from a psychotherapist, this means that the main part of this person's personality needs help and healing. When clients are brought to a session by their spouses, parents, friends, or family members, treatment may be more difficult. Every human soul has an ego. There are no exceptions. The ego can be strong and ruffled, but it can also be small and plastic. Before you do any healing work, ask your higher self to give you what the client needs for the highest and best growth, happiness, and well-being of their soul. Know that from a higher point of view, everything happens in perfect divine order. God's will is being fulfilled in this case because of your role as a healer and your client's willingness to heal. 838868087 Achieving a balance between trusting your higher self to get the job done and taking action. The author of this book has repeatedly stated in his various seminars and trainings that the therapist does 90% of the work simply by being present next to the person, and 10% by the technique. Of course, consciousness relies on techniques. If you were just sitting next to a person and didn't seem to be doing anything, most customers would politely, or not so politely, ask for a refund. Techniques are important, but the quality of consciousness you bring to the treatment session is much more important. The author had many situations where he seemed to do very little mentally or technically, but his client still had a successful session. If you try too hard to do everything right, it means that you don't trust the process. Creating an atmosphere of security and peace around another human soul is the foundation of healing. You learn to trust in God for complete healing, thereby helping your client put their trust in God for their treatment. However, there must be a balance between instructing God to do whatever is necessary for the highest and best good of all concerned, and simply doing nothing while waiting for a miracle. There are many aphorisms in the spiritual literature about this point of balance. Here are some of them as an example. God helps those who help themselves. Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, take the first step, and God will do the rest. Before you can give everything to God, there is something you need to do. First, you must truly believe that God is within you, expressing Himself through you, yourself, and also abiding in your client, doing the same in them. Second, you must create a proper atmosphere for healing. That's the reason for a safe and comfortable space. Third, consciousness needs to do something. Returning the client to some trauma gives their mind the opportunity to study that trauma and learn from it, without reliving it. Most of the popular techniques related to correcting the timeline are designed to protect the client's conscious and subconscious mind and set it up to work. Referral visualization is important because it gives the client the opportunity to participate in their treatment process. Another important part of working with a client is resisting the temptation to remake a person. You can't change anything or force something to happen. The ego has a hard time understanding this concept. Genuine healing occurs when your client is able to love and accept the self that has experienced trauma or negative programming. You allow healing to happen by being a witness to this radiance of love and acceptance of those aspects of the client in which he feels guilty, offended, full of regret, etc. During this process, energy techniques are given that truly change the configuration, energy matrix, of the soul receiving healing. But you should not invest in improving this process. Your success as a therapist does not depend on any external markers that determine how well the healing is progressing. First of all, you probably don't know if the healing was actually effective. Symptoms may disappear and appear after a short time. On the surface, healing can occur, which will only show that in the depths there is still something to work on. This detailed discussion of how to be a healer is certainly not limited to correcting the timeline. It is applicable to any therapeutic task. The main thing is to notice any resistance on your part as a therapist. To do this, you ask yourself, am I tied to a specific result? Does my own well-being depend on healing this person? Am I holding the standard too high? During the basic time correction training, you will switch places to be both a client and a therapist. You will receive sessions from other students on the course, or perhaps become a client of a professional doctor before the course begins. Many students want to work on themselves alone before they fully learn the process. We oppose this because there are many aspects of resistance and subconscious processes that are best recognized in the presence of someone experienced in dealing with such situations. 838860888 Self-correction of a timeline, healing your early childhood and past lives. Of course, you can implement light versions of this healing technique yourself by simply sending love and compassion past. Start by remembering difficult times in your life. If you have experience in meditation, as well as good visualization skills and developed clairvoyant abilities, then you can set your own theta rhythm of brain activity and perceive injuries of early childhood or past lives with relative accuracy. Before you start working with yourself alone, it is recommended that you complete basic training in correcting the timeline. When you are ready to self-medicate, follow the recommendations below. The safest and most effective way to correct the timeline yourself is simply to send love to everything and everyone you see as you explore your past. Start from early childhood. If you can clearly remember a traumatic event, then imagine your I as a small child. You may remember exactly what you looked like. Or you may have photos from that time period. Or you can use clairvoyance to see your I as a small child, through out-of-body observation. We recommend that you do not present your childhood from the child's point of view. The whole point of this healing method is to observe what is happening from a non-ego perspective, sending love and healing. You should not re-experience, relieve the original trauma. This does not mean that by imagining, you become this small I, immersed in a negative event. You go back in time as an unbiased observer in order to see what really happened there, from the perspective of emotional experiences, mental assessments, and physical sensations. In addition, this form of healing also affects the subtle bodies, astral, etheric, and causal. By completing the entire process, you heal your subtle bodies as well as the more obvious levels. If you have not completed the initial and more advanced timeline correction training, then we suggest that you simply imagine your life from the outside and send the loving light of God to the eye of a small child, or the eye of a past life, that you are observing. If you have completed the course, then we suggest that you apply various healing methods that you have learned during your training. If you start to get overwhelmed by emotions or feel uncomfortable during meditation, it means that you are caught up in the drama and you need to step away from it, get out of meditation. But a light emotional background is normal. When you let go of something, you may cry a little, etc. But if you start shaking, sweating, etc., then you are immersed in the drama and you need to stop and pull away from it. On your own, you can also do one more thing: send forgiveness to anyone who hurt you or, as you say, hurt you during traumatic events in your past. You infuse divine love into your eye of a small child, or past life, and in addition send divine love to any culprits or authority figures who may have been involved in the negative programming of this eye. Remember that the key to all healing is learning to love yourself, and others. Understand that no matter how much wrong you may have done in your childhood, your little child self deserves to be loved and respected. You have the opportunity to love and respect your little child's self, no matter what they've done. Forgiving yourself is the fastest way to heal when you're working alone. 838860889 Third Party Healing. And once again about authority and free will. Once you've learned how to work with your clients' past selves to heal their early childhood and past life traumas, it makes sense to apply this technique to people who aren't physically present. In the sections above, we have looked at the healing process for groups of souls at a variety of different timelines. Now we will take a closer look at healing people who are physically absent. Free will, in essence, states that souls have a choice, whether or not to allow their auras, chakras, and physical bodies to heal. While it may be a rule to ask permission from others before attempting to send healing energy to them, it is not necessary to do so, since the energy of divine love goes exactly where it is needed, regardless of the conscious perception of those who send or receive healing. A significant part of the method and application of specific healing techniques is that the consciousness must try to do something and gain understanding. There is no need to study exactly how divine love heals a person. You don't need to know the mechanics of the car to drive it, although this knowledge can be useful in the event of a breakdown. The author and his spiritual guides are here to inspire you to become masters of time and space. In fact, you are already in charge of them, but of course you have forgotten who you really are, so time-space seems like a mystery to you. The mind works on the basis of practical guidance, so we give a kind of instruction to keep the mind happy. Still, let's take a look at the various ways that third parties can heal when using direct time management techniques. In the cases described below, third parties are usually relatives, friends, and colleagues of the client or student, but they can also be colleagues and relatives of the healer who are not present, or those who are related to the healer's clients, even if they are not physically present. The actual healing process of third parties is covered in an extended segment of the timeline correction training. By the time this book is published, there may already be 3 levels of learning: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Expect more information from us about this ongoing process. 83886090 Healing your family and friends in this lifetime. A. Souls that preserve the incarnation. One of the easiest and most obvious ways to apply the timeline correction method is to work on those who are present in your life on a daily basis. If you have developed a good, open, and honest relationship with them, and if they understand basic psychological and metaphysical principles, then you can explain in detail what you are doing and help them take an active part in the process. If your family members and friends are very busy, as most people are, then you can simply let them know that you will be using these techniques for them during meditation. Of course, if someone specifically asks you to refrain from healing, then, of course, follow that person's request. But remember that the ego may object to something, whereas the soul really wants it. Learn to understand when those close to you are simply resisting, and when they really don't want to receive healing. Let's assume that they really want healing, and you have informed them that you will be sending them healing energy. In this case, during your meditation, visualize them sitting or standing in front of you. For each of them, take turns asking your higher self to show you what needs to be healed. What you are shown may not be consistent with your ego's opinion of what should be treated. Ask your higher self to show you the moment when a particular trauma, negative program, occurred, so that you can go back in time and work on that trauma. Let's say, for example, that your mother was severely beaten by her father at the age of 6. She may have already told you about it, or you may have been informed of it by your higher self. It doesn't really matter how you got that knowledge. In reality, it doesn't even matter if this information is absolutely accurate. And the important thing is that thoughts, feelings, views, and beliefs were created as a result of this trauma, negative programming. It may be most difficult to resist the temptation to remake those closest to you, relatives and friends. However, try to put aside your preconceived ideas about what they need and trust your higher self to give them exactly what they need for the highest and best development of their soul, its happiness and well-being. B. Souls who have passed away. It doesn't matter if the soul is healed while living in a human body, or if it is already gone. In some ways, it is easier to perform healing on a disembodied soul, because in this case the ego is usually not so strong. Note, the question of what happens to the ego after death is actively debated. Part of the ego is dissipated, as consciousness no longer identifies with the physical body. However, the other part of the self, including the karmic aspect, retains and transfers to future lives all its experiences from this life. Many souls enter the astral planes after the death of the physical body, especially if they still have a lot of unresolved negativity at the time of death. The healing you give them may be just what they need to release and move to the etheric planes in preparation for reincarnation. If you are attuning to a soul that has already left the earth plane, that soul may have been reincarnated, especially if death occurred more than 5 years ago. Do not forget to ask your higher self to help you tune into the person who has lost his body shell. If you can't get accurate information about the state of consciousness of a disembodied soul, then use general treatments for that soul. Simply radiate divine love and imagine that the soul is ascending to higher dimensions. If necessary, forgive this soul and release it into the light. Often, when you give healing to a deceased family member or friend, you are doing it more for yourself than for that person. They can receive a lot of help from their spiritual guides and karmic guardians. He may even be free of most of the trauma he received in the last life. You may be the one who needs healing, and a lot of it, especially if it wasn't easy for you to let go of that person. As you release it into the light and seek forgiveness, your healing creates a new relationship with this soul now in the spirit world. You can give healing to a soul that has already passed away right now, or you can remember what that soul was like when it was still alive, and then go back to that soul's past before it passed away from the last life. You can turn to a part of your recent life and heal the wound that has been inflicted on it. If you clear the layer of negative programming in the past of this soul, you will affect its current energy state, regardless of whether this soul has a new physical body or not. You should not worry about what the result will be. You are just a channel for healing. Example, your aunt passed away 14 years ago. She had a very difficult life. Her childhood was full of sorrows. You tune into her in her disembodied state and discover that she has already reincarnated in another body and lives in another part of the world. However, you go back to her childhood in a previous life and grant her healing from the injuries she received back then. This healing directly or indirectly affects her current life. Most likely, her current human self does not know that the healing has taken place, and probably does not remember the past life. Just know that the healing energy is directed exactly where it is most needed. 8388609 Additional information about healing third parties. We have already described this form of healing. Let's now take a closer look at it. If you don't have a lot of experience in treating chronic diseases, then you probably won't work directly with other people without their knowledge. Most likely, you will work with clients and they will ask you to heal their friends and family members. Note, technically, if you work independently with souls at a distance without their knowledge, this is fixing the other side's timeline. Correcting a third-party timeline applies to the people your client asks you to heal. At first glance, this third-party healing process seems a bit complicated. The point is that you work with many aspects of yourself and the other person. In the following analysis, we assume that you are a therapist and that you have a client who is asking for healing from a relative or friend. Here are some aspects. As a therapist, you have your human self and your higher self. You have a human self and a higher self. You have a current human self, a higher self, and a third-person past self, early childhood or past life self. The client may not inform the third party that he or she will soon learn healing. A third person may not know that he or she is receiving healing. Ultimately, it doesn't matter if a third party knows about it or not. At one time it is better that the person does not know, and at another, that he knows. Remember that nothing you or your client does will have any effect on a third party unless he or she wants to be healed. If a client comes to you and says, "I want you to help my mother-in-law. She nags me all the time. It would be nice to order her to live long at all, but I am a good Christian, so I want you to heal her. Then there is no doubt that there is active resistance on the part of the client to healing, which can limit the results, especially if the third party is really very grumpy. In this example, the client may have a very big problem, the inability to forgive the mother-in-law. By tuning into your mother-in-law, you can get a clear idea of whether she is open and receptive to healing. If it is not open, then you can decline the request to heal it, since the client is clearly blocking this healing with his condemnation of the mother-in-law. In other words, if both the client and the third party actively resist treatment, it will be difficult to achieve effective healing. Consult with your higher self about whether to continue this work. With third-person healing, you go back to the person's past, no matter how well you know them on a mental level, and grant healing before, during, and after traumatic events. The client will sometimes tell you about certain emotional traumas themselves, but most often you will get information yourself, depending on your clairvoyant abilities, in order to understand what needs to be corrected. You can ask your higher self to help solve some nuances of the case. Suppose your client wants his mother-in-law to stop nagging him. You can ask your higher self to take you back to his mother-in-law's childhood, to specific events when she picked up the habit of judging from her mother, or some other person. If you have the opportunity, you can try to establish a telepathic connection with his mother-in-law in the form of a little girl and help her understand that her true nature cannot be polluted or compromised, that only the ego can suffer. At the very least, you're sending love and tolerance into a space initially filled with criticism from the parents of his mother-in-law, or another person who judged everyone. How do you know if healing is actually happening? In general, there is no way. Not right away, anyway. For example, in a week's time, your client will come to the weekly session and inform you that her communication with her mother-in-law has improved. In any case, do not place high hopes on the healing of third parties. Love goes where it is needed. The love you sent to your client's mother-in-law was not in vain. If his mother-in-law could not accept it because of deep self-condemnation, then she will go where it will be used. Where it goes is no longer your concern. This is how you gain faith and trust. 838869092 Healing groups of people at the present time, collective healing of third parties inhabitants of the planet Earth. As we look at the practical application of the ideas presented in this book, it will gradually become clear that in the end, it is not so important whether you are currently performing healing with the people present, or whether you are traveling through time to offer healing. This argument sounds pointless against the background of what most people call common sense logic. But the same is true for the idea that a change in a particle in the present can affect this particle in the past, and this is exactly the situation that occurred in the laboratory. Healing, also known as correction, can occur at any point in time and space due to the principle of nonlinearity. This idea has many far-reaching implications. One of them is that people on Earth can now receive large amounts of healing energy from their future selves on the future Earth. Perhaps the prevailing timeline has changed several times in both positive and negative directions over the past few decades, depending on the state of consciousness of those who have learned to travel in time and space. At the same time, such an influence from the future cannot break the paradox of the murdered grandfather and, ultimately, cannot violate free will. At the same time, new timelines are created every day, and we have the opportunity to switch to those that we like best. Let's talk about groups that provide real-time healing to a significant proportion of people on Earth today, or even on Earth itself. This topic is not new. People who practice transcendental meditation have been recording the effects of group meditation on humanity for a long time. When groups of enlightened souls come together and focus on the desired outcome, in this case, the pacification of humanity, this consciousness radiates from the center of the group to possible and probable realities on Earth. Obviously, the analysis of group consciousness is very complex, since there may be 500 groups praying for harmony and 500 groups striving for war. We would be oversimplifying the picture of the world if we said that we are seeing in the world the complex consciousness of individual people living on Earth. Yes, a significant part of life is a reflection of consciousness, perhaps all of it, if you use the broad definition for consciousness, but you have many variables. Some of these variables include, a. the level of vibration of those who seek to achieve the desired result on Earth, b. the number of opposing energies or thought forms present on or around Earth, c. the level of karma, group and individual, that humanity implements, d. the number and quality of meditations or collective intentions. This is related to point A above, but also implies the actual number of meditators, frequency and place of their meetings, etc. e. the era or era in which the Earth is located, that is, the nature of the Earth's karma at a given time, f. the influence of plants, animals, extraterrestrials, and other living beings' influence of beings on the consciousness of humanity. Let's clarify these points. A. The influence of the vibrational level on the ability of the soul to influence the dominant timeline on Earth. It is well known that the higher your overall vibration, the more power you are able to manifest in your life. We are talking about true power, that is, the ability to influence and trigger processes through your use of the only true power in the world, divine power, and not just its appearance, the power that the elite, the Illuminati, and the so-called dark forces possess. We repeat that a soul with true power does not need to dominate, exploit, manipulate, enslave, control, or oppress others. This behavior has its origin in a deep belief in powerlessness and in the extremely unpleasant feelings generated by this belief. Since the so-called elite cannot accept their sense of powerlessness, these people try to surround themselves with the illusion of power. They believe that if they force others to do their will, humiliate and insult people with modest incomes, small fry, useless dependents, and, figuratively speaking, inflate their breasts, through an arms race, inflated military budgets, etc., then through this they will gain power. In reality, this behavior leads to the opposite result, although the elite can maintain this illusion for a while if these people can surround themselves with a sufficient number of believers in their system of control and manipulation. When souls raise their level of vibration, expand awareness or consciousness, they can channel more divine power through their chakras and energy centers, so they, by definition, have more power than those who have not learned to channel divine energy. What is the formula for determining the level of personal power? Obviously, if such a formula were invented, it would be quite complex. However, we will resort to a hypothetical example using arbitrary values. Let's say a soul vibrating at the third level of consciousness has 1 unit of power, a soul at the fourth level should have 6 units, a soul at the fifth level should have 130 units, and a soul at the sixth level should have 5,400 units. We get this result using the logarithmic scale type. If these numbers were true, then 100 people vibrating at the sixth level would have as much power as 540,000 people vibrating at the third level. This all sounds rather abstruse. What conclusion do you need to draw from these theories, reader? What should be your priorities? There are 2 options: 1. Maximize your vibration, and 2. Be clear about what you want to achieve on Earth. If you can unite with groups of like-minded souls with the same high level of vibration, then you will have many opportunities to change the whole way of life on Earth. B. The number of opposing energies on or around the Earth. The ability to influence the prevailing timeline largely depends on the strength of opposition and direct resistance to changes carried out in the consciousness of human souls. This resistance has many manifestations, for example, the phrase Satgogshiju to drink 17, which became popular thanks to the rock band RTKR1 Noob. The physical body, ego, consciousness, and subconscious make up a large part of what we call the lower self. This self is not very fond of change, preferring predictable results and routine. Even when you are trying to avoid boredom, which is caused by your ignoring your higher qualities, goals, and mission in life, the ego and its associated parts resort to routine escape methods, such as drinking alcoholic beverages on Friday nights and socializing with these less well-off people on Sunday afternoons, and so on. Every week it's the same thing. Add to this the treatment of the masses by religious ideologies and the many isms that dominate the collective beliefs of humanity, it is surprising that anything changes at all. Capitalism, communism, socialism, consumerism, atheism, dogmatism, etc. All these are collective belief systems that dominate the consciousness of 99% of humanity. If you are going to change the prevailing timeline, then you need to fully understand the mechanism of joining a belief system or ideology. We can say that 99.9% of all people live in dungeons of poor beliefs. Many people have convinced themselves that they have broken out of their prison, but in reality they have simply repainted, expanded, rebuilt, or otherwise changed the basic idea. Some belief systems are broader than others. In any case, if you have not had direct experience of something at the energy level, this simply remains another opinion, and faith in God is no exception. It may be necessary to reprogram different levels of the self through meditation, auto-suggestion settings, visualization, etc. But this is not enough. Believing that you are a powerful, creative, spiritual being is a good way to add new floors to your prison, expand its space, add beauty, refinement, etc. But as long as you are chained to the mind, you continue to be in prison. When you suggest making changes to the collective timelines, it is often necessary to find groups of souls with the same level of consciousness. If you are one of those rare souls who have completely freed yourself from the casemate mentality, you are unlikely to find very many other souls who have done the same. Let's say, for example, that you want to end a war in some part of the world. You understand that the war begins inside and is the result of an internal conflict between the parts of the I. However, very few people understand this, so you can start with the widows of those men who were killed in previous wars, or young people who were not inspired with the idea of the need for war. If these people continue to have internal conflict, which they probably do, the results will be limited, but it's still a good start. The principle of non-local states that you are all one and you all influence each other. However, your experience of unity strongly depends on your ability to overcome the belief in disunity. If you've worked hard enough on yourself, you can resist the temptation to get caught up in the drama and trauma of a group of peacemakers. Your transcendental consciousness may be strong enough to affect many people in your group. Your presence alone can be enough to start a transformation of the consciousness of both the group and the entire world. In order to heal the general population at this time, you will use the same basic methods that you have used for healing in other periods of time. True healing occurs when there is total love and acceptance directed at the parts of the individual and collective self that are receiving healing. There is a place for every member of the group who has received trauma and negative suggestions. Let's use an example that is not correct from a political point of view, but it is nevertheless worth referring to. Suppose that your grandfather was killed during one of the mass exterminations of the population, Jews, Russians, etc. You spent a lot of time and effort studying the genocide, working in the reparations program, educating people about how terrible this massacre is, etc. Your political and economic decisions were largely influenced by your views on the phenomenon of mass extermination of people. However, if reincarnation is not taken into account, the trauma of genocide appeared 3 generations ago. Nowadays, many young people do not have direct experience of these events. In short, they did not live in those years, so they do not understand what happened then, and they only know what they were taught in school, by their grandparents, the media, etc. If you want peace on earth, and you still have mixed feelings about the mass extermination of the population, these feelings and related belief systems will prevent you from working for the pacification of humanity. Yes, you must forgive everyone who took part in that massacre. Study those events, and then let go of the experience. The author of this book has many Jewish friends, and he would like all Jews to find peace in their souls, but he has freed his mind from the collective belief systems of people who are still blinded by what happened about 75 years ago. Therefore, it does not support governments that impose apartheid. For example, a small country near Palestine used the Holocaust as a pretext for killing, raping, torturing, and suppressing other racial and ethnic groups. He sees that attachment to belief systems, regardless of whether it is relevant today, creates polarization that ignites war. Another example is the current confrontation between Democrats and Republicans in the United States. For example, people who were raised in the spirit of the teachings of the Democratic Party may blindly believe that their candidate will always be better than the one proposed by the Republicans. But what if it doesn't? What if the Democrats' option is worse in terms of world security? Can a committed Democrat break out of the days in which he has plunged himself and see the real state of affairs? According to many sources, if the Democrats had won the 2016 election, the likelihood of a Third World War would have been significantly higher than if the Republican candidate had won. But how many Democrats were able to understand this? That doesn't mean the Republican nominee was much better. Until the collective consciousness is healed, you will continue to choose between the lesser of two evils in a two-party system. Our policies are a mirror image of our complex consciousness. If we get a tyrant, a dictator, or a corrupt leader, it is only because we have these characteristics in our collective consciousness. When you learn to break out of your polarized mindset, you will no longer contribute to the inescapable corruption that characterizes politics in almost every country on earth. We don't want to give our discussion a political dimension, but it is important to note that polarizing oneself contributes to war, conflict, poverty, suffering, and all sorts of negativity. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't take action, but if you do, let it come from love, not revenge. There is no such thing as fighting for peace. If you glorify one group of people and attribute some shortcomings to others, then you are only perpetuating disunity. It is amazing that now there are organizations on earth that blame white-skinned people for all the ills of the earth, suspecting them of malice. Apparently, they didn't study Earth's history, or at least its true history. Perhaps they are being brainwashed into thinking things that please their masters. The problems on Earth are not racial, ethnic, or even religious. They are all related to the belief in separateness and the many forms that this belief takes. We invite you to make a commitment to eliminate isms from your mind. Learn to understand the difference between believing in something and understanding it. Belief systems are the mind's way of getting out of it when it doesn't know something. These systems may be necessary in the OP at a certain point in a person's development. They become a burden for those who want to awaken to the truth. There is no disunity. This is proven by science. We aim to show that this lack of separation applies to both time and space. All time and all space are closely connected. The past and future are now. Distant galaxies are here. All of humanity is one. We are not isolated from terrorists and saints. We have elements of each of them. It's time to stop thinking that we are special or better than some other culture or race. I beg your pardon for this brief sermon, but we felt the need to go back to the basics for a little while if you are serious about changing the prevailing timeline on Earth. In order to be a peacemaker, you need to experience peace of mind, so your first task is to resolve your internal conflicts. Know that all internal conflicts arise from a belief in separateness and are reinforced by the traumas of your present and past lives. Forgive the Germans, Jews, Muslims, Russians, Bolsheviks, Democrats, Republicans, and all the other groups who were enslaved to their own belief systems. And first of all, forgive yourself for shutting yourself up in your ghettos and assuming that the door that leads out of it is locked with a key. Let go of the mind and be the peacemaker that you already are. End of the sermon. C. The level of karma played out by humanity on the stage of life. Another factor associated with correcting the prevailing timeline of humanity involves what most religious, spiritual people call karma. From the author's point of view, karma is the undeveloped lessons of the soul. For example, if you come into this life wanting to learn about unconditional love, but find yourself in an interdependent relationship and remain in this bond all your life, then after death, when you evaluate your life, you may decide that you have not learned the lesson for which you came here. So in your next life, you will choose the conditions and circumstances that best help you learn the lesson of unconditional love. Since life on earth is a combination of free will and predestination, some of what you experience during a given lifetime will be predestined, and some will be unpredictable because of free will. Individual souls work through their personal karma on earth, but so do nations and ethnic groups. When you join a group, you take on some of that group's karma. It's important for you to recognize this if you want to make a difference. For example, if a certain group of souls is constantly creating suffering in their lives, it is important to find out why this is happening. What is a general lesson for souls? Do they internalize it, or are they stuck in collective belief systems? It's not about looks or physical attributes at all. If you were born in a particular culture, if your skin is a particular color, this circumstance does not condemn you to enslavement to the collective belief systems of this group. Remember that the third density is the realm of conformity, the fourth is the realm of individuality, and the fifth is the place of true unity. You start by raising your level of consciousness above your ethnic or racial group to the realm of individuality, and then move on to the realization that we are all one. Karma is erased through forgiveness. When the victims of the massacre can finally forgive those they believe to be responsible for these conflicts, knowing that almost all the first victims and perpetrators are long dead, karma is healed. In fact, souls usually want to experience both sides of duality. Therefore, many of those who fueled the Second World War may return as victims in a later conflict. In some cases, this effect may take other forms. People who were victims of the Second World War may be the aggressors in the current conflict. It is not for the human self to judge who has karma and who does not. When the soul has learned everything it wants to know about some aspect of life on earth, it is free to go further and learn something else. The Old Testament concept of an eye for an eye is simply a way of continuing to lose karma in each subsequent life, resulting in more suffering. Aggression, sacrifice, revenge, aggression, sacrifice, revenge. All this goes on until such souls finally get tired of playing this game over and over again. Isn't it time to calm down on this? How much more suffering do you need? In fact, was there any need for anyone to suffer at all? Pain is inevitable, but suffering is not necessary, Buddhists say. Pain is resistance to life. We are all resisting something, otherwise we would not be able to live in a human body on earth. Without resistance, an infinite amount of life force energy would be generated in our body, burning it away. Suffering is resistance to pain. By accepting the pain of life, you stop resisting the pain that causes suffering. Love and accept the part of you that is in pain. Remember that victims and aggressors are acting actors on the stage of life, and that many of them change places over several lifetimes. If you are a victim in this life, then you may have been a criminal in a previous life. Accept it and forgive it. Why prolong the suffering by becoming attached to your role? It may take some time to completely shake off a deep-rooted position in life, but you need to start now. Start by forgiving yourself for being tied to your own belief systems. Gradually let go of yourself, a little bit each day. Be prepared to see both sides of the problem. Many Democrats feel oppressed by rich Republicans, who value the profits from business activities above human life. Many Republicans are angry that they go out of their way to pay their bills, while immigrants and welfare recipients enjoy free health care. The truth can sometimes be complicated. Some rich Republicans do a lot of good things for society, and their companies really care about people. Some welfare recipients do need help, and there's nothing better for them at this point in their lives. Recognize that these problems are a mixture of different states of consciousness played out on the screen of life. For example, many wealthy Republicans are recipients of corporate subsidies that are heavily subsidized by the state. Perhaps, on some level, they feel guilty about this state of affairs, and that is why they are so offended by the fact that poor people receive financial assistance. Look for the mirror that life shows you. This mirror lets you know exactly where you need healing. If you are emotionally reacting to a certain group of people, then there is a reason for this. You may have been raped and killed by a group of black people in a previous life, so now you are nervous about seeing black people in this life. Once you get rid of the obvious racial biases that you grew up with, you begin to explore your past lives and deeper attitudes that emerged maybe thousands of years ago. If you want to influence the dominant timeline, get rid of all karma. Live without karma. This means that you should solve problems as quickly as possible immediately after they appear. Don't cling to resentment and regret. Speak immediately and clearly when something bothers you. Don't hide your feelings. Remember that karma is a work in progress. End your business relationship. Pay off your loans when you can. If the agreement does not involve fair exchange, then do everything possible to revise it. At the very least, remove all emotional obligations from your personal and professional agreements and contracts. If someone sued you, forgive that person, even if you have to hire a lawyer and refute what you are accused of. Keep in mind that forgiveness doesn't have to be formal. You could tell the person who borrowed money from you that they don't need to give it back to you, giving up on them, but if you're still angry about it, then you haven't forgiven them. Recognize that in the end, nothing that anyone has ever done to you matters. It's just a show. You all wear masks on the stage of life. Learn to remove your masks and discover the truth behind the masquerade. In the last chapter of this book, we'll talk about this in more detail as we move beyond time and space. D. The quality and quantity of meditations focused on the desired result for the group. In addition to the level of vibration of those who meditate and heal, the degree to which the negative energies of the world are opposed, and the amount of karma present in the collective consciousness of the people involved, we must also consider the quality and quantity of meditations, healings, and sessions devoted solely to achieving the desired result. If you have people at a high level of vibration who meditate and heal, this is still not enough, because they still need to be very clearly and correctly instructed, guided, and this focusing of energy should be repeated many times in order to reprogram the negative energy surrounding problems on the dominant timeline. Of course, in such cases, we resort to some example, say, on the topic of pacifying a war-torn region of the earth. As we have seen, people are deeply entangled in their worldview, habits, and lifestyle. Constant exposure to new ways of thinking and perceiving through high-quality meditations and visualizations can make a significant difference, more effective than an irregular circle of meditators meeting for peace on earth or intermittent visualization practice between the hour you took your children to soccer and the hour you picked them up to take them home. And while it's still better to do this than to do nothing at all, a close-knit group of people who know their goal, meeting regularly, will achieve great results. The fundamental importance of dedication and perseverance on the spiritual path is well known. You can't expect your life to be full of power, creativity, and spiritual enlightenment if you just go to one weekend seminar or read a couple of books from the Help Yourself series. The author of this book spent approximately 20 years developing techniques for personal and spiritual growth before his understanding expanded beyond enlightened thinking to a genuine experience of higher dimensional energies. Now he has been consciously following his spiritual path for more than 40 years, and yet he has to deal with the problems of the small human I. In his life, ego and spirit almost always work together. You must see the ego in its true light, as a pure invention of the mind, a belief system in which a tiny part of the I mistakenly considers itself a powerful creator of everything in the world. The ego rarely dominates the consciousness of the author of this book, but as long as a person is in a body on earth, there is a possibility of returning to the ego. You must remain alert and constantly aware of the subtle ways in which the ego can manipulate the spirit. The paradox of creation is lost on the ego. In fact, God is inside the ego, because God is in everything. The perception of the ego as a separate I is clearly wrong. There is no separate I. There is only a God who expresses each human soul in a unique way. The purpose of this section is to remind the reader that repetition, perseverance, and dedication are absolutely essential not only on the spiritual path, but on any path of healing in general. If you want to pacify humanity, then you must meet with like-minded people regularly and work hard, despite your resistance and underlying negative beliefs, to manifest the strong self that you are when you are on your own and when you are in your own group. The influence of an era or epoch on Earth. This includes cosmic influences, divine providence, astrological configurations, the intervention of extraterrestrial groups, and the influence of mass communication technologies such as the Internet and social networks. If you want to influence the masses on Earth, then until recently it was very difficult to do so. Now you just need to press a few keys on your computer or smartphone keyboard, after downloading the corresponding program, and messages can be sent to thousands of people around the world. Every day, such a video spreads like a virus, that is, it is viewed by millions of people. It's not that hard to understand. If someone whose list of subscribers is 500 souls, a realistic figure for today, sends something to the internet, then even if only 1% of those who received this information pass it on, 5 people will share it with their relatives, friends, and acquaintances. If each person has an average of 500 unique contacts, that's 2,500 people. And again, if 1% of that number, i.e. 25 people, continues this process, then very soon this video will spread like a virus. Knowledge of marketing and advertising is, of course, a big plus, and sometimes a minus. Have you ever wondered how some videos, feature films, documentaries, music concerts, new songs, etc., reach hundreds of millions of people, while others can have only a few hundred views? Of course, this state of affairs cannot be explained by the talent and quality of the recording alone. Knowledge of technology and communication skills are very important when it comes to attracting people's attention. As they say in show business, what matters is who you know. We are not saying in this book that knowledge of marketing and advertising guarantees you success, but it certainly helps you bring your information to a large number of people. It would be right of you to ask for help from those who are professionals. Study those who are already successful in this field, like the ones you are currently listening to. The book Course of Miracles says that it takes only one enlightened person to change the world. Take a close look at those who you know have changed the world. If they are no longer alive, please contact their relatives and friends. Read their biographies. Find out what worked and what didn't work. Do your research. Now is a unique time in the history of mankind, because thanks to telecommunications, information can fly around the whole world in an instant. It used to be that when a war broke out in one part of the world, then in areas far from this conflict, they learned about it months later. Now, if war breaks out, almost all of humanity will know about it in a few hours. Take advantage of this ability of the world of near-instant messaging. Learn the technology, but do not be a slave to it or become dependent on it, but use it as a tool to spread your influence. Almost every soul on Earth influences the dominant timeline much more strongly than she or he is aware of. Think of the movie It's a Wonderful Life, which is shown every Christmas in the West. Without you, the world would be very different. You are making a significant contribution to it, and maybe much more than you think. In addition to the impact of technology and global connectivity, there are also cosmic cycles and divine providence. Your ability to influence the prevailing timeline. We live in an era that religion calls the apocalypse. This word literally means the age of revelation. In other words, everything is revealed, the good, the bad, and the ugly. This is the dominant energy of this time period due to the fact that the Earth vibration is growing along with the average level of consciousness on planet Earth. Information about God's providence is detailed in earlier books, so here we will be brief. The era in which we live acts as a catalyst for major changes in the dominant timeline on Earth. If the higher spiritual laws are eternal and cannot be changed by free will, then the current period of time in which we live makes it easier for us to accept the higher truths, as the canopy that covers it slowly rises above the earth. Global awakening is a painful process for most people. You have heard the expression ignorance is good. In a few years, this will no longer be true, as it will become increasingly difficult to ignore the grand shift in people's minds that is already taking place. As an overview of the information provided in previous publications, let's say that one of the areas that will undergo catastrophic changes is the economic system on planet Earth. You may know that the current system is practically opposed to the highest spiritual principles. Take any spiritual thought about economics, turn it 180 degrees, and you will probably have something that fits the current economic model on Earth. In the higher realms, there is infinite abundance, free energy, unconditional love, and compassion for all forms of life. The economic structure on Earth is based on scarcity, profit, taxes, control, manipulation, and dependence on the ever-increasing consumption of natural resources. This is a direct result of the ego being allowed to take the place of God on the altar. The apocalypse manifests itself by magnifying everything in the world and revealing what was hidden in the minds of the collective will of humans, and their self-appointed overlords, at the subconscious level. If you want to see what a belief in separation from God can lead to, just look at the world. The reality of 3/4 of all people is based on fear. Thus, the dominant timeline has been ruled by fear for thousands of years. Fear keeps people locked up in suicidal belief systems, behaviors, and lifestyles. But what about the belief in limited resources? In the vacuum of empty space, there was always almost unlimited energy. But wars were fomented in the name of limited resources. There is no need to extract fossil fuels and non-renewable resources. How can intelligent people allow poisons to be added to food and water? How can they choose to run for president between two candidates who care only about their own interests, and still believe that the vote will change the situation? It's the same as if you were watching a movie in a movie theater and went to the screen and tried to change the characters on it, if you don't like what's going on there. All the authentic teachers throughout our history have said that if you want to change the world, you must first change your consciousness. The time in which we live provides a great opportunity for this. All the grotesque and ugly things generated by our consciousness appear on the stage of the world like a movie in the Tezco 1Og system, broadcast live on UOITIA and Raise Yuk, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your radio and television network. If you want to change the prevailing timeline, start with your thoughts, feelings, attitudes, programs, and suggestions. Send unconditional love to every part of your being that is mired in the illusion of materiality, clinging to the belief in haves and have-nots, and the crazy idea that consuming or acquiring material things will somehow bring you salvation, etc. Enjoy the benefits of high technology, use the tools of telecommunications, but do not fall into the trap of the idea that this will somehow save you. Take advantage of the era in which you live to work for the peace and enlightenment of humanity. This is the best time in history to awaken to the truth of who you are. You control time and space. This book should help you keep that in mind. F. The influence of plants, animals, astral/etheric beings, and extraterrestrials on the dominant timeline. At first, you may not think that life forms in these categories have much influence on the prevailing timeline, but then you are mistaken. We have already mentioned the Zen koan about a tree falling in the forest. Yes, it still falls if people don't see it, but the fact is that there are many other life forms in the world that have witnessed this event. In fact, consciousness itself is a witness. The earth itself is the main factor in the manifestation of timelines. Many years ago, scientists suggested that global warming, if it occurs, will make the Earth uninhabitable, possibly as early as 2020. None of this clearly happens on the dominant timeline, although it may be true on various alternative timelines. What has led to a slowdown in global warming and mitigation of its consequences? It's not that this is a hoax, as Republicans claim, or that oil, gas, and coal companies are compassionately cleaning up their toxic emissions, or that garbage is now being recycled, although it can be useful. The biggest factor is the land itself. Like all intelligent organisms, the Earth has its own consciousness. It tries to restore balance every time the biosphere system goes haywire. Yes, it uses solar minima and other influences to strengthen the balance, but the key point is that nature is like a pendulum. It swings back and forth until it reaches balance. Are the polar regions affected by global warming? This issue will be resolved. Larger and wetter storms will occur so that the Earth gets less sunlight, so that it will cool down. Is the level of the world's oceans rising? That's not necessarily a bad thing, unless you're building homes on the south shore of Florida. If you study the cycles, you can see that the seas rise and fall over millions of years. Indeed, humanity has never been as prosperous on Earth as it is in our time, so it has a greater impact than ever before on the state of the planet. Toxic chemicals do indeed seriously pollute the Earth. But you will realize that the Earth has a way to restore balance even in disasters like a nuclear accident. The key point here is that nature, including rocks, minerals, tectonic plates, and electromagnetic energy flows that are part of the Earth's grid system, greatly influence the past, present, and future. The obvious solution for humanity is to learn to work in harmony with nature, rather than trying to be a king over it, commanding it. Apart from making it easier for our bodies to survive through air conditioning, heating, and the like, we don't really need much control over nature. Of course, you need to build a shelter from storms, learn how to interact with wind, sun, and water, and expand the technical capabilities already created by nature, for example, to explore new farming methods and implement them. You don't have to stand up to nature or try to force it to change. Permacultura 1 is the practical science of working in harmony with the natural cycles of the Earth instead of continuously weeding everything and everything, flooding the soil with chemicals, etc. It would be good to start with the construction of buildings that coexist with nature in harmony. Like the opponent's energy in martial arts, the energy of nature can be used both for the benefit of humanity and to its detriment. Nature can be complemented and harmonized, not suppressed. In other words, you can use the energy of the universe to help you, and not fight it or try to dominate it, control it. People who practice martial arts are well aware of the fact that you can defeat an opponent who is twice your size or clearly stronger than you, simply by using and directing the energy of this person for your own purposes. You don't fight, resist, or counter the energy in traditional ways. The same is true for the natural world. The main thing here is interaction with nature, and not the desire to treat and suppress it. By changing the prevailing timeline, ask nature how it can help you achieve your goals. Follow natural cycles and use them for your own benefit. For example, it is well known that in our world, most achievements occur during the spring and summer months. This is due not only to the fact that then the weather is most favorable for active actions, but also to the psychology of people, and often with the natural cycles and rhythms of organisms. Trees lose their leaves in the fall, it's time to get rid of them. You can get rid of old ideas and get rid of everything you won't need in the fall and winter. Plants and animals can also help shape the timeline that you really want for yourself. Tune into them. Learn to communicate with them telepathically. Shamans and sorcerers of many tribes have been doing this for thousands of years. Plant and animal spirits teach them how to use the natural world to produce medicines and treat injuries and illnesses, as well as what to plant and when to plant. What about spiritual guides and aliens? Many souls on Earth have been helped by these beings throughout history. Without outside help, it is very difficult to overcome negative attitudes. Many souls abuse help from above and expect spiritual guides or extraterrestrials to do everything for them. A spiritual mentor is very similar to a sports coach. The trainer is not going to race for you. It will help you prepare for the race in every possible way, physically, emotionally, and psychologically. But it is up to you to solve this problem. Don't expect a spirit guide to do everything for you. A highly evolved being will respect your free will and will not try to force you into anything or convince you of anything. They can point out possible pitfalls and even warn you if necessary, but they will not actively intervene unless you are in a life-threatening situation, or if they do not believe that the lesson of the soul is best learned with outside intervention. Healing is one of the best uses of spiritual guides and extraterrestrials, but they will rarely do anything unless they first receive an invitation. If you want them to help you send healing light to your planet, invite them to come and ask them to work through you. From their higher vantage point, they can see many possible and probable realities and can make predictions or warn you about possible outcomes so that you either develop or avoid them. Many prophets have said that a failed prophecy is a great success. Sometimes this can be true. Informing people about the consequences of certain actions can be useful. If you use the wrong approach, the prophecy can be realized in a negative way. You don't want to worry about the future just because some higher being has told you that catastrophic events are coming. Use the warning as a catalyst for a more thorough study of the subject. Even highly evolved beings can make mistakes when making predictions about the future of the dominant timeline. Remember that there are billions of souls on planet Earth, and they are all powerful creators, although most of them don't know it. The best prophets and clairvoyants are those who are able to tune into the collective consciousness of people and see that they are in the process of creating individually and collectively. They might politely say, if you continue to behave in this way, your behavior is highly likely to lead to disastrous consequences. But, with the exception of some actions, they will not prevent you from doing something that can harm you. Julia's freedom has its limitations. You can decide how to experience something, but you can't always change the event itself. Allowing humanity to simply go its own way is suspended in situations where the free will of most souls would be violated if spirit guides and extraterrestrials refrained from interfering, for example, in the event of a nuclear disaster. A considerable number of extraterrestrial groups are currently allowed to neutralize various types of weapons of mass destruction if their use would endanger all life on the planet. One of the reasons that interference is allowed to a certain extent is that there is a large group of light workers or beings who want to pacify all of humanity, and the Earth is harmoniously embracing the idea of millions of souls coming together to maintain peace. To allow any group of rogue, negative beings to destroy the Earth in a nuclear war would be to violate the wishes of this large group of peaceful souls. Now millions of people have come to Earth to join the new, peaceful society. This intent creates a very strong probable timeline, which is not easy to break. By imagining a world of peace and quiet, you are joining a vast community of human and extraterrestrial souls who are committed to and loyal to world peace, because that is what these souls strive for. They have already experienced war, poverty, destitution, and suffering over the past millions of years, and are now ready for new lessons that go beyond all that. The question of collective free will is a very complex one, not easily understood even by beings with very high vibrational levels. The author of this book's spiritual guides have repeatedly pointed this out. There is no need to try to figure out what works best for a particular group of people, since it is almost impossible to know for sure at ordinary levels of consciousness. You can make statements before your healing work such as, for the highest and best good of all parties involved in this conflict, I ask you to stop this war, in the name of the Almighty Father/Mother of God. If your prayer is fruitful, it may seem as if it violates the free will of those souls who came to Earth to experience war. If the forces that will end the war are set in motion, then these souls are deprived of the opportunity to learn that they came to Earth to learn. Now do you understand why this question is so difficult? How do you know when it makes sense to break the will of a small group of souls in favor of another group? When decent aliens neutralize weapons of mass destruction, the will of those who wish to survive such destruction is violated, at least at low levels. Who can determine the right way out of situations of this kind? Sometimes the dominant energy of consciousness takes over. If there are millions of high vibrational souls who want peace, and not many low vibrational souls who want war, then war prevention is relatively easy. But the earth is a hellish concoction in a melting pot for different souls, each of which has its own tasks. Until recently, the land was spacious enough to satisfy almost all desires, but now this is no longer the case. Pollution is affecting every life form on Earth right now. A fairly serious problem, at low levels, is that many souls are likely to have a malfunction of the immune system in the future. It could be said that their higher selves knew that such a problem would arise when they decided to come to Earth. But other souls may have come here to stop the pollution and save countless species from dying. We have delved into how to create and direct the dominant timeline, because it is important to understand the complexities of collective consciousness. The solution, however, is simple. Learn to listen to the voice of your higher self, which can understand these complexities. If you clearly feel that you need to move in a certain direction, trust that feeling and go there. Ask your higher self to guide you on the optimal path for maximum development, happiness, and well-being of the soul. Trust that your higher self knows the best way to achieve this. Thank your helpers on the higher planes for their help. 8 groups of human healers in the past, healing historical collective traumas on planet Earth. Since you can travel to any point in space-time and perform healing there, one of the most powerful ways to eliminate collective negativity, group trauma, is to travel back in time and defuse significant global conflicts and painful planetary events. We have previously cited cases of mass population destruction as aspects of the collective timeline, where there is a lot of stagnant energy. Although we cannot change the actual physical events on the collective timeline, because of the murdered grandfather paradox and the prohibition against violating the free will of the souls involved in this event, it is quite possible to change the experience of the souls concerned. Many soldiers see angels on the battlefield. In some cases, angels appear when one of them is dying, but they may also appear to comfort them and help them survive, or to boost their morale in situations that are not life-threatening. Some of these angels may be future versions of themselves who have gone back in time to heal the past self, while others may be the energy of healers performing third-party healing. For example, you and a group of souls might be doing this by looking through the collective past on Earth. And still others can be real guests from heaven in real time, just giving their love and compassion. There are several approaches to correcting the past, which we now want to announce. First of all, on a human level, it is impossible to know exactly how many people living in a given time period are actually experiencing the positive impact of this healing process. We can say that some souls affected by group trauma probably do not receive significant healing due to visits from the future, while others experience a significant impact of such visits on their energy bodies or state of consciousness. It all depends on what a particular soul wants to experience, as well as on the various soul agreements, karmic contracts, and free will decisions that are part of the divine plan. Some souls are not ready for change. For some reason, they settle for empathy and get bogged down in a group consciousness of guilt, shame, guilt, projection, etc. Playing the victim card is very popular on Earth. Maybe a few generations ago, your cultural or ethnic group was subjected to genocide or enslaved, or was guilty of terrible crimes. Despite the fact that most souls have chosen their current circumstances, it is tempting to feel victimized and hold on to these group experiences after they expire. How many white male Christians of traditional sexual orientation feel victimized? What about blacks or Jews or lesbians? Undoubtedly, in the second category, the percentage of victims is higher. At the same time, how many people in the second group are now being harassed and bullied or destroyed? There may be a few, but from a compassionate third density perspective, the persecution of even one person is too much. The number of souls being persecuted or harmed obviously depends on where they live, how outspoken they are, and most importantly, what lesson these souls have come to learn. Of course, persecution and oppression persist in most parts of the world, but how much does this problem relate to the reluctance of social, ethnic, or racial groups to let go of the past and move forward? As we said earlier, these conflicts have two sides, as well as many lifetimes of suggestions and attitudes. If you were an oppressor in a previous life, you may find yourself oppressed in this life, and vice versa. Some groups of souls go back and forth in a series of lifetimes, switching places between the victim and the oppressor. Some of these disadvantaged groups used souls for their own benefit only a couple of lifetimes ago. The higher self, the essence of the soul, does not judge what is right and wrong. It just wants to experience everything that life has to offer. It wants to know what it means to be a victim and a criminal. However, over a long period of time, souls in their evolution rise to states of higher vibration, and in higher states they are more likely to want to experience love, forgiveness, and healing. So after a few dozen lifetimes of agony and suffering, the soul may decide that it has had enough and start attracting a different set of experiences. As the single greatest healing you can do in the past, you can help souls free themselves from guilt. It may not be obvious at first that victims are usually riddled with guilt because of what they have done in past lives, but if you look into this problem, you will find that this is most often the case. Of course, we don't condone bad behavior. Each of you is God, regardless of your skin color, ethnic background, upbringing, political affiliation, etc. Blacks, Jews, and lesbians can behave just as badly as white Christian men with traditional sexual orientation. We are seeing so-called social justice warriors fighting for equality and justice. In some cases, it would be a good idea to draw public attention to various distortions that take place in the structure of a country or state. We are not saying that these groups fighting for justice are not fulfilling the vital task of helping society. However, many of them perpetuate the very distortions that they say they are eliminating. As we have already said, fighting for peace will always be an oxymoron. If you condemn white Christian men with a traditional sexual orientation in order to defend the rights of blacks, Jews, and lesbians, you only make this problem worse. Of course, in the first group there are people who do wrong to someone from the second group, but there are also those who help this group. Healing can only happen if you recognize that all people are links of divinity, that everyone deserves love and compassion, regardless of their position in life. Even serial killers and terrorists deserve love and compassion. Their crimes can have consequences. You may have to lock them up in a cell or find another way to isolate them from society, but you must do it with love and compassion if you want to achieve healing. And while this may seem like a contradiction to those who don't understand the drama of duality, it's the only way to make a difference. Psychologists are well aware of the need to separate a person from their behavior. The beautiful, perfect child of God is identified with ego and bad behavior. Such a person deserves love and compassion. If you pour hatred on such a soul, it will only make the problem worse. In most cases, the problem occurred when the soul was mistreated by parents, family, or society. Let us recall the idea of going back in time and healing from mass trauma. Here the most important step is to realize that at the present moment, not only is everything unfolding in a divine order, but also in the past everything happened exactly like this. It is difficult for a rational mind to understand such a thing, but it is the key to healing. If, for example, you are returning to concentration camps during World War II, then start by radiating love to everyone, including Hitler's soldiers, weapons manufacturers, and pro-war politicians. Do not limit yourself to radiating healing energy to prisoners. In many cases, the perpetrators are more in need of healing than the victims, especially if the victims died quickly and were already helped by their guardian angels and spiritual guides. We suggest that you learn the principles of direct time correction and get certified as a direct time corrector in order to achieve maximum effectiveness in healing the past. When healing is successful, it has many consequences. Some of the first participants in a traumatic event actually feel better during the trauma itself. Others gain insight into the nature of this experience during the initial time period. Still others receive healing after the first experience. Nowadays, many souls who have been trapped in the drama of duality in the sense of massive trauma of the past are beginning to forget their attachment to the pain, misery, and suffering due to this trauma. At the very least, those who give healing get rid of their judgments and pain on the topic of mass trauma. For example, it would be great if groups of Jews or Russians could gather and send healing energy to all those who died during the mass extermination of their people. It would be even better if such groups sent healing to the Nazis or Bolsheviks, as well as to those who supported the war in general. Finally, these groups need to send healing energy to the so-called backroom forces that sell weapons to both sides of the conflict and those who plot and fuel these wars. If enough people send quite a lot of love to the past and present of the Illuminati 18 and other groups that seek to control and oppress people, a genuine change will occur. Free will suggests that not all of these power-hungry souls will agree to healing, but some of them are likely to overcome their psychological, emotional barriers if they are willing to complete the lesson of oppression and control. Again, we don't care what the healing mechanism looks like. In this case, we believe and trust. When we focus our healing on a collective event from the past, we receive healing because what you do comes back to you. The worst part is when the healer is currently receiving healing, but nothing important is happening. Still, it's better than doing nothing. The principle of non-local, applied to time, implies that every healing that occurs anywhere in time-space affects every soul in creation at any time period. A group that channels healing energy into the phenomena of mass slaughter benefits every time and place in the universe. Whenever the soul sends love and compassion to a situation where genocide has taken place, at some level the energy changes and becomes positive. As you raise your consciousness and become more aware of your personal power, the expansion of divine power, the scope of healing increases. We suggest that you, after mastering the techniques in the training dedicated to correcting the timeline, collect those who have passed this training, and regularly allocate time to radiate healing energy to past events. The best method is the healing technique Pearl Necklace, with which you direct energy simultaneously to several places in space-time. You choose a specific topic for your evening healing session. For example, you start with something that happened millions of years ago and is related to this topic, and then move forward in time, correcting similar events, until you finally come to the present. Note, you can also start with the most recent group injuries and then go further back into the past. In nonlinear time, it is important not to go forward or backward in time. Every healing you perform affects every other time period, even if you first correct recent events before going further into the past. This method seems counterintuitive, but that's how it works. There were dozens of mass slaughterhouses and cases of genocide on Earth after people started coming here. You can send healing to each of the main events up to the present time. If you haven't completed a course on correcting a timeline, then just try sending love and compassion to each event as you view it. You can imagine what an event was like if you don't have eyewitness accounts of it. Perhaps it happened too long ago for any photos or news reports to remain, so you rely entirely on oral history passed down from one generation to the next. You might notice a change in the people who were traumatized by this historic event. For example, perhaps after working with the phenomenon of the mass extermination of Jews, you will notice a decrease in negative conversations about these events, at least for some people. One correction of possible and probable future timelines. Earlier, we talked in detail about the process of establishing a connection with the future timeline. This method involves the involvement of a therapist leading the client into the future. Now we will look at other ways to apply the method of establishing a connection with a future timeline. As you become more adept at using various therapeutic techniques to correct the timeline, you will be able to perform these techniques yourself, without the help of a therapist. Regardless of what falls on your dominant timeline, you can go to the future and correct the possible and probable timelines where you see the development of events in your life. Above, we have described an exercise designed to help you achieve the desired result. This technique should also help you avoid an undesirable result. By sending healing energy to all the most likely alternative timelines, you reduce the risk that one of these likely realities will intersect with or become the dominant timeline in your life. Let's say that you have a job that you love, but your company is not very successful financially. At the current timeline you work, no one plans to fire you. However, you see a future timeline when you are laid off, because your company can no longer pay your salary. Here you have several options to choose from. You can try to influence the management of the company by going to the future and interacting with this department, mentally convincing its employees to leave you. Or you can work more on the company itself to help it increase its profits. You can see how your company makes money in the future. Or you can accept being fired and spend that time energizing and healing your future self. You can imagine how your future self works in a more reliable, but equally pleasant company for you. In addition, you can also work on emotional problems or karmic schemes, if any, that may be responsible for the fact that you work in an unstable company, since it was these schemes that pushed you to get a job in it. Finally, you could try to get rid of any emotional attachments you have to your work and move on to a future timeline where you are free of all worries about your future work. Every time you create a future timeline or move into a possible or probable future, you are creating a version of yourself or connecting with a future self that already exists on that timeline. When you strengthen a likely future timeline by giving it a lot of energy and attention, you establish a relationship with your future self that is already on that timeline. Note, whether you describe this as actually creating a new timeline and a new version of yourself, or whether you perceive it as accessing a version of yourself in a timeline that already exists, depends on what level of consciousness you are vibrating at. We'll talk about this in the near future. You can make your future self one of your spiritual guides. You can have regular conversations with your future self. You can get advice from your future self about the steps you need to take to achieve your goals. Even if you have already implemented the accepted method of establishing a connection to the timeline based on the prevailing timeline, you still have several future selves, one for each possible and probable outcome. If you decide that you prefer a reality that is different from the one that is currently manifesting, you can change your future selves and start focusing on the one that is more to your liking. You may first decide that you want to become the head of the company you currently work for, but later you will come to the conclusion that this will require too much effort from you, so you will prefer to become the deputy chairman of the board. You have already established a relationship with your future self as chairman of the management board, and now you want to start communicating with your future self as deputy chairman of the management board. This is easy to do. You simply begin to direct your attention to the new future self, amplifying it more and more whenever you think about this result. The original future self still exists, but you no longer close the loop of time around that self as the head of the company. You have moved to another timeline and are now completing a new time loop. Let's assume that there is a possible reality associated with some catastrophe that would prevent you from achieving your goals. You imagine that on your way to the chair of the board, some jealous employee kills you. The very fact that this thought has occurred to you suggests that we are talking about a possible reality. Then you can go to this possible timeline and take steps to prevent your murder. While this is not yet the dominant timeline and your soul does not want to experience your kill, you can make specific physical changes to what you see in this future timeline. By preventing a kill in this possible future, you reduce the likelihood that this possible timeline will ever intersect with or become the dominant timeline. 2706379997 Correction of possible and probable future timelines. Establishing a link to a future direct third-party service. If you have a client who wants another person to heal, then you can include in the session the radiation of healing energy on possible and probable future options for this person. For example, if you clearly see an elderly person's health going down in the future, you can go to their probable future and offer them healing. You can imagine this person being in full health when they turn 80 or 90. You see that the soul chooses a wise lifestyle and opens up emotionally, expressing feelings in a healthy way. To what extent do you influence the future decisions of this soul? This depends on many factors, such as the perseverance of this person, their ability to be flexible, etc. Your ability to project energy is also one of these factors. If you have doubts about the health of this person in the future, they can certainly interfere. In your case, your best bet is to tune into the third-person higher self and see if you can communicate directly. What does a client's friend or family member really want out of life? What are the main lessons of the soul? Will a long, healthy, and prosperous life serve as the best incentive for the development, happiness and well-being of this soul? You might think that this is the innermost desire of every soul, but this is not always the case. As you mentally project yourself onto the soul of a third person, ask your higher self and that person's higher self to show you the possible and probable timelines that are most useful. Ask your higher self to breathe in higher consciousness and healing energy in a timeline that is perfect, correct, and appropriate for the soul receiving healing. 270637998 Correction of possible and probable future Earth timelines. You can expand your healing practice by extending it to collective future timelines, without limiting yourself to those that are relevant to your personal path. For example, at the moment in the prevailing timeline, the Third World War did not occur. However, there are several possible or probable future timelines when World War III is already happening or is about to happen. In the event that a war should occur on an alternate timeline, you can go to this timeline during meditation and correct it in various ways, saturating it with love and compassion. You see that the war dissolves before it has time to start on this timeline. On a future timeline where World War III is taking place, you can send healing energy to everyone involved and direct your intent to immediately cease fire and dismantle the war machine. Your spiritual guides and higher selves can play an important role in that they can help you understand and correct possible collective timelines. You can meditate and ask your higher self to show you the most likely scenarios for the future of humanity. Of course, you can do this for groups of humanity, but to make this example easier, let's assume that these scenarios affect everyone. Here are 10 possible options. A. Humanity is no longer prevented from engaging in a nuclear war and blowing itself up, rendering the planet uninhabitable. B. Humanity tries to blow itself up, but is stopped by God's providence, and the war continues using only conventional weapons. C. Humanity tries to blow itself up, but, stopped by God's providence, realizes the futility of war and begins to serve the cause of peace. D. Humanity begins to slowly and painfully move away from war. E. Humanity suddenly realizes the unacceptability of war and immediately begins to establish a ceasefire around the world. F. Aliens invade and take over the Earth. G. Higher beings come to Earth and eliminate all negativity on it. H. The virus destroys 90% of humanity. I. The virus destroys only the privileged elite. K. A new era of peace and prosperity is rapidly dawning on the planet. You can study each of the above scenarios and decide what to do with it, i.e. whether it needs healing, release, or support, reinforcement. We don't recommend that you spend a lot of time on various scenarios. You need to think about those that persistently require your attention. You think about them more often than about others, whether they are positive or negative. Conclusion. How to be the master of space-time. We've taken a detailed look at some of the ways you can travel through time and learn to understand the mysterious interactions between possible, probable, and other parallel realities. There are several other applications for correcting the timeline, which we want to discuss in the next chapter. As for this material, take your time, reread it as many times as you need to fully understand its meaning. Channeling number 8. A message from the founders. Repeat effect. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. This channel is proud of new, up-to-date technologies and information. However, you may have noticed that it is often repeated, in slightly different ways, throughout this book. He easily writes large amounts of material. Most of his books are over 300 pages long. And he's not just trying to fill up the pages by throwing water at them. You may have noticed that the theme of this book, time, has been explained incorrectly in many texts throughout our history. This is mainly the reason why this information is currently being provided. Much of what is reported here is contradictory. What is contained in these pages will be disputed by both scientists and ordinary people. Many will immediately dismiss this as something fanciful, as idle speculation. Others will find flaws in this science, especially in the statement that the principle of colloquy can be applied to time. Others, not so intellectuals, will begin to get tired of the repetitive nature of these ideas. Can't we just live and enjoy every day without worrying about anything linear or non-linear? All these reactions have their basis. However, the main purpose of this book is to help you realize your divine nature. You don't really enjoy hearing over and over again how great you are and how you are connected to all the good things if you are still enthralled to time. Some of you will hardly find the time to read this book between your daily activities and commitments. Knowing that time can be accelerated and slowed down, you can switch to new timelines and heal the past, present and future. You begin to understand the phrase in a new way: you are a strong, creative, spiritual being. Yes, you are children of the Most High, God. You know this very well in your heart. However, the world is constantly reinforcing the idea that you are in need, that you are dependent on all sorts of things that have no end in sight. So we keep repeating ourselves. For this reason, this channel approaches the same ideas from different perspectives. If you diligently apply the methods described in this book, and attend the training sessions offered, you will experience your ability to overcome and master the lower dimensions of time and space. Your subconscious mind is being reprogrammed, according to your soul's desire. Every time you read about how you can transcend linear time, another seed is planted in the garden of immortality and peace. You may not yet see the connection between intellectual reasoning about time and the idea of deep and permanent contentment, but gradually this connection will become clearer. As the master of time and space, you can use these attributes of creation to facilitate your selfless service to all beings in the universe. Remind yourself every day that you are the beauty and grandeur of creation in human form, and that you deserve the kingdom of heaven right here and now. Drive away all thoughts of the opposite. Rejoice in the knowledge that time is no longer your master, that you are no longer its slave. Rise up and become a part of the higher reality. You are free, now and forever. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 10. Additional information about correcting the timeline. Self-correction of the timeline, applying this technique to yourself without the therapist's participation. If you have not yet been trained to correct a timeline and have not received a session from a licensed therapist, then you may be interested in why you can't just do it yourself. After all, we have described many techniques in this book, and it may seem very simple to imagine going back in time and healing certain aspects of yourself. It's actually very simple, but not that easy. The ego is very resistant to change, especially deep healing. If you try to do everything on your own, you may have some success, but chances are that you will either not go deep enough, or you will not be able to completely separate yourself from the past that you are healing. In the West, people like shortcuts. There are very few genuine methods to accelerate the natural process of soul evolution. It's best to be patient and study the technique carefully before trying to use shortcuts. If you are concerned about time and money, then there are ways to overcome these obstacles. For example, if you have completed basic training, but are not ready to move on to the next, more complex steps, then you can switch places with other people who have already learned the basic technique. The pearl necklace meditation is sometimes a shortcut and is implemented faster than the usual healing process, although its effect is usually not as profound. The author strongly recommends that you take the time and invest in those things that help you understand the deeper aspects of the soul. Yes, many teachers in the world put money before work. You should use your insight and ask your higher self before investing time or money in the technique. You can imagine yourself as a master of some therapeutic procedure, and then tune in and see how you feel. Does it really fill you with joy and enthusiasm to think that you will learn to correct the timeline? Can you honestly see yourself using this technique regularly, year after year? If this is the case, I strongly recommend that you complete the training and gain a wealth of experience with other practitioners. Take a deep dive into meditation and see if you feel a calm, peaceful energy as you contemplate the idea of fulfilling this commitment to your journey to healing. Healing genetics and pedigree. Delete or change hereditary and genetic imprints in yourself, with the help of a timeline corrector. Scientists have a very limited understanding of genetics. According to the general consensus, our genes shape everything around us and we are the product of our ancestral DNA. We do not dispute that the genetic code contains the characteristics of the physical body and many traits of character. Of course, our emotional and psychological well-being is influenced by aspects of our DNA passed down through our family. But we argue that here cause and effect can be reversed. Our state of consciousness determines our genetics. Perhaps we are using the word consciousness extensively here to include the state of vibration, karmic history, and soul path. Ultimately, it is the higher self or higher aspects/dimensions of the soul that determine the characteristics of a given life. However, as life itself often reminds us cruelly, belief in the lower self, ego, also plays a huge role. Our genetics are derived from many factors. Let's look at the main ones. A. Interbreeding between humans. The characteristics of our DNA are determined by our family tree, which is well known to modern science. B. Cosmic influences from this life. Radiation from the sun and stars, as well as the influence of beings from other star systems and dimensions, all this is still not very well understood. C. The impact of past lives on Earth. The part of the genome that carries this information is found in what unenlightened scientists call junk DNA. D. Life on other worlds and in other dimensions. This factor is understood the worst of all. Again, the information is contained in the junk DNA. Most of the timeline correction elements we talked about work with items from B to D, above. Now let's look at the genetics of your family. Eliminating or changing your genetics. With artificial powers. Your genetic codes can be rearranged by changing your consciousness. This obviously contradicts the generally accepted scientific view that you can't do anything about your genetics. You can go back in time and change your experience with family members, and you can also heal your ancestors so that their genetics also change. With the help of your spiritual guides, you can remove the genetic fingerprints at the point of origin, the point in time when the injury occurred in your family tree. Obviously, changing the genetics of other family members requires their permission at the soul level. For example, your great-maternal great-grandfather had a drinking problem. This tendency to alcoholism is imprinted in the genetics of the lineage. Perhaps your grandfather, his son, also had a problem with alcohol, etc., and this disease was transmitted to you through your mother. Because consciousness affects genetics, alcoholism is imprinted in the genetic codes that are passed on to you. And if your genetics affect your consciousness, then you have a tendency to alcoholism, unless you are extremely careful not to drink too much. Real-time treatment of people from their genetics/ancestry. There are several ways to perform this healing. You can go back in time to visit your great-grandfather and heal him when he was still alive, or you can find him and heal him in real time. It is possible that he has reincarnated several times since the original genetic imprint was created and has now returned to the family somewhere, a common occurrence. Of course, he may be in another earthly family, or even not on Earth, incarnated on another planet. You can ask your higher self to remove the traumatic imprints from your ancestor. You can imagine your ancestor, without worrying about accuracy. See him filled with the golden, radiant, and loving light of God. Imagine lifting him up to heaven and forgiving him completely and completely. Ask that all genetic links to defective DNA be severed immediately, and that only those links that represent health and vitality remain. Believe that your higher self and your spiritual guides can rearrange your DNA to eliminate faulty genetic codes and / or strands. Then work your way through the descendants of the original ancestor. Ask them to show you which ones need healing. Repeat the above processes for each family member until you finish working with your parents' bodies. Ask that all connections with defective DNA in your body be removed and that all karmic lessons related to defective DNA be completed at the most appropriate time. Ask that this work be sealed. This means that none of the defects will be passed on to future generations. Helping another person change their genetics. You can help your client change their genetics, just like a therapist who puts a timeline in order. Any changes made will be recorded on the new timeline. Basically, as soon as you make changes to the client's ancestry, the client immediately switches to a new timeline that includes the modified genetic history. All family members in the genetic line of inheritance are either transferred to the new timeline, if they accept changes in their genetics, or remain on the original timeline, if they reject changes. In most cases, the souls involved in this work do not even realize that their history has changed, at least not until they reach a certain level of consciousness. Healing third-party genetics. You can also heal third-party genetics. If a client comes to you asking you to heal a family member, you can go back in time to that client and channel healing energy to the members of that person's family tree. You can ask your spiritual mentors to work with your client's spiritual mentors to help them improve their relationship. Cast the genetic imprints from these souls in the third-party family's bloodline that have caused or perpetuated a trauma or problem. If you do not have the right to change the genetic codes, then your attempts will be unsuccessful. There are many reasons for genetic distortions. They may originate from emotional experiences, environmental factors such as famine or flooding, karmic agreements with other family members, etc. There is no need to know all the details. This can be quite difficult. Just ask the higher self of the third person and the client to help you so that the healing process goes the best way. Correction of implants and fingerprints. Military, aliens, etheric and astral worlds. Legacy. You can go back in time and change the imprints and implants that were created in you or in your client, or a third person. The best method is to go back just before the implant appears or a fingerprint is applied, caused by trauma, coercion, torture, or some other means. If removing the implant or fingerprint violates the soul's free will, in other words, if the soul wishes to keep the implant or fingerprint in order to learn a specific soul lesson, then the treatment will be unsuccessful. There are several types of implants and prints. Below we will describe a few of them. Physical implants. They are often inserted under the skin by qualified surgeons, in the case where the military is involved, or aliens, in the case of kidnappings. The purpose of physical implants is usually to track the soul. This can be useful in the case of medical care, but it is not nice in the case of tracking the location of people who have confidential information or conduct espionage activities. Of course, in a more sensational way, physical implants can be used to control or dominate a soul that has not yet learned to avoid mind control, hypnosis, and other surveillance mechanisms. The best way to correct the impact of physical implants is to go back to the time when they were inserted and perform a deactivation treatment to eliminate the impact of the implant. This can be achieved by installing a shield or energy barrier and reprogramming the part of the mind controlled by the implant. You may also need to forgive the creators of the implant and release any negative emotions associated with the injury. Astral implants. The astral plane is very close to the physical plane. The astral implant, although not actually physical, may seem quite real on a human level. There may be a sore spot on the body corresponding to the astral place. Astral implants are often inserted by astral entities into the astral body of the human soul. They may have been activated a long time ago, but there are still remnants of them that are carried over many lifetimes. Suppose, for example, that you participated in a war in the Orion system more than 100,000 years ago. When you were captured by enemy soldiers, they interrogated and tortured you, and then inserted an implant into your astral body. This implant left an impression that affected the part of the body where it was placed. You may have been healed several times since the initial experience, but there may still be residual energy structures around this part of your body. You can use the timeline correction to go back to the moment of the original experience and surround the area with a protective screen of golden light before, during, and after the implant is inserted. By forgiving those who gave you the implant, healing from past life trauma, and performing subsequent healing on your current physical self, this remnant is likely to disappear. Ethereal prints. Traumatic experiences of past lives, as well as injuries from this life, can leave a concentrated negative energy structure in the etheric body. An example of this is a throat problem in this life, due to the fact that a person was hanged or strangled in a previous life. You may have been punished for expressing your thoughts in a previous life, and this punishment left a mark on your throat chakra. Or you were stabbed in the stomach in a previous life, and now in this life you have a big stomach problem. Etheric imprints are usually not as localized as astral implants, but rather affect the entire body and the corresponding chakra. The healing method is similar to that of removing astral implants. Here, again, you go back to the moment just before the injury occurred, set up a golden light force field, engage the psychological and emotional healing techniques usually used to correct the timeline, and then perform a large amount of forgiving work. Effective etheric healing changes the electromagnetic structure of the physical body, and astral body, and can quickly eliminate chronic problems corresponding to the affected chakra. Options for applying reverse timeline correction. Mental projection through time and space. When you use the correction of the timeline to go to some place in space while remaining in the present tense, this is called mental projection or remote viewing. You've probably already done this hundreds of times without realizing it. Mental projection is different from memory and knowledge of remote locations, but it uses the same visualization processes. Many people don't believe they can visualize, but they are wrong. You can practice visualization by first using your memory and past knowledge of a remote location. As a rather fun example, you can hold a glass, maybe half filled with liquid, in front of your face, and then close your eyes and imagine that you can still see it. This will be a memory exercise at first, but eventually you can actually tune into the object and see it as it is, within the sphere of reflected light, rather than just remembering what it looks like. Strong clairvoyance could look beyond the reflected light into the energy matrix of an object and see that it is not solid at all, but composed of vibrating energy. There are specific exercises that you can perform in order to develop your clairvoyance. Repeatedly closing your eyes and visualizing objects is just one method. Convincing yourself that you see objects on the mind screen is another method. This book is not intended to teach you how to develop your psychic abilities. We recommend that you try different approaches and see what works best for you. You can easily check the accuracy of your perception through clairvoyance. For example, you can visualize yes or no on a mental screen for simple affirmative and negative answers to basic questions. Start by calibrating the method. Ask a question that you know the answer to and see how that answer appears on your screen. After you gain confidence in this technique, start asking questions that you don't know the answer to but can easily recognize. For example, is it raining right now in the capital of Spain, Madrid? And then, when the answer appears on your mental screen, you can look at the weather map and find out if you were right. You'll probably be right 60 to 80% of the time when you first start practicing. If you meditate before asking questions, your accuracy will be higher. Don't worry if something doesn't work out for you at first. This requires practice. Eventually, you'll be able to tell in advance when you're really clairvoyant, and when you're just guessing or using your memory. For example, if it's summer outside and you know that there hasn't been much rain in Madrid lately, then you might be tempted to say no from memory, rather than through clairvoyant tuning. Later in the process, you can imagine yourself traveling in your mental body to that place and seeing what is actually happening there. This is a correction of the timeline without the time element, a simple movement in space. Gaining knowledge from this life. Extracting exam answers, remembering the smallest details, etc. You can mentally project yourself back in time to an event or place where you gain specific knowledge. For example, if you're in your 4th year of college and you're taking the final exam, you can project yourself to your first year of school, when a professor was explaining the formula for the roots of a quadratic equation in math class. He wrote the formula clearly on the blackboard. You can reconnect to what was in that lecture and easily find the answer to an exam question, for example, which of these formulas is for the roots of a quadratic equation? And the choice here is rich. You might think, why should I worry about this when I can just ask my higher self for an answer? Yes, this is certainly possible, but many people who have been on the spiritual path for a long time still have difficulty getting direct answers from their higher self. If you have a well-developed visual imagination, then you can ask your higher self to simply illuminate with golden light, the correct answers on the exam. But in order to really absorb this information, it's best to go back to the moment and place where you first learned the answer. To be sure that you have the correct answer, you can use all 3 of these methods to extract knowledge. Ask the higher self for the answer itself, ask the higher self to highlight the correct option, and ask to go back in time. In addition, you can learn how to access the Akashic records. For example, the formula for the roots of a quadratic equation is bound to appear there in many situations. You can also use the timeline correction to remember where you put your car keys, a very practical application of this method. Ask your higher self to take you back to the moment and place where you last held your car keys before putting them somewhere, or accidentally dropping them. The best use of this method is to go back to your Satori experiences and manifest them in the present moment. You will not only be able to remember your periods of enlightenment, but also understand that enlightenment is taking place right now. You are intimately connected to every enlightened experience you have had as a human being, and your higher enlightened self exists right now and always. There are only 2 states of consciousness, waking and sleeping. None of these states changes the fact that you are eternally enlightened, but only one of them allows you to recognize this truth. You are either awake or asleep and dreaming of darkness, snuggled up in the arms of God. Remembering the times when you awoke briefly before falling back into sleep, you can realize the ultimate paradox: you can only be enlightened in this eternal now and there is no other moment, so it is impossible not to be enlightened, even though you seem to be living in an illusion. Borrowing wisdom from other lives. Perhaps you were a priest or priestess in a previous life, and you wanted to remember the knowledge and wisdom gained at that time. Although everything is ultimately stored in the Akashic records and can be accessed at any time, it may be more appropriate to go back in time, connect with your past, and then upload information from that life to your current self. For example, if you have highly developed clairvoyance, then you can apply these abilities from this life to the I that you are in this life. If you have used a specific technique to awaken your clairvoyance, you can remember the details of this process and start to reawaken your vision. Getting information from your future self. You can travel to the future, access one or more of your possible or probable future selves, and accept information from them. For example, you have a future self that is a very successful timeline corrector, surrounded by many happy and satisfied customers. You can travel to the future, meet that future self, and gain the knowledge and wisdom you need to complete the time loop and recognize yourself as a successful timeline corrector. As mentioned earlier, you have a so-called optimal timeline. This timeline is best for the growth, happiness, and well-being of your soul. You can ask for a journey to the future self, which is the result of following your optimal timeline. Then you can connect with this future self and make it a spiritual mentor to your current self. Every time you have a decision to do this in linear time, you can ask your future self, what did you do when you came to this point on your journey? Borrowing wisdom from teachers in the past, present, or future. You can project yourself to any point in time and space, including the meeting places of great teachers from all teachings and fields of knowledge. The most enlightened souls welcome those who want to learn the secrets and mysteries of the universe. You can gain the knowledge and wisdom of these great teachers directly through telepathic transmission. Through intention, mentally project yourself onto a particular teacher for a certain period of time. Imagine meeting this teacher and connecting souls, and then receiving a transfer of knowledge and wisdom. Beings in higher dimensions constantly use this method of interaction. While knowledge belongs to everyone, respect for personal space and privacy is still important. The information received will be used by each receiving soul in new, very different ways. As you embrace the wisdom of a great teacher, ask him to become available to you in a way that will help your soul grow, be happy, and be well-being. There may be a partial mind merge with the teacher, or you can simply set the remote learning mode. If the teacher is truly enlightened, he or she will understand how best to help you when you contact him or her. Now we will return to more practical questions, a little off topic. How to work with difficult clients. Although we are only giving you a basic outline of the process of correcting a timeline, more detailed description is given in real training sessions. We will now give some general recommendations for therapists and healers who want to strengthen and improve their practice. You may be wondering why we even include this moment in a book about time. The techniques presented in this book are designed to significantly speed up the process of awakening to higher dimensions. In essence, we use techniques that use time to transcend time. If you choose to become a timeline corrector, you will encounter many souls trapped in a third or fourth density linear reality. What follows is not a tutorial on how to become a therapist, but it can help you along the way. Determine which methods are best suited for first-time clients, for example, psychotherapy and holistic treatment. Every time you set out to help your soul break free of the linear time traps in a lower dimension, you need to have a conversation with the client and get a clear idea of where the blocks are. How does this person perceive this problem? What possible solutions have he already tried out? How optimistic or pessimistic is your client? Correcting the timeline is a higher class therapy method. It's not for everyone. Some souls are simply not ready to go deep into the 6 lower bodies. The ego may not be prepared for its cherished worldview to be challenged. Use your intuition to understand which clients are ready to fix the timeline. If your initial conversation doesn't reveal the degree of readiness, ask your spiritual guides and higher self. Don't forget to establish a sensual connection with your energy body. The higher self communicates with you intuitively, giving you a strong, happy, bright feeling when the answer is positive, and a feeling of heaviness, fatigue, and boredom when the answer is negative. Ask the client to embrace, love, and accept your I in its current state. The difficulty here is self-deception. Although a person may convince himself or herself that he or she is ready to accept the circumstances, he or she may have an almost involuntary reaction of avoiding the unpleasant aspects of life. In the end, the client came to you in order to get rid of unwanted negative feedback. Auxiliary circuits. This is a big paradox. You must first fully accept what is there before you can make a significant difference. Ask the client to find something he or she likes about himself or herself. Help the person see their progress. Just because this soul is with you means that it is ready for treatment. Healing should be allowed to happen spontaneously, and it should not be forced or pushed. Help the client to trust the healing process. Give him/her exercises to radiate love and positive energy into the eye of the ego/personality/small child. Help the client change their self-image. Healing is not complete until there is a change in the self-image. The old self believes in poverty, limitation, scarcity, and disunity. The new self is aware that these are illusions. The new self places its hopes in divinity. Help this person see that every time the old self starts to reason and criticize itself, this is a signal to stop, take a breath and resort to affirmations. Our favorite auto-suggestion formula: I am a powerful, creative, spiritual being. Convince the client that this is true, that this is not just another belief system. Additional information about the use of breathing techniques. Breathing is one of the fastest ways to get rid of old emotions. As soon as a negative feeling occurs, it is time to perform several cycles of deep breathing. If you have learned the breathing technique, use it with your client. Make it a habit to start taking deep breaths whenever a difficult circumstance or situation occurs in your life. Rapid breathing tends to speed up the processing of emotions, but it also makes the experience more intense. When breathing fast, it may be harder to relax. Deep but slower breathing can help the client relax, but the healing process may be slower. We invite you to explore the processes associated with specific breathing techniques, such as rebirthing, emeritherapy, holotropic breath work, fire breathing, kriya yoga, kundalini yoga, and others. Correcting the timeline with other healing techniques, combined with the application of healing hands. If you have a deep connection with your client, then touch can be extremely effective, as it helps the person relax and trust the process. Reiki and other hand-guided therapies can enhance and speed up the timeline ordering process. Students are encouraged to work with several healing techniques during the timeline correction training. Grounding, healing the aura and balancing the chakras. The purpose of grounding, healing the aura, and balancing the chakras is to remove negative energies from other souls, including astral entities, that may affect your energy field. The idea is to break free from the drama of duality inherent in the lower dimensions. In order to achieve this, you must regularly purge yourself of all negative emotions and forms of thinking. Purification of the etheric body, aura and chakras, is one of the elements supporting this process. Combined with the work of forgiveness and getting rid of karma. Real-time healing involves the complete and final forgiveness of all injuries from all past time periods. A Course in Miracles calls forgiveness the key to happiness. We agree with this. Along with the work of forgiveness, there is a cleansing of the karmic contracts and agreements of the soul. This healing belongs to the causal body or sixth level of being. Clearing karma means freeing yourself from the past. If you want to live in the eternal present, you must let go of all negative karmic contracts and soul agreements. The author offers special seminars designed to help you do this. Additional information about engaging spiritual mentors. You can call on your spiritual guides to help you heal the timelines. Use a standard spell by first invoking protection. I invoke the golden, radiant, loving light of God for full and complete protection on all levels and dimensions of my being. Then call upon your higher self. I call upon the power and glory of my higher self. Come, beloved higher self, and share with me my love, power, and wisdom. Express yourself through me as I am. Then reach out to your spiritual guides. I invoke the power and glory of my beloved spiritual guides. Come, dear beings of light. Come before me. Help me take the next step on my spiritual path. Ask your spiritual guides to help you remove all implants, imprints, and negative karmic patterns from your astral, etheric, and causal bodies. You can summon the Aksharians, the creators of the timeline correction technique, using the same technique described above. combined with timeline correction meditation and other meditation techniques. Correcting the timeline is compatible with many guided meditations, including hypnotherapy, going back in time, and soul restoration work. You can embed the timeline correction structure in these and other techniques, or you can do the opposite, embed other techniques in the timeline correction structure. How to achieve this is taught by training at a higher level of complexity. Dispelling entities before, at, and after. A timeline correction. You can dispel objects that interfere with your well-being by using standard cleaning methods. However, there are cases of entities disappearing when they learn that healing is about to begin. In addition, if you go back in time to perform healing, you may encounter entities. You can dial the spatio-temporal coordinates of unwanted objects and delete them in real time. As long as you don't change the original dominant timeline to violate free will, you can go to any place on the space-time map and apply entity removal techniques there. If such removal violates the free will of the entities or those they interfere with, then healing simply won't work. We hope that this conversation has shown you the versatile nature of correcting the timeline and working with possible and probable timelines. Now let us fulfill our promise to devote more time to the topic of activation. Chapter I. Activating Alternative Services. Direct Times. In this chapter, we will look at some of the components of activation. The process of activating the timeline involves saturating the timeline with energy, strength, concentration, and intent. This is more than just a mental activity. It includes the ability to direct energy outward from the center of being. There are no idle thoughts. Everything you think, fantasize, or visualize has a certain degree of reality. This means that there is a certain energy on the possible timeline that reflects everything you are thinking about. Don't be intimidated by this thought. For the most part, what you imagine lacks the energy and cooperation to change the prevailing timeline. Many years ago, there was one popular exercise. When people had negative thoughts and got caught up in them, they immediately said, "Get out! Get out!" This exercise effectively blocks out many thoughts, although in order for it to block out negative thoughts most effectively, you must go deep into your subconscious mind. There is another well-known saying, "Be careful in your wishes, they can come true." This applies equally to positive and negative results. If there is something undesirable in your life, and this is primarily due to what you have created yourself, it means that there are probably hidden negative thoughts in your subconscious that lead to undesirable results. However, most of the thoughts that bring results in your life involve a lot of energy and intent, or they have been repeated hundreds of times over the years. For example, let's simplify the situation and say that you have two possible timelines, one where you are rich and the other where you are poor. Your dominant timeline will consist, on average, of your thoughts about wealth and poverty. If you believe that you should work and that by working hard you will be rich, this is the dominant thought in your subconscious mind, then you are likely to gain wealth and work hard in order to earn money and save it. So how do you actually activate the timeline? What is the energy process? Such a thing is hard to put into words, but we will try to do it. As you probably know, each person is an energy center or matrix of consciousness, embodying at least 6 levels, according to the model system of the author of this book. Prana, or life force energy, comes from the center of being, roughly equivalent to the heart and solar plexus in the human body. Each person is a broadcasting studio or lighthouse, although the quality of light can vary greatly. Imagine that in addition to the obvious electromagnetic radiation of the human aura, as well as the radiation of the astral, etheric, and causal energy fields of thin bodies, the energy matrix of the human soul is also transmitted both in time and in space. Although the intensity of the electromagnetic field around your body seems to decrease with distance, your aura does affect beings in a distant galaxy, although probably not sufficiently so that it is noticeable to most people. When you radiate your energy field outward from the center of your being, that radiation also rushes forward in time. You act not only on the dominant timeline of this world, but also on the dominant timelines of every person living in this world. In addition, you touch on the possible and probable realities, parallel time frames, of each person. Here is an obvious example. A man approaches you on the street. You feel the presence of this creature and begin to wonder if it is going to talk to you or ask you for something. You start imagining several possible realities. He will just say hello or ask for directions, or ask for money, etc. He may ignore you, but you are already part of his dominant timeline, because he sees you entering his reality. The quality and content of your consciousness can play a crucial role in what actually happens when you meet. If you have received a lot of attitudes and suggestions, such as be friendly and greet a stranger, then you are likely to create the likely reality of a pleasant conversation when this person passes by you, especially if they are programmed in the same way. In this situation, you can fairly accurately predict some of the future timelines. However, the amount of energy infused into a given timeline is not so obvious. A highly developed soul with a large amount of energy can strongly influence reality in order to achieve a certain result, while a few souls with a relatively low vibration can hardly influence the situation. There is no exact mathematical formula for how influential certain people are, but in general there are consistent perceptions. Some people can sell sand in the desert, one person remarked. They are so powerful and persuasive that they persuade many people to buy their products. On a human level, feeling the energy of the heart and solar plexus, a strong desire to show a certain result, learning various social and marketing skills, etc. are the keys to creating powerful external results. But in fact, the specific result is determined precisely by the state of consciousness. With clairvoyance, you can see energy patterns when they come from a very powerful person. When these structures mix with the energy structures of other souls, they either amplify or weaken many of the vibrations of each soul receiving energy. When you get together with a group of like-minded people with a high level of energy, you will be able to create a powerful probable reality, a strong potential timeline, then it will interact with the space-time map as a highly activated thread in the fabric. This is the goal of the Mastermind Group 19. While some of these may seem obvious, there are many factors that are not so obvious, such as the influence of beings on the astral, etheric, and causal planes, spiritual guides, angels, archangels, and nature spirits. In addition, you have karmic agreements and contracts of various souls involved in the creation of the timeline. For example, some souls came to Earth to learn how to create financial wealth, while others want to learn about poverty. These preconceived energy schemes are constantly radiated out into the world as long as there is a karmic agreement, a contract. Many souls are heavily influenced by the trauma of childhood or negative programming they received during childhood or adolescence. If you've been stuffed with belief systems about the role of the victim, then you'll probably create a great victim experience on your dominant timeline. Someone else may live essentially in a parallel existence, experiencing almost the same roles and rituals, and yet they seem to have no experience of the role of victim, because they are instilled with different attitudes. Monozygotic twins may look similar in every way, but for the most part, each of them has an individual life experience. When dealing with karma, it is important to remain in a state of love and compassion and refrain from judging. A person who is constantly creating trouble, who is being punished for his sins, is not necessarily a bad person. And while you may notice a negative pattern in someone and see that drawing attention to that pattern can help them overcome the problem, that doesn't mean you should judge that person or decide that you know what's right for them. In part, this section of the book is intended to broaden your horizons about how and why people create what they do in their lives. We encourage you to appreciate the strong, creative drives that exist in everyone. Learn to resist the temptation to teach or heal everyone you meet. While there may be many souls to whom it is advisable to offer help, there will always be some that you should avoid. However, don't mistakenly conclude that the best answer to everything is to step aside. You may want to know why things are the way they are, but don't make the mistake of oversimplifying the answer with general statements. This is their karma. They created this situation. That's their problem. You'd better ask yourself, am I playing a role in this drama? Is there anything I can do to be helpful in this situation? What is my highest option, optimal timeline, in relation to this situation? And while we don't recommend that you be obsessive about anything, sometimes the energy of obsession is useful for creating a reality that might otherwise seem difficult or hopeless. If Edison hadn't been obsessed with inventing the light bulb, would he have come up with it, or would he have just given up on it beforehand? There is a fine line between putting intense energy, concentration, and intention into something to saturate a possible timeline with a lot of energy, and obsessing or being impatient in trying to create something. The soul that never gives up trying to create something is usually driven by the desire to overcome a deep belief in lack and limitation. Excessive effort to create something indicates that there is a lot of doubt and fear hidden in you, and you are trying to convince yourself that you can actually create what you want. This energy of trying to get the universe to play by your rules can produce a number of limited results, but the end result will not be satisfactory. The opposite extreme is excessive dependence on the natural process of unfolding the universe. This is the belief that God will just drop something on your lap and you won't really need to do anything to make it happen. Although this may sometimes be a solution to an existing problem, you still do not understand what you are doing with God and what God is doing through you. The best way out is to learn the mechanics of the creative process, use visualization, autosuggestion, and harnessing strong feelings. State your intention, feel your intention, and then trust in the process of divine manifestation. It's like gardening. You must understand how to get the right seeds of the highest quality, must be able to water them, etc., so that your garden is good. However, you don't dig up seeds every day to make sure that they have sprouted. You believe that seeds planted at the right depth, in the right soil, and with the right watering will produce beautiful sprouts. You learn the process and then trust it. The fourth dimension, usually considered the dimension of time, is said to be a forge for the creator gods. At the same time, creativity, as it is understood in the world, depends on linear time, as in defining goals, making commitments, continuing to achieve these goals and commitments, etc. You are taught that the mind is the primary instrument of creation, and that simply changing your thoughts allows you to change external circumstances. And while this is generally true, it's not the whole picture. The power of God working through human souls is activated by balancing your energy body with your mental goals. In other words, the key is to create from the center of your being, not just from the mind. In most healing techniques, the center of nature is considered the heart chakra. However, we assume that you can embody power and creativity through the solar plexus chakra along with the heart chakra. One of the author's favorite sayings is, "What you focus on, you become." This is, in a sense, the highest law of the fourth dimension, the forge of creation. You, the learning gods, must learn to channel your energy and intent to create what you truly desire. Not only must you visualize and imagine your desired reality, but you must also saturate the likely timelines of your creation with the power and energy of your heart and solar plexus, and to some extent other chakras. Most human souls don't feel like powerful creators for a variety of reasons. In other words, you may wish for changes and hope for them, but the situation stubbornly does not change from year to year. What hinders creativity? This question has been explored in previous books, but let's update the list of these blocks and focus on other points this time. The first, and probably most obvious, block is not understanding what exactly you want to achieve. The vast majority of the author's clients in this book want to understand their life purpose and mission. If you don't care about what you create, then it's likely that you won't put a lot of energy and intent into shaping it. Let's say, for example, that you go to a job that you don't really like, explaining your position by saying that you need money and that you can't earn the same amount anywhere else, etc. Of course, this is a limiting belief, but it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy 2021, because you just go with the flow, not live to the fullest. Your strength and energy levels are dropping, and you're jeopardizing your life's purpose. There is an internal conflict between the part of you that wants to follow your true path, and the part of you that is afraid to leave a comfortable job with guaranteed earnings. Of course, failure to follow, or understand, your purpose and mission is closely related to the main negative belief systems that were laid down in you from an early age, and from past lives. Remember that they include such things as I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, there's something wrong with me, etc. Perhaps the biggest negative thing about creativity is the I don't have the strength attitude. This is directly related to the belief in your separate existence from God. Therefore, your main task is to get rid of this false belief. Because your subconscious mind takes everything literally, all you have to do is convince it that you are one with God, and live as if it were true, since it really is. This is the only time when it makes sense to listen to the advice from Hollywood pretend until it becomes true 22. Of course, when you reprogram your subconscious mind, using various reprogramming techniques, anything that conflicts with your understanding of oneness with God will rise to the surface of your mind to go away. You may find that you are angry with God and that you have an investment in failure, as crazy as it sounds. There are other belief systems that may prevent you from becoming a powerful creator. One of these beliefs is that you can lose the love of those most dear to you if you become too powerful. You may have received love and care when you failed. Perhaps your parents helped you, and you identified their help with love. Many young people, having just left their home, face financial difficulties that go beyond their expectations in the first years of adult life. And although there is no rational justification for what follows, you will still feel loved when you receive a check from your parents. Closely related to the above is the sense of responsibility that comes with success in society. Even if you are not chasing money, you probably still have the concept of success and the responsibility that comes with it. As you gain skills and authority in your profession, other people can expect a certain level of performance from you. You already have an image that needs to be maintained. Instead of saturating your desired timeline with positive energy and enthusiasm, you are distracted by worrying about how you can win the approval of others or how you can avoid losing your status, success rate. Perhaps you spend a lot of time analyzing your investments and strategies to increase your income, instead of focusing on your creativity. In order to start a successful business, it usually takes a lot of time and effort. Even if you effectively delegate responsibilities, a significant part of the work is performed by responsible employees. When you think about what you want to achieve, the fear of becoming too successful and not having enough time for yourself and your loved ones can interfere with your creativity. So, let's concretize the reasons why the creator gods on earth, human souls, fail to effectively activate the possible and probable timelines. 1. Fear of your own power and the responsibility that comes with it. This is an understandable fear, because we see how certain souls on earth, in particular, those who perceive themselves as powerful, controlling the planet, abuse their power in order to control people, manipulate them, often with complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. As mentioned above, this is a false force. A being who has truly realized its power does not need to oppress or enslave anyone, nor does it need to build a powerful army to defend the many beliefs, or control society through a banking system that elevates some at the expense of many, etc. 2. Long-lasting belief systems, according to which you are a helpless, powerless person. We have repeated above some of the basic negative beliefs that were explored in earlier books. All of these beliefs stem from the idea that we are separate from God. This is a false perception that arises from identification with the material form, and the material world. The belief in powerlessness takes many forms and is already deeply rooted in the subconscious of almost every person on Earth. Overcoming this belief requires constant, continuous re-education and reprogramming. 3. Constant distraction due to family, friends, and community. When we're busy working on ourselves, it feels like everyone wants to distract us. Suddenly there are difficult situations, some relatives appear out of nowhere in our city, there are accidents and illnesses. One part of it is a resistance on the part of the soul to keep us in comfortable, familiar mental territory, and the other part is just a manifestation of the drama of life. We have spent quite a lot of time discussing resistance and the many forms in which it manifests itself. Learn to recognize these many forms before you master your entire nature. Learn to say no to those who will monopolize your time. Set up a strong intention and stick to your promises and priorities. Be able to deal with your fears about success. 4. Feeling guilty about being more successful than your parents and/or siblings. For some souls, the atmosphere in the family is steeped in parental jealousy or envy. Even though parents often state how much they want their children to succeed, and they do want them to on many levels, they often have immature reactions when their child is too successful. They may arise from the fear that a successful child will be so reveled in their success that they will stop spending time with dear old mom or something like that. Then the family will seem too ordinary to this great and successful son or daughter. The reverse side of parental jealousy is a sense of guilt on the part of a successful child. Sometimes guilt takes the form of sending a significant share of your income to family members who are not so lucky, or the form of downplaying your success during family holidays. I've been told you're now the CEO of some big company, my father says. Oh, no, it's nothing, just words, the son replies. And while this type of success doesn't have much to do with activating timelines, it does show one of the patterns that keep us stuck in the old ideas of powerlessness. 5. Inability to concentrate, reflect, and meditate. There can be many reasons for this, including lack of adequate sleep, poor diet, distraction, detailed above, and poor physical habits such as poor posture, etc. You can't force yourself to meditate. Trying to calm the mind almost doesn't work. Start by being aware of your inattentiveness and anxiety. Don't be afraid, stay a bystander. Track how your distraction starts. Pay attention to how you distract yourself from the present moment and follow the distracting thought or feeling. Although we are often taught to focus like elementary and middle school students, the methods used are often based on strict discipline, the desire to make the mind obey. Discipline is considered a necessary evil to be feared and avoided if possible. When we learn to remove barriers to radiating powerful energy from the center of being, we will finally learn to use the unlimited resources of God within. How do we activate our possible and probable timelines? First, we must clearly state our intention by making a statement about our goal or mission. What do we intend to create? What is our goal and mission? Second, we need to know that we have the ability to create what we truly desire. We need to reprogram all the major negative beliefs in the subconscious mind. We need to frequently remind ourselves that we are powerful, creative, and intelligent spiritual beings. Third, we must eliminate distractions. Providing space for meditation, blocking out a period of linear time to work on vision, and refusing to become a participant in the dramas of others are some of the ways to achieve this. Then we must put our energy and attention into the heart and solar plexus. We will use the mind as part of the equation, but it is not the dominant factor. We need to feel and realize that we are creating exactly what we really want. We radiate this powerful energy into the ether from the heart and solar plexus. Then this energy flows into the timeline, which we want to make dominant. Basically, we move from our current dominant timeline to the probable timeline of our choice. When we activate this probable timeline, our energy goes to its realization. Focusing on the center of our energy body helps us bypass the ego's mechanism of doubt and fear. It's easy to say what we intend to do, but it's harder to actually do it. Centering in the heart and solar plexus makes it much easier to jump into action. Of course, action alone is not enough. This should be a concentrated response, not just active work. Quality is more important than quantity. It is wrong to spend 10 hours a day working on your understanding if you have poor work skills or don't listen to the advice of your higher self. Ask your higher self to help you. Imagine a golden, radiant, loving light radiating directly from the heart of God into the crown chakra. Ask your higher self to help you shape your understanding. Eventually you will realize that you are your higher self and that there is no separation between you and your true being in the higher realms. Through you, your higher self will activate the likely timeline and make it dominant. This is how you demonstrate your ability as a conscious creator. Saturating the self with prana, or life force energy, and then directing that energy outward into the world is another way of describing the activation of parallel lines of time. Raising your vibration level, expanding your consciousness or increasing your awareness, helps you stay at a higher level of creative energy. In effect, you can focus and channel more energy into the project. Finally, you can ask your higher self to put you on the optimal timeline for your soul's growth, happiness, and well-being. There are an infinite number of possible timelines, but only one of them increases to the limit all the qualities and properties that you want to manifest. You can ask that each decision you make be the best possible one when you move to the optimal timeline. 10-point summary on how to increase vibration and gain strength in real-time activation. Here are the main criteria for forming a powerful creator on Earth. 1. Raise your vibration level. The higher this level, the more powerful your creativity. 2. Replace negative thoughts with positive, creative thoughts in your subconscious mind. 3. Be grounded and present in the physical body. 4. Consciously direct energy outward from the heart and solar plexus. 5. Visualize and speak affirmations about your expected results. 6. Be clearly aware of your connection to your higher self, spiritual guides, and God's presence. 7. Recognize the extent of positive and negative programming and conditioning from earlier stages of your life. For example, you have very creative parents who encouraged you to do research, and benefit from it. 8. Be persistent and consistent in implementing your intentions, plans, goals and objectives. 9. Learn and use your communication skills, social standing, business and marketing skills. 10. Surround yourself with successful people who carry out their projects and programs. So far, we have talked about the state of consciousness required to activate possible and probable timelines. Now let's look at the collective energies and their ability to influence different timelines. Group collaboration and real-time group activation. The mastermind process is a method used by small groups, including corporate boards of directors, trustees, and board members of various organizations, church and meditation groups, etc. The mastermind process is designed to enhance and increase the creative energy of individual and group projects. The mastermind group receives information from each of its members individually on the topic of personal goals. For example, Ben wants to start a healing practice, and Sarah wants to start a successful home delivery business. There are 8 people in their mastermind group. Each person expresses their personal desires, goals, and opinions to the entire group. Then each member of the group recites affirmations, visualizes, and prays for the individual members. For example, all 8 people will reflect on Ben's commitment to a successful healing practice, imagine his success, and proclaim affirmations that Ben's success is guaranteed. Then everyone's attention will shift to Sarah, etc. Typically, a mastermind group meets once a week to share their successes and challenges, and each day between meetings, members of this group go into meditation and silently visualize and say affirmations for each participant. A group of several people visualizing and saying affirmations for you significantly increases the energy that flows into your likely timeline. You can't use simple math to determine how much energy is spent on a particular result. As stated above, many factors determine how powerful the creative drive will be when it comes to manifestation. However, it is safe to say that if your mastermind group is focused and ready to help each of its members, then if 8 people recite affirmations for you, they will increase the energy invested in your project by at least 8 times or, quite likely, even much more. Of course, it's important to weed out any participants who secretly want you to fail, or who have a victim consciousness or defeatist mentality expressed. When creating a mastermind group, invite people to join it carefully. Don't share your intentions with souls who don't support you or play devil's advocate. They may have good intentions, but their presence is toxic to your creativity. Of course, collective timelines, which have hundreds, thousands, or even millions of members, are the most powerful because of their ability to move probable timelines into the dominant timeline. For example, praying for world peace is not just a silly metaphysical exercise. If 1 million people around the world visualize world peace in the hope of finding it, it changes a lot, especially if the probability of a world war is about 50%, as it was at the time of writing this text. It is likely that thanks to such groups meditating for world peace, the world war has not yet broken out, at the time of writing this text. Although it is a bad idea to try to impose your will on other people, your presence alone can be enough to shift the balance of power from evil to good, as these terms are usually defined. It's infinitely more desirable to set a better lifestyle example than to try to get someone to stick to your standards. Radiating powerful energy from your heart and solar plexus to the world will do more to achieve world peace than joining humanitarian organizations, although it may also be a good idea. Using this example, you should of course remove any negative thoughts and feelings from your being so as not to pollute your intentions. Praying for world peace while harboring intense anger towards tyrants and dictators will significantly reduce your effectiveness. Mixed energies sent to probable timelines can produce unpredictable results. In some cases, such thoughts can simply slow down the process of manifestation, and in others they can reverse intentions and bring a negative result. Remember that if you want to know what is in the entirety of your consciousness, then you need to look around your entire life. Your life will reflect what is in your mind. And while that's true, it's not the whole story. The world you see is a combination of your own state of consciousness mixed with the collective consciousness of humanity. If you are a clairvoyant, you can see a map of time and space and observe how the energies emanating from human souls illuminate or reduce various possible and probable timelines. This is how spiritual guides in the higher realms are able to anticipate the likely future of humanity. They can literally see, feel, and know how much positive energy is pouring into a particular reality, and how much negative energy is opposing it. By assessing the state of consciousness of humanity, they can make fairly accurate predictions about the future of our world. Your vibration level determines your activation power. The degree of force you can radiate out into the universe depends on your overall vibration level. This is not a linear scale. For example, a person who vibrates at 5.0 does not have 25% more creative energy than someone who vibrates at 4.0, and a person who vibrates at 6.0 does not have 50% more creative energy than someone who vibrates at 4.0. The scale is exponential, accelerated, and in some cases logarithmic, significantly accelerated. As an example of an exponential scale, we will give a person vibrating at 4.0 who has 1 unit of creative power, whereas a person vibrating at 5.0 can have 10 units of creative power, and a person vibrating at 6.0 can have 100 units of creative power, etc. On a logarithmic scale, this effect would be even more significant. If a person has 1 unit per 4.0, then a person has 5.0 to 32 units, and a person has 6.0 to 1440 units, etc. It has been estimated that if souls that vibrate at 3.62, the average consciousness of people on Earth at the time of writing this book, have 1 unit of creative power, then souls that vibrate at 6.00 have about 1,000 times more creative power. Imagine what 100 souls with an average vibration of 6.00 could do to activate the collective timelines. They would have 10 million times more energy than the average person. Actual numbers are, of course, very difficult to come by, especially since the vibration of souls varies from day to day and from hour to hour. As an individual soul, you can maintain your vibration, clear your mind and emotions, get rid of your core negative beliefs, and focus your energy from the center of your being to the world. Be aware of and express your intention that what you want is already being done. Align the various levels of your being with your higher self. Imagine how the probable timeline you are working with merges with the dominant timeline. Join a mastermind group or create your own such group. Imagine that the timeline you are working with stretches out in front of you like a highway. See how your creative power pours out from the center of your being and lights up the highway. This pathway glows brighter with each breath. Feel this path with all your being. You are the path. You are one with the creative force that activates this path. Frequency barrier and its effect on the activation of the timeline. As you probably know, there is a negative psychic field in the Earth that is held in place by the frequency barrage surrounding our planet. This barrier makes psychic and telepathic communication very difficult for most souls, and seems to absorb most of the power and energy that is channeled by souls with the intention of influencing the prevailing timeline. In addition, the active activity of the so-called dark forces prevents the servants of light from achieving results on Earth. Many teachers and healers have struggled in recent years to complete their tasks and stay clear mentally and emotionally. And while most of this is simply because more levels of negativity need to be healed, the old patterns and structures seem very solid at times and are unwilling to give in to new, fresh energies. Despite the fact that the Earth is growing rapidly in vibration and has been doing so for several decades, it often seems as if the rate of change is slowing down. Most prophets and seers continue to predict faster rates of change than those that actually occur in linear time frames. Thought forms and beliefs are very strong, and there are many souls attached to the current version of the dominant timeline, or at least the seemingly stable parts of it. This devotion to the formed picture of the world does not bring results, and yet it manages to slow down the predicted changes. Often, seers and visionaries are disappointed when something doesn't happen on the originally predicted timeline, and accuse themselves of being too optimistic or pessimistic, depending on the type of prophecy. Others immediately say that an unfulfilled prophecy is successful if it is negative, because precautions were taken to take into account the prediction of the catastrophe, so it did not happen as it was assumed. While these apparent imbalances are partly true, the more important problem is that billions of souls believe in the immutable reality of the physical plane, as well as in its convenience, safety, and predictable behavior, Newtonian physics. Often, souls complain that it takes a long time to heal from certain negative mental and emotional circuits, without realizing that they have been trapped in these negative circuits for thousands of years. These days, in just 20 or 30 years, many of them are released from the frequency barrier and, if it takes a few extra years, become impatient. As souls awaken, they begin to remember worlds where they can control the elements, communicate telepathically, and provide themselves and their families with a life of leisure and prosperity. Then they look at the Earth with its seemingly endless wars, poverty, sorrows, and misery, and feel like losers because they can't stop it almost instantly. Some countries on Earth must experience what appears to be a terrible collapse before they can reappear in the new world. This is the meaning of the phoenix rising from the ashes. The economic and political systems on Earth are almost completely opposed to enlightened attitudes. In other words, they are designed to suppress genuinely revolutionary ideas and reward those who adhere to the old-school attitude of domination and control. It is simply impossible to form a smooth transition from the unenlightened and merciless world of capitalism or communism to an enlightened system that brings light and prosperity to all people. Even the Titanic did not sink immediately. Huge empires such as the United States are slowly crumbling at first, and then gaining speed as the frequency of the Earth increases. This is necessary because the country is in such an extreme state of instability that destruction and resurrection are probably the fastest path to enlightenment. It doesn't matter which political party you support in the old structure. As a sociologist once said, changing political parties is like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. The main focus of this conversation should be on the point that when so many people become attached to the status quo, change should start slowly and then accelerate over several decades. You are in this period of acceleration. At first, it may seem that you still can't really influence the prevailing timeline, and in a sense, you can. However, don't let your appearance fool you. You are much stronger than you think. Your presence on Earth has already significantly changed the course of history. From a higher point of view, this is how it should be. You are exactly where you should be, and you are doing exactly what you need to do right now. The more you affirm the truth that you are a powerful, creative, spiritual being and realize that you are ultimately the master of time and space, the faster you will realize this truth in the world. Maybe it will take 35 years, of which 30 years have already passed. In the end, you will find a balance in favor of your creative power. It seems that some souls need to break through the bottom in complete despair before the situation changes dramatically. This is due to ego resistance. The ego is used to feeling powerless, and it constantly projects these feelings when you try to change the prevailing timeline. You can never be powerless. It's impossible. However, your belief in powerlessness is very strong and seems to block your attempts to activate the desired timeline. No matter how bleak the situation looks, given the prospect of a third world war, irreparable environmental damage, and ongoing grief and suffering, remember that you are strong beings and have the ability to make big changes. Many souls need to go through what they see as hopeless circumstances, through the dark night of the soul, before entering the new world. Continue to visualize, recite affirmations, and experience the reality you intend to create. Know that no matter what appears in front of you, the creation of your new timeline is in progress, unless it clearly violates the free will of other souls. Be prepared to make a mistake about something. Be prepared to reconsider your approaches. Be flexible. Embrace new ideas and new ways of creating. You will be provided with everything you need to activate the new timeline. This may not happen in the form that the ego is aware of, but the phrase "ask and you will receive, seek and you will find, knock and it will be opened to you" is just as true as in the past. Learn the ways in which you ask and receive. Ask from the depths of your being and become silent in order to get answers. Feel these responses. Don't rely solely on your own mind. Move to the center of your being. Be the bright beacon that you already are, and remember that lighthouses are not built in safe places. Channeling number 9, a message from the founders. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders. This message will be brief and entirely relevant. Never, not for a single moment, believe that the power and presence of God is not within you. Remember the statement of truth: with God, all things are possible. Anything is possible with you. As Lord Sananda has pointed out several times, there is only one problem in the entire creation, although it takes many forms. This problem is the belief in disunity. Since your beliefs are so strong, you can create something different from the original plan of creation. You can create division in this unified kingdom of God. That's how strong you are. But even with all the strength of your beliefs, you will not be able to change the immutable and eternal aspect of God. So when you put up protective barriers against the light of truth, that light continues to shine relentlessly, hardly realizing that a tiny part of it has rebelled against a larger part of itself. This is the biggest paradox. In truth, you can't separate yourself, no matter how fervently you believe otherwise. This is your salvation. This is similar to the undo function in a text editor, except that we are talking about your life, in which you are creating alongside God. This lower dimensional sphere of Maya that you find in yourself can be erased and undone. Like the sun, truth continues to shine no matter where your consciousness is. Dark clouds, fog, rain, snow, etc. do not reduce the brightness of the sun in any way. If it is night, it only means that the earth is temporarily moving away from the Sunday. Again, nighttime does not reduce the power of the sun in any way. Your dark night of the soul, which keeps you in fear and doubt, has no meaning for the eternal, unchanging love of God. When you realize these truths, you will regain your rightful place as a powerful child of infinity. We, the founders, walk with you as you awaken to the truth that all is one, all is full of peace and perfection. The founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 12. Time Management. Here are some other practical applications of the ideas presented in this book. Efficient use of linear time. There can hardly be anything more practical than learning how to manage your time effectively. Although this is largely irrelevant to the more abstract and elevated ideas presented in this book, it is nevertheless useful to master the art of linear time management. No matter how fast or slow you think, time passes, and a significant part of the world still relies on clocks and calendars. It is best to have a clear idea of how you want to spend your linear time, and avoid wasting time. The idea of wasting time is ultimately an illusion, but as long as you live in a world of illusions, it's good to learn how to manage time effectively. What is the secret to effective time management? Does this mean that you need to strictly adhere to a strict schedule and structure in your life? It doesn't sound very interesting or attractive. Sooner or later, a person with a strict schedule will rise, if not openly, then secretly, in the subconscious. Something will suddenly or gradually interfere with your tight schedule, breaking it at every step. When you clearly state your goal and mission and are determined to fulfill it, you will undoubtedly encounter resistance from those parts of you that do not want to change, or who feel that they do not know how to change. Resistance and bad habits are the biggest obstacles to effective use of linear time. Let's take a look at the time controls. Asterisk Find out your purpose and mission in life. Asterisk Create priorities. Understand what is most and least important to you. Asterisk Get rid of your bad habits and tendencies. Asterisk Be aware of the nature of distractions. Asterisk Overcome your resistance to change. Asterisk Deal with your fears of success and failure. Asterisk Respect your commitments and persevere. Asterisk Reward yourself for your achievements. Find out your purpose and mission in life. The main question of clients when they come to consult the author of this book is about the purpose and mission. This is also the number one issue when creating a business or organization. Without a strong sense of purpose and mission, it is almost impossible to succeed in any large enterprise. Even if it feels like something is falling into your hands, it was first intended by a deeper or higher part of yourself, otherwise you would not have been attracted to situations and events in which you were lucky. And although it may seem like there are accidents, it is still an illusion. You can achieve a lot without consciously making excessive efforts to achieve the goal. In other words, you may have a strong inner sense of what you want, but you are not aware of it in your daily life. Looking back at your call to life, you can see that almost every seemingly random event had its own guiding force. In any case, the mind needs to do something. It is not enough to spend every day doing nothing but meditation, unless you are a yogi living high in the mountains. The mind can be made to work in such a way that it interacts with other parts of you, rather than constantly distracting you with worries and problems that may not correspond to what you want to achieve. Therefore, you can use the technique of connecting to a future timeline, which was briefly described earlier in this book, to focus on what you intend to create. What if you have no idea what exactly you want to do with your life? Sometimes people in their 50s, 60s, and even 70s may not know their purpose in life. Earlier, we gave a short version of this technique. Now let's take a closer look at it. Technique for determining the purpose of your life. It's really very simple. What brings you the greatest joy in your life? What helps you feel most fulfilled? Stop being practical for a moment. Don't worry about how intelligent you are. Just focus on your favorite treats. Then take it a step further. Ask yourself the ultimate goal question: if I had unlimited time, money, energy, and talent, what would I do with my life? Here are 4 things that people use as excuses for not moving toward their goal. They think they don't have enough time, money, energy, and talent. The first excuse, lack of time, will be discussed below. Other excuses can and have been overcome by many very successful people. How many stories have you heard about souls who faced seemingly insurmountable challenges, such as poverty, lack of money, illness, lack of energy, and growing up in a disadvantaged neighborhood, lack of opportunities to acquire skills and develop talents, but then achieved something important? Of course, it is easier for you if you are born with money, have strong physical health and received a high-quality education in childhood and adolescence. But it doesn't really matter in your life circumstances, because what really matters is who you are. Every soul is born into this life with a purpose. It may not correspond to what society considers a useful means of expression. As long as you adopt the viewpoints of your family, friends, and the world, you will probably be stifling your true desires in favor of something practical. This doesn't mean that everyone who wants to become an artist has to quit their job and spend every minute painting. The author believes that there may be means to achieve the goal, that is, activities that are not directly related to the goal and mission, but which become necessary on the way, at the preparatory stage of expressing your true desires. The author has spent many years doing work that was not directly related to his goal and mission, offering his healing and counseling services as a side job. Then, at a certain point, he received instructions that it was time to do his job full-time, and all the circumstances helped to realize this idea. So, let's look at the technique of determining the business of your life. 1. Write down, or type in, whatever you like best about your life. Don't censor this list or make it practical. You can have such items as listen to music or spend time with friends. Put them in the list. See if you can fill out the entire page. At first, you may think that you don't like a lot of things in your life, but you will soon find that you like a lot more things than you initially thought. 2. Select 1, 2, or at least 3 items from this list and place them at the top of the next page. Now make a list of all the possible ways you could do this. The idea is to fill the entire page with possible activities related to your life's work. Then choose the one you like best. If you imagine yourself doing this business year after year, how do you feel during visualization? If you feel light, joy, clarity, energy, and peace of mind at the same time, then this path is the right one for you. 1. Once you have identified your right path, you become practical and list the steps needed to succeed in the cause you love. Is it hard to succeed by doing what you love? Yes, it is possible. But it won't be hard work, because you do what you love, even if you have to raise the business 60 hours a week for 2 or 3 years. Create priorities. Understand what is most and least important to you. You may have different task lists at different stages of your life. Will all of your lists be implemented? The answer is almost certainly no. But if you set a priority, the most important tasks will be completed. There are 168 hours in a week. Many people work 40 hours at a time. If you add lunch and break times, you can get 50 or more hours. However, there are still 118 hours left. Let's include time for sleep, with pre- and post-sleep rituals like getting ready, showering, shaving, makeup, etc., maybe 6 hours of actual sleep plus 1 hour of preparation, or 49 hours per week. That leaves 69 hours. What about the food? Let's subtract 14 hours per week, not including social obligations related to dinner, etc. Now we have 55 hours. These 55 hours include spiritual practice, time for family, games and recreation, training, exercise, social commitments and entertainment, and possibly time to start a different business than the one you are currently doing. If you prioritize and highlight these activities, then you need to determine how long it will take to practice them or participate in the most important ones. Here is an example. 1. Family time, 15 hours. 2. Spiritual practice, 14 hours. 3. Building a second business, 14 hours. 4. Games and recreation, training, exercises, 7 hours. 5. Social commitments and entertainment, 5 hours. This is a general guide. Your priorities are likely to differ from those of this hypothetical person. What can you say about flexibility? It is important not to stick too rigidly to your weekly schedule. Moreover, unexpected events may occur, such as illness, accident, unexpected visits from relatives, one-time events like weddings, funerals, etc., not to mention travel time. As for travel time, it is not uncommon for many activities in your schedule to be carried out while on the road. However, some things may be harder to do, or require more time, when you're not at home, like working out at the gym or going out for dinner. If you travel a lot, you may need 2 schedules, one when you're at home and the other when you're on the road. The idea here is not to lock yourself into a daily routine that quickly becomes boring and lifeless. In any case, it is very difficult to make excuses when you plan your 168 hours in much the same way as in the chart above. It would be helpful to observe your current lifestyle and see if you can determine what you are spending your 168 hours on. If 40 hours a week at your regular job, but realize that you spend 20 hours a week commuting to and from work, then it may be time to re-evaluate your priorities. You took this job because you were well paid for it, but your workplace was located in an expensive part of the city, so you added 2 more hours and rented a cheaper apartment to save money. How much is your time worth? 10 extra hours for commuting to and from work may not seem like a huge number, but that's about 500 hours a year that can be spent getting something done. Listening to self-improvement courses while commuting to and from work or using a hands-free phone system when you're driving to pick up your second business may be beneficial, but you also have the stress of a long commute in heavy traffic. Let's look at another example. Al meticulously described his 168 hours. Sleep, shower, shave, etc., 60 hours. Work I don't like, 52 hours. Meals, this includes meals outside the workplace, once a day, 20 hours. Socializing and entertainment, 20 hours. Commute, 16 hours. Please note that poor Al doesn't have time for spiritual practice, exercise, or working on his alternative business. What about the family? Maybe he's lonely, but that's not a fact. If he has a family, then soon he will have such a schedule. So, what should I do to save his marriage, and his soul? They should start by looking at their priorities. Apparently, he sleeps about 8 hours a day, which may be his optimal level, but it may not be true. He could try experimenting with 7 hours of sleep a day and see if his energy levels are rising, falling, or staying the same. If his energy level rises or stays the same, then he has just saved 7 hours. He doesn't like his job. These 52 hours a week, he works either all day or 6 days a week with a few overtime hours. Is it worth it? Can they find a job somewhere else where they don't need to spend so much time? What about commuting? That's about 3 hours a day, round trip. Is it worth getting a slightly cheaper home in a remote suburb? If he had found a job closer to home and worked 40 hours a week, with 5 hours commuting, he would have saved 27 hours. Al spends a lot of time eating and socializing. He probably enjoys it, and then complains that he doesn't have enough time for family, spiritual practice, and his second business. Breakfast can take half an hour, lunch half an hour, and dinner, including its preparation, 1 hour. These 14 hours per week will amount to a savings of 6 hours. What about socializing and entertainment? 20 hours a week is a lot. If he goes out on Fridays and Saturdays, and gathers friends on Sunday afternoons, it can be about 12 hours, and he will have enough time to have fun. Savings, 8 hours. This means a total savings of 48 hours per week, enough time to spend with your family, meditate, and work on your business. Or he could work twice a week, 2 hours each time, for a total of 4 hours, which would give him 44 hours to devote to his family, God, and doing his second business. Get rid of your bad habits and tendencies. One of the biggest obstacles to effective time management is addictive behaviors and addictions. This book is not written to analyze, prescribe, or otherwise delve into the subject of addiction. There are various treatment methods offered by this and other authors dealing with these problems. This topic is included here to show how it affects the way you manage your time. There are several ways that bad habits prevent you from managing your time effectively in one way or another. It takes some time for bad habits to develop. It also takes time to make money and spend it on bad habits. There are side effects from bad habits. For example, it takes time to overcome a hangover after excessive alcohol consumption. When it comes to time management, the worst thing is not substance addiction, but excuses. Failure is a habit. The expectation of failure is a habitual reaction of a mind addicted to failure. Why do people get attached to failure? In some families, a child can only receive love when they have problems. If you're one of those kids, you might equate failure with getting love and attention from your parents. And while this may seem counterintuitive to a rational mind, emotions usually defy logic. If you are constantly hurting yourself by taking useless actions that lead you away from your goal and mission, then you may be prone to failure. Some therapies say that you can take revenge on your parents for raising and educating you in vain. This is called failing to settle a score. This is a pun, in case you haven't noticed. Having failed in life, you even got even with your own parents for what they, in your opinion, invested in you in vain. Many bad habits are designed to protect you from your emotions, especially negative ones. You have accumulated a lot of sadness and anger since childhood, and you don't want to experience feelings, so you spend a lot of time at parties and avoid dealing with the harsh aspects of life. You spend 4 or 5 hours sitting in a bar at night or on a yacht all weekend, instead of working on yourself and doing your spiritual practice. When Monday morning arrives and you haven't worked on yourself or your projects, you blame yourself, feel guilty, and scold yourself, which is also a bad habit. You are giving yourself the love that you used to get from your parents every time you failed. Now you don't hear the words of your parents, "Poor little Al. It's so hard for him. You need to kiss him, he will get better," but you say something similar to yourself, only in different words. Habits can easily become bad. They may have started innocently, for example, you were drinking with your friends in college, but soon enough you started making a habit of drinking a couple of beers after work before doing anything else. You may not be physically dependent on beer yet, but you are already used to drinking 2 bottles of beer before dinner. The habit of learning poorly is another enemy of good time management. Discipline does not require a rigid commitment to draconian drill, depriving yourself of entertainment and constantly pushing yourself to work. A good learning mode involves taking frequent breaks to clear your mind, especially when you're too caught up in a topic. Mental discipline can begin with meditation. It is difficult to discipline the mind at first. It's like trying not to think about the pink elephant. The more you resist and try to force the mind to remain calm, the more it rebels. Therefore, a dictatorial approach to discipline rarely works. We naturally rebel against this method. If you observe how you spend your time without judgment, and find many wasted hours and days due to your addictions and bad habits, then first learn to be aware of the moment in which you plunged into destructive behavior. If you smoke, pay attention to how you hold the cigarette and how you feel when you inhale. Observe your feelings before, during, and after smoking. Do you smoke more than just to meet your body's nicotine needs? Do you hide negative feelings in this way? Is this a habit you picked up from your social circle, from smokers? Don't judge yourself. Just pay attention to the harmful behavior and make a deep and firm commitment to end it. We suggest that you find a good therapist and spiritual practice to make it easier for you to get rid of destructive behavior and bad habits. Be aware of the nature of distractions. Getting rid of bad habits and addictions is usually not enough to achieve balance in terms of time use. There are so many distractions that we wouldn't be able to list them all here. If you have a family, small children, then you will need to set aside a lot of time in your schedule in order to be with them. In the past, souls had to choose between family, business, and spiritual life. They couldn't have all three of these areas of life. The elders of the society recognized the extreme difficulty of focusing on work and spirituality when raising a family. Therefore, in many cultures, spiritual life began after you raised your children and set up your business. However, these days many people are asked to spin between all three of these areas. It's difficult, no matter what you do or where you live. If you have a lot of money, it may seem easier to hire a babysitter and guardian for your children, but you will have to pay something more important than money, as you will lose contact with them. If you have a personal space and the opportunity to sometimes get rid of children, for example, your husband and other relatives help you, then you can set aside time for work and have spiritual practice. If your children sleep well at night, then you can meditate early in the morning, before they wake up, and do your own work late at night after they fall asleep. Of course, you still need to find time for an intimate life with your life partner. If you're providing for a family, expect something unexpected. If you don't have a plan for how to deal with unexpected illnesses, accidents, and other problems, it's time to start putting it together. Be flexible. Don't insist on 20 hours a week for a second business or 20 hours for meditation if you have small children, because this option won't work. If you manage to carve out that much time in another week, that's great, but don't expect to be so lucky every week. Television is the main form of entertainment in most families. According to the author, there are very few worthwhile TV programs in the world, so it is better not to turn on the TV at all. However, with the advent of video streaming services such as Yashis and Adagop, you have the opportunity to remove commercials and carefully select programs that raise your mood, broaden your horizons and benefit your health. You can set aside 2 hours a day to watch your favorite TV programs, preferably at the same time every day. The biggest source of distraction for most people is the people themselves. One of the habits of many people is to constantly grumble and complain about the unfairness of life. You may have a friend or relative who keeps you on the phone for hours until he or she explains to you for the 235th time why they can't have what they want out of life. This person finds reasons, oh, if only things had turned out differently. Do you understand me? Misery loves company. It is possible, though not easy, to maintain important friendships and family relationships without going overboard with empathy and spending almost all of your time trying to save these soap opera stars of yours. Set the boundaries. Let your grumpy cousin know that you can spend a maximum of half an hour a day on the phone. Perhaps the most difficult thing to deal with is the source of distractions from your own thoughts. Anyone who has ever tried to meditate knows exactly what we are talking about. You have 1 hour to work on a project and 1 hour to meditate, but your mind continues to wander, and you are not only distracted by inappropriate conversations with partners or assistants, but also constantly confused by your internal dialogue. The psychological personality type driver is more focused on the topic than others, but such souls tend to be persistent and demanding. If you enjoy what you do, then take the time to relax and don't be rigidly achievement-oriented. If you're nice and friendly, that's great, but you may need a little more discipline and focus. Keep an eye out for analytical types that get bogged down in project details. You need both a practical, down-to-earth approach and a broad perspective. Learn to balance the left and right hemispheres of your brain. The left hemisphere is logical, rational, analytical, and attentive to detail, while the right hemisphere understands intuitively, is creative, and has a broad view of the world. To minimize distractions, learn to listen to your body and its needs. Don't start a meeting before lunch when you're already hungry. Learn to recognize your natural energy cycles, biorhythms. If your peak activity is between 9 a.m. and noon, and your energy slump is between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., then plan your most challenging activities for the morning. You should have a balanced diet of protein, carbohydrates, and fat. Carbohydrate or macrobiotic diet, as well as the Atkins diet, not balanced. Each of them has its own temporary advantages in certain situations, but they also have many disadvantages. You need carbohydrates for alertness and concentration, protein for endurance, and fat for proper functioning of the internal organs. A person who eats only carbohydrates, as a rule, feels bad after a few hours, from a certain point cannot concentrate well. Excess protein causes drowsiness and fatigue. Excess fat can cause complacency and lack of motivation. If you feel tired, heavy, bloated, or gas forming an hour or two after eating, then you've lost your balance and need to make some changes to your diet. Overcome your resistance to change. Despite the fact that some parts of the psyche are successfully changing, for the most part they resist change. The human body doesn't like sudden changes. He's more comfortable with some routine. However, life is constantly flowing. If you try to maintain the status quo, you are draining your energy reserves by resisting the flow of life. We are not saying that it is wrong to be constant and consistent in your endeavors. But without flexibility, your branches will break in the wind. Some changes are very hard to accept and hard to keep up with. An example is the ever-changing world of technology. Although the author has a degree in computer science, he believes that he is not keeping up with the latest developments in modern technology. Not all changes are good. Social media obsession can be a source of distraction, not innovation. Taking a break from technology on a regular basis is a great idea. The greatest resistance to change occurs inside. If you haven't succeeded yet, as you define it, and if you don't already have a great sense of time management, then it's probably your own thoughts and feelings that are most resistant to it. Being a failure can be painful and harmful in every sense of the word, but it can be as comfortable and familiar as a bad habit. When you break your own limits, you may experience fear. If such emotions come to the surface, breathe and stay with them. If you have trouble realizing your ideas, dreams, and ideas, tune into your body and emotions. Determine exactly where the block is located. At what point do you tell yourself not to take any action? Where does this movement stop? I would love to do this, but... Look for these buts in your thinking process. Be aware of excuses, even if they are wrapped up in the attractive beliefs of truisms and sacred cows. Here are some examples. Life is a struggle. I have to sacrifice myself and work very hard in order to succeed. Many people try too hard to fulfill their dreams. They interfere with themselves. It's good to be on a project, but is everything you do really necessary? To quote the author of this book, do you go across the river to get water? The water is just as good on your side of the river, and it takes a lot less effort to get it there. How do you make things and phenomena more difficult than they should be? When is time worth more money? The author argues that when something costs a little more, but saves time and effort, you should usually spend extra money. That being said, if something costs a lot more and saves a little time, then it might be better to go for a bargain. This flight, which costs a bit more but doesn't have a stopover, is probably worth it. You do not have the stress associated with connecting flights, and possibly delayed baggage, and having to eat twice at the airport restaurants with their high cost. The perception of time and money changes depending on how much you earn per hour of work. Someone who earns $10 an hour doesn't have the same perception of time as someone who earns $100 an hour. This perception also applies to the value of things. If something costs $200 and you earn $100 an hour, then you can imagine that buying it will cost you 2 hours, and someone who earns $10 an hour will perceive such a purchase as 2.5 days of work. Ultimately, your self-esteem is infinite, but if you have programming, conditioning around the concept of self-esteem, it can hinder your success. A healthy attitude goes something like this. My self-respect is infinite. Nothing I do or have is worth as much as my essential self. As an infinitely valuable being, I can choose the most efficient and productive way to use my time and money. In earlier parts of this book, we explored the idea that time is not fixed. In a sense, you can go back and change the past as long as it doesn't interfere with the free will of other souls. At the very least, you can change your past experience. The easiest way to do this is to imagine that everything you have ever experienced includes a valuable lesson that shaped who you are today, and now you are a magnificent, intelligent, powerful spiritual being. Changing your outlook on life is always the first step towards making positive changes in the outside world. If you see life as a series of opportunities rather than a constant source of challenges, then you are more likely to accept rather than reject change. Remember that one part of you is constant, it never changes, and the other part of you is always changing. Learn to be aware of both aspects and observe how they interact. Deal with your fears of success and failure. Some people are more afraid of success than of failure. This is especially true if you were raised in a poor family where rich people were considered selfish, evil, and greedy. Finding success sometimes meant losing the love of relatives, because you joined the selfish, greedy stratum of society, so your relatives will avoid you. Another reason why some people have a stronger fear of success is that there is a sense of responsibility, accompanied by a higher position in society. This can be a literal responsibility to manage employees and/or assets, or a fear of mismanaging other people's financial wealth. If you are successful with your business, for example, speaking to people, then you may be afraid that people who disagree with you will attack you, verbally or even physically. How does this relate to time management? Successful people tend to value time more than money. Perhaps you are afraid that if you are very successful, you will not have enough time for family, spiritual practice, and other activities. This is especially true in multi-level marketing, network, companies, where you must constantly spend time with your employees in order to keep them motivated and working hard. If you work in the entertainment industry or give lectures on personal growth, then it may be difficult to say no to those who want you to work in another city or country. You can be constantly on the road and put up with the fact that you live in other people's corners. Probably the biggest reason to fear success is knowing that hundreds or even thousands of people want something from you. You know how it works. Someone wins the lottery, and suddenly they have a lot of friends who want to help them spend their money. It is well known that 80% of people who win the lottery lose or even squander all their winnings in a few years. If you have an awareness of poverty and misery, then no amount of money will magically change this psychological attitude. If you believe that money is dirty or that rich people are bad, then you will actively resist financial success. In addition to the idea that you won't have enough time for family and spiritual practice, you also have the belief that money is spiritless, often when you attend church. And what about the fear of failure? It is usually associated with attitudes from childhood, when parents expected a lot from you and demanded that you bring only 5s and 4s from school. A common time-related problem with the fear of failure is the belief that there is not enough time for success. This is especially true if you work where you don't want to be, just to pay your bills. You may decide that the risk is not worth it to start a business. What if you fail? Then you'll be back at the job you hate. If your business was successful at first, then you have already tried the good life and can't turn back if sales start to fall. The fear of disappointing your parents acts as a constant pressure, an excessive stress that pushes you harder and harder to do it. Many people try too hard to succeed. Almost everyone hates the rigid approach to sales that is often used in a number of industries. The advertising campaign is based on the following message: please buy my product. If you don't, I will fail, and then something bad will happen. Please have pity on me. This applies to time management, because you need to put a lot of effort into making sure that you don't fail. Not only do you spend too much time worrying about events that might happen, but you also turn to additional precautions to make sure that they don't happen, even if such precautions don't change the final outcome. You may be buying too much insurance or coming up with too many protection plans. It's best to keep track of how much time you spend trying not to fail, rather than just focusing on success. Although you are trying to convince others of the value of your services and products, you are actually trying to convince yourself because you are not sure of your ability to succeed. Respect your commitments and persevere. When you realize that you are on the right track, feeling confident of success, the work is not over yet. You must persevere, especially when you are at the bottom of the cycle. It would be nice to have several different aspects for the business or many different projects, so that when an item went out of fashion for a while another might have come into fashion. Don't lose heart when you fall down. To some extent, this happens in every case. It is important for you to be obligatory not only before any business or project, but also before your spiritual practice. It is useful to set aside a certain period of time for daily meditation, yoga, or some other discipline. Remember to be flexible. Here, the concept of obligation does not imply that you will not pick up the phone if someone calls you with an important matter in a quiet hour. You can turn off your regular phone and leave the other phone for special occasions so that people don't call you during your quiet hour, except in an emergency. However, when you are engaged in a particular discipline, unexpected things can happen. Respond from the center of your being when something difficult arises. If you are deeply committed to your business, project, or spiritual practice, you will find a way to deal with unexpected distractions. The driving force of creation. How many years do you work on the project before it becomes a success? How much time do you spend on the spiritual path before becoming enlightened? How many affirmations do you have to say before what you ask becomes reality, in linear time? A snowball becomes an avalanche. The tiny seed of a redwood tree becomes one of the largest trees in the world. Everything in the natural world begins, perhaps, with a single cell growing and multiplying in the splendor of fully mature life. Ideas are like plants. The seed must be planted and left to sprout. It needs to be watered and cared for, but you also need to believe that the seed will sprout, which will break through to the surface. Once you have fulfilled your role for the germination of your idea, learn to trust the creation process. If your project does not bear fruit, then you are blocking it somewhere, perhaps in the subconscious. Negative thoughts are like weeds clogging up your garden. You can find this information in many books, so we will not develop the topic of faith and trust. Learn to listen to your higher self and engage in dialogue with it. The more you discover the presence of your true nature, the easier it will be for you to remain conscious of your wise, all-knowing self. When you feel like you're giving up on a project, and you know it's right for you to keep going, turn to God's presence for help. Follow the time management principles outlined in this chapter and you will realize your earthly and heavenly dreams. Additional obstacles to effective time management. Obsession with small details. Earlier, we mentioned the importance of having a to-do list and realizing that you will rarely complete all the items on the list in a timely manner. If, after applying the principles described in Part A above, you still do not have enough time to complete all the items on your list, then you need to determine what can be eliminated or postponed. Some people have been brought up to keep track of the smallest details of a project, including things like running the house, cooking dinner, etc. It might be nice to display silver items exactly according to the rules of their best presentation, as required by good manners, but do you really need to recreate them? Polish the table, for the 4th time? Is it really necessary to send clothes to the dry cleaners after putting them on for 2 hours to sit at the dinner table? Should you take out the trash before the containers are filled if it is mostly paper? Keep in mind that your activities can become a habit or even an obsession. If you are writing a book, you know that there will be a few changes before you finish it, but do you continue to find more and more points to improve after the deadline for editing? Will this book ever be perfect? In fact, the need for perfection can also be akin to drug addiction. Learn to find a balance between the need to fine-tune a project and the ability to step back and see a broad perspective. Does the manuscript really need to be rewritten for the 16th time, after it has already been printed? If you find an error in the printed text, is it enough to suspend the publication process? Ask your higher self for advice if you are not sure. Procrastination and impatience. We have previously addressed the psychology of addiction, habits, distractions, and resistance. Now let's consider the issue of procrastination. Why do people put off doing things that they know are good for their soul's growth, happiness, and well-being? Perhaps you could say that this is a combination of what we have already discussed. Everything came together in one feeling: fear. In addition to the pleasant numbness and attachment to the predicted results, there is also the belief that the future will be similar to the past, so it doesn't really matter when you act, there is always tomorrow. You have two extremes. At one extreme, they want everything now, instant gratification of desire, and at the other, they constantly postpone their rewards, engage in reckless savings and prepare for death. Effective time management involves finding a point of balance between extremes. No, there isn't much time left for action, at least not in the linear world. At the same time, the desire for things, out of fear, and the demand that everything happen immediately, instant gratification of desire, lose relevance. The real problem here is that you live simultaneously in a realm where there really is unlimited time, and in a realm where there is only one time, now, so you can only act now. You just can't put everything off until tomorrow, because tomorrow will never come. Not surprisingly, most people are confused. Young people resist setting and achieving goals in favor of living in the present moment. They learn religious and spiritual techniques that reinforce the idea that you should be here and now, so why worry about the future? A successful person overcomes procrastination by listening to the higher self and following the action plan set by the self, which is able to balance linear and non-linear time. When the small self loses its balance, trying to push the river into the ocean, impatience, or stagnating in a warm pond by the river, procrastination, it needs a dose of reality given by the higher self. The wise self knows that impatience leads to health problems over time, and the attachment of the higher self leads to the higher self. To the warm still water of a tidal pool, living today without thinking about tomorrow, eventually leads to decay and death. As for impatience, many young people are growing up with the internet, smartphones, and instant messaging. They may be hoping that they will always have everything at hand. Another less obvious problem is associated with the star people, that is, with souls who came to Earth from highly developed civilizations. Such souls are usually able to control the elements through thought and directed energy. When they come to Earth, these abilities are usually suppressed, by the frequency barrage, and then they have to put a lot of effort into making things happen. This is one of the reasons why the veil exists at all. If you grew up knowing that you have unlimited power, and yet this power seems unattainable, due to the imperfect nature of the human body's development, this can lead to a lot of frustration and impatience. You see that a person behaves like a small child, he gets angry when something does not go as he expected. For a certain reason, some aspects of the ultimate truth are not revealed for the time being to the enthusiastic student of metaphysics. If another arrogant student is given unlimited powers and authority before he develops inner wisdom, the results can be disastrous. A real teacher knows this, and that is why they can hide or withhold certain teachings until the right moment comes. Impatience, when pushed to the extreme, becomes an obsessive and uncontrollable behavior. It's like mindlessly diving into a shallow pool without checking its depth. It is quite possible that you will hit your head or even break your neck. Many people who rush to extremes, either procrastinating or becoming obsessive, suffering from delusions, did not receive healthy role models in childhood and adolescence. Perhaps their parents were unstable and rushed to extremes. Combine this with the onslaught of new technologies, and you have a recipe for disaster. Little Johnny wants to get the latest smartphone and a new, improved video game, otherwise he will get depressed. We don't suggest giving up on technology, rejecting it, but it's important to slow down and enjoy the beauty of every moment. If you have children, then first find balance in yourself, and then show it to your children through proper actions, patience, and healthy risk-taking. Failure to set boundaries. Since we have touched on the topic of raising children, now is the time to recall the idea of setting boundaries. It may seem like a contradiction to first say that everything is connected and unified, and then suggest setting boundaries. After all, doesn't this mean that there is a separation? Yes and no. Boundaries do not negate the fact that there is only God and that each of us is an expression of this one being. However, in this world of small ego selves, it is important to have some limitations to discourage the ego from controlling everything, manipulating everything. At some point in your spiritual development, boundaries become irrelevant. Your higher self is responsible for everything and knows exactly how to behave in the company of less enlightened souls. There is no arrogance or judgment. You are no better than those around you. However, you will learn the true meaning of the phrase "don't throw beads in front of pigs." This means that you don't waste your time trying to get souls to wake up faster than they are ready to. If you are around negative people, say, relatives and brothers-in-law, then you must find a balance between resisting negative behavior and trying to force them to change. This means having healthy boundaries. You are in the world, but you are not of the world. You participate in family rituals without becoming emotionally attached to the drama and trauma. You accept joy and platitudes without becoming attached to them. After all, who you are is so much more than what's happening around you. Enjoy it, bless it, and transcend it. More information on how to deal with distractions. When we talked about distractions earlier, we didn't mention specific ways to overcome them. Perhaps the best way is to breathe rhythmically. When you focus on your breathing, it's easier to eliminate distractions. Of course, this assumes that you have already created a sacred meditation space and created a calm atmosphere to work on your creative projects. It is necessary to set limits on communication with those who will be tempted to interrupt your meditations and creative aspirations. Make sure that your phone is turned off and that everyone in your family knows that this is your quiet hour. If your creativity involves sitting at the computer for a significant amount of time, then it's important to take frequent breaks for stretching and exercise. Learn how electromagnetic frequencies affect your meditation and creative time. I repeat, it is important to have not only a clear vision and goal, but also a general understanding of what you want to achieve. If you have set aside time for both spiritual practice and working on a business or creative project, it is important to stick to the same time, or approximately the same, for both every day, so that your body, emotions, and subconscious mind get used to the routine. As stated earlier, if you get distracted, remember to love and accept yourself throughout the experience. Make a decision to remove distractions immediately, without coercion or violence. Additional information about the nature of the discipline. We repeat again, albeit in a slightly different format, some of the ideas presented above. The most important part of the discipline is to create an appropriate environment that is conducive to learning and creativity. In addition to being in a space where you are interrupted only in emergencies, your learning habits should be evaluated. Do you work better with soft background music, singing, or in complete silence? How do you deal with a wandering mind that constantly distracts you with thoughts of what you will do after a creative session? Perhaps you recite affirmations regularly to help you focus your mind more easily. If some unpleasant emotion occurs during a difficult part of your project, do you have an affirmation or breathing technique to deal with that emotion? Can you tune into your body, emotions, and mind to catch yourself overdoing it? Keep in mind that excessive effort to create something creates a block. Do you tune into your body to determine if you are doing too much or not enough? If you are restless or nervous, then you may need to become more active. If you are tired or exhausted, then you may be doing too much. When you get up in the morning, are you happy to welcome a new day? And if not, why not? You will need to search for answers to these questions as they arise. Intuitive sensations in your body will tell you what is happening in the deeper layers of your consciousness. What does it mean to have a feeling in your body that is akin to pushing a river to the ocean? What will it feel like if you get stuck in a tidal pool? Learn to recognize your personality type and behavior style when you face challenges. Get familiar with your resistance, but don't become a tech junkie. Take a break from working on yourself. Go out and have some fun if you take yourself too seriously. Roll up your sleeves and get to work if you take too many breaks, and find out why you have resistance to moving forward. If you read and reread this chapter several times, you will have everything you need to overcome the obstacles in your creative process. Channeling number 10. Message from the Founders. We welcome you, dear creators. We are the Founders. As you can see, this channel retains a practical approach. Even though we are repeating the paradoxical claim that linear time is ultimately illusory, you have decided to immerse yourself in a world of illusions, and you must learn to act in your sleep in order to communicate with your siblings who are still asleep. That is, you must pretend for a while that you believe in this world, while the need to communicate with it remains. Time management means learning all that is available to you about how to be in the world, but not from the world. You go from believing that time dominates you to realizing that time is just a tool for perceiving the lower realms. Once you master the art of being in linear time, you give up your belief in the illusions of the world. You are no longer a slave to linear time, you are no longer worshipping this false god. SZL Recap. Joyfully set your priorities and create tens with the understanding that this is just a game. You will master the art of time management, even when you go out of time altogether. Join us right now as we help you transcend time and enter the ecstatic realm of the timeless. The Founders were with you. See you soon. Chapter 13. Going Out of Time. The Nature of Timelessness. In this chapter, we will cover the following topics. What does beyond time mean? A. The universe is multidimensional. B. Non-dual dimensions. C. Stages of enlightenment. D. Conclusion. And once again about the multidimensional nature of the universe. We have previously discussed the reality model known as the multidimensional universe. We have defined a dimension as a sphere, or condition, of space-time in which certain laws, principles, and processes are implemented in concert, regardless of the laws, principles, and processes of other dimensions. The lower dimensions are contained in the higher ones. The best analogy is the concepts of sets and subsets in mathematics. If you are already familiar with this idea and have read the earlier text on sets and subsets, you can skip to the next section. Let's assume that the complex number system includes all mathematical numerical models. In other words, all the numbers used in all the different mathematical processes are contained in the complex number system. The analogy is that complex numbers are like an infinitely large bubble that represents all of creation. There are laws that apply to all complex numbers and therefore all mathematical values and equations. For example, the quantum principle states that all values that are not infinite, occur or are obtained within a certain mathematical model, will have a certain value or quantity. For example, values such as the square root of -4, the integer 28, the decimal equivalent of 12037, pi value, etc. However, there are smaller subsets of the complex number system, analogous to low dimensions in an infinite universe. Such subsets also have infinity, but now special rules apply to these subsets. For example, an integer is a value that is obtained by dividing two numbers and gives an integral number, not a fraction or an irrational number. In order to be a member of this particular subset, such a condition must apply. Obviously, the whole part of 8 divided by 4 is an integer, since it gives the whole number 2. However, the result of dividing 8 by 5 is not an integer, 1,6. Therefore, the structure of a lower dimension, similar to a subset of integers, has consistent rules and principles. It satisfies the principles included in the higher dimensions. That is, all integers are contained in the complex number system. Integers are also infinite, but this is infinity within certain limits. Think of a bubble with an infinite numeric sum contained in a larger bubble with an infinite numeric sum. We apologize if you don't like abstract mathematics, we just want this conversation about multiple dimensions to make sense, even if it's abstract. When souls raise their level of consciousness beyond what you call third-dimensional reality, you know that their higher experience contains all the planes and subplanes of third-dimensional reality, as well as experiences beyond the third dimension. ZZB. Now that we have definitively established the concept of high and low dimensions using a mathematical analogy, let's look at some of the laws, principles, and constructs of each dimension. We decide that the first dimension of our specific model is the universe of inorganic consciousness. This should not be confused with the geometric model of a line or with the idea of a quantity, which in traditional geometry is usually called the first dimension. In our specific model, the first dimension would include minerals, rocks, crystals, and most elements in the periodic table in their natural or combined states. In earlier works, we referred to the first dimension simply as the mineral kingdom. The second dimension, known as organic plant life, has laws and principles specific to its realm that surpass and complement the laws of the mineral kingdom. However, in our model system, we include the mineral kingdom in the sense that a world containing plant life will also contain various minerals. In this model system, the idea that all lower dimensions are contained in higher ones is not entirely accurate, since there are special characteristics of minerals that do not meet the specific definition of plant life. However, the basic concept remains, and we will leave the definitions of the lower three dimensions unchanged. The third dimension, known as animal life, includes the lower human instincts, which are essentially equivalent to animals. And if, again, there may be certain characteristics of plants that do not directly correspond to animals, we will nevertheless assume that a third-dimensional planet will contain plants and minerals in addition to animals. A third-dimensional person is one whose consciousness is focused primarily on animal instincts, including procreation, competition, and survival of the fittest, which means dominating and controlling the weaker members of the species. If you observe the current state of humanity, you will find that about 3/4, 75%, of humanity seems to be dominated by third-dimensional properties. In previous books, we distinguish between dimensions and densities. We say that a dimension is a domain of existence, and density is a specific vibrational state that usually corresponds to this equivalent dimension. However, people can vibrate at levels of density higher or lower than the dimension in which they experience their incarnation. For the sake of simplicity in the descriptions of dimensions used in this chapter, we will assume that densities and dimensions are synonymous. You will recall from our previous conversations that humans, as expressions of divinity, reside in all dimensions simultaneously, in nonlinear time, although they seem to evolve from lower dimensions to higher ones, in linear time. The levels or dimensions that have been activated in the consciousness of an individual soul determine the density level, vibration, of that soul. You might as well say that you are becoming what you focus on. If your consciousness is primarily made up of the animal experience of humans, then you will vibrate in third-level density. There are two model systems for dimensions from the fourth to the sixth. One of them is the standard model, in which the fourth dimension is the highest level of Maya or illusion, and the lower four realms are called the worlds of duality. According to this system, the astral, etheric, and causal spheres are in the fourth dimension. Another model system, used by the author of this book, involves a six-level duality, where the three subtle spheres are designated as the fourth, astral, fifth, etheric, and sixth, causal. Returning to the interpretation of our sets and subsets, the astral plane, the fourth level, has certain properties that distinguish it from other levels, namely, various auxiliary spheres that reflect unresolved problems in the subconscious and emotions. In other words, soul experiences that are denied by the conscious self tend to accumulate in the soul's subconscious and then project onto the astral planes. These negated expressions of soul energy enter what has come to be called purgatory and hell, as well as other infernal realms. Of course, there are pleasant subplanes in the astral world, so many teachers warn that the upper astral planes are false heavens. On the astral planes, you can become possessed by negative entities, which are fragments of souls wandering through various planes and subplanes, looking for someone or something to attach to, something to control, something to dominate, something to merge with. And while this may eventually turn out to be an illusion, if you are immersed in the belief systems and consciousness of the fourth level, then you will obey the laws and principles of such a place. Let's turn to another analogy. In order to overcome the law of gravity, you must rise above the earth plane high enough to be far from the gravitational force of large celestial bodies. Subsequently, to go beyond the astral planes, you must rise above them in consciousness, moving to the etheric planes, level 5. In the sixth-level model of the lower realms, the etheric plane, which is a fifth-level consciousness, is still in the realm of corruption. In other words, the etheric body, fifth density, can get out of balance and become a source of pain and embarrassment almost as easily as the astral body. The etheric plane contains a source of electromagnetic energy and produces various electromagnetic grids and energy structures, including the body electrical or electromagnetic grid system of the human body. Meridians, acupressure points, nodal points of emotional release, etc. are all part of the etheric structure of the physical body. The astral body is a denser form that is located outside the physical body and is sometimes visible in ordinary video cameras. The etheric body is a higher octave than the astral body, but it has a similar geometric structure of energy that gives it shape. The causal body, corresponding to the causal plane of the sixth dimension, is the last level that can be damaged, out of balance. In other words, uncoordinated energy structures that promote chaos rather than order can fall on the causal planes, because these spheres produce a transfer effect from other timelines. In other words, this is the karmic sphere. If you have karmic lessons from earlier lives, then these unresolved issues manifest in the causal body. The causal planes are the home of the Akashic records, which contain an extensive body of knowledge related to the processes of the universe. The Akashic records also record the incarnations of every soul on earth. Psychics who access the Akashic records can find out exactly how many lifetimes you have had, on which planets and star systems, and the karmic lessons learned in those lifetimes, as well as the lessons that remain untapped. Time in the subtle realms. The nature of space-time in the astral, etheric, and causal realms is very interesting. As a rule, the principle of natural harmonic time compression is applied to these levels, which means that time moves faster in the etheric than in the astral world, and faster in the causal than in the etheric world, etc. On causal planes, it is easier to manage space-time and adjust it according to your desires. Free will applies to some extent to the subtle realms, but it becomes less relevant when you move into a higher vibration of sixth density. Those who have almost evolved to the pure soul level, seventh level, usually rely continuously on the higher self, seventh to 12th levels. For most souls who have evolved to the sixth level, there is only God's will. In theory, the ego is still capable of throwing the soul back into vibration, but this rarely happens if the soul consciousness has evolved beyond the middle of the sixth level. Time in the higher realms. As you progress to level 7 and beyond, time takes on a very different meaning. It becomes more soft and plastic. You can expand and shorten it as needed. The will of God fully controls and uses time to help souls awaken on Earth and on other planets. As mentioned earlier, archangels in the 8th dimension can significantly extend the time to render assistance on planets such as Earth, and then compress it when they return to their sphere. They are able to travel freely through all levels and dimensions of space-time, while respecting the free will of the souls developing in the various lower realms. In the higher realms, you truly become the master of time and space. Non-dual dimensions. The higher dimensions, levels 7 through 12 in the author's model system, operate under sets of rules and principles that differ from those found in the lower 6 levels. It is difficult to put these differences into words, as all terrestrial languages are extremely limited in this respect. Generally, when the word timelessness is used, it refers to the state of time that exists at these upper levels. Perhaps levels 7 through 12 can best be imagined as a continuation of the compression of natural harmonic time. This means that the 7th level will move much faster than the 6th, and the 8th level will move much faster than the 7th, etc. The Bible says that God created the heavens and the earth in 7 days, 6 days and a day of rest. Although this seems to be an allegory, this phrase could be interpreted as follows: on the 12th level, it seemed to God like 7 days, which lasted for many zones. 1 second in the 12th level of God's time can be a billion years in Earth's time. But the situation is more complicated than the one described, and more mysterious. Time becomes more and more nonlinear as you move up the continuum of dimensions. You might be able to view a billion years at once from this perspective, and then extend time into a particular region or sphere of space-time to experience it in a more linear way. This is exactly what archangels do when they come to Earth or other planets to help. Dimensions from the 7th to the 12th are usually considered non-dual levels of being, because there is no comparison or contrast between the elements. Things there are neither good nor bad, neither right nor wrong, neither light nor dark, etc. There is simply a state of being and an all-pervading divine love that encompasses every part of the continuum. This divine love also permeates the lower realms, but it is impossible to clearly perceive or experience this love if you are trapped in the duality levels 1 through 6. When you are able to expand your consciousness to encompass all levels of the multidimensional universe, you enter the realm of timelessness. The good thing is that you don't need to vibrate at the 12th level to do this. In fact, you don't need to vibrate even at the 7th level. Once you transcend the linear mind, the 4th level, you will be able to realize the totality of creation that exists in this eternal present moment. You are everywhere. You are at all points in time. You are completely free of the spheres of linear space-time. Timelessness occurs when there is no movement of consciousness. Nothing can be compared with each other if there is no movement. But in this absolute silence there is a higher consciousness. Everything exists in this eternal moment. Think of it as an infinitely tiny space, a singularity, and this singularity exists everywhere in space-time and beyond. Your conscious mind will not be able to grasp this idea, but a part of you will always perceive it no matter what is happening in the world. In the center of your being, like the center of a cyclone, there is absolute silence. There is no time or space in the center. Therefore, the center has always existed and will always exist. There is no past that can be compared to the present and future that you expect. Nevertheless, creativity is unfolding. Static state is extremely dynamic. We know that this sounds contradictory and difficult to understand. This is because you are forced to view reality from a linear perspective. The idea of infinity is similar to eternity or timelessness. And while you have a general idea of what infinity is, the idea that something always happens goes against the grain of reason. Therefore, to understand the meaning of timelessness, it is necessary to calm the rational mind and go beyond it to direct experience. Stages of enlightenment. Enlightenment has many definitions. Some of the most common ones include the literal definition of being filled with light. However, there are some people who will claim that everyone is already filled with light, so everyone is enlightened. This may be true on one level, but if the soul is not aware of its enlightenment, then it can be likened to a hungry person who has a plate of food in front of him, but his mouth is closed and taped. If we consider enlightenment as a physical state, it can mean the transformation or transfer of the human form to a higher state, which appears to be pure light. However, the author prefers the term physical ascension to describe those who are able to prepare their bodies to receive enough light to overcome the entropy principle. In other words, the disintegration and eventual death of the body can be stopped by increasing the prana, or life force energy, entering the body until it equals or exceeds the rate of entropy-induced destruction. Some of the previous books deal with the subject of physical ascension. In this book, we will explore the various states of enlightenment that are most relevant to our conversation about time. We will start with the basic definition. Enlightenment is a state in which the mind is filled with the light of a higher understanding. This is the starting point. There are many states behind this. We'll take a closer look at them below. It is often asked, what is the difference between enlightenment and ascension? The main difference is that ascension is an ego-energetic, and sometimes physical, process, where enlightenment is considered a state of consciousness or a state of mind. Using the idea of enlightening the mind, let us describe below the various stages that a truth seeker is supposed to go through in order to achieve self-realization, as defined by Eastern philosophies and accepted by the author of this book. 636492681 Linear Satori. Glimpses of higher dimensions. The first stage of enlightenment usually has nothing to do with physical or psychological time, but rather is a temporary access to higher states of perception. The mildest form of linear satori involves only the basic idea that there is really more to life than a carefully constructed story, a routine boring existence of physically waking up, doing a pre-programmed routine, preparing for work or school, driving to work or school, returning home, turning on the TV or going to work. Something interrupts this rather boring three-dimensional timeline, perhaps during a meditation session, a yoga class, a trip to a sacred place, or while taking restorative medications. Linear satori usually triggers something. It can be, for example, some unexpected event, a random meeting with a teacher, the loss of something important in life, a change of work, etc. The higher self often plans these experiences as a way to force the soul to make significant changes in life. The author's computer-related career began to falter in the 1970s when he had repeated spiritual experiences that showed him his mission, which was so different from his life path at that time. During the Satori experience, consciousness expands, and the person can see a wider range of space-time, just as if they were climbing a tree in the forest that rises above the path. However, there is still a sense of time in linear experience, although it is perceived from a higher point of view. The flow of energy passes through the body, and the person sees with the inner eye a field of bright light, or perhaps a being from higher dimensions brings him a message. Some may describe it as God speaking to them, or as a sudden inspiration. When the author had such an experience, he had a clear feeling that his mission was much more important than continuing to work in the computer industry. It took him many years to complete this career, but these linear experiences of Satori became the starting point for changing his life path. 636492682 Nonlinear Satori. Time suspension. As soon as the author decided to go in a different direction of life, his practice began to deepen. A few years after his first awakenings, he had experiences where time seemed to disappear completely, pause, or expand indefinitely. He described this as entering vertical time, which we now call nonlinear time. Suddenly, he lost all sense of the past, present, and future, and only the eternal now constantly extended in all directions. The linear storyline of his life ended, at least for a few moments, but all these moments were required to radically change the perception throughout his life. It was at this point that the familiar world began to be perceived as an illusion, simply as a spectacle played out by an imaginary I, which is often called ego. Since this was a Satori experience, it was temporary, at least from the point of view of the small human self. However, at the moment of the experience, it felt as if this state had always existed, because it does. The linear reality of everyday human existence seemed like a mere blip on the screen, an anomalous event that interrupted the eternal flow of now. When the soul is caught up in the drama of duality, it seems that enlightenment is a memory of something distant or that it will happen in the distant future, but when the soul awakens to a nonlinear reality, it is clear that this timeless state has always been present throughout the so-called earthly life, just the soul did not see it. Nevertheless, the needs of modern society soon captured the author and plunged him back into everyday life, although by that time it was far from routine. He built his life in a completely different way and actively followed spiritual practices and classes. At this point, the linear self was able to accept the idea that there was some divine design for building life from higher dimensions, and that everything that happened in the soul's life was in some sense predetermined, although it still seemed as if everyday life provided a wide range of options. Such options changed rapidly. For example, the life of the ministry was becoming more important, and the things of the modern world were far less meaningful. Buying more and more toys and working from dawn to dawn became unbearable, which required me to move, change friends and my lifestyle. At this stage of spiritual development, there are many stories about souls. The words of Jesus when he spoke to his followers, "Sell everything you have and follow me," was distorted, of course, but the essential meaning of his speech was to get rid of attachment to the material plane and form a deep commitment to the cause of understanding the truth. Nonlinear Satori is a great experience, but it's not enough. The higher state comes and goes, and for a long time the soul may feel that it has descended again into a world of suffering and despair. In some ways, this is the most difficult part, the dark night of the soul, when a person realizes that life is much larger than what he sees, but it seems to him that it is impossible to break out of this routine. Through regular spiritual practice and a determined move beyond the ego, a shift eventually takes place. It can be subtle, without a defining moment. Gradually, the higher self becomes the dominant perspective, and a deep conviction is born in the consciousness that divinity is always present just below the surface of everyday reality, or just above the surface, if you prefer. 636492683 Linear Samadhi. Life in higher dimensions. When the soul realizes on a deep level that the true self is the expression of the one God, always present, omnipresent, timeless, eternal, omniscient, omniscient, and omnipotent, and this becomes a round-the-clock continuous reality, then the soul is said to live in a state of samadhi. Doubts or fears no longer affect a person's decisions in life. There may still be bodily reactions to the environment and even awareness of the small self's daily dialogue, but there is no longer identification with the false self. An enlightened soul may still need a tiny version of the ego in order to communicate with people involved in their egos, personalities, but this is seen as just a means of communication, temporary, until the need for such communication disappears. The soul in samadhi constantly radiates love from the center of being. This person represents the abundant life that flows from the inside out, a beacon that shines in all directions. In linear samadhi, it is possible to be in the world, but not from the world. For this level, the following statement is relevant: before enlightenment, I carried water and chopped wood; after enlightenment, I carried water and chopped wood. From the point of view of outside observers, nothing changes in the activity, but the consciousness becomes different. An unenlightened soul carrying water and chopping wood suffers from an internal dialogue filled with worries and fears. Perhaps they are worried about the upcoming winter and are thinking about how to prepare more wood, or they are preoccupied with personal issues that are not related to the primary tasks. These actions can be driven by the desire to survive, protect, and provide for oneself, thoughts of self-improvement, etc. An enlightened soul carrying water and chopping wood can simply act on a whim to take care of the body, because it is useful to have a body to communicate with others who could use its services. Such a person really does not worry about the body and does not think that in the coming winter he may die of thirst or cold. His mind is silent and in a state of pure observation. This person becomes one with the water when he draws it from the well, and becomes one with the axe when he splits logs. He is aware of whether he needs to periodically rest and restore physical strength, but his task becomes meditation. He is immersed in the process under preparing for the winter, without thinking about the consequences in case he suddenly does not complete his task. An enlightened soul has a deep sense of peace and security. She doesn't need to look outside for answers, although she might be glad when others also dismiss the ego's limited perception. Such a soul may have deep compassion for those who are suffering, but the enlightened soul itself does not suffer. The soul in samadhi may even adopt the feelings of others, but it has no identification with such feelings. Therefore, she devotes herself entirely to service, helping others find a way out of the darkness. Pain, an essential part of life on earth, is still experienced by the soul in samadhi, but it has no resistance to pain and therefore no suffering. If an enlightened soul is called upon to plan something, it uses linear time as a tool to improve the quality of service, but it is not tied to time. It may feel like it comes and goes. A minute may still feel like a minute if such a soul is dedicated to a task. For example, this person can chop 100 kilograms of wood in 2 hours, so he notes to himself that if he works 6 hours, he will have enough wood to last 3 weeks in cold weather, but he has no emotional attachment. During meditation, the soul in samadhi will leave the world behind and silently communicate with the Creator. When there is nowhere to go and nothing to do inside, time stops when it is not needed, thus the non-linear version of samadhi takes over. 636492684 Non-linear samadhi. Live from the higher self. Most souls on earth consider their higher self to be some kind of being that they can ask to help them, that is, something like a beneficent father or God sitting in the sky and judging their lives. There is a sense of separation between a person and the higher self, even if the soul is aware that the higher self is organizing the spiritual path and the events that take place on it. When the soul passes into non-linear samadhi, the small self no longer exists. In fact, it never existed in the first place. The little will becomes God's will, the little self merges with the divine self. There is only an all-pervading presence. There is only consciousness in its many forms and varieties. There is still a process of creation, a continuous unfolding, but it does not depend on time. This is a state of true timelessness. It is often perceived as a kind of ecstasy, a supreme happiness, a great joy. Everything is perceived and experienced as an expression of God, and not as a concept, but as a true reality. A leaf rustling in the wind is filled with great beauty. The floating cloud becomes a symphony of subtle colors and movements. If there is a physical body, then it does what it needs to do based on God's will for creation. It is simply an extension of divinity, used only to communicate with other bodies for a period of time until it is no longer needed. The body can physically enter into a more perfect vibration, but the consciousness is freed from the need to be better and more refined. It can freely explore the universe without any restrictions, regardless of what the body is capable of. At some point, the soul may reach what is commonly called the avatar state. The author of this book defines avatar as a state of consciousness of the ninth density, or higher. As a rule, the avatar can perform so-called miracles, which even yogis mostly only dream of, including teleportation of the body, creation of a new body from the elements, and even bilokathayan, creation of several bodies. The soul in samadhi is not associated with the development of psychic abilities, but it can display them if the higher self deems it appropriate. If manifesting things out of thin air helps teach students a lesson, it can be done. An enlightened soul does not care about the display of higher powers. Such a person does not want to be worshipped, to be turned into a guru, a messiah. He may even consider himself ordinary and inconspicuous. An enlightened soul has no sense of isolation. There is one God and one humanity, spreading out as separate life forms. Each life form is the wholeness of God, uniquely depicted as a vibrational matrix of energy. It's just like that. This simple statement may seem absurdly obvious to someone who doesn't understand it. But at the same time, this statement is profound. At this point, each element of creation manifests itself in a perfect way and at an ideal moment in time. Creation itself is timeless. It's just there. If there is movement or evolution, then it is exactly in the right form. There is no feeling that something should look different, be bigger or smaller. If there is an observation of goals, tasks, desires, etc., then this movement is simply part of the cosmic dance. It does not have life in itself, rather, it is perceived as the coherence of divinity in action, again unfolding in its perfection. 636492685 Mahasamadhi. Higher enlightenment. Perhaps writing on this topic is not the best solution, since the state of Mahasamadhi is far superior to anything that can be written about it. Be that as it may, the word tree is not what it describes. Everything that can be described here goes beyond words. However, it is possible to point out what is unknown, and even what is unknowable. You can ask the correct question: how? Can you know the unknowable? How can this be experienced? No way. However, such an area does exist. How can we know that it exists? We cannot give an exhaustive answer to this question. Krishnamurti 2324 said, "Truth is a land where no path leads." Again, a reasonable response to this would be, then why do we strive to achieve this? 23 Osho, aka Rajneesh, used to say, you should search until you realize that you already have what you are looking for. And the elders of the Hopi Indian tribe once said, you are the one you are looking for. Osho also once said, the last desire to overcome is the desire to find God. It's true. There is no path to the highest state of enlightenment. How can this be? All paths assume that there is a final destination, something ahead on the road that will satisfy all desires, the abode of nirvana. 25, separated from the rest of creation. This idea is the very foundation of the belief in disunity. How can we seek God if God is all that exists? It is impossible to find God. How can you not find the air or the sun? You can certainly believe that not everything is God. You can believe in the devil. You may believe that there is a force that opposes God and can lead you away from the truth. But you can also believe that the sun disappears when night falls or a storm starts. And yet, not so far away from you, the sun is still shining as it always has. You can hide from God, but who is hiding? God is making fun of himself. One aspect pretends to be separate from the other aspects. You may be saying, Mahasamadhi is not for me. I'm just an ordinary person trying to understand this crazy world. But remember the paradox. The only place where enlightenment can happen is in the eternal now, and this is the only time in the world. So you are probably already enlightened, just not aware of it. For this reason, great teachers use the term awaken. The world is a dream. This is a holographic projection of a single point, according to quantum physics. It's not real. Yes, there may be vibrating energy that is interpreted by the brain as something solid out there. But there is no there. Everything exists within the mind of God. In order to realize Mahasamadhi, you must get rid of all labels and definitions. All searches must stop. All thoughts must disappear. Enlightenment is not what you think it is, said one Zen master. When the mind becomes completely silent, there is a possibility that enlightenment will come by the grace of God, uninvited, unbidden, of its own accord. There is no movement, no path, no method, no process, no idea, no belief, there is nothing. In the highest state of enlightenment, you are born again at every moment, although there is no you to be born again. Creation unfolds in perfect form, but there is no form. Everything is completely new, as if you are seeing it for the first time. There is no comparison, judgment, decision to make, or way to describe it. Therefore, this section of the book is essentially without purpose, although this text is included as a way to help the author and his readers awaken to this truth. But do you see that this is a movement away from the truth? Any attempt to do something leads you to failure. Complete surrender, that's all you can do, and nothing is required for this. We are not talking about a lazy, careless approach to life, which is really a rebellion against the work ethic. Most of those who do nothing are actively engaged in many things, perhaps they are busy suppressing their resistance to the lifestyle they had before they decided to leave the rat race. Enlightenment is the most common thing in the world. It is usually to the point of being extraordinary. It is simply there under all attempts to be someone or something. This is the underlying layer, the Bose-Einstein condensate. This is absolute silence. On Earth, perhaps only a few souls have realized this state. How did they achieve this? The only answer to this question is that when they are ready, God is ready. The awakening just happens. You can't prepare for it because you can't know it. It is beyond knowledge. The author may not know it, but somehow he can write about it. But what is written is not what it is written about. We cannot show you the truth, but we can only show you the way to a deeper understanding. Keep looking. Don't stop searching. Keep getting rid of your conditioning, your attitudes. There's nothing else you can do. The rest is in God's hands. I've said enough. 636492686 Unity with the world. Since there are several highly enlightened souls in this world, or so it seems, since the unenlightened cannot know such things for certain, they must have a way to be in the world and at the same time be completely outside of everything they perceive in this place. Although Jesus said, and we have repeatedly said, that you should be in the world, but not of the world, how do you actually do this? If you have nothing to do and nowhere to go, then how can you even exist here? What does the life of a highly enlightened master look like, and how do you distinguish those who are truly enlightened from those who have simply accumulated a lot of knowledge? Well, you can't do that, at least not from an intellectual point of view. When the author of this book once sat in an oak grove with several hundred people listening to Krishnamurti, it was clear that the vast majority of those gathered there were holding on to their minds, making their own judgments about every word that came out of the short man's mouth. But something magnificent was happening, unnoticed by the intellect. After one particularly long conversation, the author noticed that the world seemed more, not less, real to him. Everything was alive, vibrant, and fresh. He didn't try to evoke this feeling, it was spontaneous. It wasn't about the person on the stage or the mind. Everything happened naturally. This experience didn't last long. There were things to do in the world, returning to the parking lot, going to a restaurant or hotel, talking to other people who came in, perhaps discussing some important elements of the short man's message. Nevertheless, the memory of the experience persisted. Of course, memories are not enlightenment, even if they resemble a peak experience, satori. It may be impossible to remain in a deeply enlightened state while doing mundane things. Perhaps a true master hesitates between Mahasamadhi when he meditates and Samadhi when he does business in the world. There is a reason why it seems that there are very few avatars on earth. Let's assume for a moment that there are great beings who are by nature unrestricted in their actions and are also fully enlightened, free from everything. Why don't they go down to this miserable place and do everything they can to help the struggling humanity? First, they are probably not allowed to interfere in people's affairs, except in the ways already outlined, such as studying in ashrams, sitting by the roadside, etc. Secondly, they cannot convey the state of enlightenment by simply telling about it or performing some magical act. Third, it is possible that by spending too much time in the world, they risk forgetting who they are. In other words, the negativity of the world affects them and ultimately affects their purity. Most enlightened teachers must find a balance between being among people and being alone. Perhaps they come down the mountain for a short time just to give a speech or suggest a method, although they clearly understand that speeches and methods cannot bring enlightenment. However, they must communicate at a level that humans can understand. You can't teach a hungry person enlightenment if you have to feed them first. Until you do this, he can only think about his stomach. Hunger is a distraction on the path, even a thirst for enlightenment. But every seeker must begin with a thirst for liberation. Conclusion. This book probably left you with even more questions to replace the ones she answered, but that's the nature of time, very simple in the linear, everyday reality that we take for granted, but incredibly mysterious when you start studying it. Why is it even necessary to understand the time? Isn't the current structure of society working well enough in terms of time management? Actually, not very well. The cause of all the world's problems is the belief in separation from God, and nowhere is this belief more evident than in the study of nature. Space-time. Not enough time is the first excuse people use when explaining their so-called failures in life. The second excuse, not enough money, would be solved if the first excuse turned out to be false. What a paradox! We have infinite time, and yet we don't have time. Time doesn't end, it ended when it was created. The only reason that there doesn't seem to be enough time is because of our limited perception of ourselves. If we are one with God and one with everything, then we have access to all the realities of space-time. The concept of extending natural harmonic time gives us the opportunity to extend time to the extent that we need it to achieve our so-called goals and objectives. It is our attachment to a limited set of beliefs about time, the pressures of work ethics, and government coercion that reinforce these beliefs. We are taught that we should try to get better, work harder, until we realize that such belief systems are like rats in a maze or hamsters in a cage that move quickly but don't get anywhere. The author hopes that this book will shed some light on the nature of the larger reality that encompasses this illusory world, and on the many misconceptions that come with it. Our work is far from complete. We recommend that you reread this material as many times as necessary to understand the ideas presented here. If the words contained here help you push the boundaries of consciousness and understand that you are trapped in a cage with an open door, and you can be free, then it was worth it. It is time to pass through this door and spread your wings under the open sky of truth. So be it. Amen. Application. References, citations, excerpts, and scientific publications. Arjun Value, Collective Evolution, December 2015. We know perfectly well that superposition on the quantum scale is real. What is most striking about this problem is the ability of particles to exist in two places simultaneously. And this is not just a theoretical abstraction, but a very real indicator of how the subatomic world works, which has been experimentally confirmed many times. One of the highest secrets of nature is the ability of a particle, for example, an electron, in accordance with the laws of quantum mechanics governing subatomic processes, to exist in an indefinite state of probability, to be anywhere, everywhere, or nowhere at all, until it becomes material thanks to a laboratory detector or the researcher's eye, tne no/uog tip ez. Therefore, a single particle can exist simultaneously in several states. This was best shown by the double-slit quantum experiment. Recent experiments have also confirmed quantum entanglement, showing that space is really just a construct that creates the illusion of separation. The high probability of being able to travel through time, combined with the experiment mentioned in this article, is indicated by the presence of experiments showing that particles can truly become entangled in time. This is illustrated by an experiment called the deferred choice experiment. Like the double-slit quantum experiment, the delayed selection/quantum eraser effect has been demonstrated and repeated several times. For example, physicists from the University of Australia, National University students successfully conducted John Wheeler's delayed choice thought experiment 26. Their results were recently published in the journal Koshchar-Yevgs. In 2007, ZEPS 315, 966, for 2007, scientists in France emitted photons in the device and showed that their actions can retroactively change what has already happened. This particular experiment shows how what happens in the present can change what happened in the past. It also shows that time can move backwards, cause and effect can change places, and the future creates the past. If we try to assign an objective meaning to the quantum state of a unified system, then interesting paradoxes will appear. Quantum effects simulate not only instantaneous action at a distance, but also, as we see here, the influence of future actions on past events even after these events have been clearly recorded, said Asher Paris 27. A pioneer in quantum information theory. Although we do not yet have access to a closed time-like curve, 28, there is still good reason to believe that this type of time travel is possible at the quantum mechanical level. That is why I decided to mention these other experiments to show that in fact time does not even exist. How we imagine it. You can get an excellent description of the delayed choice experiment by using the space scale explanation here, which makes it easier to understand. Why these same quantum mechanical laws have not been observed at the macroscopic level remains to be understood, but physicists are already working on this problem. For example, in 2012, physicists David Wineland 29 and Serge Aroque 30 received the Nobel Prize in Physics for demonstrating that quantum oddity can not only exist at the subatomic level of the microcosm, but also manifest itself in the macrocosm. It was once thought that superposition can only be present in the inaccessible quantum world, but now this is not the case. We know that this is possible, but we just haven't figured out how to do it yet. However, we are clearly getting closer to this discovery. Perhaps one day we will find the key to this puzzle and will be able to see large objects such as cars, people, apples, and oranges that behave in the same way that matter acts at the subatomic level. Maybe one day we will find a wormhole or a closed time-like curve in space to conduct real experiments that go beyond framework of theory. At the same time, much of what was considered theoretical in quantum physics is no longer so. For example, quantum entanglement. National University students successfully conducted John Wheeler's delayed choice thought experiment 31. Their results were recently published in the journal Koshchar-Yevgs. In 2007, ZEPS 315,966, for 2007, scientists in France emitted photons in the device and showed that their actions can retroactively change what has already happened. This particular experiment shows how what happens in the present can change what happened in the past. It also shows that time can move backwards, cause and effect can change places, and the future creates the past. If we try to assign an objective meaning to the quantum state of a unified system, then interesting paradoxes will appear. Quantum effects simulate not only instantaneous action at a distance, but also, as we see here, the influence of future actions on past events even after these events have been clearly recorded, said Asher Paris 32. A pioneer in quantum information theory. Although we do not yet have access to a closed time-like curve, 33, there is still good reason to believe that this type of time travel is possible at the quantum mechanical level. That is why I decided to mention these other experiments to show that in fact time does not even exist. How we imagine it. You can get an excellent description of the delayed choice experiment by using the space scale explanation here, which makes it easier to understand. Why these same quantum mechanical laws have not been observed at the macroscopic level remains to be understood, but physicists are already working on this problem. For example, in 2012, physicists David Wineland 34 and Serge Aroque 35 won the Nobel Prize in Physics for demonstrating that quantum oddity can not only exist at the subatomic level of the microcosm, but also manifest itself in the macrocosm. It was once thought that superposition can only be present in the inaccessible quantum world, but now this is not the case. We know that this is possible, but we just haven't figured out how to do it yet. However, we are clearly getting closer to this discovery. Perhaps one day we will find the key to this puzzle and will be able to see large objects such as cars, people, apples, and oranges that behave in the same way that matter acts at the subatomic level. Maybe one day we will find a wormhole or a closed time-like curve in space to conduct real experiments that go beyond framework of theory. At the same time, much of what was considered theoretical in quantum physics is no longer so. For example, quantum entanglement, and the non-locality principle. These experiments were first performed in the laboratory in 1935 by Einstein, 36 Podolsky, 37 and Rosen, 38, and then replicated by Dr. John Bell 39 in 1964. These scientists were able to show that when you separate aspects of a particle in time and space, and then make changes in one of these aspects, this change is instantly registered in the other aspect, regardless of the distance separating these aspects. We tend to believe that the world exists independently of our experience. That's not so. Quantum physics has made this very clear. Many very respected scientists working in quantum physics tell us, based on recent research, that we live in a hologram and that our reality is a virtual image, an illusion, and not something real. Dr. Amit Goswami 404142. In the film The Holographic Universe, Michael Talbot 37 and David Bohm 38 made the following conclusion. Despite its apparent solidity, the universe is essentially a phantom, a giant and beautifully structured hologram. What we call reality is actually a holographic picture that only seems real to us who are inside it. Activities of Dr. David Bohm and Jiddu Krishnamurti. Eastern philosopher Jiddu Krishnamurti and renowned physicist Dr. David Bohm held a series of talks and discussions together. The two men met several times over the course of 25 years to talk about the nature of reality. One of their conclusions, in particular, was that everything we perceive, in our opinion, in the world out there, is just a projection of thought, a product of consciousness. In fact, the results of these researchers confirmed the idea outlined in the book Course of Miracles: everything exists in the mind of God, or, as Einstein said, the universe is less like a machine and more like a giant thought. Activities of Nassim Haramein. Renowned eccentric physicist Dr. Nassim Haramein claims to have scientific evidence that we are all one. It has mathematical equations describing a new unified field of consciousness. Dr. Haramein states that in every subatomic particle there is a black hole or related anomaly that connects everything to a region beyond the usual notion of time and space. Think about the fact that every object in the universe is closely connected to every other object, a channel like a wormhole. He also found that in the space between subatomic particles, which makes up 99.99% of everything in the universe, there is almost infinite energy. The most important of his discoveries involves measuring a single proton in the nucleus of an atom. He claims that when calculated correctly, the mass/energy ratio of the proton, as well as the empty space around the proton, is exactly equal to the mass of the entire universe. This essentially proves that there is a hologram of the entire universe inside each proton. Inside this so-called empty space is a source that connects everything in the world. This fundamental energy resides in everything and is the source of everything. This field research package supports the principle of nonlinearity quantum physics, according to which there is exactly the same point inside each atomic particle. In reality, there is no division. Everything is a hologram of a single point, or singularity. Activities of Julian Barbour. British physicist Julian Barbour argues that time and space are illusions and that everything that appears as motion is almost of the same nature as movies. Reality consists of an infinite number of frames united by consciousness and organized in such a way as to create the illusion of movement. According to Barbour, this movement is an illusion, and time itself is also an illusion. Specific information. On the topic of foresight. It seems that people are able to see past, present, and future simultaneously, and that we all have a latent capacity for foresight, that is, the ability to predict the future. Dr. Dean Radin 43 conducted an experiment in which hundreds of people were connected to a computer. Their brain impulses were measured. Then the images were randomly selected. They were shown two types of images, 1, exciting and 2, calm. In the vast majority of people, brain impulses correctly indicated which images would be shown to them, and even before the computer randomly generated the images. In other words, if the image was exciting, the subject's brain waves registered an alarm pulse before the image was even generated, and if the image was calm, the brain waves of the peaceful person were recorded even before the image was shown to them. From this, scientists conclude that everything starts with an infinite field of intelligence, God, which already knows what decisions you will make. The solution is transferred from the field to the brain, which then captures it and projects it into a holographic reality so that you can interact with your feelings and respond to them. This entire process takes an average of about 6 seconds. Sometimes something that we take for granted turns out to be one of the most mysterious and difficult things to understand. Time is one of those things. It seems to rule our lives whether we are rich or poor, educated or illiterate. Most often, people spend 80 or 90 years on Earth, after which their known life ends. Thanks to advances in science and metaphysics, we can assume that life is more than the time interval from birth to death. We may have hundreds of opportunities to repeat the lessons we came here to learn. Time can be both a friend and an enemy to you, depending on how you look at it. Time can release and captivate you, shroud you in darkness and give you enlightenment. This book is the result of a collaborative effort between its author and his various higher-dimensional spiritual mentors known as the Founders. These spiritual guides will sometimes add their own messages. We ask that you remain unbiased about everything you read, regardless of where the text came from. Be prepared to question all claims made by the author of this book and the Founders. Conduct independent research work. Center of Parapsychology VE/1 Igor. /u/LLU.ye1_1, Yuxemtka.k11. Veliger Publishing House. Online store /y/y.ye1lo, W1sh. 1. The EY simple equation is applicable when driving at low speeds. If you are moving at the speed of light, then you need to use a more complex system of equations, Lorentz transformation. After studying the equations related to Einstein's special theory of relativity, you will notice that as the speed of a body approaches the speed of light, time tends to zero, to its stopping point, and mass, to infinity. 2. It can even be argued that the movement has neither a beginning nor an end. Theoretically, in a superconducting field with almost no resistance, objects could move forever relative to each other, since there would be no friction, electromagnetic or chemical energy dissipation. 3. Ayahuasca is a drink, decoction, and hallucinogen traditionally made by shamans of the Native American tribes of the Amazon basin and used by local residents to communicate with spirits in order to gain practical knowledge about the surrounding nature and achieve healing abilities of the human body. Approximate. Trans. 4. Psilocybin is an alkaloid from the tryptamine family, a phosphorylated derivative of psilocin, a psychedelic. Of the known biological sources of psilocybin, the largest amount is found in mushrooms of the genus Rhiasis, which are traditionally consumed by Mexican Indians in order to obtain a religious and mystical experience. Approximate trends. 5. 3. Sananda is the first energetic name of Jesus. The name Jesus was given to him during his incarnation in the three-dimensional world. Approximate trends. 6. Yishi Taig 1 Yi Dui Atev, a line from the band's song of the same name Sagri Up 5. Approximate trends. 7. Use, SGS 10, 10 UE /Use Zis AP Asia date number R1AU, lines from the song Use, e.g., 1AU by the Beatles. Approximate trends. 8. Déjà vu is a mental state in which a person feels that they have been in a similar situation before, but this feeling is not associated with a specific moment in the past, but refers to the past in general. Editor's note. 9. The murdered grandfather paradox is a time paradox referring to time travel, first described by science fiction writer René Barzhavel in the 1943 book The Careless Traveler. Approximate trends. 10. Tony Bennett, born 1926, is an American singer of traditional swing and pop music with elements of jazz. Approximate trends. 11. Swami is an honorific title in Hinduism. It is derived from Sanskrit and means self-possessed or free from the senses. Such an appeal emphasizes the yogi's skill, dedication to God or a spiritual mentor, guru. Editor's note. 12. Satori, in Zen meditation practice, an interpersonal experience of the experience of understanding the true nature of a person, through achieving the state of one thought. Approximate trends. 13. Samadhi, in Hindu and Buddhist meditative practices, a state in which the very idea of one's own individuality, but not consciousness, disappears and the unity of the perceiver and the perceived arises. Approximate trends. 14. The author of the book A Course in Miracles is Kenneth Wanick. The Course of Miracles is a spiritual thought system designed for self-study. Its main idea is that the way to universal love and peace, or remembrance of God, is through the eradication of guilt by forgiving oneself and others. The Miracle Course also highlights that it boasts just one version of the universal curriculum among thousands of others. AKP comment. 15. Koan, a short story, question, or dialogue, usually not having a logical background, often containing alogisms and paradoxes that are more accessible to intuitive understanding, a phenomenon specific to Zen Buddhism. The goal of the koan is to push the student to enlightenment. Approximate trends. 16. Hip-hop is a musical genre. It has a large number of directions, from fairly light styles, such as pop rap, to aggressive, hardcore rap, etc. The content of songs varies from light and relaxed, like memories of the good old days, to raising social problems. Approximate trends. 17. Name of the song. Sosh Gopaya drink can be translated as pleasant stupor. Approximate trends. 18. The Illuminati is a secret society that seeks to establish a new world order with a global government and a single cashless monetary system. Approximate trends. 19. Mastermind Group, an expert group of people who help each other achieve goals, implement projects, and solve problems. Approximate per. 20. A self-fulfilling prophecy is a prediction that is made directly or indirectly. 21. Affects reality in a way that inevitably turns out to be true in the end. Editor's note. 22. Rake K Ipshare Uoi take Ka phrase to imitate confidence with the expectation that if successful, confidence will become genuine, to avoid the trap of self-fulfilling prophecy, when a person is afraid of his uncertainty. Approximate trends. 23. Jiddu Krishnamurti, 1895–1986, was an Indian philosopher. He was a well-known speaker on philosophical and spiritual topics. These included psychological revolution, the nature of consciousness, meditation, relationships between people, achieving positive changes in society. Approximate trends. 24. Osho, 1931–1990, was an Indian religious and spiritual leader and mystic, considered by some researchers to be Neo-Hinduism, and the inspirer of a new religious and cultural movement. Approximate trends. 25. Nirvana is the ultimate goal of human existence, the achievement of which is equivalent to the final destruction of suffering, the exhaustion of the inflows of affected consciousness, the cessation of reincarnation and the operation of the mechanisms of the law of karma. Approximate trends. 26. John Archibald Wheeler, 1911–2008, was an American theoretical physicist. Wheeler coined several terms: quantum foam, neutron deceleration, including two that were later widely used in science and science fiction: black hole, USK-BO1e, and wormhole, OGTJ01e. Approximate trends. 27. Asher Paris, 1934–2005, was an Israeli physicist, Ph.D., and a pioneer in the field of quantum information theory, as well as the connections between quantum mechanics and relativity. Approximate trends. 28. From the English, STS, C108 EBPT_Sig/E, a closed world line of a particle in space-time. Approximate trends. 29. David Wineland, born 1944, is an American physicist, winner of the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics. Approximate trends. 30. Serge Aroque, born 1944, is a French physicist who won the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics, jointly with David Wineland, for creating breakthrough technologies for manipulating quantum systems that made it possible to measure and control individual quantum systems. Approximate trends. 31. John Archibald Wheeler, 1911–2008, was an American theoretical physicist. Wheeler coined several terms: quantum foam, neutron deceleration, including two later widely used in science and science fiction: black hole, USK-BO1e, and wormhole, DeOgjo1e. Approximate trends. 32. Asher Paris, 1934–2005, was an Israeli physicist, Ph.D., and a pioneer in the field of quantum information theory, as well as the connections between quantum mechanics and relativity. Approximate trends. 33. From the English, STS, S10ZEBPGP-Sig, a closed world line of a particle in space-time. Approximate trends. 34. David Wineland, born 1944, is an American physicist, winner of the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics. Approximate trends. 35. Serge Aroque, born 1944, is a French physicist who won the 2012 Nobel Prize in Physics, jointly with David Wineland, for creating breakthrough technologies for manipulating quantum systems that made it possible to measure and control individual quantum systems. Approximate trends. 36. Albert Einstein, 1879–1955, was a theoretical physicist, one of the founders of modern theoretical physics, winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1921, and a humanist public figure. Approximate trends. 37. Boris Yakovlevich Podolsky, 1896 to 1966, was an American theoretical physicist. Approximate trends. 38. Nathan Rosen, 1909 to 1995, was an American and Israeli theoretical physicist. Approximate trends. 39. John Stuart Bell, 1928 to 1990, was a theoretical physicist. Approximate trends. 40. Amit Goswami is a distinguished professor in the Department of Theoretical Physics at the University of Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, where he has worked since 1968. Approximate trends. 41. Michael Coleman Talbot, 1953 to 1992, is an author of books that draw parallels between ancient mysticism and quantum mechanics. Approximate trends. 42. David Bohm was a physicist, 1917 to 1992, known for his work in quantum physics, philosophy, and neuropsychology. Approximate trends. 43. Dean Radin, born 1952, is an outstanding parapsychologist. Approximate trends.